Having in a certain way, we would say, recognize this power which, inaugurating speech, dislocates the subject that it constructs, prevents it from being present to its signs, works on its language with an entire script. Rousseau is nevertheless more pressed to exorcise it than to assume its necessity. That is why, straining toward the reconstruction of presence, he valorizes and disqualifies writing at the same time. At the same time, that is to say, in one divided but coherent movement. We must try not to lose sight of its strange unity. Rousseau condemns writing as destruction of presence and as disease of speech. He rehabilitates it to the extent that it promises the reappropriation of that of which speech allowed itself to be dispossessed. But by what, if not already by a writing older than speech and already installed in that place? The first movement of this desire is formulated as a theory of language. The other governs the experience of the writer. In the Confessions, when Jean-Jacques tries to explain how he became a writer, he describes the passage to writing as the restoration, by a certain absence and by a sort of calculated effacement, of presence disappointed of itself in speech. To write is indeed the only way of keeping or recapturing speech, since speech denies itself as it gives itself. Thus an economy of signs is organized. It will be equally disappointing, closer yet to the very essence and to the necessity of disappointment. One cannot escape the wish to master absence, and yet we must always let go of our hold. Starobinsky describes the profound law that commands the space within which Rousseau must thus displace himself. How will he overcome the misunderstanding that prevents him from expressing himself according to his true value? How escape the risks of improvised speech? To what other mode of communication can he turn? By what other means manifest himself? Jean-Jacques chooses to be absent and to write. Paradoxically, he will hide himself to show himself better, and he will confide in written speech. I would love society like others, if I were not sure of showing myself not only at a disadvantage, but quite other than what I am. My decision to write and to hide myself is precisely the one that suits me. With me present, one would never have known what I was worth. Confessions. The admission is singular and merits emphasis. Jean-Jacques breaks with others, but only to present himself to them in written speech. He will turn and return his sentences at leisure, protected by solitude. 1. Let us note that the economy is perhaps indicated in the following. The operation that substitutes writing for speech also replaces presence by value. To the I am or to the I am present thus sacrificed, that which I am or what I am worth is preferred. With me present, one would never have known what I was worth. I renounce my present life, my present and concrete existence in order to make myself known in the ideality of truth and value. A well-known schema. The battle by which I wish to raise myself above my life even while I retain it, in order to enjoy recognition, is in this case within myself, and writing is indeed the phenomenon of this battle. Such would be the lesson of writing in Jean-Jacques' existence. The act of writing would be essentially, and here in an exemplary fashion, the greatest sacrifice aiming at the greatest symbolic reappropriation of presence. From this point of view, Rousseau knew that death is not the simple outside of life. Death by writing also inaugurates life. I did not begin to live, until I saw myself as a dead man. Confessions, Book 6, p. 236, translation modified. As soon as one determines it within the system of this economy, does not the sacrifice, the literary suicide dissipate itself in the appearance? Is it anything but a symbolic reappropriation? Does it not renounce the present and the proper in order to master them better in their sense, in the ideal form of truth, of the presence of the present and of the proximity or property of the proper? One would be obliged to decide upon a ruse and an appearance if in fact one were to abide by these concepts: sacrifice, expenditure, renunciation, symbol, appearance, truth, etc., which determine what we here call economy in terms of truth and appearance, starting from the opposition presence/absence. But the work of writing and the economy of difference do not allow themselves to be dominated by this classical conceptuality, this ontology, or this epistemology. On the contrary, they furnish its hidden premises. Difference does not resist appropriation, it does not impose an exterior limit upon it. Difference began by broaching alienation and it finishes by letting reappropriation be broached. Until death. Death is the movement of difference to the extent that it is necessarily finite. This is to say that difference makes the opposition of presence and absence possible. Without the possibility of difference, the desire of presence as such would not find its wind. That means by the same token that this desire carries in itself the destiny of its non-fulfillment. Difference produces what it interdicts, makes possible the very thing that it makes impossible. If difference is recognized as the obliterated origin of absence and presence, major forms of the disappearing and the appearing of the being, eton, it would remain to be known if being, before its determination into absence or into presence, is already implicated in the thought of difference. And if difference as the project of the mastery of the being, eton, should be understood with reference to the sense of being, can one not think the converse? Since the sense of being is never produced as history outside of its determination as presence, has it not always already been caught within the history of metaphysics as the epoch of presence? This is perhaps what Nietzsche wanted to write and what resists the Heideggerian reading of Nietzsche, difference in its active movement. What is comprehended in the concept of difference without exhausting it, is what not only precedes metaphysics but also extends beyond the thought of being. The latter says nothing other than metaphysics, even if it exceeds it and thinks it is what it is within its closure. From of blindness to the supplement. In terms of this problematical scheme, we must therefore think Rousseau's experience and his theory of writing together, the accord and the discord that, under the name of writing, relate Jean-Jacques to Rousseau, uniting and dividing his proper name. On the side of experience, a recourse to literature as reappropriation of presence, that is to say, as we shall see, of nature; on the side of theory, an indictment against the negativity of the letter, in which must be read the degeneracy of culture and the disruption of the community. If indeed one wishes to surround it with the entire constellation of concepts that shares its system, the word supplement seems here to account for the strange unity of these two gestures. In both cases, in fact, Rousseau considers writing as a dangerous means, a menacing aid, the critical response to a situation of distress. When nature, as self-proximity, comes to be forbidden or interrupted, when speech fails to protect presence, writing becomes necessary. It must be added to the word urgently. We have already recognized in advance one of the forms of this addition, speech being natural or at least the natural expression of thought, the most natural form of institution or convention for signifying thought. Writing is added to it, is adjoined, as an image or a representation. In that sense, it is not natural. It makes the immediate presence of thought to speech divert into representation and the imagination. This recourse is not only bizarre, but dangerous. It is the addition of a technique, a sort of artificial and artful ruse to make speech present when it is in truth absent. It is a violence done to the natural destiny of the language. Languages, long, are made to be spoken; writing serves only as a supplement to speech. Speech represents thought by conventional signs, and writing represents the same with regard to speech. Thus the art of writing is nothing but a mediated representation of thought. B. Writing is dangerous from the moment that representation there gives itself out to be presence and the sign for the thing itself. And there is a fatal necessity, inscribed in the very functioning of the sign, in that the substitute makes one forget its function of vicariousness and makes itself pass for the plenitude of a speech for which it does nothing but supplement its deficiency and infirmity. For the concept of the supplement, which here determines that of the representative image, harbors within itself two significations whose cohabitation is as strange as it is necessary. The supplement adds itself, it is a surplus, a plenitude enriching another plenitude, the zenith, le comble, of presence. It cumulates and accumulates presence. It is thus that art, techne, image, representation, convention, etc., come as supplements to nature and are rich with this entire cumulating function. This kind of supplementarity determines in a certain way all the conceptual oppositions within which Rousseau inscribes the notion of nature to the extent that it should be self-sufficient. But the supplement supplements. It adds only to replace. It intervenes or insinuates itself in the place of. If it fills to the brim, comble, it is as if one fills, comble, a void. If it represents and makes an image, it is by the interior default of a presence. Supplementing and vicarious, the supplement is an adjunct, a subaltern instance which takes the place, lieu. As substitute, it does not simply add itself to the positivity of a presence, it produces no relief, its place is assigned in the structure by the mark of an emptiness. Somewhere, something cannot fill itself up by itself, cannot accomplish itself, if not by allowing itself to be filled, combler, through sign and proxy. The sign is always the supplement of the thing itself. This second signification of the supplement does not allow itself to be separated from the first. They are both at work within Rousseau's texts, we must constantly confirm this. But the inflection varies from one moment to another. Each of the two significations effaces itself by turns or becomes discreetly vague before the other. But their common function can be recognized in this: whether it adds or substitutes itself, the supplement is exterior, outside of the positivity to which it is superadded, alien to that which, in order to be replaced by it, must be other than it. Unlike the complement, dictionaries tell us, the supplement is an exterior addition, Robert's French Dictionary. According to Rousseau, the negativity of evil will always have the form of supplementarity. Evil is exterior to a nature, to what is by nature innocent and good. It supervenes upon nature, but always by way of supplementing what ought to lack nothing at all in itself. Thus presence, always natural, that is to say for Rousseau more than for others maternal, ought to be self-sufficient. Its essence, another name for presence, may be read through the grid of this conditional. Like nature's maternal solicitude cannot be supplemented at all, says Emile. To it is in no way supplemented, that is to say it does not have to be supplemented, it suffices and is self-sufficient, but that also means that it is irreplaceable. What one would substitute for it would not equal it, would be only a mediocre last resort. Finally, it means that nature does not supplement itself at all, its supplement does not proceed from itself, it is not only inferior but other. Yet all education, the keystone of Rousseauist thought, will be described or presented as a system of substitution, supplements, destined to reconstitute nature's edifice in the most natural way possible. The first chapter of Emile announces the function of this pedagogy. Although maternal solicitude cannot be supplemented at all, it is better that the child should suck the breast of a healthy nurse rather than of a petted mother, if he has any new evil to fear from the same blood that formed him. Ibid. p. 12, translation modified. It is indeed culture that must supplement a deficient nature, a deficiency that cannot by definition be anything but an accident and a deviation from nature. Culture is here called habit. It is necessary and insufficient from the moment when the substitution of mothers is no longer envisaged only from the physical side. Other women, or even animals, may give him the milk she denies him, but maternal solicitude cannot be supplemented. She who nurses another's child in place of her own is a bad mother. How can she be a good nurse? She may become one, but slowly, habit must overcome nature. Ibid, translation modified. Here the problems of natural right, of the relationship between nature and society, the concepts of alienation, alterity, and alteration, are adapted most spontaneously to the pedagogic problem of the substitution of mothers and children. From this advantage itself an inconvenience results, which alone should take away from every sensible woman the courage to put her child out to nurse by another. It is that of sharing the mother's rights, or rather to alienate them, to see her child loving another as much as and more than herself. Ibid, translation modified. If, premeditating the theme of writing, we begin by speaking of the substitution of mothers, it is that, as Rousseau will himself say, more depends on this than you realize. How much would I insist on this point, if it were less discouraging to reshuffle useful subjects in vain? More depends on this than one thinks. Would you restore to each their primal duties? Begin with the mothers, the results will surprise you. Everything follows successively from that first depravity, the whole moral order deteriorates, the natural is extinguished in every heart. p. 18, p. 13, translation modified. Childhood is the first manifestation of the deficiency which, in nature, calls for supplementation. Pedagogy illuminates perhaps more crudely the paradoxes of the supplement. How is a natural weakness possible? How can nature ask for forces that it does not furnish? How is a child possible in general? Far from having superfluous forces, children do not even have enough for all that nature demands. Give them full use of such strength as they have and which they will not abuse. First maxim. They must be helped and supplemented in what they lack, in intelligence or in strength, in all that is a physical need. Second maxim. p. 50, p. 35, translation modified. All the organization and all the time, of education will be regulated by this necessary evil, supplement. What is lacking and replace nature? What must be done as little and as late as possible? One of the best rules of good culture is to delay as much as possible. p. 274, p. 193, translation modified. Give nature a long time to act before you take on acting in her place. p. 102, italics added by Derrida, p. 71, translation modified. Without childhood, no supplement would ever appear in nature. Now the supplement is here both humanity's good fortune and the origin of its perversion. The safeguard/salvation, salut, of the human race. Plants are fashioned by cultivation, culture, and men by education. If man were born big and strong, his size and his strengths would be useless to him until he had learned to use them. They would create a prejudice against him, by not allowing others to think of assisting him, and, left to himself, he would die miserably before knowing his needs. We complain of the state of infancy, we do not see that, if man had not begun by being a child, the human race would have perished. p. 67, p. 6, translation modified. The threat of perversion. While the author of nature has given children the active principle, he takes care that it shall do little harm by giving them little strength to hold on to it. but as soon as they can think of people around them as tools that they are responsible for activating, they use them to follow their wishes and to supplement their own weakness. This is how they become tiresome, tyrannical, imperious, naughty, and unmanageable, a development which does not spring from a natural love of power, but one which gives it to them, for it does not need much experience to realize how pleasant it is to act through the hands of others and to move the world by simply moving the tongue. p. 49, italics added by Derrida, p. 34, translation modified. The supplement will always be the moving of the tongue or acting through the hands of others. Everything is assembled here. Progress has the possibility of perversion, regression toward an evil that is not natural and that holds on to the power of supplementation that permits us to absent ourselves and act by proxy, through representation, by the hands of others. Through the written, par écrit. This supplementation always has the form of the sign. The sign, the image, or the representer, become forces and make the universe move. Such is the scandal. This scandal is such, and its misdeeds are sometimes so irreparable, that the world seems to turn the wrong way, and we shall see later what such a catastrophe can signify for Rousseau. Then nature becomes the supplement of art and society. It is the moment when evil seems incurable, as the child does not know how to be cured. Let him know how to be ill, this art supplements the other and often succeeds much better. It is the art of nature. p. 31, p. 22, translation modified. It is also the moment when maternal nature, ceasing to be loved, as she ought to be, for herself and in an immediate proximity, O nature! O my mother! Here I am under your sole protection. Here there is no cunning or treacherous man to thrust himself between you and me. Confession, Book 12, p. 669, becomes the substitute for another love and for another attachment. It is apparent that the contemplation of nature always had a great attraction to his heart. He found in it a supplement to the attachments he needed. But he would have given up the supplement for the thing if he had had the choice, and he did not confine himself to talking with plants until his efforts to talk to humans proved vain. I will gladly leave the society of plants, he told me, for that of men at the first hope of finding it again. Dialogues, p. 794, p. 136, translation modified c. That botany becomes the supplement of society is more than a catastrophe. It is the catastrophe of the catastrophe. For in nature, the plant is the most natural. It is natural life. The mineral is distinguished from the vegetable in that it is a dead and useful nature, servile to man's industry. When man has lost the sense and the taste for true natural riches, plants, he digs in the entrails of his mother and risks his health. The mineral kingdom has nothing in itself either amiable or attractive. Its riches, enclosed in the bosom of the earth, seem to have been removed from the gaze of man in order not to tempt his cupidity. They are there like a reserve to serve one day as a supplement to the true wealth which is more within his grasp, and for which he loses taste as he is corrupted. Then he must call on industry, effort, and labor to alleviate his miseries. He digs in the entrails of the earth, he goes seeking to its center, at the risk of his life and at the expense of his health, for imaginary goods in place of the real good which the earth offered him by herself when he knew how to enjoy it. He flies from the sun and the day, which he is no longer worthy to see. 3. Man has thus put out his eyes, he has blinded himself by the desire to dig in these entrails. Here is the horrible spectacle of the punishment that follows the offense, in sum a simple substitution. He buries himself alive, and does well, not being worthy of living in the light of day. Their quarries, pits, forges, furnaces, a battery of anvils, hammers, smoke and fire, succeed to the gentle images of his work in the fields. The haggard faces of the unhappy people who languish in the infected vapors of mines, of dark blacksmiths, of hideous cyclops, are the spectacle which the working of the mine substitutes, in the bosom of the earth for that of green fields and flowers, the azure sky, amorous shepherds and robust laborers upon its surface. 4. Such is the scandal, such the catastrophe. The supplement is what neither nature nor reason can tolerate. Neither nature, our common mother, reveries, p. 1066, p. 143, nor reasonable, if not resonating, raisonneux, reason, dilatata nature, Pléiade, Volume 3, p. 478. And had they not done everything to avoid this catastrophe, to protect themselves from this violence and to guard and keep us from this fatal mistake? So that, says the second discourse precisely of minds, it looks as if nature had taken pains to keep the fatal secret from us, p. 172, p. 200. And let us not forget that the violence that takes us toward the entrails of the earth, the moment of mind blindness, that is, of metallurgy, is the origin of society. For according to Rousseau, as we shall often confirm, agriculture, marking the organization of civil society, supposes the beginning of metallurgy. Blindness thus produces that which is born at the same time as society, languages, the regulated substitution of signs for things, the order of the supplement. One goes from blindness to the supplement. But the blind person cannot see, in its origin, the very thing he produces to supplement his sight. Blindness to the supplement is the law. And first and foremost blindness to its concept. Moreover, it does not suffice to locate its functioning in order to see its sense. The supplement has no sense and is given to no intuition. We do not therefore make it emerge out of its strange penumbra. We speak its reserve. Reason is incapable of thinking this double infraction upon nature, that there is lack in nature and that because of that very fact something is added to it. Yet one should not say that reason is powerless to think this, it is constituted by that powerlessness. It is the principle of identity. It is the thought of the self-identity of the natural being. It cannot even determine the supplement as its other, as the irrational and the non-natural, for the supplement comes naturally to put itself in nature's place. The supplement is the image and the representation of nature. The image is neither in nor out of nature. The supplement is therefore equally dangerous for reason, for the natural health of reason. Dangerous supplement. These are the words that Rousseau uses in the Confessions. He does this in a context which is only apparently different, and to explain, precisely, a condition almost inconceivable to reason. In a word, between myself and the most passionate lover there was only one, but that an essential difference, which makes my condition almost inconceivable to reason. Play Yod, Volume 1, p. 108, p. 111, translation modified. If we lend to the text below a paradigmatic value, it is only provisional and does not prejudge what the discipline of a future reading might rigorously determine. No model of reading seems to us at the moment ready to measure up to this text, which we would like to read as a text and not as a document. We would want to call this measuring up to it fully and rigorously, beyond what already makes the text most legible, and more legible than has been so far thought. Our only ambition will be to draw out of it a signification which that reading that we call for will not be able to dispense with. Fair economy, the economy of a written text, circulating through other texts, leading back to it constantly, conforming to the element of a language, and to its regulated functioning. For example, what unites the word supplement to its concept was not invented by Rousseau, and the originality of its functioning is neither fully mastered by Rousseau nor simply imposed by history and the language, by the history of the language, To speak of Rousseau's writing is to try to recognize what escapes these categories of passivity and activity, of blindness and responsibility. And one can all the more not disregard the written text to rush to the signified it would mean, since the signified is here writing itself. It is so little a matter of looking for a truth signified by these writings, metaphysical or psychological truth, Jean-Jacques' life behind his work, that if the texts that interest us want to say something, it is the engagement and the appurtenance that catches existence and writing in the same fabric, the same text. The same is here called supplement, another name of difference. Here is the eruption of the dangerous supplement in nature, between nature and nature, between natural innocence as virginity and natural innocence as hymen and intactness, pusillanimity. In a word, between myself and the most passionate lover there was only one, but that an essential difference, which makes my condition inconceivable to reason. Here, the paragraph break should not hide the fact that the following paragraph is destined to explain the only one difference in the almost inconceivable condition. Rousseau elaborates. I had returned from Italy not quite the same as I had entered it, but as, perhaps, no one of my age had ever returned from it. I had brought in, not my virginity but my pusillanimity. I had felt the progress of years, my restless temperament had at last declared itself, and its first eruption, quite involuntary, had caused me alarm about my health in a manner which paints better than anything else the innocence in which I had lived up to that time. Soon reassured, I learned that dangerous supplement that cheats nature and saves up for young men of my temperament many forms of disorders at the expense of their health, of their vigor, and, sometimes, their life. Play Yod, pages 108-9. 111. Translation modified. We read in Emile, Book 4, if once he knows this dangerous supplement, he is lost, p. 299, translation modified. In the same book, it is also a question of supplementing, by getting ahead of, experience, p. 437, p. 315, translation modified, and of the mind, which supplements physical strength, p. 183, p. 129, translation modified. The experience of autoeroticism is lived in anguish. Masturbation reassures, soon reassured, only through that culpability traditionally attached to the practice, obliging children to assume the fault and to interiorize the threat of castration that always accompanies it. Pleasure is thus lived as the irremediable loss of the vital substance, as exposure to madness and death. It is produced at the expense of their health, of their vigor, and, sometimes, their life. In the same way, the reveries will say, the man who digs in the entrails of the earth, goes seeking to its center, at the risk of his life and at the expense of his health, for imaginary goods in place of the real good which the earth offered him by herself when he knew how to enjoy it. Play Yod, Volume 1, p. 1067, p. 145, translation modified. And indeed it is a question of the imaginary. The supplement that cheats maternal nature operates as writing, and as such it is dangerous to life. This danger is that of the image. Just as writing opens the crisis of the living speech in terms of its image, of its painting or its representation, so onanism announces the ruin of vitality in terms of imaginary seductions. This vice, which shame and timidity find so convenient, has, besides, a great attraction for lively imaginations, that of being able to dispose of the whole sex at their will, and to make the beauty which tempts them serve their pleasures, without having the need to obtain its consent. Confessions, p. 111. The dangerous supplement, which Rousseau also calls a fateful advantage, is properly seductive. It leads desire away from the good path, makes it err far from natural ways, leads it toward its loss or fall, and therefore it is a sort of lapse or scandal, scandalone. It thus destroys nature. But the scandal of reason is that nothing seems more natural than this destruction of nature. It is myself who employs me to separate myself from the force that nature has entrusted to me. Seduced by this fateful advantage, I worked to destroy the good constitution which nature had restored to me, and to which I had allowed time to strengthen itself. We know what importance Emile gives to time, to the slow maturation of natural forces. The entire art of pedagogy is a calculation of patience, allowing the work of nature time to accomplish itself, respecting its rhythm and the order of its stages. The dangerous supplement destroys very quickly the forces that nature has slowly constituted and accumulated. In getting ahead of natural experience, it shoots ahead and consumes energy without return. Like the sign, as we will confirm, it bypasses the presence of the thing and the duration of being. The dangerous supplement breaks with nature. The entire description of this distancing from nature has a theater. The confession states the evocation of the dangerous supplement at the moment when it is a question of making visible a distancing which is neither the same nor another. Nature distances itself at the same time as the mother, or rather maman, who already signified the disappearance of the true mother and substituted herself in the ambiguous manner that is well known. It is therefore now a question of the distance between maman and the person she called little one. 5. As Emile says, all evil comes from the fact that women have ceased to be mothers. They will no longer be, they no longer wish to be. p. 18, p. 14, translation modified. A certain absence, then, of a certain sort of mother. And the experience of which we speak is to reduce that absence as much as to maintain it. A furtive experience, that of a thief who needs invisibility, that the mother be at once invisible and not see. These lines are often quoted. I should never have done, if I were to enter into the details of all the follies which the remembrance of this dear mamma caused me to commit when I was no longer under her eyes. How often have I kissed my bed, thinking of the fact that she had slept in it, my curtains, all the furniture of my room, thinking of the fact that they belonged to her, that her beautiful hand had touched them, even the floor, on which I prostrated myself, thinking of the fact that she had walked upon it. Sometimes, even in her presence, extravagances escaped from me, which only the most violent love seemed capable of inspiring. At table one day, just when she had put a piece of food into her mouth, I exclaimed that I saw a hair in it. She put back the morsel on her plate, and I eagerly seized and swallowed it. 6. In a word, between myself and the most passionate lover there was only one, but that an essential difference, which makes my condition almost inconceivable to reason. A little above, we read, I only felt the full strength of my attachment for her when I no longer saw her. p. 107, pages 110-11, translation modified. The chain of supplements. The discovery of the dangerous supplement will be next cited among these follies, but it will nonetheless still retain a privilege. Rousseau evokes it after the others and as a sort of explanation of the state inconceivable to reason. For it is not the question of diverting total enjoyment, jouissance, toward a particular substitute, but now of experiencing it or miming it directly and in its totality. It is no longer a question of kissing the bed, the floor, the curtains, the furniture, etc., not even of swallowing the morsel that she had put into her mouth, but of disposing of the whole sex at their will. We would say that the stage of this theater was not only a decor in the generally understood sense, an ensemble of accessories. The topographic disposition of the experience is not indifferent. Jean-Jacques is in the house of Madame de Warens, close enough to Maman to see her and to nourish his imagination upon her, but with the possibility of a partition. It is at the moment when the mother disappears that supplementation becomes possible and necessary. The play of maternal presence or absence, this alteration of perception and imagination must correspond to an organization of space. The text argues as follows. Add to this disposition the location of my present situation, living with a beautiful woman, caressing her image in the bottom of my heart, seeing her continually throughout the day, surrounded in the evening by objects which reminded me of her, sleeping in a bed in which I knew she had slept. What stimulants! The reader, who represents these to himself, already considers me as half dead. Quite the contrary, that which ought to have destroyed me was just the thing that saved me, at least for a time. Intoxicated with the charm of living close to her, with the ardent desire of spending my days there, I always saw in her, whether she were absent or present, a tender mother, a beloved sister, a delightful friend, and nothing more. She was for me the only woman who was in the world, and the extreme sweetness of the feelings with which she inspired me did not allow my senses time to awake for others, and protected me from her and all her sex. This experience was not an event marking an archaic or adolescent period. It did not only construct or sustain a particular hidden foundation, an edifice of significations. It remained an active obsession whose present is constantly reactivated and constituted in its turn, until the end of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's life and text. A little later, a little further on in the text of the Confessions, Book 4, 7, a little incident, which I find some difficulty in relating, p. 150, is related to us. The encounter with a man subject to the same vice. Terrified, Jean-Jacques runs away, trembling as if he had just committed a crime. The recollection cured me of it for a long time, p. 151, translation modified. For a long time? This onanism that permits one to affect oneself by giving oneself presences, by summoning absent beauties, Rousseau will never stop having recourse to it and accusing himself of it. In his eyes it will remain the model of vice and perversion. Affecting oneself by another presence, one alters oneself, makes oneself other. Rousseau neither wishes to nor can think that this alteration does not come upon the self, that it is its very origin. He must consider it a contingent evil coming from without to affect the integrity of the subject. But he cannot give up what immediately restores to him the other desired presence, no more than one can give up language, langage. This is why, in this respect as well, as he says in the Dialogues, Pléiade, Volume 1, p. 800, p. 108, until the end of his life, he will not cease to be an elderly child. The restitution of presence by language, langage, restitution at once symbolic and immediate. This contradiction must be thought. Immediate experience of restitution because as experience, as consciousness or conscience, it passes over passage through the world. The toucher is touched, auto-affection gives itself as pure autarky. If the presence that it then gives itself is the substitutive symbol of another presence, it has never been possible to desire that presence in person before this play of substitution and this symbolic experience of auto-affection. The thing itself does not appear outside of the symbolic system that does not exist without the possibility of auto-affection. Experience of immediate restitution, also because it does not wait. It is satisfied then and there and in the moment. If it waits, it is not because the other makes it wait. Enjoyment, jouissance, seems no longer to be deferred. Why give oneself so much trouble in the remote hope of such impoverished, such uncertain success, while one can at that very moment? Dialogues, p. 125. But what is no longer deferred is also absolutely deferred. The presence that is thus delivered to us in the present is a chimera. Auto-affection is a pure speculation. The sign, the image, the representation, which come to supplement the absent presence are the illusions that sidetrack, don't change, us. To culpability, to the anguish of death and castration, is added or rather is assimilated the experience of frustration. Donner le change, literally giving change, in whatever sense it is understood, this expression well describes the recourse to the supplement. In order to explain his disgust for common prostitutes, Rousseau tells us that in Venice, at 31, the propensity which had modified all my passions, Confessions, p. 41, p. 35-8 has not disappeared. I had not lost the pernicious habit of sidetracking, donner le change, my needs, p. 316, p. 289, Translation modified. The enjoyment, jouissance, of the thing itself is thus worked over, in its act and in its essence, by frustration. One cannot therefore say that it has an essence or an act, ethos, visa, energia, etc. Promising itself there as it hides there, giving itself as it displaces itself, is something that cannot even be rigorously called presence. Such is the constraint of the supplement, such, exceeding all the language of metaphysics, is this structure almost inconceivable to reason. Almost inconceivable, simple irrationality, the opposite of reason, are less irritating and derouting for classical logic. The supplement is maddening because it is neither presence nor absence, and because from the start it breaches both our pleasure and our virginity, abstinence and enjoyment, jouissance, pleasure and wisdom, escaped me in equal measure. Confessions, p. 12, p. 10, translation modified. Are things not complicated enough? The symbolic is the immediate, presence is absence, the non-deferred is deferred, enjoyment, jouissance, is the menace of death. But one stroke must still be added to this system, to this strange economy of the supplement. In a certain way, it was already legible. A terrifying menace, the supplement is also the first and most secure protection against that very menace. This is why it cannot be given up. And sexual auto-affection, that is auto-affection in general, neither begins nor ends with what one believes can be circumscribed by the name of masturbation. The supplement has not only the power of procuring an absent presence through its image, procuring it for us through the proxy, procuration, of the sign, it holds it at a distance and masters it. For this presence is at the same time desired and feared. The supplement transgresses and at the same time respects the interdict. It is this that also permits writing as the supplement of speech, but already also speech as writing in general. Its economy exposes and protects us at the same time according to the play of forces and of the differences of forces. Thus, the supplement is dangerous in that it threatens us with death, but Rousseau thinks that it is not at all as dangerous as cohabitation with women. Enjoyment, jouissance, itself, without symbol or suppletory, that which would accord us, too, pure presence itself, if such a thing were possible, would be only another name for death. Rousseau says it. To enjoy, jouir. Does this ever fall to the lot of man? Ah! If I had ever in my life tasted the delights of love even once in their plenitude, I do not imagine that my frail existence could have endured it. I would have been dead in the act. Confessions, Book V, p. 226, translation modified. If one abides by universal evidence, by the necessary and a priori value of this proposition in the form of a sigh, one must immediately recognize that cohabitation with women, heteroeroticism, can be lived, effectively, really, as one believes it can be said, only through the ability to accommodate within itself its proper supplementary protection. This is to say that, between autoeroticism and heteroeroticism, there is not a frontier but an economic distribution. It is within this general rule that the differences stand out. Thus those of Rousseau's. And before trying, what we do not pretend to do here, to figure out the pure singularity of Rousseau's economy or his writing, we must carefully pick out and interarticulate all the structural or essential necessities on their different levels of generality. It is from a certain determined representation of cohabitation with women that Rousseau had to have recourse throughout his life to the type of dangerous supplement that is called masturbation and that cannot be separated from his activity as a writer. To the end. Therese, the Therese of whom we can speak, Therese in the text, whose name and life belong to the writing we read, experienced it at her cost. In Book 12 of the Confessions, at the moment when everything must be said, the double reason of certain resolutions is confided to us. Everything must be said. I have not dissimulated either poor mamma's vices or my own, I must not spare Therese either, and, pleased as I am to render honor to one who is so dear to me, I still do not wish to conceal her faults, if so be that an involuntary change in the heart's affections is really a fault. I had long since observed that her affection for me had cooled. I fell back into the same disadvantage, the effects of which I had felt when with mamma, and the effect was the same with Therese. Let us not look for perfections which are not to be found in nature. It would be the same with any other woman whatsoever. My situation, however, was at that time the same, and even worse by the animosity of my enemies, who only sought to find me at fault. I was afraid of a recurrence, and, not desiring to run the risk of it, I preferred to condemn myself to strict continence, than to expose Therese to the risk of finding herself in the same condition again. Besides, I had observed that cohabitation with women sensibly aggravated my state. This double reason made me form the resolutions which I had sometimes been very inconsistent in keeping, but in which I had persevered with greater firmness for the last 3 or 4 years. pp. 595, pages 616-17, translation modified. In the manuscrit de Paris, after sensibly aggravated my state. We read, the equivalent vice, of which I have never been able to cure myself completely, seemed to me to be less contrary. This double reason. 9. This perversion consists of preferring the sign and shields me from mortal expenditure. To be sure. But this apparently egotistical economy also functions within an entire system of moral representation. Egotism is redeemed by culpability, which determines autoeroticism as a fatal loss and a wounding of the self by the self. But as I thus harm only myself, this perversion is not truly condemnable. Rousseau explains it in more than one letter. Thus, with that exception and about vices that have never done harm to anyone but me, I can expose to all eyes a life irreproachable in all the secrets of my heart. To M. de Saint-Germain, February 26, 1970. I have great vices, but they have never harmed anyone but me. To M. Lenoir, January 15, 1972. 10. Jean-Jacques could thus look for a supplement to Therese only on one condition, that the system of supplementarity in general be already open in its possibility, that the play of substitutions be already operative for a long time, and that in a certain way Therese herself was already a supplement. As Mama was already the supplement of an unknown mother, and as the true mother herself, at whom the known psychoanalyses of the case of Jean-Jacques Rousseau stop, was also in a certain way a supplement, from the first trace, and even if she had not truly died in giving birth. Here is the chain of supplements. The name Mama already designates one. Ah, my Therese! I am only too happy to possess you, modest and healthy, and not to find what I never looked for. The question is of maidenhood, pusillanimity or unpenetratedness, which Therese has just confessed to have lost in innocence and by accident. At first I had only sought amusement. I saw that I had done more and had been given a companion. A little familiarity with this excellent girl, a little reflection upon my situation, made me feel that, while thinking only of my pleasures, I had done much to promote my happiness. To supply the place of my extinguished ambition, I needed a lively sentiment which should fill my heart. In a word, I needed a successor to Mama. As I should never live with her again, I wanted someone to live with her pupil, in whom I might find the simplicity and docility of heart which she had found in me. I felt it necessary that the gentle tranquility of private and domestic life should compensate me for the loss of the brilliant career which I was renouncing. When I was quite alone, I felt a void in my heart, which it only needed another heart to fill. Destiny had deprived me of, or, at least in part, alienated me from, the woman for whom nature had made me. From that moment I was alone. For me there never has been an intermediary between everything and nothing. I found in Therese the supplement that I needed. 11. Across this sequence of supplements a necessity is announced, that of an infinite chain, ineluctably multiplying the supplementary mediations that produce the sense of the very thing they defer, the mirage of the thing itself, of immediate presence, of originary perception. Immediacy is derived. That all begins through the intermediary is what is indeed inconceivable to reason. The exorbitant question of method. For me there never has been an intermediary between everything and nothing. The intermediary is the midpoint and it is the mediation, the middle term between total absence and the absolute plenitude of presence. We know that mediacy is the name of all that Rousseau wanted opinionatedly to efface. This will is expressed in a deliberate, sharp, thematic way. It does not have to be deciphered. Jean-Jacques recalls it here at the very moment when he is in the process of spelling out the supplements that are chained together to replace a mother or a nature. And the supplement occupies here the middle point between total absence and total presence. The play of substitution fills to the top and marks a determined lack. But Rousseau argues as if the recourse to the supplement, here to Therese, would appease his impatience when confronted with the intermediary. From that moment I was alone. For me there never has been an intermediary between everything and nothing. I found in Therese the supplement that I needed. The virulence of this concept is thus appeased, as if one were able to show cause it, domesticate it, tame it. This poses the question of the usage of the word supplement, of Rousseau's situation within the language, langue, and the logic that assures to this word or to this concept sufficiently surprising resources so that the presumed subject of the sentence should always say, using the supplement, more, less, or something other than what he would wish to say, vaudrait dire. This question is therefore not only of Rousseau's writing but also of our reading. We should begin by taking rigorous account of this being held within, prize, or this surprise. The writer writes in a language, langue, and in a logic whose proper system, laws, and life his discourse by definition cannot dominate absolutely. He uses them only by letting himself, in a certain way and up to a point, be governed by the system. And the reading must always aim at a certain relationship, unperceived by the writer, between what he commands and what he does not command of the patterns of the language that he uses. This relationship is not a certain quantitative distribution of shadow and light, of weakness or of force, but a signifying structure that critical reading should produce. What does produce mean here? Attempting to explain that, we would initiate a justification of our principles of reading. A justification, as we shall see, entirely negative, outlining by exclusion a space of reading that we will not fill here, a task of reading. To produce this signifying structure obviously cannot consist of reproducing, by the effaced and respectful doubling of commentary, the conscious, voluntary, intentional relationship that the writer institutes in his exchanges with the history to which he belongs thanks to the element of language, long. This moment of doubling commentary should no doubt have its place in a critical reading. Without recognizing and respecting all its classical exigencies, which is not easy and requires all the instruments of traditional criticism, critical production would risk developing in any direction at all and would authorize itself to say almost anything. But this indispensable guardrail has always only protected, it has never opened, a reading. Yet if reading must not be content with doubling the text, it cannot legitimately transgress the text toward something other than it, toward a referent, a reality that is metaphysical, historical, psychobiographical, etc., or toward a signified outside the text whose content could have taken place outside of the language, long, that is to say, in the sense that we give here to that word, outside of writing in general. That is why the methodological considerations that we risk applying here to an example are closely dependent on general propositions that we have elaborated above, as regards the absence of the referent or the transcendental signified. There is nothing outside of the text, there is no outside text, il n'y a pas dehors text. And that is neither because Jean-Jacques' life, or the existence of Mama or Therese themselves, is not of interest to us in the first place, nor because we have access to their so-called real existence only in the text and we have neither any means of altering this, nor any right to neglect this limitation. All reasons of this type would already be sufficient, to be sure, but there are more radical reasons. What we have tried to show by following the guiding line of the dangerous supplement, is that in what one calls the real life of these existences of flesh and bone, beyond and behind what one believes can be circumscribed as Rousseau's text, there has never been anything but writing, there has never been anything but supplements, substitutive significations which could only emerge in a chain of differential references, the real supervening, and adding itself only by taking on meaning from a trace and from an appeal to the supplement, etc. and thus to infinity, for we have read, in the text, that the absolute present, nature, that which words like real mother name, are always already hidden, have never existed, that what opens meaning and language, langage, is that writing is the disappearance of natural presence. Although it is not a commentary, our reading must be intrinsic and remain within the text. That is why, in spite of certain appearances, the location of the word supplement is nothing short of psychoanalytic, if by that we understand an interpretation that takes us outside of writing toward a psychobiographical signified, or even toward a general psychological structure that could rightly be separated from the signifier. This method has occasionally been able to oppose itself to the traditional doubling commentary. It could be shown that it actually comes to terms with it quite easily. The security with which the commentary considers the self-identity of the text, the confidence with which it carves out its contour, goes hand in hand with the tranquil assurance that leaps over the text toward its presumed content, in the direction of the pure signified. And in fact, in Rousseau's case, psychoanalytical studies like those of Dr. Laforgue transgress the text only after having read it according to the most current methods. The reading of the literary symptom is most banal, most academic, most naive. And once one has thus blinded oneself to the very weave of the symptom, to its proper texture, one cheerfully exceeds it toward a psychobiographical signified whose link with the literary signifier then becomes perfectly extrinsic and contingent. One recognizes the other aspect of the same gesture when, in general works on Rousseau, in a package of classical shape that gives itself out to be a synthesis that faithfully restores, through commentary and compilation of themes, the total package of the work and the thought, one encounters a chapter of biographical and psychoanalytical appearance on the problem of sexuality in Rousseau, with a reference in an appendix to the author's medical case history. If it seems to us in principle impossible to separate, through interpretation or commentary, the signified from the signifier, and thus to destroy writing by the writing that is yet reading, we nevertheless believe that this impossibility is historically articulated. It does not limit attempts at deciphering in the same way, to the same degree, and according to the same rules. Here we must take into account the history of the text in general. When we speak of the writer and of the overarching power of the language, langue, to which he is subject. We are not only thinking of the writer in literature, the philosopher, the chronicler, the theoretician in general, and at the limit everyone writing, is thus caught unawares. But, in each case, the person writing is inscribed in a determined textual system. Even if there is never a pure signified, there are different relationships to that which, from the signifier, gives itself as the irreducible stratum of the signified. For example, the philosophical text, although it is in fact always written, contains, precisely as its philosophical specificity, the project of effacing itself in the face of the signified content which it transports and in general teaches. Reading should be aware of these matters, even if, in the last analysis, it makes its failure appear. The entire history of texts, and within it the history of literary forms in the West, should be studied from this point of view. With the exception of a point of resistance which has only been very lately recognized as such, literary writing has, almost always and almost everywhere, according to diverse fashions and across very diverse ages, lent itself to this transcendent reading, to this search for the signified which we here put in question, not to annul it but to understand it within a system to which it is blind. Philosophical literature is only one example within this history, but it is among the most significant. And it interests us particularly in Rousseau's case, who at the same time and for profound reasons produced a philosophical literature to which belong the social contract and La Nouvelle Eloise, and chose to live by literary writing, by a writing which would not be exhausted by the message, philosophical or otherwise, which it could, so to speak, deliver. And what Rousseau has said, as philosopher or as psychologist, of writing in general, cannot be separated from the system of his own writing. We should be aware of this. This poses formidable problems. Problems of editing in particular. Let us give 3 examples. 1. If the trajectory we have followed in the reading of the supplement is not merely psychoanalytical, it is undoubtedly because the habitual psychoanalysis of literature begins by putting the literary signifier as such within parentheses. It is no doubt also because psychoanalytic theory itself is for us a collection of texts belonging to our history and our culture. To that extent, if it marks our reading and the writing of our interpretation, it does not do so as a principle or a truth that one could abstract from the textual system that we inhabit in order to illuminate it with complete neutrality. In a certain way, we are in the history of psychoanalysis as we are in Rousseau's text. Just as Rousseau drew upon a language, langue, that was already there, and which is found to a certain extent to be ours, thus assuring us a certain minimal readability of French literature, in the same way we circulate today within a certain network of significations marked by psychoanalytic theory, even if we do not master it and even if we are assured of never being able to master it perfectly. But it is for another reason that this is not even a somewhat inarticulate psychoanalysis of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Such a psychoanalysis is already obliged to have located all the structures of appurtenance within Rousseau's text, all that is not unique to it, by reason of the overarching power and the already there-ness of the language, langue, or of the culture, inhabited rather than produced by writing. Around the irreducible point of originality of this writing an immense series of structures, of historical totalities of all orders, organize themselves, wrap themselves up, and intersect. Supposing that psychoanalysis can by rights come to the end of their organization and their interpretations, supposing that it takes into account the entire history of that Western metaphysics that entertains relationships of cohabitation with Rousseau's text, it would still be necessary for it to elucidate the law of its own appurtenance to Western metaphysics and culture. Let us not pursue this any further. We have already measured the difficulty of the task and the part played by failure in our interpretation of the supplement. We are sure that something irreducibly Rousseauist is captured there, but we have carried off, at the same time, a yet quite unformed mass of roots, soil, and sediments of all sorts. 2. Even supposing that one can rigorously isolate and articulate Rousseau's text within history in general, and then within the history of the sign supplement, one must still take into consideration many other possibilities. Following the appearances of the word supplement and of the corresponding concept or concepts, we traverse a certain path within Rousseau's text. To be sure, this particular path will assure us the economy of a synopsis. But are other paths not possible? And as long as the totality of paths is not effectively exhausted, how shall we justify this one? 3. In Rousseau's text, after having indicated, by anticipation and as a prelude, the function of the sign supplement, we now prepare ourselves to privilege, in a manner that some will not hesitate to judge as exorbitant, certain texts like the Essay on the Origin of Languages and other fragments on the theory of language, langage, and writing. By what right? And why these short texts, published for the most part after the author's death, difficult to classify, of uncertain date and inspiration? To all these questions and within the logic of their system, there is no satisfying response. In a certain measure and in spite of the theoretical precautions that we formulate, our choice is in fact exorbitant. But what is the exorbitant? We wish to reach the point of a certain exteriority in relation to the totality of the epoch of logocentrism. Starting from this point of exteriority, a certain deconstruction of that totality could be broken through, which is also a traced path, of that orb, orbis, which is also orbitary, orbita. The first gesture of this departure in this deconstruction, although subject to a certain historical necessity, cannot be given methodological or logical intra-orbitary assurances. Within the closure, one can only judge its style in terms of the received oppositions. It may be said that this style is empiricist and in a certain way that would be correct. The departure is radically empiricist. It proceeds like an errant thought on the possibility of itinerary and of method. It is affected by non-knowledge as by its future, and it ventures out deliberately. We have ourselves defined the form and the vulnerability of this empiricism. But here the concept of empiricism destroys itself. To exceed the metaphysical orb is an attempt to get out of the right, orbita, to think the entirety of the classical conceptual oppositions, particularly the one within which the value of empiricism is held, the opposition of philosophy and non-philosophy, another name for empiricism, for this incapability to sustain by oneself up to the limit the coherence of one's own discourse, for being produced as truth at the moment when the value of truth is weakened, for escaping the internal contradictions of skepticism, etc. The thought of this historical opposition between philosophy and empiricism is not simply empirical, and one cannot qualify it thus without abuse and misunderstanding. Let us specify the schema. What is exorbitant in the reading of Rousseau? No doubt Rousseau, as we have already suggested, has only a very relative privilege in the history that interests us. If we merely wish to situate him within this history, the attention that we accord him would be clearly disproportionate. But that is not in the point. The point is to recognize a decisive articulation of the logocentric epoch. For that recognition, Rousseau has seemed to us to be a very fine revealer. That obviously supposes that we have already prepared the exit, determined the repression of writing as the fundamental operation of the epoch, read a certain number of texts but not all of them, a certain number of Rousseau's texts but not all of Rousseau's texts. This confession of empiricism can sustain itself only by the properties of the question. The opening of the question, the departure from the enclosure of an evidence, the weakening of a system of oppositions, all these movements necessarily have the form of empiricism and of errancy. At any rate, they cannot be described, as to past norms, except in this form. No other trace is available, and as these errant questions are not absolute beginnings in every way, they allow themselves to be effectively reached, on one entire surface of themselves, by this description which is also a critique. We must begin wherever we are, in the thought of the trace, which cannot not take the send into account, has already taught us that it was impossible to justify a point of departure absolutely. Wherever we are, in a text where we already believe ourselves to be. Let us narrow the argument down further. In certain respects, the theme of supplementarity is certainly no more than one theme among others. It is in a chain, carried by it. Perhaps one could substitute something else for it. But it happens that it describes the chain itself, the being chain of a textual chain, the structure of substitution, the articulation of desire and of language, langage, the logic of all conceptual oppositions taken over by Rousseau, and particularly the role and the functioning, in his system, of the concept of nature. In the text it tells us what a text is, in writing what writing is, in Rousseau's writing Jean-Jacques' desire, etc. If we consider, according to the axial proposition of this essay, that there is nothing outside the text, our ultimate justification would be the following. The concept of the supplement and the theory of writing designate, as one says so often today, an abyme, literally an abyss, indefinite series of reflections as in a hall of mirrors, detail in coat of arms, textuality itself in Rousseau's text. And we will see that the abyss is not here an accident, happy or unhappy. An entire theory of the structural necessity of the abyss will constitute itself, little by little, in our reading. The indefinite process of supplementarity has always already made a break within, and time, presence, has always already inscribed the space of repetition and of the doubling of the self. The representation and abyme of presence is not an accident of presence, the desire of presence is, on the contrary, born from the abyss of representation, from the representation of representation, etc. The supplement itself is quite exorbitant, in every sense of the word. Thus Rousseau inscribes textuality in the text. But its operation is not simple. It ruses with a gesture of effacement, and strategic relations like the relationships of force between the two movements form a complex design. This last seems to us to be represented in the handling of the concept of the supplement. Rousseau cannot utilize it at the same time in all its virtualities of sense. the way in which he determines it and, in so doing, lets himself be determined by that very thing that he excludes from it, the sense in which he inflects it. Here is addition, there is substitute, sometimes as the positivity and exteriority of evil, sometimes as happy auxiliary. All this translates neither a passivity nor an activity, neither an unconsciousness nor a lucidity of the author. Reading should not only abandon these categories, which are also, let us recall in passing, the founding categories of metaphysics, but produce the law of this relationship to the concept of the supplement. It is certainly a production, because one does not simply duplicate what Rousseau thought of this relationship. The concept of the supplement is a sort of blind spot in Rousseau's text, the not seen that opens and limits visibility. But the production, if it attempts to make the not seen visible, does not here leave the text. It has moreover only ever believed it was doing so by illusion. It is contained in the transformation of the language, langue, it designates, in the regulated exchanges between Rousseau and history. We know that these exchanges only take place by way of the language, langue, and the text, in the infrastructural sense that we now recognize in that word. And what we call production is necessarily a text, the system of a writing and of a reading of which we know a priori, but only now, and by a knowledge that is not one, that it orders itself around its own blind spot. Chapter 3. Genesis and structure of the essay on the origin of languages. I. The place of the essay. How is the voice and the logic of the supplement? Within that which should perhaps be called its graphic? On the chain of supplements, it was difficult to separate writing from onanism. Those two supplements have in common at least being dangerous. They transgress an interdict and are lived in culpability. But, by the economy of difference, they confirm the interdict they transgress, bypass a danger, and reserve an expenditure. In spite of them but also thanks to them, we are authorized to see the sun, to deserve the light that keeps us on the surface of the mine. What culpability attaches to these two experiences? What fundamental culpability is found fixed or deflected there? These questions can be elaborated in their proper place only if we first describe the structural and phenomenological superficies of these two experiences, and first their common space. In both cases, the possibility of auto-affection manifests itself as such, it leaves a trace of itself in the world. The worldly residence of a signifier becomes impregnable. That which is written remains, and the experience of touching touched admits the world as a third party. The exteriority of space is irreducible there. In the general structure of auto-affection, in the giving oneself a presence or an enjoyment, jouissance, the operation of touching touched receives the other within the narrow difference that separates doing from suffering. And the outside, the exposed surface of the body, signifies, marks forever the division that works at auto-affection. Auto-affection is a universal structure of experience. All living things have the power of auto-affection. And only a being capable of symbolizing, that is to say of auto-affecting, may let itself be affected by the other in general. Auto-affection is the condition of an experience in general. This possibility, another name for a life, is a general structure articulated by the history of life, and provides space for complex and hierarchical operations. Auto-affection, the as for itself or for itself, subjectivity, gains in power and in its mastery of the other to the extent that its power of repetition idealizes itself. Here idealization is the movement by which sensory exteriority, that which affects me or serves me as signifier, submits itself to my power of repetition, to what thenceforward appears to me as my spontaneity and escapes me less and less. One must here understand the voice in terms of this schema. Its system requires that it be heard and understood immediately by whoever emits it. It produces a signifier which seems not to fall into the world, outside the ideality of the signified, but to remain sheltered, even at the moment that it attains the audiophonic system of the other, in the pure interiority of auto-affection. It does not fall into the exteriority of space, and into what one calls the world, which is nothing other than the outside of the voice. In so-called living speech, the spatial exteriority of the signifier seems absolutely reduced. It is in terms of this possibility that one must pose the problem of the cry, of that which one has always excluded, into animality or of madness, like the myth of the inarticulate cry, and of the voice in the history of life. Conversation is, then, a communication between two absolute origins that, if one may risk this formula, auto-affect reciprocally, repeating as immediate echo the auto-affection produced by the other. Immediacy is here the myth of consciousness. Voice and the consciousness of voice, that is to say consciousness simply as self-presence, are the phenomenon of an auto-affection lived as suppression of difference. That phenomenon, that presumed suppression of difference, that lived reduction of the opacity of the signifier, are the origin of what is called presence. is present that which is not subjected to the process of difference. The present is that from which we believe we are able to think time, effacing the inverse necessity, to think the present from time as difference. This very formal structure is implied by all analyses of the investments, cathexes, of the system of orality and of the audiophonic system in general, however rich and diverse their field. As soon as non-presence comes to be felt within the voice, vowel, itself, and is at least pre-felt from the very threshold of articulation and diacriticity, writing is in some way fissured in its value. On the one hand, as we have seen, it is the effort of symbolically reappropriating presence. On the other, it consecrates the dispossession that had already dislocated speech. In both senses, one can say that, in one way or another, it had already begun to work on living speech, exposing it to the death within the sign. But the supplementary sign does not expose to death by affecting a self-presence that is already possible. Auto-affection constitutes the same, auto, as it divides it. Privation of presence is the condition of experience, that is to say of presence. Inasmuch as it puts into play the presence of the present and the life of the living, the movement of language does not, one suspects, have only an analogical relationship with sexual auto-affection. It merges with it in its totality, even if that totality is strongly articulated and differentiated. To want to distinguish them, such is the logocentric wish par excellence. Its last resort would be to disarticulate sexuality within the transcendental generality of the structure touching touched, as a certain phenomenology might describe it. That dissociation is the very one by which one wishes to distinguish speech from writing. Just as the fatal advantage of sexual auto-affection begins well before what one thinks one can circumscribe by the name of masturbation, organization of so-called wrong and pathological gestures, confined to some children or adolescents, so also is the supplementary menace of writing older than what one thinks one can exalt by the name of speech. From then on, metaphysics consists of excluding non-presence by determining the supplement as simple exteriority, as pure addition or pure absence. It is within the structure of supplementarity that the work of exclusion is operated. The paradox is that one annuls addition by considering it a pure addition. What is added is nothing because it is added to a full presence to which it is exterior. Speech comes to be added to intuitive presence, of the being, eton, of essence, of the eidos, of visa, etc. Writing comes to be added to living self-present speech, masturbation comes to be added to so-called normal sexual experience, culture comes to be added to nature, evil to innocence, history to origin, etc. The concept of origin or nature is nothing but the myth of addition, of supplementarity annulled by being purely additive. It is the myth of the effacement of the trace, that is to say of an originary difference that is neither absence nor presence, neither negative nor positive. Originary difference is supplementarity as structure. Here structure means the irreducible complexity within which one can only inflect or displace the play of presence or absence, that within which metaphysics can be produced but which it cannot think. That this movement of the effacement of the trace has been carried, from Plato to Rousseau and to Hegel, upon writing in the narrow sense is a displacement the necessity of which may now perhaps be perceived. Writing is one of the representatives of the trace in general, it is not the trace itself. The trace itself does not exist. To exist, it is to be a being, eton, a present entity, to one. This displacement leaves hidden, in a certain way, the place of the decision but it also designates it unmistakably. Writing, political evil, and linguistic evil. Desire desires the exteriority of presence and non-presence. This exteriority is a matrix. Among all its representants, exteriority of nature and its others, of good and of evil, of innocence and perversity, of consciousness and non-consciousness, of life and death, etc., there is one that now requires our special notice. It will introduce us to the essay on the origin of languages. It is the exteriority of mastery and servitude or of liberty and non-liberty. Among all these representants, the exteriority of liberty and non-liberty has perhaps a privilege. More clearly than others, it brings together the historical, political, economic, technological, and the metaphysical. Heidegger has summarized the history of metaphysics by repeating that which made of liberty the condition of presence, that is to say, of truth. To and the voice always gives itself out as the best expression of liberty. It is by itself language at liberty and the liberty of language, the straight talk which does not have to borrow its signifiers from the exteriority of the world, and which therefore seems incapable of being dispossessed. Do beings in chains and destitute in the worst way not make use of that interior spontaneity which is the voice? What is true of the citizen is in the first place true of those beings who are naked and available to the power of others, the newborn. The first gifts they receive from you are fetters, the first treatments that they experience are torture. Having nothing free but their voice, why should they not use it to complain? Emile, p. 15, p. 11, translation modified, italics added by Derrida. The essay on the origin of languages opposes the voice to writing as presence to absence and liberty to servitude. These are almost the final words of the essay. Now I say that every language, long, with which one cannot make oneself understood by the assembled people is a servile language. It is impossible for a people to remain free and speak that language. Chap. 20, p. 332. It is by way of this sentence that we have set foot again upon a Rousseauist ground that we had hardly left, during the detour through the Levi-Straussian ideology of the neighborhood, of a small community where everybody knew everybody else and where nobody went beyond how far the voice could carry, a classical ideology according to which writing takes the status of a tragic fatality come to prey upon natural innocence, interrupting the golden age of present and full speech. Rousseau concludes thus. These superficial reflections, which hopefully might give birth to more profound ones, I shall conclude with the passage that suggested them to me, to observe in fact and to show by examples, how much the character, customs and interests of a people influence their language, long, would provide material for a sufficiently philosophical investigation. Remarks on a General and Reasoned Grammar, by M. Duclos, p. 2, pages 73-74, translation modified. In fact, the Commentary 3 of Duclos, with the essay on the origin of human knowledge of Condillac, 1746, seems to have been one of the major sources of the essay on the origin of languages. One might even be tempted to consider Rousseau's essay as the accomplishment of the philosophic program assigned by Duclos. The latter regrets the penchant we have of making our language soft, effeminate and monotonous. We have reason to avoid roughness in pronunciation, but I think we go too far into the opposite fault. Formerly we pronounced many more diphthongs than we do today, in the tenses, as havois, chavois, jorois, jorwa, and in many nouns, such as François, François, Angloise, Anglois, Polonoi, Polonois, whereas today we say j'avais, chave, Francais, Angli, Polais. Those diphthongs, moreover, gave force and variety to pronunciation, and saved it from a monotony that partly arises from our multitude of muties. 4. The degradation of the language is the symptom of a social and political degradation, a theme that will become most frequent in the second half of the 18th century. It has its origin in the aristocracy and in the capital city. Duclos announces the Rousseauist themes most precisely when he holds forth thus: what we call society, and what our ancestors would merely have called a coterie, decides the nature of language, long, and manners, today. When a word has been for a time in use in these worldly circles, its pronunciation softens. 5. Duclos finds equally intolerable the mutilation thus inflicted upon words, alterations, and above all their abridgments. One must on no account shorten, words. This nonchalance in pronunciation, which is not incompatible with an impatience in expressing oneself, makes us alter even the nature of words, by chopping them up in such a way that the meaning is no longer recognizable. Today, for example, one pronounces the proverb as, in spite of him and his teeth, say dens, rather than in spite of him and his helpers, say aidens. We have more of these words shortened or corrupted by usage than one would credit. Our language will become imperceptibly more proper for conversations than for the tribune, and conversation sets the tone for the chair, the bar, and for the theater, whereas with the Greeks and Romans, the tribune did not submit to it. A sustained pronunciation and a fixed and distinct prosody must be maintained in particular by peoples who are obliged to treat publicly matters that are of interest to all the auditors, for, other things being equal, an order whose pronunciation is firm and varied would be understood at a greater distance than another. Alteration in a language and in pronunciation is thus inseparable from political corruption. The political model that inspires Duclos thus is democracy of the Athenian or Roman style. The language is the property of the people. Each derives its unity from the other. For if language has a body and a system, they inhere in the people assembled and bodily united. It is a people and a body that makes a language. A people is thus the absolute master of the spoken language, and it is an empire they possess unawares. 6. To dispossess the people of their mastery of the language, long, and thus of their self-mastery, one must therefore suspend the spoken in language, long. Writing is the very process of the dispersal of peoples unified as a body and the beginning of its enslavement. The body of a nation alone has authority over the spoken language, and the writers have the right over the written language. The people, Varro said, are not masters of writing as they are of speech. p. 420. This unity of political and linguistic evil calls for a philosophical examination. Rousseau already responds to this appeal by means of the essay. But we shall, very much later, recognize Duclaux's problematics in its sharpest form. The difficulty of the pedagogy of language, langage, and of the teaching of foreign languages is, Emile will say, that one cannot separate the signifier from the signified, and, changing words, one changes ideas in such a way that the teaching of a language transmits at the same time an entire national culture over which the pedagogue has no control, which resists him like the already there preceding the formation, the institution preceding instruction. You'll be surprised to find that I reckon the study of languages among the useless lumber of education. I maintain that if the study of languages were merely the study of words, that is, of the symbols by which language expresses itself, then this might be a suitable study for children, but languages, changing signs, also modify the ideas which they represent. Heads are formed on language, thoughts take the color of idioms. Reason alone is common, the spirit of every language has its particular form. A difference which could well have been partly the cause or the effect of national characters. This conjecture appears to be confirmed by the fact that in every nation under the sun, language follows the vicissitudes of manners, and is preserved or altered like them. p. 105, p. 73, translation modified. And this entire theory of the teaching of languages rests on a rigorous distinction between thing, sense, or idea, and sign, today one would say between referent, signified, and signifier. If the representant can have an effect, sometimes pernicious, on the represented, and if the child must not and cannot learn to speak more than one language, it is that each thing may have 1,000 different signs for him, but each idea may have only one form, ibid. Launched by Duclaux, the invitation to the philosophic examination of this question developed in Rousseau over a long period of time. In 1754 it had been formulated in the commentary. It is cited at the conclusion of the essay, but other passages of the commentary are evoked elsewhere, notably in Chapter 7. Do these citations, which could not have been anterior to the publication of the second discourse, Discourse on the Origin and Foundations of Inequality Among Men, also dated 1754, lead us to some certainty about the date of the composition of the essay? And to what extent can one connect this chronological problem with the systematic problem of what is called the state of the author's thought? The importance that we recognize in this work forbids us to neglect this question. On the date of the composition of this little-known and posthumously published text, the most authoritative interpreters and historians have rarely agreed. And when they have done so, it is generally for different reasons. The final stake of this problem is evident. Can one speak of a work of maturity? Does its content accord with the second discourse and the later works? In this debate, external arguments always mingle with internal ones. It is there for more than 70 years and has known two phases. If we begin by remembering the most recent, it is primarily because it has developed a little as if the first phase had not brought the external aspect of the problem to what we would consider to be a definite conclusion. But it is also because, in a certain way, it renews the form of the internal problem. The present debate, the economy of pity. The citations from Duclaux are not the sole indications that allow modern commentators to conclude that the essay comes after the second discourse or that it is at the most its contemporary. Bernard Gagnbin and Marcel Raymond recall in their edition of the Confessions 7 that the essay on the origin of languages appeared for the first time in a volume of treatises on music by J. Rousseau, which Depay republished in Geneva in 1781, based on the manuscript which he possessed and which he bequeathed to the Library of Neuchâtel, number 7835. The editors of the Confessions draw attention to this most remarkable little work. Too little read and use the citations from Duclaux as evidence for placing it after the second discourse. In short, they add, the very material of the essay presupposes a knowledge and a maturity of thought that Rousseau had not acquired in 1750. This is also the opinion of R. D. Wraith, 8 at least on Chapter 9 and 10, which are among the most important and which, explaining the formation of the languages of the South and the formation of the languages of the North, develop the themes strongly akin to those of the second. Is it not plausible, and tempting to imagine, that Rousseau might have spread out the composition of this text over many years? Can one not isolate in it many strata of his reflections? Could the passages from Duclaux not have been introduced later? Could certain of the important chapters not have been composed, completed, or revised at the same time as the second discourse or even after? That would reconcile the interpretations and would give a certain authority to the hypothesis of those who now place the conception, if not the entire execution, of the essay well before 1754. Thus Vaughan thinks, for external reasons, that the essay was planned before the second discourse, and even before the first discourse, 1750. 9. Indeed, it relates very closely to the writings on music. Its full title says it well, Essay on the Origin of Languages, which treats of melody, and musical imitation. It is known that the writings on music follow from a very precocious inspiration. In 1742 Rousseau read at the Academy of Sciences his projet concernant les nouveaux signes pour la musique. In 1743 the dissertation sur la musique moderne appeared. In 1749, year of the composition of the first discourse, Rousseau wrote, at d'Alembert's behest, the articles on music for the Encyclopedia. It is in the context of these articles that he will write the Dictionnaire de musique to which the essay was joined at the time of its first publication. Can one not imagine that the essay was projected at this time, even if its execution stretched out over many years, Rousseau modifying till 1754 certain intentions and certain chapters until he thought to make of the essay, as he says in a preface, 10 a piece of the second discourse? However, in spite of the convenience and plausibility of this reconciling conjecture, there is one point at which, for internal and systematic reasons, it is difficult to get rid of the disagreement by assigning a period and a part of the truth to each hypothesis. Here one must choose sides. The moment comes with respect to the philosophical content of Chapter 9, Formation of the Southern Languages. It is over the subject of this fundamental chapter that Derrida and Starobinsky differ. To be sure, they are never directly opposed on this point. But both give a note 11 to it, and their confrontation may illuminate our problem. That the essay was an intended part of the second discourse is, according to Derrida, the most plausible hypothesis, at least with respect to chapters 9 and 10, which show the same preoccupations as the discourse on inequality. Now, it is precisely in chapter 9 that Starobinsky locates an affirmation which seems incompatible to him with the intention of the second discourse. From it he concludes that Rousseau's thought had evolved. And it could only have evolved from the essay to the second discourse, since the doctrine will seemingly no longer vary on this point after 1754. Thus, systematically and historically, the essay is anterior to the second discourse. And that would appear from an examination of the status given by him to that fundamental sentiment which according to him is pity. Briefly, the second discourse makes of it a natural feeling or virtue, coming before the use of reflection, while in the essay, Rousseau seems to think that it is previously aroused. Let us conserve all the indeterminacy of the word for the moment, by judgment. Since it gives rise to no disagreement, let us first recall the doctrine of the second discourse. Rousseau affirms there unambiguously that pity is more primitive than the work of reason and reflection. That is a condition of its universality. And the argument could not help but aim at Hobbes. I think I need not fear contradiction in holding man to be possessed of the only natural virtue, which could not be denied him by the most violent detractor of human virtue. 12 I am speaking of compassion, pitié, which is a disposition suitable to creatures so weak and subject to so many evils as we certainly are, by so much the more universal and useful to mankind, as it comes before any kind of reflection, and at the same time so natural, that the very brutes themselves sometimes give evident proofs of it. And after giving examples of it within the human and the animal order, but referring almost always to the mother-child relationship, Rousseau continues. Such is the pure movement of nature, prior to all kinds of reflection. Such is the force of natural compassion, la pitié naturelle, which the greatest depravity of morals has as yet hardly been able to destroy. Mandeville well knew that, in spite of all their morality, men would have never been better than monsters, had not nature bestowed on them a sense of compassion, pitié, to aid their reason. It is then certain that compassion, pitié, is a natural feeling, which, by moderating the violence of love of self in each individual, contributes to the preservation of the whole species. It is this compassion, pitié, that hurries us without reflection to the relief of those who are in distress. It is this which in a state of nature supplies the place of laws, morals, and virtues, with the advantage that none are tempted to disobey its gentle voice. Pages 183 to 84. 13. Let us mark a pause before we take up the thread of the debate once again. Let us reconsider the system of metaphors. Natural pity, which is illustrated archetypically by the relationship between mother and child, and generally by the relationship between life and death, commands like a gentle voice. In the metaphor of that soft voice the presence of the mother as well as of nature is at once brought in. That the soft voice must be the mother's as well as nature's is clear from the fact that it is, as the metaphor of the voice clearly always indicates in Rousseau, a law. No one is tempted to disobey it at the same time because it is soft and because, being natural, and absolutely original, it is also inexorable. That maternal law is a voice. Pity is a voice. The voice is always, in its essence, the passage of virtue and good passion. As opposed to writing, which is without pity. The order of pity takes the place of law, it supplements law, that is to say instituted law. but as the law of the institution is also the supplement of natural law when the latter is lacking, one sees clearly that only the concept of the supplement allows us to think the relationship between nature and law here. These two terms have no sense except within the structure of supplementarity. The authority of non-maternal law has no sense except as it is substituted for the authority of natural law, for the gentle voice which it was clearly necessary to be tempted to disobey. The order without pity to which one accedes when the gentle voice stops making itself heard, is it quite simply, as we let it be imagined a moment ago, the order of writing? Yes and no. Yes, to the extent that writing is read literally, or is tied to the letter, en lit écriture à la lettera, ou en la lie à la lettera. No, as long as writing is understood in its metaphor. One might then say that the natural law, the gentle voice of pity, is not only uttered by a maternal instance, it is inscribed in our hearts by God. It concerns the natural writing, the writing of the heart, which Rousseau opposes to the writing of reason. Only the latter is without pity, it alone transgresses the interdict that, under the name of natural affection, ties the child to the mother and protects life from death. To transgress the law and the voice of pity is to replace natural affection by perverse passion. The first is good because it is inscribed in our hearts by God. It is here that we encounter that writing, divine or natural, whose metaphoric displacement we situated above. In Emile, describing what he calls the second birth, Rousseau will write, "Our passions are the chief means of self-preservation. To try to destroy them is therefore as vain as it is ridiculous. This would be to control nature, to reshape God's handiwork. If God bade man annihilate the passions he has given him, he would and would not, he would contradict himself. He has never given such a senseless order, there is nothing like it written on the human heart, and what God will have a man do, he does not leave to the words of another man, he speaks himself, his words are written in the depth of the heart." Pages 246-47, p. 173, translation modified. The absolutely primitive passion, which God may not ask us to deny without contradicting himself, is the love of self, l'amour de soi. We know that Rousseau distinguishes it from that self-love, l'amour propre, which is its corrupt form. Now, if the source of all passions is natural, all the passions are not so. 1,000 strange streams have swollen it, Ibid, translation modified. What concerns us here, about the status of pity, the root of the love of others, is that it is neither the source itself, nor a derived flow of passion, one acquired passion among others. It is the first derivation from the love of self. It is almost primitive, and it is in the difference between absolute proximity and absolute identity that the entire problematic of pity is lodged. The child's first sentiment is to love him/herself, and the second, which is derived from it, is to love those who come close. p. 248, p. 174, translation modified. That derivation is next demonstrated, it is less an estrangement and an interruption of the love of self than its first and most necessary consequence. If pity moderates the activity of the love of self, Second Discourse, p. 156, p. 184, translation modified, it is perhaps less by opposing itself to it 14 than by expressing it in an oblique way, by deferring it, because such moderation contributes to the mutual preservation of the species. Ibid, translation modified. It must again be understood how and why pity, itself supplemented by law and society, may also play the role of the supplementing. Why at a given time or all the time does it become the placeholder of culture, that which in the state of nature takes the place of laws, morals, and virtues? Second Discourse, p. 184. Against what analogue of itself, against what depravity does it guard us, which resembles and yet differs from it enough so that a substitution may take place? Is it by chance that, like many another supplement, the natural and pre-reflexive sentiment of pity, which contributes to the mutual preservation of the species, protects us from, among other deadly menaces, love? Is it by chance that pity protects man, homo, from destruction through the fury of love, to the extent that it protects man, vir, from his destruction through the fury of woman? What God's inscription means is that pity, which ties the child to the mother and life to nature, must protect us from the amorous passion which ties the child's becoming man, the second birth, to the mother's becoming woman. That becoming is the great substitution. Pity protects the humanity of man, and the life of the living, to the extent that it saves, as we shall go on to see, the virility of man and the masculinity of the male. In fact, if pity is natural, if that which brings us to identify with others is an innate movement, love, on the contrary, the amorous passion has nothing natural about it. It is a product of history and society. Of the passions that stir the heart of man, there is one which makes the sexes necessary to each other, and is extremely ardent and impetuous, a terrible passion that braves danger, surmounts all obstacles, and in its transport seems calculated to bring destruction on the human race which it is really destined to preserve. What must become of men who are left to this brutal and boundless rage, without modesty, without shame, and daily upholding their amours at the price of their blood? Second Discourse, p. 157, p. 185. Behind this bloody picture one must read, as in an underprint, the other scene, that which, a moment ago and with the help of the same colors, exhibited a world of dead horses, ferocious animals, and of children torn from the mother's breast. The amorous passion is thus the perversion of natural pity. Unlike the latter, it limits our attachment to a single person. As always in Rousseau, evil here has the form of determination, of comparison and of preference. That is to say of difference. This invention of culture denatures pity, deflects its spontaneous movement, which would carry it instinctively and indistinctly toward everything living, whatever may be its species and sex. Jealousy, which marks the interval between pity and love, is not only a creation of culture in our society. As a ruse of comparison, it is a stratagem of femininity, a cross-examination of nature by woman. What is cultural and historical in love is at the service of femininity, made to enslave man to woman. It is a factitious sentiment, born of social usage, supersubtly celebrated by women, with care for the establishment of their empire, and rendering dominant the sex that ought to obey. p. 158, p. 201, translation modified. Emile will say that the law of nature bids the woman obey the man. p. 517, p. 370. And Rousseau describes here the battle between man and woman according to the pattern and in the very terms of the Hegelian dialectic of master and slave, which illuminates not only his text but also the phenomenology of spirit. If he takes her from a lower rank, natural and civil law are in accordance and all goes well. It is just the opposite case when, making an alliance above himself, the man places himself in the alternative of harming his right or his recognition, and being ungrateful or scorned. Then the wife, laying claim to authority, makes herself a tyrant over her boss, and the master, become a slave, finds himself to be the most ridiculous and miserable of creatures. Such are the unhappy favorites whom the sovereigns of Asia honor and torment with their alliance, and who, people say, to sleep with their wives, dare not enter the bed but by the foot. Ibid, translation modified. The historical perversion 15 is introduced through a double substitution of a political command for domestic government, and of moral for physical love. It is natural that the woman govern the home and Rousseau recognizes her natural talent for it, but she must do it under the husband's authority, as a minister in the state, by contriving to be ordered to do what she wants. I expect that many of my readers, remembering that I gave to women a natural talent for governing men, will accuse me here of contradiction, yet they will be mistaken. There is a vast difference between arrogating to oneself the right to command, and governing him who commands. Women's reign is a reign of gentleness, skill, and kindness. Her commands are caresses, her threats are tears. She should reign in the home as a minister in the state, by contriving to be ordered to do what she wants. In this sense, I grant you, that the best managed homes are those where the wife has most power. But when she disregards the voice of her boss, when she desires to usurp his rights and take the command upon herself, this disorder leads only to misery, scandal, and dishonor. Ibid, italics added by Derrida, translation modified. In modern society, then, order has been reversed by woman, and that is the very form of usurpation. That substitution is not one abuse among others. It is the paradigm of violence and of political anomaly. Like the linguistic evil of which we spoke above, and we shall soon see the two directly linked, that substitution is a political evil. The letter to M. D'Alembert says it well. No longer wishing to commit to separation, unable to make themselves into men, the women make us into women. This inconvenience, which degrades man, is much in evidence everywhere, but it is especially in states like ours that it is important to prevent it. Whether a monarch governs men or women ought to be rather indifferent to him, provided that he be obeyed, but in a republic, men are needed. 16. The morality of this proposition is that women themselves would gain if the republic restored the natural order, for in a perverse society man scorns the woman he must obey, in a cowardly way devoted to the will of the sex that we ought to protect rather than serve. We have learned to scorn them while we obey, to outrage them by our railing concern. And Paris, guilty of the degradations of language, is again incriminated, and each Parisian woman in her apartment assembles a seraglio of men more woman than herself, who know how to render all kinds of homage to beauty, except for that of the heart which she deserves. Ibid, translation modified. The natural image of woman, as Rousseau reconstitutes it, outlines itself little by little, exalted by man but submissive to him. She must govern without being mistress. One must respect her, that is to say love her, from a sufficient distance so that the forces, our own and those of the body politic, are not breached through it. For we risk our constitution not only by cohabiting with women, instead of containing them within domestic government, but also by regulating our society according to theirs. They, men, are affected as much as and more than women by commerce that is too intimate. They lose only their morals, but we lose our morals and our constitution. p. 204, p. 100. The contest is not equal. Perhaps that is the most profound signification of the play of supplementarity. This takes us directly to the other form of substitutive perversion, that which adds moral to physical love. There is a naturalness in love, it serves procreation and the conservation of the species. That which Rousseau calls the physicalness of love is, as its name indicates, natural, and thus conjoined to the movement of pity. Desire is not pity, to be sure, but, according to Rousseau, it is pre-reflexive like pity. Now one must distinguish between what is moral and what is physical in the passion called love. Second Discourse, p. 157, p. 196. Within the moral that substitutes itself for the natural, within the institution, history, and culture, female perfidy, thanks to social usage, works to cross-examine natural desire in order to capture its energy so that it may be directed to a single person. It thus makes sure of an usurped mastery. The physical is that general desire which brings one sex to unite with the other, the moral is that which determines this desire and fixes it exclusively upon one object, or at least gives it a greater degree of energy toward this preferred object. Second Discourse, pages 157-58, p. 186, translation modified. The operation of femininity, and that femininity, the feminine principle, may be at work among women just as much as among those whom society calls men and whom, Rousseau says, women turn to women consists therefore in capturing energy to attach it to a single theme, to a single representation. Such is the history of love. In it is reflected history as such as denaturalization, that which is added to nature, the moral supplement, displaces the force of nature by substitution. In that sense the supplement is nothing, it has no proper energy, no spontaneous movement. It is a parasitic organism, an imagination or representation which determines and orients the force of desire. One can never explain, in terms of nature and natural force, the fact that something like the difference of a preference might, without any proper force. Such an astonishment gives all its style and all its form to Rousseau's thought. This schema is already an interpretation of history by Rousseau. But this interpretation lends itself in its turn to a second interpretation where we notice a certain hesitation. Rousseau seems to oscillate between two readings of this history. And the sense of that oscillation should be recognized here. It will illuminate our analysis yet further. Sometimes the perverse substitution is described as the origin of history, as historicity itself and the first deviation with respect to natural desire. Sometimes it appears as an historical depravity in history, not simply a corruption in the form of supplementarity but a supplementary corruption. It is thus that one may read descriptions of an historical society in which woman takes her place, remains in her place, occupies her natural place, as an object of an uncorrupted love. The ancients spent almost their whole lives in the open air, either dispatching their business or taking care of the states in the public place, or walking in the country, in gardens, on the seashore, in the rain or under the sun, and almost always bareheaded. In all of this, no women at all, but they knew well how to find them in case of need, and we do not find from their writings and the samples of their conversation which are left to us that intelligence, taste, or even love, lost anything by this reserve. Letter to M. D'Alembert, p. 204, p. 101, italics added by Derrida, translation modified. But is there a difference between corruption in the form of supplementarity and supplementary corruption? Perhaps it is the concept of supplementarity itself that allows us to think these two interpretations of interpretation at the same time. From the first departure from nature, the play of history, as supplementarity, carries within itself the principle of its proper self-degradation, of the supplementary degradation, of the degradation of degradation. The acceleration, the precipitation of perversion within history, is implied from the start by the historical perversion itself. But the concept of the supplement, considered, as we have already done, as an economic concept, should allow us to say the contrary at the same time without contradiction. The logic of the supplement, which is not the logic of identity, makes it possible, simultaneously, for the acceleration of evil to find at once its historical compensation and its historical guardrail. History precipitates history, society corrupts society, but the evil that links both in an indefinite chain, Kilea has its natural supplement as well. History and society produce their own resistance to the abyss, La Beam. Thus, for example, the moral part of love is immoral, captor and destroyer. But just as one may guard presence while deferring it, just as one may defer the expenditure, put off the mortal cohabitation with woman by that other power of death which is autoeroticism, so also, according to this economy of life or death, society may place a moral guardrail over the abyss of moral love. The morality of society can in fact defer or weaken the capturing of energy by imposing on woman the virtue of modesty. In modesty, that product of social refinement, it is in truth natural wisdom, the economy of life that controls culture by culture. Rousseau's entire discourse, let us note in passing, finds here its proper field of exercise. As women betray the natural morality of physical desire, society invents, but it is a ruse of nature, the moral imperative of modesty which limits immorality. That is to say morality, for moral love was never immoral except as it menaced man's life. The theme of modesty has a greater importance in the letter to M. d'Alembert than is generally believed. But it is major in Emile, especially in that fifth book which must be followed here line by line. Modesty is clearly defined there as a supplement of natural virtue. It has to do with knowing if men wish to allow themselves to be dragged to their death, p. 447, p. 322. By the number and intemperance of women. Their boundless desire does not in fact have that sort of natural restraint that one encounters in female animals. With the latter, the need satisfied, the desire ceases, they no longer make a feint of repulsing the male, they do it in earnest. They do exactly the opposite of what Augustus' daughter did, they receive no more passengers when the ship has its cargo. Instinct drives them and instinct stops them. Where will there be the supplement of this negative instinct in women, when you have removed their modesty? To wait for them not to care for men any longer, is to wait for them to be good for nothing, italics added by Derrida, translation modified. And this supplement is indeed the economy of men's lives. See, their natural intemperance would lead men to death, because it controls their desires. Modesty is the true morality of women. It is clearly confirmed that the concept of nature and the entire system it commands may not be thought except under the irreducible category of the supplement. Although modesty comes to supplement the lack of a natural and instinctive restraint, it is, nonetheless, as a supplement, and moral as it certainly is, natural. This cultural product has a natural origin and a natural finality. It is God who has inscribed it in his creatures, the Most High has wished to do all honor to mankind, in giving to man inclinations without measure, he gives them at the same time the law that regulates them, so that he may be free and self-controlled. In giving him over to immoderate passions, he joins to these passions the reason by which to govern them. In giving woman over to unlimited desires, he joins to these desires the modesty to control them. p. 323, translation modified. Thus God gives reason to supplement natural inclinations. Reason is thus at once in nature and a supplement to nature, it is a supplementary ration, which supposes that nature might sometimes lack something within itself or, what is not different, might exceed itself. And God even adds a bonus, premium, a recompense, a supplement to the supplement. Moreover, Rousseau continues, he adds yet another real recompense to the good use of their faculties, that is to say getting to like honest things when one makes of them the rule of behaves actions. To my mind all this is well worth the instinct of the beasts, p. 323, translation modified. Letting oneself be guided by this schema, one would have to reread all the texts describing culture as the alteration of nature, in the sciences, the arts, spectacles, masks, literature, writing. One would have to take them up again within the network of this structure of moral love, as the war of the sexes and as the chaining of the force of desire by the feminine principle. Setting not only men against women but also men against men, this war is historic. It is not a natural or biological phenomenon. As in Hegel, it is a war of consciousness and desires, not of natural needs or desires. How does one recognize it? In particular by what cannot be explained by the scarcity of females or by the exclusive intervals, during which the females constantly refuse the addresses of the male, which, Rousseau notes, amounts to the first cause, for if each female admits the male but during 2 months in the year, it is the same as if the number of females were 5/6 less. Now, neither of these two cases is applicable to the human species, in which the number of females usually exceeds that of males, and among whom it has never been observed, even among savages, that the females have, like those of other animals, their stated times of heat and exclusion. 17. Moral love, not having any biological foundation, is born of the power of the imagination. All the depravity of culture, as the movement of difference and preference, is therefore related to the possession of women. One must always know who will have the women but also what the women will have. And what price will be paid in that calculation of forces. Now according to the principle of acceleration or of capitalization that we have just acknowledged, what opens evil is also that which precipitates toward the worst. Rousseau might say like Montaigne, our morals bend with a marvelous inclination toward worsening, SA 282. D. Thus writing, here literary, conspires with moral love. The first appears at the same time as the second. But moral love degrades even writing. It enervates writing as it enervates man. It provokes. These throngs of ephemeral works which are born every day, made only to amuse women and having neither strength nor depth, all flying from the dressing table to the counter. This is the way to rewrite ever again the same things and to make them always new. One will cite me 2 or 3 which will serve as exceptions, but I will cite 100,000 which will confirm the rule. It is for this reason that most of the productions of our age will pass with it, and posterity will think that very few books were written in this age which produced so many. 18. Has this detour taken us far from our initial preoccupation? How will it help us to situate the essay more precisely? We have just verified that, comprehended by the entire system of oppositions that it sustains, the concept of natural pity is fundamental. Yet, according to Starobinsky, it would be absent, indeed excluded, from the essay on the origin of languages. And one cannot ignore this fact when assigning it a place within the history and architectonics of Rousseau's thought. The importance of the spontaneous outburst of pity, the unreasoned foundation of morality, has been indicated by Rousseau since the preface to the Discourse, cf. p. 126 and n. 1. In this part of the Discourse, and later in Emile, Rousseau does not cease affirming that pity is a virtue that precedes the usage of all reflection. This is the definitive state of Rousseau's thought on this subject. Now the essay on the origin of languages, ch. 9, formulates on this point many quite different ideas, which will perhaps allow us to attribute to this text, or at least to this chapter, a date anterior to the final draft of the Discourse on the Origin of Inequality. In the essay, Rousseau does not admit the possibility of an unpremeditated burst of sympathy, and seems more inclined to sustain the Hobbesian idea of the war of all against all. They were not bound by any idea of common fraternity and, having no other arbiter than force, they believed themselves to be one another's enemies. A man abandoned alone on the face of the earth at the mercy of mankind must have been a ferocious animal. Social affections develop in us only with our enlightenment. Pity, although natural to the heart of man, would remain eternally inactive without the imagination that puts it into play. How do we let ourselves be moved to pity? By transporting ourselves outside of ourselves, by identifying ourselves with the suffering being. We suffer only as much as we judge he suffers. He who has never reflected cannot be clement, or just, or pitying, no more than he can be wicked and vindictive. Pages 305-6. This more intellectualist conception of pity agrees with the thought of Wollaston, E. Are these affirmations, extracted from the essay and put forward by Starobinsky, incompatible with the theses of the Second Discourse and Emile? It seems not. At least for 3 sorts of reasons. A. First, Rousseau makes a concession in the essay which assures its place within the entire theory, supposedly later, of pity. He writes, although pity is natural to the human heart, he thus recognizes that pity is an innate, spontaneous, and pre-reflexive virtue. That will be the thesis of the Second Discourse and of Emile. B. That without which the pity natural to man's heart would remain asleep, inactive, is not reason, but the imagination, which puts it into play. According to the Second Discourse, reason and reflection risk strangling or corrupting natural pity. Reflective reason is not contemporaneous with pity. The essay does not say the contrary. Pity does not awaken with reason but with imagination, which wrenches it from its slumbering inactuality. Now, not only does Rousseau distinguish, as if it goes without saying, between imagination and reason, but he makes this difference the sinew of his entire thought. Certainly imagination here has a value whose ambiguity has often been recognized. If it is able to deroot us, it is first because it opens the possibility of progress. It broaches history. Without it perfectibility would be impossible, which constitutes in the eyes of Rousseau, as one knows, the only trait absolutely distinctive of humanity. Although things are most complex when it comes to reason according to Rousseau, 19, it may be said that, in certain regards, reason, as understanding and the faculty of forming ideas, is less proper to humanity than imagination and perfectibility. We have already noticed in what sense reason may be called natural. One may also remark from another point of view that animals, although they are gifted with intelligence, are not perfectible. They are deprived of that imagination, of that power of anticipation that exceeds present and sensible data and takes us toward the unperceived. Every animal has ideas, since it has senses, it even combines those ideas up to a certain point, and man differs from the brute, in this respect, only as more than less. Some philosophers have even maintained that there is a greater difference between one man and another than between some men and some beasts. It is not, therefore, so much the understanding that constitutes the specific difference between the man and the brute, as the human quality of free agency. Second Discourse, p. 141, p. 170, translation modified. Liberty is therefore perfectibility. There is another very specific quality which distinguishes them, man and animal, and which will admit of no dispute. This is the faculty of self-perfectibility, p. 142, p. 185, translation modified. Now, the imagination is at the same time the condition of perfectibility, it is liberty, and that without which pity would neither awaken nor exercise itself within the human order. It activates and excites a virtual power. 1. Imagination inaugurates liberty and perfectibility because sensibility, as well as intellectual reason, filled and appeased by the presence of the perceived, is exhausted by a fixed concept. Animality has no history because sense perception and understanding are, at root, functions of passivity. As reason has little force, interest alone does not have as much force as one believes. Only imagination is active and one excites the passions only by imagination. Letter to the Prince of Württemberg. November 10, 1963. Immediate consequence, reason, a function of interest and need, the technical and calculating faculty, is not the origin of language, langage, which is also proper to man and without which there would be no perfectibility. Language is born of the imagination, which arouses or at any rate excites sentiment or passion. This affirmation, which will be repeated ceaselessly, is already there at the opening of the essay, Speech Distinguishes Man Among Animals, p. 289. The first words of Chapter 2. It is therefore to be believed that needs dictated the first gestures and that the passions rested the first voices, vowels, p. 293, translation modified. We thus see two series taking shape, 1. Animality, need, interest, gesture, sensibility, understanding, reason, etc. 2. Humanity, passion, imagination, speech, liberty, perfectibility, etc. It will appear little by little that, under the complexity of the strands that come together in Rousseau's texts among these terms, requiring the minutest and most careful analyses, these two series always relate to each other according to the structure of supplementarity. All the nouns of the second series are metaphysical determinations, and therefore inherited, laid out with a laborious and interrelating coherence, of supplementary difference. A dangerous difference, of course. For we have omitted the master name of a supplementary series, death. Or rather, for death is nothing, the relationship to death, the anguished anticipation of death. All the possibilities of the supplementary series, which have the relationships of metonymic substitutions among themselves, indirectly name the danger itself, the horizon and source of all determined dangers, the abyss from which all menaces announce themselves. We should not be surprised when, in the second discourse, the notion of perfectibility or liberty is set forth at the same time as the knowledge of death. The property of man is announced from the double possibility of liberty and of the express anticipation of death. The difference between human desire and animal need, between relationship with the woman and relationship with the female, is the fear of death. The only goods he, the animal, recognizes in the universe are food, a female, and sleep. The only evils he fears are pain and hunger. I say pain, and not death, for the animal will never know what it is to die, and the knowledge of death, and its terrors, is one of the first acquisitions that man has made in departing from an animal state. Second Discourse, p. 143, p. 171, translation modified, so does the child become man when he opens himself to the sense of death. Emile, p. 20, p. 15, translation modified. If one moves along the whole course of the supplementary series, one sees that imagination belongs to the same chain of significations as the anticipation of death. Imagination is at bottom the relationship with death. The image is death. A proposition that one may define or make indefinite thus, the image is a death or, the, death is an image. Imagination is the power, for life, to affect itself with its own representation. The image cannot represent and add the representant to the represented, except insofar as the presence of the represented is already folded back upon itself in the world, insofar as life refers to itself as to its own lack, to its own demand for a supplement. The presence of the represented is constituted thanks to the addition to itself of that nothing which is the image, announcement of its dispossession in its proper representative, representan, and in its death. The property, la propria, of the subject is nothing but the movement of that representative expropriation. In that sense imagination, like death, is representative and supplementary. Let us not forget that these are the qualities Rousseau expressly recognizes in writing. Imagination, liberty, and speech belong then to the same structure as the relationship with death, let us rather say relationship than anticipation. To suppose that there is a being before death, it is not necessarily relationship to a future more or less distanced on a line or a horizon of time. It is a structure of presence. How do pity and the identification with others' suffering intervene there? 2. Imagination, we said, is that without which natural pity would not let itself be excited. Rousseau says this clearly in the essay, but, contrary to what Starobinsky's most careful formulation would seem to imply, he also says it elsewhere, invariably. Pity never stops being in his eyes a natural sentiment or an inner virtue that only imagination has the power to awaken or reveal. Let us note in passing, the entire Rousseauist theory of the theatre also communicates in representation the power of identification, pity, with the faculty of the imagination. If one now remembers that Rousseau gives the name terror to the fear of death, Second Discourse, p. 143, p. 171, one holds together the entire system which organizes the concepts of terror and pity on the one hand, and of the tragic scene, representation, the imagination, and death on the other. One then understands by this example the ambivalence of the power of imagining. It surmounts animality and arouses human passion only by opening the scene in the space of theatrical representation. It inaugurates the perversion whose possibility is itself inscribed in the notion of perfectibility. The schema upon which Rousseau's thought has never varied would therefore be the following: pity is innate, but in its natural purity it is not proper to man, it belongs to all living beings in general. It is so natural, that the very brutes themselves sometimes give sensible signs of it, p. 182, translation modified. This pity does not awaken of itself in humanity, does not access passion, language, and representation, does not produce identification with the other as with another me, except with imagination. Imagination is the becoming human of pity. That is indeed the thesis of the essay. Pity, although natural to the heart of man, would remain eternally inactive without the imagination that puts it into play, p. 306. This appeal to activation and to actualization by the imagination is so little in contradiction with other texts that one can follow everywhere in Rousseau's work a theory of innateness as virtuality or of naturality as sleeping potentiality. 20 Not a very original theory to be sure, but one whose organizing role is indispensable here. It asks us to think of nature not as a given, as a real presence, but as a reserve. This concept is itself disconcerting. One may determine it as a hidden actuality, dissimulated deposit, but also as a reserve of indeterminate power. Such that the imagination, which makes the power of its reserve come forth, is at once beneficent and maleficent. In fact, such is the empire of the imagination among us and such is its influence, that from it are born not only the virtues and the vices, but also good and evil. Dialogues, Pleiadi, pages 815-16, p. 120, translation modified. And if certain people pervert the usage of this consoling faculty, it is once more by the power of the imagination. Escaping all real and exterior influence, the imagination, faculty of signs and appearances, perverts itself. It is the subject of perversion. It awakens the virtual faculty but just as quickly transgresses it. It brings forth the power which was reserved but, by showing that power what lies beyond it, by superseding it, imagination signifies for it its powerlessness. It animates the faculty of enjoyment, zwir, but inscribes a difference between desire and power. If we desire beyond our power of satisfaction, the origin of that surplus and of that difference is named imagination. This permits us to determine a function of the concept of nature or of primitivity. It is the equilibrium between reserve and desire. Impossible equilibrium, for desire cannot awaken and move out of its reserve except by the imagination, which also breaks the equilibrium. This impossible thing, another name for nature, therefore remains a limit. Ethics according to Rousseau, human wisdom, the path of true happiness, consists, then, in holding oneself as close as possible to that limit, and in diminishing the excess of desires upon the faculties. It is thus that nature, who does everything for the best, has instituted him from the first. She gives him immediately only such desires as are necessary for self-preservation and the faculties sufficient for their satisfaction. All the rest she has stored in the bottom of his mind as a sort of reserve, to be developed there at need. It is only in this primitive condition that we encounter the equilibrium between desire and power, and then alone man is not unhappy. As soon as his virtual faculties begin to function, imagination, more powerful than all the rest, awakes, and precedes all the rest. It is imagination which enlarges the measure of the possible for us, whether for good or ill, and therefore stimulates and feeds desires by the hope of satisfying them. But the object which seemed at first within our grasp flies quicker than we can follow. Thus we exhaust our strength, yet never reach our goal, and the more we catch up with pleasure, jouissance, the further happiness moves away from us. On the other hand, the more nearly man remains close to his natural condition, the more the difference between his desires and his powers is small, and he is therefore less remote from happiness. The world of reality has its bounds, the world of imagination is infinite. As we cannot enlarge the one, let us shrink the other, for all the sufferings which really make us miserable arise from their difference. Emile, p. 64, pages 44 to 45, translation modified. Italics added by Derrida. One will have remarked. 1. That imagination, origin of the difference between power and desire, is determined as difference, of or in presence or pleasure, jouissance. 2. That the relationship to nature is defined in terms of negative distance. It is not a question of either departing from nature, or of rejoining it, but of reducing its distance. 3. That imagination, which excites other virtual faculties, is nonetheless itself a virtual faculty, the most active of all. So much so that the power of transgressing nature is itself within nature. It belongs to nature's resources. Better, we shall see that it holds the reserve in reserve. This being in nature has thus the strange mode of being of the supplement, designating at once the excess and lack of nature in nature. It is on the signification of being in that we will locate here, as on one example among others, the trembling of a classical logic. Inasmuch as it is the most active of all the faculties, imagination cannot be awakened by any faculty. When Rousseau says it awakens itself, he means it in a well-considered sense. Imagination owes only to itself the power of giving birth to itself, say Donner Lejour. It creates nothing because it is imagination. But it receives nothing that is alien or anterior to it. It is not affected by the real. It is pure auto-affection. It is the other name of difference as auto-affection. 21. Rousseau designs man out of this possibility. Imagination inscribes the animal within human society. It makes the animal access humankind. The paragraph of the essay which we were just reading ends thus: he who imagines nothing senses no one but himself, he is alone in the midst of humankind. Translation modified. This solitude or this non-belonging to humankind is due to the fact that suffering remains mute and closed in upon itself. Which signifies on the one hand that it cannot open itself, by the awakening of pity, to the suffering of the other as other, and on the other hand that it cannot exceed itself toward death. Indeed, the animal does have a virtual faculty of pity, but it imagines neither the suffering of the other as such nor the passage from suffering to death. Indeed, that is one and the same limit. The relation with the other and the relation with death are one and the same opening. What would be lacking in what Rousseau calls the animal is the ability to live its suffering as the suffering of another and as the threat of death. Thought within its hidden relation to the logic of the supplement, the concept of virtuality, like the entire problematic of power in the act, undoubtedly has for its function, for Rousseau in particular and within metaphysics in general, the systematic predetermining of becoming as production and development, evolution or history, through the substitution of the accomplishment of a dynamis for the substitution of a trace, of pure history for pure play, and, as we noted above, of a bridging of the gap for a break. The movement of supplementarity seems to escape this alternative and to permit us to think it. See, Rousseau thus comes to evoke the awakening of pity by the imagination, that is to say by representation and reflection, in the double but actually in the single sense of those words. In the same chapter, he forbids us to think that before the actualization of pity through imagination, man is wicked and bellicose. Let us recall Starobinsky's interpretation. In the essay, Rousseau does not admit the possibility of an unpremeditated burst of sympathy, and seems more inclined to sustain the Hobbesian idea of the war of all against all. They were not bound by any idea of common fraternity, and having no other arbiter than force, they believed themselves to be one another's enemies. A man abandoned alone on the face of the earth at the mercy of mankind must have been a ferocious animal. Essay, pages 305-6. Rousseau does not say they were each other's enemies, but they believed themselves to be one another's enemies. We ought to consider that nuance, and we have, it seems, the right to do so. Primitive hostility is born out of a primitive illusion. This first opinion is due to a misguided belief, born of isolation, weakness, dereliction. That it is only a simple opinion and already an illusion appears clearly in these 3 sentences that we must not omit. They believed themselves to be one another's enemies. It was their weakness and ignorance that gave them this opinion. Knowing nothing, they feared everything. They attacked in order to defend themselves. A man abandoned alone. Essay, p. 305. Italics added by Derrida. Ferocity is thus not bellicose but fearful. Above all, it is incapable of declaring war. It is the character of the animal, ferocious animal, of the isolated being who, not having been awakened to pity by the imagination, does not yet participate in sociality or in humankind. That animal, let us emphasize, was ready to do unto others all the evil that he feared from them. Fear and weakness are the sources of cruelty. Essay, p. 306, translation modified. Italics added by Derrida. Cruelty is not positive wickedness. The disposition to do evil finds its resource only in the other, in the illusory representation of evil that the other seems disposed to do to me. Is this not already sufficient reason for setting aside the resemblance with the Hobbesian theory of a natural war that imagination and reason would merely organize into a sort of economy of aggressivity? But Rousseau's text is even clearer. In the essay, the paragraph that occupies us comprises another proposition that forbids us to consider the moment of slumbering pity as the moment of bellicose wickedness, as a Hobbesian moment. How in fact does Rousseau describe that moment? Here at least it does not matter if it is real or mythic, the structural instance of slumbering pity? What, according to him, is that moment when language, langage, imagination, relation to death, etc., are still reserved? At that moment, he says, he who is never reflected cannot be clement, or just, or pitying, p. 306. To be sure. But that is not to say that he would be unjust and pitiless. He is simply held short of that opposition of values. For Rousseau follows up immediately, no more than he can be wicked and vindictive. He who imagines nothing feels only himself, he is alone in the midst of mankind, Ibid. In that state, the oppositions at work in Hobbes have neither sense nor value. The system of appreciation into which political philosophy moves, has as yet no chance to function. And one thus sees more clearly within what, neutral, naked, and bare, element it enters into play. Here one may speak with indifference of goodness or badness, of peace or war, each time it will be as true as false, always irrelevant. What Rousseau thus reveals is the neutral origin of all ethico-political conceptuality, its field of objectivity, or its axiological system. All the oppositions that follow in the wake of the classical philosophy of history, culture, and society must therefore be neutralized. Before this neutralization, or this reduction, political philosophy proceeds within the naivete of acquired and accidental evidence. And it incessantly risks the blunder made by those who, reasoning on the state of nature, import into it ideas gathered in a state of society. Second Discourse, p. 146, p. 174, translation modified. The reduction that the essay operates has a particular style. Rousseau neutralizes oppositions thereby erasing them, and he erases them by affirming contradictory values at the same time. This procedure is used with coherence and firmness, precisely in Chapter 9. From whence the apparent contradiction seen in the fathers of nations. So much naturalness and so much inhumanity, such ferocious morals and such tender hearts. These barbarous times were the golden age, not because men were united, but because they were separated. Men, if you like, attacked upon meeting, but they rarely met. Everywhere reigned the state of war, and the whole earth was at peace. Pages 306-7, translation modified 22. To privilege one of the two terms, to believe for example that only a state of war actually existed, was Hobbes's mistake that strangely redoubles the illusory opinion of the first man who believed they were enemies of each other. Again, no difference between essay and second discourse. The reduction operating in the essay will be confirmed in the second discourse, precisely in the course of a critique of Hobbes. What is reproached in Hobbes is precisely that he concludes too quickly that men were neither naturally awakened to pity, nor bound by any idea of common fraternity, that they were therefore wicked and bellicose. We cannot read the essay as Hobbes might have hastily interpreted it. We cannot conclude wickedness from non-goodness. The essay says it and the second discourse confirms it, if we assume that the latter comes after the former. Above all, let us not conclude, with Hobbes, that because man has no idea of goodness, he must be naturally wicked, that he is vicious because he does not know virtue. Hobbes did not see that the same cause, which prevents a savage from making use of his reason, as our jurists hold, prevents him also from abusing his faculties, as Hobbes himself allows, so that it may be justly said that savages are not bad precisely because they do not know what it is to be good, for it is neither the development of the understanding nor the restraint of the law that hinders them from doing ill, but the calm of their passions, and their ignorance of vice. Tanto plus an illis proficit vitiorum ignoratio, quam in his cognitio virtutis. 23. One knows also from other indications that the economy of pity does not vary from the essay to the great works. When pity is awakened by imagination and reflection, when sensible presence is exceeded by its image, we can imagine and judge that the other feels and suffers. Yet, we neither can nor should simply experience the suffering of others by itself. Pity, according to Rousseau, excludes that the movement of identification be simple and entire. Apparently for two reasons, in truth for a single profound reason. It is a question yet again of a certain economy. 1. We neither can nor should feel the pain of others immediately and absolutely, for such an interiorization or identification would be dangerous and destructive. That is why the imagination, the reflection, and the judgment that arouse pity also limit its power and hold the suffering of the other at a certain distance. One knows this suffering for what it is, one pities others, but one protects oneself, and holds the evil at arm's length. This doctrine, which could once again be connected to the theory of theatrical representation, is articulated in both the essay and Emile. The paradox of the relation to the other is clearly articulated there. The more one identifies with the other, the better one feels his suffering as his, ours is the other's. That of the other, as what it is, must surely remain the other's. There is no authentic identification except in a certain non-identification, etc. The essay. How do we let ourselves be moved to pity? By transporting ourselves outside of ourselves, by identifying ourselves with the suffering being. We suffer only as much as we judge he suffers. It is not in ourselves, it is in him that we suffer. p. 306. Emile. He shares the pain of his fellow creatures, but this sharing is voluntary and gentle. He enjoys at once the pity he feels for their woes and the joy of being exempt from them. He feels in himself that state of vigor which projects us beyond ourselves, and bids us carry elsewhere the superfluous activity of our well-being. To pity another's woes we must indeed know them, but we should not feel them. p. 270, p. 190, translation modified. We must therefore not let ourselves be destroyed by identification with others. The economy of pity and of morality must always let itself be contained within the limits of the love of self, all the more because only this last can illuminate the good of others for us. That is why the maxim of natural goodness, do to others as you would have them do unto you, should be tempered by this other maxim, much less perfect indeed, but perhaps more useful: do good to yourself with as little evil as possible to others. Second Discourse, p. 156, p. 185, translation modified. The latter is put in place of the former. 2. Further, identification by interiorization would not be moral. A. It would not recognize suffering as the suffering of the other. Morality, respect for the other, therefore supposes a certain non-identification. This paradox of pity's relation to the other, Rousseau makes it appear also as the paradox of the imagination and of time, that is to say of comparison. This concept, so important in Rousseau's thought, is at the center of the essay's chapter 9, and it intervenes in the explication of pity. In the experience of suffering as the suffering of the other, the imagination, as it opens us to a certain non-presence within presence, is indispensable. The suffering of others is lived by comparison, as our non-present, past or future suffering. Pity would be impossible outside of this structure, which links imagination, time, and the other as one and the same opening to non-presence. To pity another's woes we must indeed know them, but we should not feel them. When one has suffered, or, when we are in fear of suffering, we pity those who suffer, but when one suffers oneself, one pities none but oneself. Emile, p. 270, p. 190, translation modified. Just before this, Rousseau had explained this unity of pity in the experience of time in memory or anticipation, in imagination and non-perception in general. The physical feeling of our sufferings is less than one would suppose. It is memory that makes us feel the continuity, imagination which extends it into the future, and moves us really to pity. This is, I think, one of the reasons why we are more callous to the sufferings of animals than of men, although a fellow feeling ought to make us identify ourselves equally with either. We scarcely pity the cart horse in his shed, for we do not suppose that while he is eating his hay he is thinking of the blows he has received and the exhaustion in store for him. Emile, p. 264, p. 186, Translation modified. B. Identification pure and simple would be immoral because it would remain empirical and would not be produced in the element of the concept, of universality, and formality. The condition of morality is that through the unique suffering of a unique being, through his presence and his empirical existence, humanity gives itself up to pity. As long as this condition is not fulfilled, pity risks becoming unjust. Imagination and temporality therefore open the reign of concept and law. One may say that already for Rousseau, the concept, which he also calls comparison, exists as time. It is for him, as Hegel will say, Dasein. Pity is contemporary with speech and representation. To prevent pity degenerating into weakness we must generalize it and extend it to all mankind. Then we only yield to it when it is in accordance with justice, since justice is of all the virtues that which contributes most to the common good. By reason and by self-love we are obliged to have pity on our species even more than on our neighbor, and to pity the wicked is to be very cruel to other men. Pages 303-4, Emile, p. 215, translation modified 24. On this point, then, there is no evolution in Rousseau's thought. It seems that one cannot draw an internal argument in order to conclude a precociousness or a philosophical anteriority for the essay. For the moment, the field of external hypotheses is thus opened, even if we reserve the possibility of raising other internal problems when the time comes. The initial debate and the composition of the essay. To treat the external problem, besides the quotations from Duclos, we shall deal with some declarations by Rousseau himself. First, an important passage from the Confessions. From it one may at least conclude that the essay, originally conceived as an appendix to the second discourse, was, in Rousseau's mind, quite detached from his first writings on music. The time is 1761. Besides these two works and my Dictionnaire de musique, at which I worked all along from time to time, I had some other writings of less importance, all ready for publication, which I intended to bring out, either separately or in a general collection of my works, if I ever undertook to produce one. The most important of these, most of which are still in manuscript in the hands of Duperreux, was an essay sur l'origine des langues, which I had read to M. de Malesherbes and the Chevalier de Lorenzi, who expressed his approval of it. I calculated that all these works together, after all expenses, would be worth to me at least 8,000 or 10,000 francs, which I intended to sink in a life annuity as much for myself as for Therese. After this, we would go and live together in the corner of some province. p. 560, pages 580-81, translation modified. Malesherbes advised him to publish the essay separately. 25 All this happened in 1761, at the time of the publication of Emile. From the external point of view, the problem thus seems simple, and we can consider it as closed more than 50 years ago by Masson in an article of 1913.26. The polemic had been opened by Espinasse. 27 Fastening upon what he considered to be contradictions within Rousseau's thought, he was already stressing what in the essay and even in the article Économie politique in the Encyclopedia, an article that poses analogous problems of dating and of internal relationships with the second discourse, seemed to him to oppose the second discourse. Thus, for example, the second discourse, which begins by setting aside all facts in order to describe an ideal structure or an ideal genesis, is in his view incompatible with the essay, which calls to some extent upon Genesis, names Adam, Cain, Noah, and deals with a certain factual content which belongs to history as well as to myth. One must of course study carefully Rousseau's usage of this factual content, and examine if, by using it as a guide to reading or to pivotal examples, Rousseau does not already neutralize it as fact, a step which he permits himself to take in the second discourse as well, notably in those notes to the second discourse among which, as we know, the essay was perhaps supposed to be included. Whatever the case may be, unlike Starobinsky, Espinasse does not conclude from this supposed contradiction that the essay came before the second discourse. Considering the quotations from Duclos, he draws the opposite conclusion: the essay came after the second discourse. 28. Lanson then contests this interpretation. 29 But always on the same grounds, the discrepancy between the essay and the major works. For the sake of the philosophical reasons which constitute the real stakes of this debate and indeed animate it, Lanson wishes at all costs to preserve the unity of Rousseau's thought as it was to fulfill itself in its maturity. 30. He must therefore throw back the essay to a place among the works of Rousseau's youth. The essay on the origin of languages is certainly in contradiction with the discourse on inequality. But what proof does M. Espinasse have for placing the former chronologically after the latter, and very close to it? Some passages quoted by Rousseau from a work by Duclos that appeared in 1754. What value does this argument have, since it is known moreover that the text of the essay was revised by Rousseau at least once or twice? The quotations from Duclos could have entered the text at one of those revisions. For my part, I have reason to believe through certain positive indications that the essay on the origin of languages dates from an epoch when Rousseau's systematic views were not yet formed, and that under its original title, Essai sur le principe de la mélodie, it was a reply to Rameau's Demonstration du principe de l'harmonie, 1749–1750. By its matter and tenor, the essay comes out of the same current of thought which exists in Condillac's An Essay on the Origin of Human Knowledge, 1746, and in Diderot's Lettres sur les sourds muets, 1750–1751. I should willingly place the composition of Rousseau's essay at the latest in 1750, between the composition and the success of the first discourse. It is difficult to consider the quotations from Duclos as late insertions. Even if in fact they were, as quotations, late, the reading of the commentary on general grammar seems to have deeply marked, indeed inspired, the entire essay. As for affinities with Condillac and Diderot, they are far from limited to this work alone. That is why, on this problem of chronology whose external aspect is so difficult, as we see, to delimit, Masson's response to Lanson seems definitively convincing to us. 31 Here I extract a long fragment of it. Recalling Lanson's argument, Masson writes, "These arguments are very skillful and almost convincing, but perhaps they presented themselves to M. Lanson only because he did not wish to find Rousseau in contradiction with himself. If the essay had not seemed to contradict the second discourse, who knows if M. Lanson would have pushed the original version so far back? I do not wish to examine here the internal relationships between the essay and inequality. In my opinion, the contradiction between the two works is not as certain as M. Lanson judges. I will limit myself to two external remarks that seem decisive to me. 1. The manuscript of the Essay on the Origin of Languages is still at the Library of Neuchâtel, number 7835, 5 paper-bound books, 150 by 230 mm, bound, with a blue silk ribbon. Very beautifully written, visibly intended for the press, it carries on the first page, by J. Rousseau, citizen of Geneva. It is without a doubt the copy that Jean-Jacques transcribed in 1761, when he thought for a while of using this work in reply to that Rameau who continued to mistreat him so villainously. Letter to Malesherbes, September 25, 1961. Later, very likely at Moutiers, as we shall see, he took the copy up again for revision, additions, or corrections, easily recognizable, for the ink and the writing are quite different. If I were studying the essay itself, 32 these variants would be worth noting, but I have kept only those corrections that are of chronological significance. In the copy of 1761, the text forms a whole, it is one dissertation. The division into chapters was introduced in Moutiers' revision. Thus it is not only to chapter 20, but to the entire essay that the last lines of the work apply. I shall conclude these superficial reflections, which might give birth to more profound ones, with the passage that suggested them to me. It would be the matter of a rather philosophical study to observe in fact and show by examples how much the character, customs and interests of a people influence its language. Long, p. 332, translation modified. This passage is extracted from Duclos' book's Commentary on General Grammar p. 11, which appeared in the first half of 1754. 2. We have also a more formal testimony given by Rousseau himself. About 1763, he wished to bring together in one small volume 3 short works that he had in hand: Theatrical Imitation, Essay on the Origin of Languages, The Levite of Ephraim. The collection was never published, but a projected preface remains in one of his notebooks of rough drafts, MSS of Neuchâtel, number 7887 Fos 104-5. From that preface I omit what concerns theatrical imitation and the Levite, and publish the paragraph concerning the essay: 33. The second part was at first nothing but a part of the discourse on inequality, that I cut off from it as too long and out of place. I took it up again. Rousseau had it first written, I completed it provoked by M. Rameau's Errors on Music, that title which is perfectly fulfilled by the work that bears it, but for 2 words that I had struck off, in the encyclopedia. However, restrained by the ridiculousness of holding forth on languages when one hardly knows one, and, furthermore, discontented with that fragment, I had resolved to suppress it as unworthy of public attention. But an illustrious magistrate, who cultivates and protects letters, Malesherbes, thought of it more favorably than I defer with pleasure, as one may well believe, my judgment to his, and with the help of other writings, I attempt to pass off a piece that I might not have risked by itself. It does not seem that any internal evidence can stand against this testimony by Rousseau himself. Originally, then, in 1754, the essay on languages was a long note to the Second Discourse. In 1761, it became an independent dissertation, augmented and corrected to make it a repose to Rameau. Finally, in 1763, this dissertation, revised for one last time, was divided into chapters. 2. Imitation. We have now been brought quite naturally to the problem of the composition of the essay, not only of the time of its writing, but of the space of its structure. Rousseau divided it into chapters belatedly. What scheme guided him? The architecture must find its justification in the deep intention of the essay. It is for that reason that it interests us. Yet we must not confound the sense of the architecture with the declared intention of the work. 20 chapters of most unequal length. A disquiet seems to animate all Rousseau's thought and to give it its vehemence. It is concerned at first with the origin and degeneration of music. The chapters that concern music, its emergence and its decadence, are contained between Chapter 12, The Origin of Music and Its Relations, and Chapter 19, How Music Has Degenerated. If one wants to admit that the destiny of music is the major preoccupation of the essay, it must be explained that the chapters that directly concern that subject occupy hardly a third of the work, a little more if one considers the number of chapters, a little less if one considers the number of pages, and that the rest of the essay does not deal with it at all. Whatever may be the history of its writing, its unity of composition is not the less evident and no development is here outside of the work. The interval and the supplement. The themes of the first 11 chapters are the genesis and degeneration of language, langage, the relationships between speech and writing, the difference between the formation of the languages, langue, of the North and the languages, langue, of the South. Why is it necessary to treat these problems before proposing a theory of music? For several types of reasons. 1. There is no music before language, langage. Music is born of voice and not of sound. No pralinguistic sonority can, according to Rousseau, open the time of music. In the beginning is the song. This proposition is absolutely necessary within Rousseau's systematics. If music awakens in song, if it is initially uttered, vociferated, it is that, like all speech, it is born in passion. That is to say in the transgression of need by desire and the awakening of pity by imagination. Everything proceeds from this inaugural distinction. It is therefore to be believed that needs dictated the first gestures and that the passions rested the first voices, vowels. If music presupposes voice, it is formed at the same time as human society. As speech, it requires that the other be present to me as other through compassion. Animals, whose pity is not awakened by the imagination, have no affinity with the other as such. That is why there is no animal music. One speaks of animal music only by looseness of vocabulary and by anthropomorphic projection. The difference between the glance and the voice is the difference between animality and humanity. Transgressing space, mastering the outside, placing souls in communication, voice transcends natural animality. That is to say a certain death signified by space. Exteriority is inanimate. The arts of space carry death within themselves and animality remains the inanimate face of life. The song presents life to itself. In that sense, it is more natural to man but more foreign to a nature which is in itself dead nature, still life. One sees here what difference, at once interior and exterior, divides the significations of nature, life, animality, humanity, art, speech, and song. The animal who, as we have seen, has no relationship to death, is on the side of death. Speech, on the other hand, is living speech even while it institutes a relation to death, etc. It is presence in general that is thus divided. It is seen from this that painting is closer to nature and that music depends more on human art. One also senses that the one holds more interest than the other precisely because it does more to relate man to man, and gives us some idea of our kind. Painting is often dead and inanimate, it can transport you to the depths of a desert, but as soon as vocal signs strike your ear, they announce to you a being similar to yourself. They are, so to speak, the organs of the soul, and they also paint solitude for you. They tell you that you are not alone there. Birds whistle, man alone sings, and one cannot hear either a song or a symphony without immediately saying to oneself, another sensitive being is present. Chap. 16, p. 326, translation modified. Song is at the orient of music but it does not reduce itself to voice any more than voice reduces itself to noise. In the Dictionary of Music, Rousseau confesses his embarrassment in the article song, chant, tune in the contemporary English translation. If the song is indeed a kind of modification of the human voice it is difficult enough to assign to it a modality absolutely proper to it. After having proposed the calculations of intervals, Rousseau advances the highly equivocal criterion of permanence, and then of melody as imitation, of the accents of the speaking or passionate voice. The difficulty is that the concepts of an intrinsic and systematic description must be found here. No more than the voice 34 does the song disclose its essence in an anatomical description. But vocal intervals are also alien to the system of musical intervals. Rousseau therefore hesitates, in the dictionary as much as in the essay, between two necessities, of marking the difference between the systems of vocal and musical intervals, but also of reserving all the resources of song in the original voice. The notion of imitation reconciles these two exigencies ambiguously. The first chapter of the essay corresponds in part to this passage in the article song. It is very difficult to determine in what the voice which forms the words, differs from that which forms the song. This difference is sensible, but we cannot very clearly see in what it consists, and when we seek to find it, we find it not. Mons. Dodart has made anatomic observations, by favor of which he thinks really to discover, in the different situations of the larynx, the cause of two kinds of voice. But I do not know if these observations or the consequences drawn from them are certain enough. There seems to be wanting to the sounds which form speech, no more than permanence, to form a real song. It appears also, that the different inflections which we give to the voice in speaking, form intervals which are not at all harmonic, which form no parts of our systems of music, and which consequently not being able to be expressed in notes, are not properly a song for us. The song does not seem natural to man. Though the savages of America sing, because they speak, yet a true savage never sung. The dumb don't sing, they form only voice without permanence, a voiceless bellowing which their wants draw from them. I should doubt, if the Sieur Perrier, with all his talent, could ever draw from them any musical air. Children scream, cry, but they don't sing. The first expressions of nature have nothing in them melodious or sonorous, and they learn to sing, as to speak, from our example. The melodious and appreciable tune, is only a peaceful and artificial imitation of the accents in the speaking or passionate voice. We cry, we complain, without singing, but, in song, we imitate cries and laments, and as, of all imitations, the most interesting is that of the human passions, so of all the methods of imitating, the most agreeable is the song. Only the word song, chant, is italicized by Rousseau. Through that example one may analyze the subtle functioning of the notions of nature and imitation. On several levels, nature is the ground, the inferior step, it must be crossed, exceeded, but also rejoined. We must return to it, but without annulling the difference. This difference should be almost nil, separating the imitation from what it imitates. Through the voice, vowel, one must transgress animal, savage, mute, infant or crying nature, by singing transgress or modify the voice. But the song must imitate cries and laments. This leads to a second polar determination of nature, it becomes the unity, as ideal limit, of imitation and what is imitated, of voice and song. If that unity were accomplished, imitation would become useless, the unity of unity and difference would be lived in immediacy. Such, according to Rousseau, is the archaeoteleologic definition of nature. Elsewhere is the name and the name of the non-place of that nature. Elsewhere in time, in illo tempore, elsewhere in space, alibi. The natural unity of the cry, the voice, and the song, is the experience of Archie-Greek or Chinese. The article voice analyzes and amplifies the same debate around the theses of Dodart and of Duclos, in the article Déclamation des Anciens in the Encyclopedia. The differences among languages are measured by the distance which, in the system of each language, separates the voice of speech from the voice of song, for as there are languages more or less harmonious, whose accents are more or less musical, we take notice also, in these languages, that the speaking and singing voices come close or are removed in the same proportion. So, as the Italian language is more musical than the French, in its speech is less distant from song, and in that language it is easier to recognize a man singing if we have heard him speak. In a language which would be completely harmonious, as was the Greek at the beginning, the difference between the speaking and singing voices would be nil. We should have the same voice for speaking and singing. Perhaps that may be at present the case of the Chinese. p. 464, translation modified. 2. We have just accepted two pieces of evidence. The unity of nature or the identity of origin is worked by a strange difference which constitutes it by breaching it. We must account for the origin of the voice of speech, therefore of society, before assigning, and in order to assign, its possibility to music, that is to say to the voice of song. But since in the beginning of the all-harmonious voice, word and song were identified, Before and in order to have perhaps a juridical or methodological sense, they have no structural or genetic value. One might have been tempted to accord a structural value to the difference between speech and song, because Rousseau recognized that the latter comes to modify the former. But the archaeoteleological concept of nature also annuls the structural point of view. In the beginning or in the ideal of the all-harmonious voice, the modification merges with the substance that it modifies. This scheme has a general value and governs all discourses, from the moment that they make the smallest appeal to any of these notions, no matter which one, nature and its other, archaeology and eschatology, substance and mode, origin and genesis. Of course, the methodological or juridical point of view has no rigorous value the moment the difference of value between the structural and genetic points of view is annulled. Rousseau does not notice this consequence, but it should be recognized that it would wreak havoc to more than one discourse. We must now follow it. It is a matter of delivering, with reference to the origin of language, langage, and society, a certain number of oppositions of concepts indispensable for understanding at the same time the possibility of both speech and song. And above all for understanding the tension or the difference that, in language, langage, as in music, operates at once as opening and menace, principle of life and of death. Since the first speech must be good, since the archaeoteleology of the nature of language and the language of nature dictate to us, as does the voice of nature, that the original and ideal essence of speech should be song itself, one cannot treat the two origins separately. But as the method of the discourse must turn back and take into account the historical regression or degradation, it must separate the two questions provisionally and, in a certain manner, begin with the end. This then is the story. For the history that follows the origin and is added to it is nothing but the story of the separation between song and speech. If we consider the difference which broke up the origin, it must certainly be said that this history, which is decadence and degeneracy through and through, had no prehistory. Degeneration as separation, severing of voice and song, has already begun. We shall see that Rousseau's entire text describes origin as the beginning of the end, as inaugural decadence. Yet, in spite of that description, the text twists about in a sort of oblique effort to act as if degeneration were not prescribed in the Genesis and as if evil happened upon a good origin. As if song and speech, which have the same act and the same birth pangs, had not already begun to separate themselves. Here one finds again the advantages and dangers of the concept of the supplement, and also of the concept of fatal advantage and dangerous supplement. The growth of music, the desolating separation of song and speech, has the form of writing as dangerous supplement, calculation and grammaticality, loss of energy and substitution. The history of music is parallel to the history of the language, its evil is in essence graphic. When he undertakes to explain how music has degenerated, chapter 19, Rousseau recalls the unhappy history of the language and of its disastrous perfecting, to the degree that the language, langue, was perfected, melody, being governed by new rules, imperceptibly lost its former energy, and the calculation of intervals was substituted for the subtlety of inflections, italics added by Derrida, p. 329, translation modified. Substitution distances from birth, from the natural or maternal origin. Forgetfulness of the beginning is a calculation that puts harmony in the place of melody, the science of intervals in the place of the warmth of accent. In this weaning of the voice of speech, a new object comes at once to usurp and supplement the maternal traits. What suffers then from this is the oral accent. Music thus finds itself deprived of its proper, that is to say natural and moral, effects, melody being forgotten and the attention of musicians being completely turned toward harmony. Everything gradually came to be directed toward this new object. The genres, the modes, the scale, all received new faces. Harmonic successions regulated the sequence of the parts. This sequence having usurped the name of melody, one could not recognize the traits of its mother in this new melody. And our musical system having thus by degrees become purely harmonic, it is not surprising that its oral accent has suffered, and that our music has lost almost all its energy for us. This is how singing became, by degrees, an art entirely separated from speech, from which it takes its origin, how the harmonics of sounds caused vocal inflections to be forgotten, and finally, how music, restricted to purely physical concurrences of vibrations, found itself deprived of the moral effects it had produced when it was doubly the voice of nature, italics added by Derrida, p. 331, translation. The points italicized in the passage should guide a sub-reading of this text and of many analogous texts. On each occasion one would notice 1. That Rousseau weaves his text with the help of heterogeneous threads, the instantaneous displacement that substitutes a new object, which institutes a substitutive supplement, must constitute a history, that is to say a progressive becoming producing by degrees the forgetting of the voice of nature. The violent and eruptive movement that usurps, separates and deprives is simultaneously described as a progressive implicating of, and a gradual distancing from, the origin, a slow accretion of a disease of language. Weaving together the two significations of supplementarity, substitution and accretion, Rousseau describes the replacement of an object as a deficit in energy, the production of a placeholder as effacement by forgetting. 2. The adverb doubly summons up in its own condition of possibility the metaphor of the voice of nature, gentle voice, maternal, song is original voice, sung speech conforms to the prescriptions of natural law. In every sense of this word, nature speaks. And to hear and understand the laws formed by her gentle voice, which, as we recall, no one is tempted to disobey, yet which one must have been tempted to disobey, it is necessary to find again the oral accent of sung speech, take possession again of our own lost voice, the voice which, uttering and hearing, understanding itself signifying a melodious law, was doubly the voice of nature. The engraving and the ambiguities of formalism. How was this supplementary substitution fatal? How is it fatal? How was it to be, for such is the time of its quiddity, what it necessarily is? What is the fissure that, within the origin itself, destines its appearance? This fissure is not one fissure among others. It is the fissure, the necessity of the interval, the harsh law of spacing. It could not endanger song except by being inscribed in it from its birth and in its essence. Spacing is not the accident of song. Or rather, as accident and accessory, fallen supplement, it is also that without which, to the letter, the song would not have come into being. In the dictionary, the interval is a part of the definition of song. It is therefore, if you will, an originary accessory and an essential accident. Like writing. Rousseau says it without wishing to say it. What he wishes to say is, accessory, accidental accident, the exterior outside, the supplementary evil or the accessory supplement. And space exterior to time. Spacing alien to the time of melody. As we shall see, even while saying that spacing assures the possibility of speech and song, Rousseau wishes to think of space as a simple outside by way of which disease and death in general, and especially the disease and death of sung speech, make their entry. He wishes to make as if the fineness of inflections and of the oral accent did not already and always lend itself to spatialization, geometricization, grammaticalization, regularization, prescription. To reason. As he wishes to efface this always already, he determines spacing as an event and as a catastrophic event. We shall have to come back more than once to that concept of catastrophe. Let us note here that this catastrophe has indeed the form of philosophic reason. That is why the birth of philosophy during the epoch of Greek tragedy constitutes the best example of such a catastrophe. When the theatres had taken a regular form, one no longer sang there except in prescribed modes. And, to the degree that the rules of imitation multiplied, imitative language grew weaker. The study of philosophy and the progress of reasoning, having perfected grammar, deprived language of that lively and passionate tone which had first made it so tuneful. Symphonists, who originally were engaged by poets and executed only under them, under their direction so to speak, became independent of them as early as the time of Menelapides and Philoxenus. This is the license of which music complains so bitterly in a comedy of Pharecrates, a passage of which Plutarch has preserved for us. Thus melody, beginning no longer to be so attached to discourse, imperceptibly assumed a separate existence and music became more independent of speech. That is also when it stopped producing the marvels it had produced when it was merely the accent and harmony of poetry and gave to it the power over the passions that speech subsequently exercised only on reason. Also, as soon as Greece was filled with sophists and philosophers, neither famous poets nor musicians were seen there any longer. In cultivating the art of convincing, that of arousing the emotions was lost. Plato himself, jealous of Homer and Euripides, decried the one and was unable to imitate the other. Essay, p. 329, translation modified. Further, according to the law of supplementary acceleration that we noticed above and that we could call the law of geometric regression, another catastrophe necessarily adds itself to the first. One can make a list there of almost all the significations that will constantly define the figure of evil and the process of degeneration. A simultaneously violent and progressive substitution of servitude for political freedom as freedom of the living word, dissolution of the small democratic and autarchic city, preponderance of articulation over accentuation, of consonant over vowel, of northern over southern, of the capital over the province. Going necessarily in the direction of the first catastrophe, the supplementary catastrophe nevertheless destroys its positive or compensating effects. Let us italicize. Soon servitude joined forces with philosophy. Greece in chains lost the fire that warms only free souls, and in praising her tyrants, she never recovered the style, tone, in which she had sung her heroes. The intermingling of the Romans further weakened whatever harmony and accent remained to the language. Latin, a less musical, duller, soured language, did harm to the music in adopting it. The singing employed in the capital gradually corrupted that of the provinces. The Roman theatres harmed those of Athens. When Nero was carrying off prizes, Greece had ceased to merit any. And the same melody, parcelled between two languages, had become less well suited to both. Finally came the catastrophe that destroyed the progress of the human spirit without removing the vices that were its work. Europe, flooded with barbarians, enslaved by the unlearned, lost at the same time her sciences, her arts, and the universal instrument of them both, namely, harmoniously perfected language. Imperceptibly, these coarse men engendered by the North made every ear accustomed to their rude organ. Their harsh, accentless voices were noisy without being sonorous. The Emperor Julian compared Gallic speech to the croaking of frogs. All their articulations were as harsh as their voices were nasal and muffled. They could give only some kind of vividness to their singing, augmenting the vowel sounds to cover up the abundance and harshness of the consonants. Chap. 19, Essay, pages 329-30, translation modified. Besides the system of oppositions that governs the entire essay, servitude/political linguistic liberty, north/south, articulation/accent, consonant/vowel, capital/province/autarkic and democratic city, we may perceive here the strange behavior of the historical process according to Rousseau. It never varies, beginning with an origin or a center that divides itself and leaves itself. An historical circle is described, which is degenerative in sense but carries a progress and compensatory effects. On the line of that circle are new origins for new circles that accelerate the degeneration by annulling the compensatory effects of the preceding circle, and thereby also making its truth and beneficence appear. It is thus, by destroying the progress of the human spirit that the anterior cycle had produced, that the invasion of the northern barbarians broached a new cycle of historical degeneration. The fatal and dissolving effects of philosophy had in fact been limited by them also. Their system carried, in some way, its own curb. In the following system or circle, that curb will have disappeared. Follows an acceleration of evil, which nevertheless will find a new internal regulation, a new organ of equilibrium, a new supplementary compensation, which will consist for example of augmenting the vowel sounds to cover up the abundance and harshness of the consonants, and thus to infinity. But this infinity is still not that of a horizon or an abyss, of a progress or a fall. It is the infinity of a repetition following a strange course. For the preceding diagram must be complicated further, each new cycle begins a progression-regression which, destroying the effects of the preceding one, brings us back to a nature yet more secret, more ancient, more archaic. Progress consists always of taking us closer to animality by annulling the progress through which we have transgressed animality. We will verify it often. In any case, it would be difficult to represent the thus to infinity of this movement by the tracing of a line, however complicated that line might be. What cannot be thus represented by a line is the turn, trick/trope, of the return when it has the bearing of representation. What one cannot represent is the relationship of representation to so-called originary presence. The representation is also a depresentation. It is tied to the work of spacing. Spacing insinuates into presence an interval which not only separates the different times of voice and of song but also the represented from the representant. Such an interval is prescribed by the origin of art as determined by Rousseau. According to a tradition that remains imperturbable here, Rousseau is assured that the essence of art is mimesis. Imitation redoubles presence, adds itself to it by supplementing it. Thus it makes the present pass into its outside. In the inanimate arts, the outside is split and it is the reproduction of the outside in the outside. The presence of the thing itself is already exposed in exteriority, it must therefore be depresented and represented in an outside of the outside. In the living arts, and preeminently in song, the outside imitates the inside. It is expressive. It paints passions. The metaphor which makes the song a painting is possible. It can wrest from itself and drag outside into space the intimacy of its virtue, only under the common authority of the concept of imitation. Painting and song are reproductions, whatever might be their differences, the inside and the outside share them equally. Expression has already begun to make passion go outside itself, it has begun to expose it and to paint it. That confirms what we proposed above, imitation cannot allow itself to be appreciated by a simple act. Rousseau has need of imitation, he advances it as the possibility of song and the emergence out of animality, But he elevates it only as a reproduction, adding itself to the represented, though it adds nothing, simply supplements it. In that sense he praises art or mimesis as a supplement. But by the same token praise may instantly turn into criticism. Since the supplementary mimesis adds nothing, is it not useless? And if nevertheless, adding itself to the represented, it is not nothing, is that imitative supplement not dangerous to the integrity of what is represented? To the original purity of nature? This is why, displacing himself along the system of supplementarity with a blind infallibility, and the sure foot of the sleepwalker, Rousseau must at once denounce mimesis and art as supplements that are dangerous when they are not useless, superfluous when they are not fatal, in truth both at the same time, and recognize in them man's good fortune, expression of passion, exit from the inanimate. It is the status of the sign that is thus marked by the same ambiguity. Signifier imitates signified. Art is woven with signs. Insofar as signification seems to be, at first glance at least, nothing but an instance of imitation, let us make another detour to Emile. The ambiguity of the treatment reserved for imitation will clarify those passages in the essay that deal with the sign, art, and imitation. Pedagogy cannot help but encounter the problem of imitation. What is example? Should one educate by example or explanation? Should the teacher give himself as model and not interfere any further, or dispense lessons and exhortations lavishly? And is there virtue in being virtuous by imitation? All these questions are asked in the second book of Emile. It is first a matter of knowing how to teach generosity or liberality to the child. Even before the word and the theme of imitation occupy the front of the stage, the problem of the sign is posed. To teach the child true generosity is to make sure that he will not be content only to imitate it. What is it to imitate generosity? It is to give signs in the place of things, words in the place of sentiments, money as the substitute for real goods. Therefore the child must be taught not to imitate liberality, and this teaching must combat a resistance. The child spontaneously wants to guard his goods and get off with nothing. Donner law change. Observe that the only things children are set to give are things of which they do not know the value, bits of metal carried in their pockets for which they have no further use. A child would rather give 100 louis, a French gold coin, than one cake, Emile, p. 67. What one gives easily is not signifiers inseparable from signifieds, or things, it is that he valued signifiers. The child would not give away money so easily if he knew how to, or could, do something with it. But engage this prodigal giver to distribute what is dear to him, his toys, his sweets, his own lunch, and we shall soon see if you have made him really generous. Emile, pages 97-99, p. 67, translation modified. Not that the child is naturally greedy. The child desires naturally to keep what he desires. It is normal and natural. Here vice or perversity would consist of not attaching oneself to things that are naturally desirable but to their substitutive signifiers. If a child loved money for money's sake, he would be perverse, he would no longer be a child. For Rousseau the concept of the child is always related to the sign. More precisely, childhood is the non-relation to the sign as such. But what is a sign as such? There is no sign as such. Either the sign is considered a thing, and it is not a sign. Or it is a reference, and thus not itself. According to Rousseau, the child is the name of that which should not relate in any way to a separated signifier, loved in some way for itself, like a fetish. This perverse use of the signifier is in a certain way at once forbidden and tolerated by the structure of imitation. As soon as a signifier is no longer imitative, undoubtedly the threat of perversion becomes acute. But already in imitation, the gap between the thing itself and its double, that is to say between the sense and its image, assures a lodging for falsehood, falsification, and vice. Hence the hesitation in Emile. On the one hand, everything begins with imitation and the child learns only by example. Here imitation is good, it is more human, it has nothing to do with aping. The sham would rather be on the side of those who, as Locke would wish, dispense to children, in place of examples, reasons for the interest in being generous. One will never pass from that usurious liberality to the true generosity that is transmitted only by example and good imitation. Teachers, have done with these shams, be virtuous and kind, let your example be engraved in your scholars' memories, waiting to enter their hearts. Emile, p. 68, translation modified. But this good imitation already carries within itself the premises of its corruption. And all the problems of pedagogy in Emile may be summarized there. The child is at first passive, the example engraves itself first in the memory, waiting to enter the heart. Or it may remain in the memory without entering the heart, and conversely, because of the resemblance between the heart and memory, The child may feign feeling from the heart when he actually contents himself with imitating according to the signs of memory. He may always content himself with giving signs. A first time, good imitation may be impossible; a second time, it may be turned away from its good usage. Rather than hasten to demand deeds of charity from my pupil, I prefer to do them in his presence, even depriving him of the means of imitating me, as an honor beyond his years. Emile, p. 68, translation modified. I know that all these virtues by imitation are the virtues of a monkey, and that a good action is only morally good when it is done as such and not because others do it. But at an age when the heart does not yet feel anything, you must make children copy the deeds you wish to grow into habits, until they can do them with understanding and for the love of what is good. Emile, p. 68. 35. The possibility of imitation seems thus to interrupt natural simplicity. With imitation, is it not duplicity that insinuates itself in presence? And yet, according to a schema that we have already identified, Rousseau wished that good imitation should regulate itself according to a natural imitation. The taste for and power of imitation are inscribed within nature. Vice and duplicity, like shamming, if it is a corruption of imitation, not a daughter of but a disease of imitation, not its natural effect but a monstrous anomaly. Evil is attached to a sort of perversion of imitation, of the imitation in imitation. And that evil has a social origin. Man imitates, as do the beasts. The love of imitating comes from well-regulated nature; in society it becomes a vice. The monkey imitates man, whom he fears, and not the other beasts, which he scorns. He thinks what is done by his betters must be good. Amongst us, on the other hand, our harlequins imitate all that is good to degrade it and bring it into ridicule. Knowing their own baseness, they try to equal what is better than they are, or if they strive to imitate what they admire, their bad taste appears in their choice of models. They would rather deceive others or win applause for their own talents than become wiser or better. Emile, p. 68. Here the relationships among childhood, animality, and man and society order themselves according to the structure and problematics that we have had such difficulty in outlining in the analysis of pity. And it is not by chance, the same paradox, of the corruption of identity and of identification with the other, is here at work. Imitation and pity have the same foundation, a sort of metaphorical ecstasy. Imitation has its foundations in our perpetual desire to transport ourselves outside of ourselves. Ibid, translation modified. Let us return to the essay. The ruses of metaphor now appear in the mimetics of all the arts. If art is imitation, it is not to be forgotten that everything in it signifies. In the aesthetic experience, we are affected not by things but by signs. Man is modified by his senses, no one doubts it, but instead of distinguishing the modifications, we confuse them with their causes. We give both too much and too little dominion to sensations. We do not see that frequently they affect us not merely as sensations, but as signs or images, and that their moral effects also have moral causes. Just as the feelings that a painting excites in us are not at all due to colors, the power of music over our souls is not at all the work of sounds. Beautiful, subtly shaded colors please the sight, but this is purely a pleasure of sensation. It is the design, the imitation, which gives life and soul to these colors. The passions they express are what stir ours, the objects they represent are what affect us. Interest and feeling do not depend on colors. The strokes of a touching picture affect us even in a print. Remove these strokes from the picture, the colors will no longer do anything. Chap. 13, pages 319-20, translation modified. If art operates through the sign and its effectiveness by imitation, it can only act within the system of a culture, and the theory of art is a theory of mores. A moral impression, as opposed to a sensible impression, is recognized through the fact that it places its force in a sign. Aesthetics passes through a semiology and even through an ethnology. The effects of aesthetic signs are only determined within a cultural system. If the greatest dominion our sensations have over us is due mainly to moral causes, why are we so sensitive to impressions that mean nothing to the barbarians? Why is our most touching music only a pointless noise to the ear of a Carib? Are his nerves of a different nature from ours? Chap. 15, essay, pages 323-34, translation modified. Medicine itself must take account of the semiological culture within which it must heal. As with therapeutic art, the therapeutic effects of art are not natural as soon as they work through signs, and if the cure is a language, the remedies must make themselves understood to the sick through the code of his culture. The cure of tarantula bites is cited as proof of the physical power of sounds. This example proves quite the contrary. What is required to heal those bitten by this insect is neither absolute sounds, nor the same tunes. Rather, each needs tunes with familiar melodies and understandable lyrics. Italian tunes are needed for Italians, for Turks, Turkish tunes. Each is affected only by accents familiar to him. His nerves yield to them only insofar as his mind disposes them to it. One must speak to him in a language he understands, if he is to be moved by what he is told. The cantatas of Bernier are said to have cured the fever of a French musician. They would have given one to a musician of any other nation. Chap. 15, Essay, p. 324, translation modified. Rousseau does not go so far as to consider that the symptoms themselves belong to a culture and that the bite of a tarantula might have different effects in different places. But the principle of such a conclusion is clearly indicated in his explication. There is a single exception, which is more than simply strange, within this ethnosemiotics, cooking, or rather taste. Rousseau condemns gluttony without mercy. One might wonder why. I know of only one sense whose affections have no admixture of anything moral in them, that is taste. So, gluttony is the main vice only of those who sense nothing, p. 324, translation modified. Who sense nothing means here, of course, who do nothing but sense, who have nothing but uneducated and uncultivated sensations. As the value of virtuality further introduces here an element of transition and confusion, of graduality and a blur in the rigor of distinctions and within the functioning of concepts, limits of animality, childhood, savagery, etc. It must indeed be admitted that the moral impression through signs and a system of differences always already announce themselves, although confusedly, in the animal. Something of this moral effect is perceivable even in animals. We recognize the need for this hesitation in connection with pity, and just now with imitation. So long as one wants to consider sounds only in terms of the shock that they excite on our nerves, one will not have the true principles of music, and its power over hearts. The sounds of a melody do not act on us merely as sounds, but as signs of our affections, of our feelings. It is thus that they excite in us the movements that they express, whose image we recognize in them. Something of this moral effect is perceived even in animals. The barking of one dog attracts another. If my cat hears me imitate meowing, I see it immediately attentive, alert, agitated. If it discovers that I am just counterfeiting the voice of its species, it sits back and relaxes and resumes its rest. Why this difference in impression, since there is nothing at all different in the stimulation of the fibers, and the cat had initially been deceived? p. 323, translation modified. From this irreducibility of the semiotic order, Rousseau also draws conclusions against the sensationalism and materialism of his own century. Colors and sounds are capable of a great deal as representations and signs, of little as simple objects of the senses. Essay, p. 324. The argument for art as signifying text is at the service of metaphysics and of spiritualist ethics. I believe that by developing these ideas better, we would have been spared many stupid arguments about ancient music. But in this century when all the operations of the soul have to be materialized, and deprive human feeling of all morality, I am mistaken if the new philosophy does not become as fatal to good taste as to virtue. Pages 324-35, translation modified. We must be attentive to the ultimate finality of the consideration which the sign enjoys here. According to a general rule which is important for us here, attention to the signifier has the paradoxical effect of reducing it. Unlike the concept of the supplement, which, of course, signifies nothing, simply replaces a lack, the signifier, as it is indicated in the grammatical form of this word and the logical form of this concept, signifies a signified. One cannot separate its effectiveness from the signified to which it is tied. It is not the body of the sign that acts, for that is all sensation, but the signified that it expresses, imitates, or transports. It would be wrong to conclude that, in Rousseau's critique of sensationalism, it is the sign itself that exhausts the operation of art. We are moved, excited, by the represented and not by the representant, by the expressed and not by the expression, by the inside which is exposed and not by the outside of the exposition. Even in painting, representation comes alive and touches us only if it imitates an object, and, better, if it expresses a passion. It is the design, the imitation, which gives life and soul to these colors. The passions they express are what stir ours. The strokes of a touching picture affect us even in a print. Essay, pages 319-20, translation modified. The print, a stamp, art being born of imitation, only belongs to the work proper as far as it can be retained in a print or engraving, in the reproductive impression of its outline. If the beautiful loses nothing by being reproduced, if one recognizes it in its sign, in that sign of the sign which is a copy, it is that in the first time of its production there was already a reproductive essence. The print or engraving, which copies the models of art, is nonetheless the model for art. If the origin of art is the possibility of the print or engraving, the death of art and art as death are prescribed from the very birth of the work. The principle of life, once again, merges with the principle of death. Once again, Rousseau desires to separate them, but once again, he exceeds within his description and within his text to that which limits or contradicts his desire. On the one hand, in fact, Rousseau does not doubt that imitation and formal outline are that which is proper to art, and he inherits, as a matter of course, the traditional concept of mimesis, a concept that was first that of the philosophers whom Rousseau, one must remember, accused of having killed song. This accusation could not be radical, since it moved within the conceptuality inherited from this philosophy and the metaphysical conception of art. The outline that lends itself to the print or engraving, the line which is imitated, belongs to all the arts, to the arts of space as much as to the arts of duration, to music no less than to painting. In both it outlines the space of imitation and the imitation of space. As painting is, therefore, not the art of combining colors in a way pleasing to the sight, no more is music the art of combining sounds in a way pleasing to the ear. If there were nothing but this, they would both be counted among the ranks of the natural sciences, and not the fine arts. Imitation alone raises them to that rank. Now, what makes painting an imitative art? It is design. What makes music another? Melody. Chap. 13, Essay, p. 321, Translation modified. The outline, design or melodic line, is not only what permits imitation and the recognition of the represented in the representant. It is the element of formal difference which permits the contents, colored or sonorous substance, to appear. By the same token, it cannot provide space for art, techne, as mimesis without constituting it forthwith as a technique of imitation. If art lives from an originary reproduction, the outline that permits this reproduction, opens in the same stroke the space of calculation, of grammaticality, of the rational science of intervals, and of those rules of imitation that are fatal to energy. Let us recall, and, to the degree that the rules of imitation multiplied, imitative language grew weaker. Essay, p. 329, Translation modified. Imitation is therefore at the same time the life and the death of art. Art and death, art and its death are comprised in the space of the alteration of the originary iteration, iterum, anew. Does it not come from Sanskrit itara, other? Of repetition, reproduction, representation, or also in space as the possibility of iteration and the exit from life placed outside of itself. For the outline is spacing itself, and marking figures, it works the surfaces of painting as much as the time of music. Melody does in music precisely what design does in painting. It is melody that marks the strokes and figures, of which the chords and the sounds are but the colors. But, one will say, melody is merely a succession of sounds. No doubt. But design is also merely an arrangement of colors. An orator uses ink to pen his writings. Does that mean ink is a most eloquent liquid? Chap. 13, Essay, p. 320, Translation modified. Thus disengaging a concept of formal difference, criticizing with vigor an aesthetic that one might call substantialist rather than materialist, more attentive to sensory content than to formal composition, Rousseau yet places a great deal of the burden of art, here music, upon the outline. That is to say, to what can give rise to cold calculation and the rules of imitation. According to a logic with which we are now familiar, Rousseau confronts that danger by opposing good form to bad form, the form of life to the form of death, melodic to harmonic form with imitative content to form without content, form full of sense to empty abstraction. Rousseau reacts against formalism. In his eyes, formalism is also a materialism and a sensationalism. It is difficult to understand what is at stake in chapters 13, on melody, and 14, on harmony, if one does not perceive their immediate context, the polemic with Rameau. These chapters assemble and stylize a discussion developed in the corresponding articles of the Dictionary of Music and in the examination of two principles advanced by M. Rameau in his brochure entitled, Errors on Music in the Encyclopedia, 1755. But this context serves only to reveal a systematic and permanent necessity. For Rousseau, the difference between the melodic and harmonic form has a decisive importance. By all the features that distinguish them, they are opposed, as the life and death of the song. Yet, if one thinks of the origin of the word, originally a proper name, and of the ancient treatises that we have remaining, harmony would be very difficult to distinguish from melody, unless one adds to the latter the ideas of rhythm and measure, without which, in effect, no melody can have a determined character, whereas harmony has its own by itself, independent of every other quantity. Dictionary, pages 286-87. The difference proper to harmony must thus be looked for in the moderns, for whom it is a succession of concords according to the laws of modulation. The principles of this harmony have been assembled into systems only by the moderns. Examining that of Rousseau reproaches him first for passing off as natural what is purely conventional. I ought however to declare, that this system, as ingenious as it may appear, is not in any way founded on nature, as he incessantly repeats it, that it is established only on analogies and conveniencies, which one, who is tolerable at invention, might overthrow tomorrow, by others much more natural. Dictionary, p. 187. Rameau's fault is twofold, an artificialist exuberance and an illusory or abusive recourse to nature, an excess of arbitrariness which claims to be grounded solely in the physics of sound. One cannot deduce a science of series and intervals from simple physics. Rousseau's argument is noteworthy in many ways. The physical principle of the resonance presents to us solitary and isolated concords and establishes not the succession. A regular succession is however necessary. A dictionary of chosen words is not an harangue, nor a collection of good concords a piece of music. A sense is wanting, and union in the music as well as language, langage, is necessary. Something of what precedes must be transmitted to what follows, that the whole may form a consonanty, ensemble, and may be called truly one. Moreover, the composed sensation, which results from a perfect concord, is resolved in the absolute sensation of each of the sounds which compose it, and in the compared sensation of each of these intervals which these same sounds form between themselves. There is nothing beyond the sensible in this concord, from whence it follows, that it is only by the connection of the sounds, and the analogy of the intervals, that the union in question can be established. There lies the true and only principle, whence flow all the laws of harmony and modulation. If then, the whole of harmony was formed only by a succession of perfect major concords, it would be sufficient to proceed to them by intervals similar to those which compose such a concord, for then, some sound of the preceding concord being necessarily prolonged on the following, all the concords would be found sufficiently united, and the harmony would be one, at least, in this sense. But besides that such successions would exclude the whole melody, by excluding the diatonic genus, which forms its base, they would not reach the true aim of the art, since music, being a discourse, ought, like it, to have its periods, its phrases, suspensions, stops, and punctuation of every kind, and as the uniformity of the harmonic courses presents nothing of these properties, the diatonic course required the major and minor concords to be intermixed, and we have felt the necessity of dissonances to mark the stops and phrases. Moreover, the united succession of perfect major concords, neither gives the perfect minor concord, the dissonance, or any kind of phrase, and its punctuation appears entirely erroneous. Mons. Rameau, insisting absolutely, in his system, that all our harmony should be drawn from nature, has had recourse, for this purpose, to another experiment of his own invention. Ibid. The author italicizes only the word harmony, the rest italicized by Derrida. Rameau's mistake corresponds to the model of all mistakes and all historical perversions as they take shape under Rousseau's eyes, according to the circle, the ellipse, or the unrepresentable figure of the movement of history. Abstract rationality and cold convention there join dead nature, the reign of physicality, a certain rationalism there mingles with materialism or sensationalism. Or empiricism, false empiricism, empiricism falsifying the immediate givens of experience. And this falsification that misleads reason is primarily a fault of the heart. If Rameau is mistaken, 36's errings are moral faults before being theoretical errors. One may read in the examination, I shall not pretend to avow that the work entitled Errors on Music seems to me in fact to crawl with mistakes, and that I see nothing more just in it than the title. But those errors are not in M. Rameau's reason, they have their source nowhere but in the heart, and when passion does not blind him, he will judge better than anyone the good rules of his art. The aberration of the heart which drives him to persecute 37 Rousseau can become a theoretical error only by making him deaf to the soul of music, melody and not harmony, by making him deaf, a more serious accusation. As musician as much as musicographer, I notice in the Errors on Music two of these important principles. The first, which guided M. Rameau in all his writings, and, what is worse, in all his music, is that harmony is the unique foundation of art, that melody derives from it, and that all the grand effects of music are born of harmony alone. Ibid. Rameau's aberration is a symptom. It betrays the sickness both of the history of the West and of European ethnocentrism. For harmony according to Rousseau is a musical perversion that dominates Europe, Northern Europe, alone, and ethnocentrism consists of considering it a natural and universal principle of music. The harmony that destroys the energy of music and shackles its imitative force, melody, is absent in the beginning of music, in illo tempore, and in non-European music, alibi. One wonders if Rousseau, conforming to a schema that we now know well, does not criticize ethnocentrism by a symmetrical counter-ethnocentrism and a profound Western ethnocentrism, notably by claiming that harmony is the evil and the science proper to Europe. 38. The good form of music, which, through representative imitation, produces sense while exceeding the senses, would be melody. One must, according to this same principle of dichotomy which is repeated endlessly, distinguish within melody itself a principle of life and a principle of death, and hold them carefully separated one from the other. Just as there is a good musical form, melody, and a bad musical form, harmony, there is a good and a bad melodic form. By a dichotomous operation that he must ever begin anew and carry further, Rousseau exhausts himself in trying to separate, as two exterior and heterogeneous forces, a positive and a negative principle. Of course, the malign element in melody communicates with the malign element of music in general, that is to say with harmony. This second dissociation between good and bad melodic form puts the first exteriority into question. There is harmony already within melody. Melody relates itself to two different principles, according to the manner in which we consider it. Taken in the connection of sounds, and by the rules of the mode, it has its principle in harmony, since it is an harmonic analysis which gives the degrees of the gamut, scale, the chords of the mode, and the laws of the modulation, the only elements of singing. According to this principle, the whole force of melody is bounded to flattering the ear by agreeable sounds, as one flatters the eye by agreeable concords of colors, but when taken as an art of imitation, by which the mind may be affected with different images, the heart moved by different sentiments, the passions excited or calmed, in a word, moral effect be operated, which surpass the immediate empire of the sense, another principle must be sought for it, for we see no hold, by which the harmony alone, and whatever comes from it, can affect us thus. Dictionary, p. 227, translation modified. What is there to say about this second principle? It must undoubtedly permit imitation. Imitation alone can interest us in art, concern us by representing nature and by expressing the passions. But what is it in melody that imitates and expresses? It is the accent. If we have lingered long in the debate with Rameau, it is also in order to delimit this notion of accent better. It will be indispensable for us when we come to it in the theory of the relationships between speech and writing. What is this second principle? It is in nature as well as the first. Derrida italicizes and interpolates. Rousseau recognizes that harmony, the principle against nature, principle of death and of barbarism, is also in nature, but to discover it therein, a more nice observation is necessary, though more simple, and a greater sensibility in the observer. This principle is the same which makes the tone of the voice vary when we speak, according to the things we say, and the movements we use in speaking. It is the accent of the language which determines the melody in each nation. It is the accent which makes us speak while singing, and speak with more or less energy, according as the language has more or less accent. That, whose accent is more marked, should produce a melody more lively and more passionate. That which has little or no accent, can have only a cold and languishing melody, without character or expression. Herein are the true principles. Dictionary, p. 228, translation modified, italics added by Derrida. The essay, and notably the 3 chapters on the origin of music, on melody, and on harmony, which thus follow the order of growth, may be read according to the same pattern. But the concept of the supplement is this time present in the text, named even though it is never, as it is never and nowhere, expounded. It is indeed this difference between implication, nominal presence, and thematic exposition that interests us here. The chapter on melody proposes the same definitions, but it is not without significance that the pedagogic argumentation that introduces them is totally derived from an analogy with an art of space, painting. The point is first to show by this example that the science of relations is cold, without imitative energy, like the calculation of intervals in harmony, while the imitative expression of sense, of passion, of the thing as it interests us, is the true living content of the work. Let us not be surprised to see Rousseau place design on the side of art, and colors on the side of science and the calculation of relationships. The paradox is apparent. By design, one must understand condition of imitation; by color, natural substance, whose play can be explained by physical causes and can become the object of a quantitative science of relationships, of a science of space and of the analogical disposition of intervals. The analogy between the two arts, music and painting, appears thus: it is analogy itself. These two arts carry a corruptive principle, which strangely enough is also in nature, and in both cases, that corruptive principle is linked to spacing, to the calculable and analogical regularity of intervals. Thus, in both cases, Whether music or painting, whether it is the scales of color or the scales of music, the harmony of tone is visible or audible nuance. The rational calculation of harmonics is a chromatic, if one understands that word in the larger sense, beyond what it specifies with respect to the fact of the scale and the bass part in music. Rousseau does not use the word in the essay, but the analogy does not escape him in the dictionary. Chromatic, adjective sometimes taken substantively. A kind of music which proceeds in several consecutive semitones. This word is derived from the Greek chroma, which signifies color, either because the Greeks marked these notes with red characters, or differently colored, or, according to authors, because the chromatic kind is a medium between the two others, as color is between black and white, or according to others, because this kind varies and embellishes the diatonic by its semitones, which, in music, produces the same effect as the variety of colors in painting. p. 61. Translation modified. The chromatic, the scale, gamma, is to the origin of art what writing is to speech. And one will reflect on the fact that gamma is also the name of a Greek letter introduced into the system of literal musical notation. Rousseau wishes to restore a natural degree of art within which chromatics, harmonics, and interval would be unknown. He wishes to efface what he had furthermore, and elsewhere, already recognized, that there is harmony within melody, etc. But the origin would, have had to be, such as, here and elsewhere, the grammar and the lexicon of the relationship to the origin, pure melody, the first stories, the first harangues, and the first laws, were in verse. Poetry was discovered before prose. That had to be so, since passion spoke before reason. It was the same with music. At first, there was no music at all but melody, and no other melody than the varied sound of speech. Accents formed the song. Italics added by Derrida, Essay, p. 318, translation modified. But just as in painting the art of design is degraded when the physics of color is substituted for it, 39, so in the song melody is originarily corrupted by harmony. Harmony is the originary supplement of melody. But Rousseau never makes explicit the originarity of the lack that makes necessary the addition of supplementation, the quantity, that is, and the differences of quantity that always already work melody. He does not make it explicit, or rather he says it without saying it, in an oblique and clandestine manner. And reading it, it must be surprised at this work of contraband. If I may add a passage from the Confessions here. 40 In the passage of the essay that we have just cited, the definition of the origin of music was developed in this way, without the contradiction or the impurity becoming its themes. Accents formed the song, the quantities formed the measure, and one spoke as much by sounds and rhythm as by articulations and voices, vowels. To speak and to sing were formerly one, says Strabo, which shows, he adds, that poetry is the source of eloquence. It should have been said that both had the same source, and were initially the same thing. Considering the way in which the first societies were bound together, was it surprising that the first histories were in verse and the first laws were sung? Was it surprising that the first grammarians subordinated their art to music and were at the same time professors of both? Italics added by Derrida, p. 318, translation modified. We shall have to relate these propositions to analogous ones, those of Vico for example. For the moment we are interested in the logic proper to Rousseau's discourse, instead of concluding from this simultaneity that the song broached itself in grammar, that difference had already begun to corrupt melody, to make both it and its laws possible at the same time. Rousseau prefers to believe that grammar would, have been comprised, in the sense of being confused within melody. There would, have been plenitude there and not lack, presence without difference. From then on the dangerous supplement, scale or harmony, comes to add itself from the outside as evil and lack to happy and innocent plenitude. It would come from an outside which would be simply the outside. Which conforms to the logic of identity and to the principle of classical ontology, the outside is outside, being is, etc., but not to the logic of supplementarity, which wants that the outside be inside, that the other and the lack come to add themselves as a plus that replaces a minus, that what adds itself to something takes the place of a default in the thing, that the default, as the outside of the inside, should be already within the inside, etc. What Rousseau in fact describes is that the lack, adding itself as a plus to a plus, broaches an energy which would, have been and remain intact. And indeed it breaks in as a dangerous supplement, as a substitute that enfeebles, enslaves, effaces, separates, and falsifies. Even if one spent 1,000 years calculating the relations of sounds and the laws of harmony, how would one ever make of that art an imitative art? Where is the principle of this supposed imitation? Of what is harmony the sign? And what do chords have in common with our passions? Shackling melody, it also drains it of energy and expression. It effaces passionate accent, substituting it with a harmonic interval. It subjects to two modes alone songs which should have as many modes as tones. It effaces and destroys multitudes of sounds or intervals which do not enter into its system. In a word, it separates song from speech in such a way that these two languages combat one another, contradict one another, deprive each other of every characteristic of truth, and cannot be united in a pathetic subject without being absurd. Italics added by Derrida. Yet once again, we emphasize particularly the strange association of the values of effacement and substitution. Essay, pages 322-23, translation modified. What does Rousseau say without saying, see without seeing? That supplementation has always already begun, that imitation, principle of art, has always already interrupted natural plenitude, that, having to be a discourse, it has always already broached presence and difference, that in nature it is always that which supplies nature's lack, a voice that supplants the voice of nature. But he says it without drawing any conclusions from it. By itself, harmony is insufficient even for those expressions that seem to depend uniquely on it. Thunder, murmuring waters, winds, tempests, are but poorly rendered by simple chords. Whatever one does, noise alone says nothing to the mind. The objects must speak in order to be understood. In all imitation, some form of discourse must always supplement the voice of nature. The musician who would render noise by noise is mistaken. He knows neither the weakness nor the strength of his art, he judges it without taste, without enlightenment. Teach him that he should render noise in song, that to produce the croaking of frogs, he will have to have them sing. For it is not enough to imitate, he must touch and please. Without which, his tedious imitation is nothing, and will neither interest nor impress anyone. Italics added by Derrida, Essay, p. 323, translation modified. The turn of writing E. We are thus brought back to discourse as supplement. And to the structure of the essay, origin of language, langage, origin and degeneracy of music, degeneracy of language, langage, which reflects the structure of language not only in its becoming but also in its space, in its disposition, in what may literally be called its geography. Language is a structure, a system of oppositions of places and values, and an oriented structure. Let us rather say, only half in jest, that its orientation is a disorientation. One can say polarization. Orientation gives direction to movement by relating it to its origin as to its orient. And it is starting from the light of origin that one thinks Occident, the end and the fall, cadence or check, death or night. According to Rousseau, who appropriates here a most banal opposition from the 17th century, 41 language turns, so to speak, as the earth turns. Here neither the Orient nor the Occident is privileged. The references are to the two extremities of the axis around which the globe turns, polos, poline, and which is called the rational axis, the South Pole and the North Pole. There will be neither an historical line nor an immobile picture of languages, long. There will be a turn, trope, of language, langage. And this movement of culture will be both ordered and rhythmed according to the most natural thing in nature, the earth and the seasons. Languages are sown. And they themselves pass from one season to another. The division of languages, the sharing in the formation of languages, between the systems turned toward the north and the systems turned toward the south, that interior limit already leaves its furrow in language, long, in general and each language in particular. Such at least is our interpretation. Rousseau wanted the opposition between southern and northern to place a natural frontier between many types of languages. However, what he describes forbids us to think this. That description allows the recognition that the opposition north/south being rational and not natural, structural and not factual, relational and not substantial, traces an axis of reference inside each language. No language is from the south or the north, no real element of the language has an absolute situation, only a differential one. That is why the polar opposition does not divide a set of already existing languages, it is described, though not declared, by Rousseau to be the origin of languages. We must measure this gap between the description and the declaration. What we will freely call the polarization of languages repeats within each linguistic system the opposition that permits us to think the emergence of language, long, from non-language, non-long, the opposition of passion and need and the entire series of connotative significations. Whether from north or south, all language in general springs forth when passionate desire exceeds physical need, when imagination is awakened, which awakens pity and gives movement to the supplementary chain. But once languages are constituted, the polarity need/passion, and the entire supplementary structure, remain operative within each linguistic system. Languages are more or less close to pure passion, that is to say more or less distant from pure need, more or less close to pure language, long, or pure non-language, non-long. And the measure of that proximity furnishes the structural principle of a classification of languages. Thus the languages of the North are on the whole languages of need, the languages of the South, to which Rousseau devotes 10 times the space in his description, are on the whole languages of passion. But this description does not prevent Rousseau from declaring that the one group is born of passion, the other of need, the one group expresses first passion, the other expresses first need. In southern countries, the first discourses were songs of love, in northern countries the first words were not love me, aimez-moi, but help me, aides-moi. If one took this declaration literally, one would have to judge it contradictory both to the descriptions and to other declarations, notably to that which excludes the possibility of a language arising out of pure need. But in order to be not merely apparent, these contradictions are regulated by the desire of considering the functional or polar origin as the real and natural origin. Not being able simply to come to terms with the fact that the concept of origin has merely a relative function within a system situating a multitude of origins in itself, each origin capable of being the effect or the offshoot of another origin, the North capable of becoming the South for a more northern site, etc., Rousseau would like the absolute origin to be an absolute South. It is in terms of this diagram that the questions of fact and right, of real and ideal origin, of genesis and structure in Rousseau's discourse must be asked anew. The diagram is undoubtedly more complex than one generally thinks. One must here take into account the following necessities. The South is the place of origin or the cradle of languages. Thus the southern languages are closer to childhood, non-language, and nature. But at the same time, being closer to the origin, they are purer, more alive, more animated. On the other hand, the northern languages are distant from the origin, less pure, less alive, less warm. In them one can follow the progress of death and coldness. But even here, the unrepresentable is that this distancing approaches the origin. The northern languages lead back to that need, to that physicality, to that nature to which the southern languages, which had just left it, were in the closest possible proximity. It is always the impossible design, the unbelievable line of the supplementary structure. Although the difference between South and North, passion and need, explains the origin of languages, it persists in the constituted languages, and at the limit, the North comes back to the South of the South, which puts the South to the North of the North. Passion animates need more or less, and from the inside. Need constrains passion more or less, and from the inside. This polar difference should rigorously prevent the distinction of two series simply exterior to one another. But one now knows why Rousseau was anxious to maintain that impossible exteriority. His text displaces itself, then, between what we have called description and declaration, which are themselves structural poles rather than natural and fixed points of reference. According to the pressing force of need persisting in passion, we will have to deal with different types of passion and therefore different types of language. The pressure of need varies with place. Place is at the same time geographical situation and seasonal period. Since the difference in the pressure of needs depends upon a local difference, one will not be able to distinguish the question of the morphological classification of languages, which takes into account the effects of need on the form of a language, from the question of the place of origin of the language, typology from topology. One must consider together the origin of languages and the difference among languages. Such that, continuing our reflection on the organization of the essay, we see Rousseau tackling this double question as one and the same question, and doing so after having spoken of the definition of language, long, in general or of primitive languages in general. Chapter 8, General and Local Difference in the Origin of Languages, presents itself thus: everything that I have said so far suits primitive languages in general, and the progress that results from their duration. But it does not explain either their origin or their differences. Pages 305-6, translation modified. How does the place of origin of a language immediately mark the difference proper to the language? What is here the privilege of the place? The locale signifies first the nature of the soil and of the climate. The principal cause that distinguishes them is local, deriving from the climates in which they are born, and the way in which they take form. It is necessary to go back to this cause in order to understand the general and characteristic differences that one notes between the languages of the South and those of the North. Essay, p. 305, translation modified. A proposition which conforms to the promise that opens the essay: one must furnish a natural, non-metaphysical, non-theological explanation of the origin of languages. Speech distinguishes man from the animals, language, langage, distinguishes nations from each other. One does not know where a man comes from until he has spoken. Usage and need make each learn the language of his own country. But what makes this language that of his country and not of another? In order to tell, it is necessary to go back to some reason that pertains to the locality and antedates even its customs. Speech, being the first social institution, owes its form to natural causes alone. p. 290, translation modified. To return to these natural causes is, then, to avoid the theologico-moral osteron proteron, that of Conde de Jacques for example. One knows that in the second discourse, Rousseau, while recognizing his debt fully, still reproaches Conde de Jacques for allowing himself mores and a society to explain the origin of languages, especially at the moment when he professes to give a purely natural explanation of what nevertheless remains in his eyes a gift of God. Rousseau regrets that Conde de Jacques supposes precisely that which one must question from the beginning, namely a sort of society already established among the inventors of language, langage. It is the blunder made by those who, in reasoning on the state of nature, import into it ideas gathered in a state of society. Second Discourse, pages 174-75, translation modified. On this point also, the essay agrees with the Second Discourse. There is no social institution before language, langue. It is not one cultural element among others, it is the element of institutions in general. It includes and constructs the entire social structure. Since nothing precedes it in society, its cause can only be pre-cultural, natural. Although its essence is passional, its cause, which is not its essence, arises out of nature, that is to say from need. And if one wants to find a precise point of juncture between the Second Discourse and the 4 chapters of the essay dealing with the origin and the differences of languages, notably in that factual content from which we have drawn the argument, one should reread, in Part 1 of the Second Discourse, the page on the relationships between instincts and society, between passion and need, north and south. There one would see, 1. That supplementarity is the structural rule. Savage man, left by nature solely to the direction of instinct, or rather compensated for what he may lack perhaps by faculties capable at first of supplying its place, and afterwards of raising him much above it, will accordingly begin with purely animal functions. Italics added by Derrida, p. 171, translation modified. 2. That in spite of the essential heterogeneity of passion and need, the former is added to the latter as an effect to a cause, a product to an origin. Whatever moralists may hold, the human understanding is greatly indebted to the passions. The passions, in turn, originate in our needs. Second Discourse, p. 171, translation modified. 3. That Rousseau then makes room for the geographical explanation, a structural explanation which he says can be sustained by facts, and that this explanation amounts to a difference between the peoples of the North and those of the South, the former receiving a supplement to fulfill a lack that the latter do not suffer. And when Chapter 8 of the essay announces its considerations of the differences in this way, let us try to follow the very order of nature in our investigations. I shall enter now upon a long digression on a subject so hackneyed it is trivial, but to which one still has to return, in order to find the origin of human institutions. p. 305. One can imagine here the placing of a long footnote to this passage of the Second Discourse. Rousseau has just explained that the passions in their turn draw their origin from our needs. It would be easy, were it necessary, to support this opinion by facts, and to show that, in all the nations of the world, the progress of the understanding has been exactly proportionate to the wants which the peoples had received from nature, or been subjected to by circumstances, and in consequence to the passions that induced them to provide for those necessities. I might instance the arts, rising up in Egypt and expanding with the inundation of the Nile. I might follow their progress into Greece, where they took root afresh, grew up and towered to the skies, among the rocks and sands of Attica, without being able to germinate on the fertile banks of the Eurotas. I might observe that in general, the people of the North are more industrious than those of the South, because they cannot get on so well without being so, as if nature wanted to equalize matters by giving their understandings the fertility she had refused to their soil. Pages 143-44, 171-72, italics added by Derrida. There is, then, an economy of nature which attends to the regulating of faculties according to needs, and distributes supplements and compensations. This supposes that the sphere of needs is itself complex, hierarchized, differentiated. It is in this sense that we should relate to all these texts Chapter 7 of Book the Third of the Social Contract. The influence of de l'esprit de Loic upon the chapter has been noticed. An entire theory of the surplus of the production of work according to needs systematically dovetails with the typology of the forms of government, according to the distance between people and government, and with an explanation by climate, according to whether one goes away from or nearer to the equator. We find then, in every climate, natural causes according to which the form of government which it requires can be assigned, and we can even say what sort of inhabitants it should have. Book 3, p. 415, Social Contract, p. 65, translation modified. But the theory of needs that underlies the essay is set forth, no doubt better than elsewhere, in a fragment of 5 pages, whose inspiration is undeniably that of the chapters that interest us and no doubt also that of the project of the political institutions. 42 Three sorts of need are distinguished there, those that deal with subsistence and with preservation, food, sleep, those that deal with well-being, which are properly speaking no more than appetites, but sometimes so violent that they torment more than true needs, luxury of sensuality, of softness, the union of sexes and everything that flatters our senses, a third order of needs which, born after the others, do not allow them to take precedence, are those that arise from opinion. The first two must be satisfied for the last to appear, Rousseau notes, but we have observed that the second or secondary need supplants each time, by force or urgency, the first need. There is already a perversion of needs, an inversion of their natural order. And we have just seen included among needs what is elsewhere named passion. Need is thus permanently present in passion. But if one wants to take account of the first origin of passion, of society, and of language, one must return to the profundity of the needs of the first order. Our fragment thus defines the program of the essay, which it proceeds to fill out in a few pages. Thus all reduces itself at first to subsistence, and in that respect man is attached to everything in his environment. He depends on everything and he becomes what everything he depends upon forces him to be. Climate, soil, air, water, productions of the earth and sea, form his temperament, his character, determine his tastes, his passions, his work, his actions of all kinds. The natural explanation is not good for the atoms of culture but for the total social fact. If that is not exactly true of individuals, it is undeniably true of peoples. Thus before one broaches the history of our species, one must begin by examining its habitation and all its varieties. p. 530. The explanation by the natural locale is not a static one. It takes into account the natural revolutions, seasons and migrations. Rousseau's dynamic is a strange system in which the critique of ethnocentrism organically coexists with Europocentrism. It is better understood by carefully weaving together a piece of Emile and a piece of the essay. It is then seen how the concept of culture, in a very rare usage, unites nature and society in its metaphoric virtue. In the essay as in Emile, the changes of place and seasons, the displacements of man and terrestrial revolutions are picked up by the natural explanation. But if that coverage is preceded, in the essay, by a protestation against European prejudice, it is followed, in Emile, by a Europocentric profession of faith. As the protestation and the profession of faith have not the same function and are not on the same level, and as they do not contradict each other, we will profit by recomposing their system. Let us first place the texts side by side. The essay. The great flaw of Europeans is always to philosophize about the origins of things according to what happens around them. They never fail to show us the first men inhabiting a barren and harsh earth, dying of cold and hunger, desperate for shelter and clothing. They see everywhere only the snow and ice of Europe, without considering that the human species, just like all the others, was born in the warm countries, and that on 2/3 of the globe, winter is hardly known. When one wishes to study men, one has to look close by. But to study man, one must learn to extend the range of one's vision. One must first observe the differences in order to discover the properties. The human race, born in warm countries, spreads from there to the cold countries. It is in these that it multiplies, and then later flows back into the warm countries. From this action and reaction come the revolutions of the earth and the perpetual agitation of its inhabitants. Chap. 8, p. 305, translation modified. Emile. The country is not a matter of indifference in the education, culture, of man, it is only in temperate climes that he comes to be everything he can be. The disadvantages of extreme climates are easily seen. A man is not planted in one place like a tree, to stay there the rest of his life, and to pass from one extreme to another you must travel twice as far as he who starts halfway. A Frenchman can live in New Guinea or in Lapland, but a Negro cannot live in Tornian or a Samoyed in Benin. It seems also as if the brain were less perfectly organized in the two extremes. Neither the Negroes nor the Laps have the sense of the Europeans. So if I want my pupil to be a citizen of the world I will choose him in the temperate zone, in France for example, rather than elsewhere. In the north with its barren soil men devour much food, in the fertile south they eat little. This produces another difference, the one is industrious, the other contemplative. p. 27, italics added by Derrida, p. 20, translation modified. How do these two apparently contradictory texts complement each other? We shall see below how culture is linked to agriculture. It appears here that man, inasmuch as he depends upon a soil and a climate, is cultivated, he sprouts, he forms a society, and the country is not a matter of indifference in the education, culture, of man. But this culture is also the power of changing terrain, of opening oneself to another culture. Man may look far, he is not planted in one place like a tree, he is engaged, both texts say, in migrations and revolutions. From that perspective, one may criticize ethnocentrism inasmuch as it shuts us in within a locality and an empirical culture. The European makes the mistake of not displacing himself, of deeming himself the immobile center of the world, of resting planted like a tree in his own country. But this criticism of the empirical Europe should not prevent us from recognizing, Rousseau seems to think, that the European, by his natural locality, holding the middle between extremes, has a greater facility for displacing himself, for opening himself to the horizon and the diversity of universal culture. At the center of the world, the European has the luck or power to be European and everything else at the same time. It is only in temperate climes that he comes to be everything he can be. He is simply wrong in not using this universal opening in fact. All this argumentation circulates between the two Europes, it has remained or become classic. We shall not examine it here for its own sake, let us only consider that it is the condition of all Rousseau's discourse. If, in his eyes, there were no unlocking of a determined culture, no opening into all other cultures in general, no mobility and possibility of imaginary variations, these questions would remain closed. Better, it would be impossible to determine difference. Difference only appears starting from a certain middle point, a certain median line, mobile and temperate, between north and south, need and passion, consonant and accent, etc. under the factual determination of this temperate zone, Europe, in France, for example, rather than elsewhere, birthplace of the anthropologist and of the citizen of the world. An essential necessity is concealed, it is between different things that one can think difference. But this difference between may be understood in two ways, as another difference or as access to non-difference. It is not at all doubtful for Rousseau that the inhabitant of the temperate zone should make of his difference, effacing it or surmounting it in an interested indifference, an opening to the humanity of man. Pedagogical success and ethnological humanism would have the good fortune of producing itself in Europe, in France, for example, rather than elsewhere, in that happy region of the world where man is neither warm nor cold. From this privileged place of observation, one will better dominate the play of oppositions, order, and the predominance of extreme terms. One will better understand the natural causes of culture. Since language, langue, is not an element but the element of culture, one must first locate, both in the language, langue, and in nature, the oppositions of corresponding and interarticulated values. What, within language, langue, must correspond to the predominance of need, that is to say of the north. Consonant or articulation. To the predominance of passion, that is to say of the south. Accent or inflection. The play of predominances would be inexplicable if one held to the simple proposition according to which languages are born of passion, chapter 3. In order that need may come to dominate passion in the north, an inversion or perversion must already be possible within the order of need and of a need that is forever related to passion, arousing it, persevering in it, submitting to it or controlling it. The appeal to the second discourse and to the fragment on climate was thus indispensable. It permits us to explain this affirmation of the essay: in the long run, all men became similar, but the order of their progress is different. In southern climates, where nature is prodigal, needs are born of the passions. In cold countries, where she is miserly, passions are born of needs, and the languages, unhappy daughters of necessity, reflect their austere origin. Chap. X. Essay, p. 315, translation modified. Now if it is in fact gradual, the predominance of the North Pole over the South, of need over passion, of articulation over accent, it nonetheless has the sense of substitution. As we have often shown, progressive effacement is also the installation of a supplementary substitute. The man of the North substituted help me, aids moi, for love me, aimez moi, clarity for energy, articulation for accent, reason for heart. Formal substitution undoubtedly translates a weakening of energy, of warmth, of life, of passion, but it remains a transformation, a revolution in form and not only a diminishing of force. This substitution can be so badly explained by a simple degradation, it implies at that point a displacement and an inversion that it refers to a completely different function of need. In the normal order of origin, in the South, the proposition of chapter 2, that the first invention of speech is due not to need but to passions and the natural effect of the first needs was to separate men and not to bring them together, p. 293, has an absolutely general value. But this normal order of origin is reversed in the North. The North is not simply the distanced other of the South, it is not the limit that one reaches starting out from the unique Southern origin. Rousseau is in a way compelled to recognize that the North is also another origin. It is to death that he then accords this status, because the absolute North is death. Normally need isolates men instead of bringing them closer. In the North, it is the origin of society. The idleness that nourishes the passions gives way to the labor, which represses them. Before being concerned with living happily, one had to be concerned with living. Mutual need uniting men much better than feeling would have done. Society was formed only through industry. The continual danger of perishing did not permit them to limit themselves to the language of gesture. And, the first word among them was not love me, aimez-moi, but help me, aides-moi. These two terms, although similar enough, are pronounced in a very different tone. There was nothing to make felt, everything to be made understood. It was therefore a matter not of energy but clarity. For accent, which the heart did not furnish, strong and sensible articulations were substituted. And if there was some natural impression in the form of the language, this impression also contributed to its austerity. Italics added by Derrida, p. 316, translation modified. In the North, the passions do not disappear, there is substitution, not effacement. The passions are not extenuated but repressed by what takes the place of desire, work. Work represses more than it lessens the force of desire. It displaces it. That is why Northern men are not without passion, but theirs are those of another type. Essay, p. 316, anger, irritation, fury, disquietude are the displacements of Southern passion. In the South, passion is not repressed, whence a certain softness, a certain intemperance for which people in tempered regions do not have an unreserved indulgence. The passions of the warm countries are voluptuous, that concern love and softness. Nature does so much for the inhabitants that there is almost nothing for them to do. Provided that an Asiatic has women in repose, he is content. But in the North, where the inhabitants consume a great deal off a barren soil, men, subject to so many needs, are easily irritated. Everything that happens around them disturbs them. As they subsist only through effort, the poorer they are the more firmly they hold to the little they have. To approach them is to make an attempt on their lives. This accounts for their irascible temper, so quick to turn in fury against everything that offends them. Thus their most natural voices are those of anger and threats, and those voices are always accompanied by strong articulations, that make them harsh and noisy. These, in my opinion, are the most general physical causes of the characteristic differences of the primitive languages. Those of the South are bound to be lively, sonorous, accented, eloquent, obscure because of their force of energy. Those of the North are bound to be muted, crude, articulated, shrill, monotonous, clear by force of words rather by a good construction. Modern languages, mingled and recast 100 times, still retain something of these differences. Chap. 11. Italics added by Derrida, pages 316-17, translation modified. The pole of linguistic articulation is in the North. Articulation, difference in language, langage, is thus not a simple effacement, it does not tone down the energy either of desire or of the accent. It displaces and represses desire by work. It is not the sign of a weakening of force, in spite of what Rousseau sometimes seems to make us think, but it translates, on the contrary, a conflict of antagonistic forces, a difference in the force. The force of need, its own proper economy, that which makes work necessary, works precisely against the force of desire and represses it, breaking its song into articulation. This conflict of forces responds to an economy that is no longer simply that of need, but the system of the relations of force between desire and need. Here two forces that one may indifferently consider forces of life or of death are opposed. Responding to the urgency of need, the man of the North protects his life not only against penury but against the death that would follow the unrestrained liberation of Southern desire. He protects himself against the menace of voluptuousness. But conversely, he fights against this force of death with another force of death. From this point of view, it appears that life, energy, desire, etc., are of the South. The Northern language, langage, is less alive, less animated, less song-like, colder. To fight against death, the man of the North dies a little earlier and the people knows that the men of the North no more die singing than swans do. Chap. 14, p. 323. Writing is at the North, cold, necessitous, reasoning, turned toward death, to be sure, but by that tour de force, by that detour of force which forces it to hold on to life. In fact, the more a language, long, is articulated, the more articulation extends its domain there, and thus gains in rigor and in vigor. The more it yields to writing, the more it calls writing forth. Such is the central thesis of the essay. The progress of history, the degradation which unites with it according to the strange graphic of supplementarity, goes toward the north and toward death. History effaces vowel accent, or rather represses it, hollows out articulation, extends the power of writing. That is why the ravages of writing are more felt in the modern languages. Modern languages, mingled and recast 100 times, still retain something of these differences. French, English, and German are the private languages of men who help one another, reason together calmly, or quick-tempered people who become angry. But the ministers of the gods proclaiming sacred mysteries, sages giving laws to peoples, leaders swaying the multitude, have to speak Arabic or Persian. 43 Our languages are worth more written than spoken, and there is more pleasure in reading us than in listening to us. Oriental languages, on the other hand, lose their life and warmth when they are written. Only half of the meaning is in the words, all its force is in the accents. Judging the genius of the Orientals from their books is like painting a man's portrait from his corpse. Chap. 11. Italics added by Derrida, p. 317, translation modified. The Oriental corpse is in the book. Ours is already in our speech. Our language, even if we are pleased to speak it, has already substituted too many articulations for too many accents. It has lost life and warmth. It is already eaten by writing. Its accentuated features have been gnawed through by the consonants. Although it was not the only degree of articulation for Rousseau, the fragmentation of language into words had already crossed out the energy of the accent. By using that verb, to cross out, before we leave the values of effacement and erasure, of extenuation and repression, in their ambiguity, as Rousseau proposes them simultaneously. The languages of the North are clear by force of words. In the languages of the South, the meaning is only half in the words, all the force is in the accents. Crossing out amounts to producing a supplement. But as always, the supplement is incomplete, unequal to the task. It lacks something in order for the lack to be filled. It participates in the evil that it should repair. The loss of accent is badly supplanted by articulation. The latter is strong, hard, and noisy. It does not sing. And when writing tries to supplement accent by accents, it is nothing but make-up, dissimulating the corpse of the accent. Writing, here the inscribing of accents, not only hides the language, long, under its artifice, it masks the already decomposed corpse of the language. We, moderns, have no idea of a sonorous and harmonious language, that speaks as much by its sounds as by its words, vowels. It is a mistake to believe that accent marks can supplement oral intonation, loxon. One invents accent signs, accents, only when intonation, loxon, has already been lost. 44, chap. 7, italics added by Derrida, essay, p. 301, translation modified. Accents are, like punctuation, a sickness of writing, mal d'écriture, not only an invention of copyists but of copyists who are strangers to the language which they transcribe. The copyist or his reader is by definition a stranger to the living use of language. They always deal with a moribund speech in order to disguise it. When the Romans began to study Greek, the copyists invented signs for accent marks, aspiration marks, and marks of prosody, to indicate their pronunciation. But by no means does it follow that these signs were in use among the Greeks, who had no need of them. Essay, p. 302, translation modified. For obvious reasons, Rousseau was of necessity fascinated by the person of the copyist. Especially but not only within the musical order, the moment of copy is a dangerous moment, as is the moment of writing, which in a way is already a transcription, the imitation of other signs, reproducing the signs, producing the signs of signs. The copyist is always tempted to add supplementary signs to improve the restitution of the original. The good copyist must resist the temptation of the supplementary sign. He must rather show himself economical in the use of signs. In the admirable article Copyist in the Dictionary of Music, with the minuteness and volubility of an artisan explaining his craft to the apprentice, Rousseau advises never to write useless notes, not to multiply signs in a useless. Punctuation is the best example of a non-phonetic mark within writing. Its impotence in transcribing accent and inflection isolates or analyzes the misery of writing reduced to its proper means. Unlike Duclos, 46, who yet inspires him, here Rousseau accuses, rather than the essence of punctuation, the imperfect state in which it has been left. A vocative mark must be invented to distinguish a man named from a man called. And even a mark of irony. For while distrusting writing, and to the extent that he distrusts it, Rousseau wants to exhaust all its resources of univocity, clarity, precision. These values are negative when they chill the expression of passion, but they are positive when they avoid trouble, ambiguity, hypocrisy, and the dissimulation of the original spoken word or song. The Dictionary of Music recommends exactness of the connections and a neatness in our signs. Article on copyist, copiste, p. 96. The difference between accent and accents thus separate speech and writing is quality and quantity, force and spacing. Our professed accents are nothing but vowels, or signs of quantity. They mark no variety of sound. Quantity is linked to articulation. Here to the articulation into sounds and not, as immediately above, to articulation into words. Rousseau is aware of what André Martinet calls the double articulation of language, long, into sounds and into words. The opposition of vowels or voice to accent or diversity of sounds evidently presupposes that the vowel is not pure voice, but a voice that has already undergone the differential work of articulation. Voice and vowel are not opposed here to the consonant, as they are in another context. The entire Chapter 7, on modern prosody, which criticizes French grammarians and plays a decisive role in the essay, is strongly inspired by Duclos. The borrowings are declared massive, determining. Given the architectonic importance of this chapter, it is difficult to believe that the borrowings from Duclos were inserted after the fact. But, furthermore, is it a matter of borrowing? As usual, Rousseau makes the borrowed pieces play within an absolutely original organization. Of course he cites and recites such and such a passage from the commentary, Chapter 4, here and there. Even when he is not actually quoting, he draws from passages like the following, which, with many others, would announce a similar Saussurean development. Supra, p. 57, 38-39. The superstition of etymology gives rise to as many inconsistencies in its small domain, as superstition properly speaking does in graver matters. Our orthography is an assemblage of bizarrerie and contradictions. Yet, whatever care one took in noting our prosody, beside the unpleasantness of seeing print bristling with signs, I have strong doubts that that would be of much use. There are things which can only be learned through usage. They are purely organic and give so little foothold to reason, that it would be impossible to grasp them by theory alone, which is faulty even in the authors who expressly deal with them. I sense even that what I write here is very difficult to make comprehensible, and that it would be very clear, if I explained it in my person. Pages 414-15. But Rousseau keeps an eye on his borrowings, reinterprets them, and applies himself to enhancing their value in a manner to which we must pay heed. He insists, for example, upon the notion that the accent is crossed out by the sign and the use of the spoken word by the artifice of writing. Crossed out by a work of erasure and replacement, obliterated rather than forgotten, toned down, devalued. All the ancients' prosodic signs, says M. Duclos, were still not worth as much as their use. I would say more, they substituted for it, essay, p. 304, translation modified. And Rousseau's entire argument follows the history of the accentuation or of the punctuation superadded to the primitive Hebraic language. The conflict then is between the force of accentuation and the force of articulation. This concept of articulation must stop us here. It had served to define arch writing as it is already at work within speech. And Saussure, in contradiction to his phonologist thesis, recognized, we recall, that the power of articulation alone, and not spoken language, was natural to man. Being the condition of speech, does articulation itself not remain aphasic? Rousseau introduces the concept of articulation in Chapter 4, on the distinctive characteristics of the first language and the changes it had to undergo. The first 3 chapters dealt with the origin of languages. Chapter 5 will be entitled On Writing. Articulation is the becoming writing of language. Rousseau, who would like to say that this becoming writing comes upon the origin unexpectedly, relies on it, follows it, describes in fact the way in which that becoming writing comes upon the origin unexpectedly, happens from the origin. The becoming writing of language, langage, is the becoming language of language. He declares what he wishes to say, that is to say that articulation and writing are a post-originary malady of language, langue. He says or describes that which he does not wish to say, articulation and therefore the space of writing operate at the origin of language, langage. Like those of imitation, and for the same profound reasons, the value and operation of articulation are ambiguous, principles of life and principles of death, and therefore the motive forces of progress in the sense that Rousseau gives to that word. He would like to say that progress, however ambivalent, occurs either toward the worse, or toward the better, either for better or for worse. The first chapter of the essay shows in effect, according to a concept of animal language which some hold even today, that the natural languages of the animals exclude progress. Conventional language belongs only to man. That is why man makes progress, whether for good or ill, and why the animals do not at all. Essay, p. 293. But Rousseau describes what he does not wish to say, that progress takes place both for the worse and for the better. At the same time. Which annuls eschatology and teleology, just as difference, or originary articulation, annuls archaeology. 3. Articulation. All this appears in the handling of the concept of articulation. To demonstrate it we must make a long detour. To understand how articulations, which are conventional, Chapter 4, operate, we must once again go through the problem of the concept of nature. To avoid rushing directly into the center of the difficulty which many commentators on Rousseau have already very well recognized, we shall try, in a limited and liminary way, to locate it in the essay. Already there it is formidable. That movement of the want. Let us begin with some simple certainties and choose some propositions whose literal clarity leaves little in doubt. We read them in the first chapter. First proposition. Speech distinguishes man from the animals. These are the first words of the essay. Speech is also the first social institution. It is therefore not natural. It is natural to man, it belongs to his nature, to his essence, which is not, unlike that of animals, natural. Speech belongs to man, to the humanity of man. But Rousseau distinguishes between language, langue, and speech, parole. The usage of speech is universally human but languages are diverse. Language, langage, distinguishes nations from each other. One does not know where a man is from until he has spoken. Usage and need make each learn the language, langue, of his country. But what makes this language that of his country and not of another? In order to tell, one has to go back to some reason that pertains to the local and precedes even customs. Speech, being the first social institution, owes its form to natural causes alone. Essay, pages 327-28, translation modified. Thus the natural causality of language splits itself in two. 1. Speech, the possibility of discourse in general, must have, as the first institution, only general natural causes, relationships between need and passion, etc. 2. But beyond the general existence of speech, one must account, by equally natural causes, for its forms. Speech, being the first social institution, owes its form to natural causes alone. It is the explication of the diversity of languages by physics, geography, climate, etc. This double natural explanation announces the division of the essay in its first part, into what concerns language, langage, and languages, langue. The first 7 chapters explain by natural causes language, langage, in general, or the primitive language, langue, its origin, and its decadence. With the 8th chapter, we pass from language to languages. General and local differences are explained by natural causes. How should this natural explanation be analyzed? Second proposition, as soon as one man was recognized by another as a sentient, thinking being and similar to himself, the desire or need to communicate his feelings and thoughts to him made him seek the means to do so. Essay, p. 289. Desire or need, the home of two origins, southern or northern, is already assured. And Rousseau refuses, as he also does in the second discourse, to wonder if the language, langue, preceded the society as its condition, or conversely. He sees no solution, and no doubt no sense, to such a question. In the second discourse, confronted by the immense difficulty of the genealogy of language, langue, almost giving up a natural and purely human explanation, Rousseau writes what is also implied in the essay: "For myself, I am so aghast at the increasing difficulties which present themselves, and so well convinced of the almost demonstrable impossibility that languages should owe their original institution to merely human means, that I leave, to anyone who will undertake it, the discussion of the difficult problem, which was most necessary, the existence of society to the institution of languages, or languages already invented, to the establishment of society." p. 151, p. 179, translation modified. Same gesture in the essay, one is given language, langue, and society at the same time, at the moment when the pure state of nature is crossed, when absolute dispersion is overcome for the first time. One attempts to seize the origin of language, langage, at the moment of this first crossing over. In the second discourse, we can still locate a footnote reference, a place is indicated for that long digression which would have been the essay. It is in the first part, immediately after the critique of Condillac and of those who, reasoning from the state of nature, transport their ideas taken from society. Rousseau knows that it is very difficult to find the resource of an explanation for the birth of languages, langue, in the pure state of nature and in the original dispersion. and he proposes a leap. We will suppose, however, that this first difficulty is obviated. Let us for a moment then take ourselves as being on this side of the vast space which must lie between a pure state of nature and that in which languages, long, had become necessary, and, admitting their necessity, let us inquire how they could first be established. Here we have a new and worse difficulty to grapple with, p. 14, p. 175. Let us for a moment then take ourselves as being on this side of the vast space. Up to what point? Not up to constituted society but up to the moment when the conditions for its birth are united. Between the pure state of nature and that moment, a multitude of centuries, rhythmed by distinct steps. 47 But it is difficult to discern the stages. The difference among all Rousseau's texts is subtle, perhaps unstable, always problematic on this point. To the distinctions already located, we must, at the risk of complicating the debate, add the following specification, which concerns precisely the essay in its relationship to the second discourse. Between the pure state of nature and society, Rousseau describes, both in the second discourse and in the essay, an age of huts. And since that age is presented in chapter 9 of the essay as the primitive times, one might be tempted to think that the pure state of nature is radically situated only in the second discourse, first part, the age of huts of the essay corresponding to the one that appeared after the pure state of nature in the second part of the second discourse. Even though this hypothesis does not seem simply false and is in fact confirmed by many descriptive elements, it must be nuanced or complicated. As it is evoked in the essay, the age of huts is much closer to the pure state of nature. Speaking of primitive times, when men scattered over the face of the earth, had no society other than that of the family, no laws other than those of nature, no language, long, other than gesture and some inarticulate sounds, p. 305, translation modified. Rousseau adds in a note, I call the first times those of men's dispersion at whatever age of mankind one might wish to fix the epoch, essay, p. 305 n. And certainly familial societies do not have the same status here as in the second part of the second discourse. 48 The two accounts become similar, it seems, only at the moment when, after a revolution that we shall examine later, ties of another family are constituted, making possible love, morality, speech. It is only the close of chapter 9 of the essay that one may compare to the second part of the second discourse. Let us for a moment then take ourselves as being on this side of the vast space, and give ourselves the following hypothesis, starting from the state of pure nature, thanks to a certain reversal that we shall discuss later. Man encounters man and recognizes him. Pity awakens and becomes active, he wishes to communicate. But at that moment man has just left nature. It is still by natural causes that the means of communication must be explained. Man can at first use only natural dispositions or instruments, the senses. Third proposition. Man must therefore act by his senses upon the senses of others. Look, then, at the institution of sense-perceptible signs to express thought. The inventors of language did not go through this reasoning, but instinct suggested the consequence to them. Essay, p. 290, translation modified. We have two ways of working on the senses of others, movement and voice. Naturally, Rousseau does not here ask what means or instrument might mean, nor, as he does in Emile, p. 160, p. 134, if voice is not itself a sort of movement. The action of movement is immediate through touch, or mediate through gesture. The first, having an arm's length for its limit, cannot be transmitted at a distance, the other reaches but as far as the line of sight. Thus only sight and hearing remain as the passive organs of language among dispersed men. Essay, p. 290, translation modified, italics added by Derrida. The analysis of the instruments of language is therefore governed by the situation of pure dispersion which characterizes the state of nature. Language could have emerged only out of dispersion. The natural causes by which one explains it are not recognized as natural except in so far as they accord with the state of nature, which is determined by dispersion. This dispersion should no doubt be overcome by language, langage, but, for that very reason, it determines the natural condition of language. The natural condition, it is remarkable that the original dispersion out of which language, langage, began continues to mark its milieu and essence. That language must traverse space, be obliged to be spaced, is not an accidental trait here but the mark of its origin. In truth, dispersion will never be a past, a prelinguistic situation in which language would certainly have been born only to break with it. The original dispersion leaves its mark in language. We shall have to verify it. Articulation, which seemingly introduces difference as an institution, has for ground and space the dispersion that is natural, space itself. At this point, The concept of nature becomes even more enigmatic, and if one does not want Rousseau to contradict himself at all, one must use a great deal of analysis and sympathy. The natural is first valorized and then disqualified, the original is also the inferior retained within the superior. The language, langue, of gesture and the language, langue, of voice, sight and hearing, are equally natural. Nevertheless, one is more natural than the other, and because of this it is first and better. It is the language of gesture, which is more easy and depends less on conventions. Of course there can be conventions of the language of gestures. Rousseau alludes later to a gestural code. But that code is less remote from nature than is the spoken language. For that reason, Rousseau begins with praise for the language of gestures, although, further on, wishing to show the superiority of passion over need, he will place speech above gesture. This contradiction is only apparent. Natural immediacy is at once origin and end, but in the double sense of each of these words, birth and death, unfinished sketch and finished perfection. From then on, all value is determined according to its proximity to an absolute nature. But as this concept is that of a polarized structure, proximity is a distancing. All the contradictions of the discourse are regulated, rendered necessary yet resolved, by this structure of the concept of nature. Before all determinations of a natural law, there is, effectively constraining the discourse, a law of the concept of nature. A contradiction regulated in this way appears in a flagrant manner when, praising the language of gesture, Rousseau speaks of love. Further on, he will say of this passion that it is at the origin of sung speech. Here, he makes drawing its best interpreter. To appeal to the eye in order to declare love is more natural, more expressive, more alive, at once more immediate and more alive, therefore more energetic, more present, more free. Thus regulating the entire contradiction, summing it up into its two poles, the essay begins with praise and concludes with condemnation of the mute sign. The first chapter exalts language, langue, without voice, that of glance and gesture, which Rousseau distinguishes from our gesticulation. Thus one speaks to the eyes much more effectively than to the ear. Essay, p. 291. The last chapter depicts, at the other pole of history, the ultimate servitude of a society organized by the circulation of silent signs. Societies have taken their final form, nothing is changed in them any longer except by arms and cash. And as there is no longer anything to say to people besides give money, it is said with placards on street corners or by soldiers in their homes. Essay, p. 332, translation modified. The mute sign is a sign of liberty when it expresses in immediacy, then, what it expresses and he who expresses himself through it are properly present. There is neither detour nor anonymity. The mute sign signifies slavery when representative immediacy has invaded the entire system of signification, then, through circulation and infinite references, from sign to sign and from representant to representant, the self-sameness, propria, of presence no longer has a place, no one is there for anyone, not even for himself, one can no longer dispose of sense, one can no longer stop it, it is carried into an endless movement of signification. The system of the sign has no outside. As it is speech that has opened this endless movement, law beam, of signification, thus constantly risking the loss of signification, it is tempting to return to an archaeological moment, a first moment of sign without speech, when passion, beyond need but short of articulation and difference, expresses itself in an unheard of way, an immediate sign. Although the language of gesture and that of the voice are equally natural, still the first is easier 49 and depends less upon conventions. For more things strike our eyes than our ears and shapes are more varied than sounds, they are also more expressive, and say more in less time. Love, it is said, was the inventor of design. It might also have invented speech, though less happily. Little contented with it, it disdains it, it has livelier ways of expressing itself. What things she who traced the shadow of her lover, with so much pleasure told him. What sounds could she have used to render this movement of a stick? Essay, p. 290. Translation modified. The movement of the magic wand that traces with so much pleasure does not fall outside of the body. Unlike the spoken or written sign, it does not cut itself off from the desiring body of the person who traces or from the immediately perceived image of the other. It is of course still an image which is traced at the tip of the wand, but an image that is not completely separated from what it represents. The drawn of the drawing is almost present in person in his shadow. The distance from the shadow or from the wand is almost nothing. She who traces, now holding in hand, Mondnon, the wand, is very close to touching what is very close to being the other itself, close by a minute difference. That small difference, visibility, spacing, depth, is undoubtedly the origin of the sign and the breaking of immediacy, but it is in reducing it as much as possible that one marks the contours of signification. One thinks the sign beginning from its limit, which belongs neither to nature nor to convention. Now this limit, that of an impossible sign, of a sign giving the signified, indeed the thing, in person, immediately, is necessarily closer to gesture or glance than to speech. A certain ideality of the sound behaves essentially as the power of abstraction and mediation. The movement of the wand is rich with all possible discourses, but no discourse can reproduce it without impoverishing and deforming it. The written sign is absent from the body, but this absence is already announced in the invisible and ethereal element of the spoken word, powerless to imitate the contact and the movement of the bodies. The gesture, that of passion rather than that of need, considered in its purity of origin, guards us against an already alienating speech, a speech already carrying in itself absence and death. That is why, when it does not precede the spoken word, it supplements it, corrects its fault and fills its lack. The movement of the wand supplements all discourse that, at a greater distance, would substitute itself for it. This relationship of mutual and incessant supplementarity is the order of language, langage. It is the origin of language, as it is described without being declared, in the essay on the origin of languages, which is here also in agreement with the second discourse. In both texts, the visible gesture, more natural and more expressive, can join itself as a supplement to speech, which is itself a substitute for gesture. This graphic of supplementarity is the origin of languages, long. It separates gesture and speech primitively united in the mythic purity, absolutely immediate and therefore natural, of the cry. The first language of man, the most universal and energetic, in a word the only language, langage, man needed, before he had occasion to exert his eloquence to persuade assembled men, was the cry of nature. When the ideas of men began to expand and multiply, and closer communication established itself among them, they looked for more numerous signs and a more copious language. They multiplied the inflections of the voice, and added gestures, which are in their nature more expressive, and depend less for their sense on a prior determination. p. 148, italics added by Derrida, p. 176, translation modified. Gesture is here an adjunct of speech, but this adjunct is not a supplementing by artifice, it is a recourse to a more natural, more expressive, more immediate sign. It is the more universal the less it depends on conventions. 50 But if gesture supposes a distance and a spacing, a milieu of visibility, it ceases being effective when the excess of distance or mediations interrupts visibility, then speech supplements gesture. Everything in language, langage, is substitute, and this concept of substitute precedes the opposition of nature and culture. The supplement can just as easily be natural, gesture, as artificial, speech. But, as hardly anything can be indicated by gestures, except objects actually present or easily described, and visible actions, as they are not universally in use, for darkness or the interposition of a material object destroys their efficacy, and as besides they rather require than excite attention, men at length bethought themselves of substituting for them the articulations of the voice, which, without bearing the same relation to any particular ideas, are better calculated to express them all, as instituted signs. Such a substitution could only be made by common consent, and must have been effected in a manner not very easy for men whose gross organs had not been accustomed to any such exercise. It is also in itself still more difficult to conceive, since such a common agreement must have been motivated, and speech seems to have been highly necessary to establish the use of it. Pages 148-49, italics added by Derrida, pages 176-77, translation modified. Speech excites attention. The visible requires it. Is it because the ear is always open and offered to provocation, more passive than sight? One can more naturally close one's eyes or distract his glance than avoid listening. Let us not forget that this natural situation is first that of the child at the breast. This structure of supplementarity, reflexive, mutual, speculative, infinite, alone permits an explanation of the fact that the language, langage, of space, sight, and muteness, Rousseau knew also 51 that it signified death, sometimes takes the place of speech when the latter is attended by a greater threat of absence and breaches life's energy. In that case, the language of visible gestures is more alive. Love might also have invented speech, though less happily. Little contented with it, it disdains it, it has livelier ways of expressing itself. What things she who traced the shadow of her lover with so much pleasure told him? What sounds could she have used to render this movement of the stick? Essay, p. 290, translation modified. It is therefore after the invention of language and the birth of passion that desire, in order to recapture presence and according to the schema we have identified, returns to the movement of the magic wand, to the finger and the eye, to a mutism charged with discourse. It is the question of a supplementary return toward a greater naturalness, not of an origin of language, langage. Rousseau gives it more precision further on by distinguishing gesture from gesticulation. The former, which outlines the shadow of presence, silently plies the first metaphor, the latter is an indiscreet and cumbersome adjunct of speech. It is a bad supplement. The silent language of love is not a prelinguistic gesture, it is a mute eloquence. Us Europeans, gestures signify nothing but our natural uneasiness. It is not of that I wish to speak. Only Europeans gesticulate when speaking. One might say that all the force of their language was in their arms. They further add to this the force of their lungs, but all this is hardly of any use to them. When a Frank has quite strained himself, quite tormented his body to say a lot of words, a Turk removes his pipe from his mouth for a moment, softly speaks 2 words, and crushes him with one aphorism. Here the Turk is no longer, like his language, from the north, but from the Orient. We are at once from the north and from the Occident. Essay, p. 290, translation modified. The value of the mute sign is also that of sobriety and discretion in speech, the economy of speech. Ever since we learned to gesticulate, we have forgotten the art of pantomime, for the same reason that with so many fine grammars we no longer understand the symbols of the Egyptians. What the ancients said most vividly, they expressed not by words, but by signs. They did not say it, they showed it. Essay, p. 290. What they showed, let us mark it well, was not the thing but its hieroglyphic metaphor, the visible sign. This praise of Egyptian symbolism may surprise us. It is a praise of writing and a praise of savagery, more precisely of that writing of which we are told further along that it suits savages. Savagery does not characterize the primitive state of man, the state of pure nature, but the state of society being born, of the first language, langage, and the first passions. A state structurally anterior to the state of barbarism, itself anterior to civil society. In fact, in the chapter on writing, v. Egyptian hieroglyphs are defined as the crudest and most antique script. It would suit people assembled as a nation under the form of savagery. The cruder the writing, the more ancient the language. The first manner of writing is not to paint sounds, but objects themselves, whether directly, as the Mexicans did, or by allegorical figures, as the Egyptians did of old. This state corresponds to passionate language, and already presupposes some society and some needs to which the passions have given birth. The painting of objects suits savage peoples. Essay, p. 297, translation modified hieroglyphic language, long, is an impassioned language. Savagery holds itself closest to this passional origin of language. The paradox is that thus it also holds itself closer to writing than to speech. Because gesture, which elsewhere expresses need, here represents passion. It is writing not only because it traces, like the movement of the wand, a design in space, but because the signifier first signifies a signifier, and not the thing itself or a directly presented signified. The hieroglyphic graphy is already allegorical. The gesture which speaks before words, dit la parole avant les mots, and which argues to the eyes, is the moment of savage writing. Open ancient history, you will find it full of those ways of arguing to the eye, and never did they fail to produce a more assured effect than all the discourses that might have replaced it. The object held up before speaking stirs the imagination, excites curiosity, holds the mind in suspense, waiting for what will be said. I have noticed that Italians and Provençals, among whom gesture ordinarily precedes discourse, find this as a means of making themselves better heeded and even with greater pleasure. But the most energetic language is the one in which the sign has said everything, before one speaks. Tarquin, Thrasybulus lopping off the heads of poppies, Alexander applying his seal to the mouth of his favorite, Diogenes promenading in front of Zeno, did they not speak better than with words? What verbal circumlocution would have expressed the same ideas as well? 52, italics added by Derrida, essay, pages 290-91, translation modified. How can the language of gesture or sight express passion here, and need elsewhere? The contradiction between these different texts responds to the unity of an intention and the necessity of a constraint. 1. Rousseau speaks the desire of immediate presence. When the latter is better represented by the range of the voice and reduces dispersion, he praises living speech, which is then the language of the passions. When the immediacy of presence is better represented by the proximity and rapidity of the gesture and the glance, he praises the most savage writing, which does not represent the oral representant, the hieroglyph. 2. This concept of writing designates the place of unease, of the regulated incoherence within conceptuality, well beyond the essay and well beyond Rousseau. This incoherence would hold on to the fact that the unity of need and passion, with the entire system of associated significations, constantly effaces the limit that Rousseau obstinately outlines and recalls. Rousseau declares this central bone, without which the entire conceptual organism would collapse, and wishes to think it as a distinction. He describes it as a supplementary difference. This constrains in its graphics the strange unity of passion and need. How does writing reveal it? How is writing, like pity, for example, both in nature and outside of it? Like the awakening of imagination before this, what does the awakening of writing signify here, if it belongs neither to nature nor to its other? Writing precedes and follows speech, it comprehends it. This is already true from the only point of view that concerns us here, that of the structure of the essay. On the one hand, the theory of writing effectively follows the genealogy of speech and is proposed as a sort of supplementary appendix. Once one has described the passional origin of speech, one can accessorily consider that accessory which is writing, in order to draw from it some supplementary information about the state of languages, long. The entire chapter on writing is opened and governed by this declared project. After having summarized the progress of languages and the movement of supplementarity and substitution which holds it under its law, one supplements new articulations for accents that efface themselves, one substitutes ideas for sentiments, etc. Rousseau introduces a new development. Another means of comparing languages and judging their antiquity is drawn from writing, and that by reasoning inversely from the perfection of this art. p. 297. Translation modified. Yet writing had to appear even before there was a question of speech and its passional origin. The movement of the magic wand and the hieroglyph expressed a passion before the passion that draws out the first voices, and as writing will also be recognized as the language, langage, of need, it will have spoken need before need. The first allusion to writing holds itself out of reach of all distinction, if not of all difference of need from passion. The interest of writing requires a new conceptuality. It is that the metaphoric origin of speech opens an eye, one might say, at the center of language, long. And the passion that draws out the first voices has a relationship to the image. The visibility inscribed on the active birth of the voice is not purely perceptive, it signifies. Writing is the eve of speech. That appears also from the first chapter. Darius, engaged in Scythia with his army, receives from the king of Scythia a frog, a bird, a mouse, and 5 arrows. The herald delivers his gift in silence and departs. That terrible harangue was understood, and Darius returned to his own country as quickly as he could. Substitute a letter, namely, a phonetic script, for these signs, the more menacing it is, the less it frightens. It will be no more than a boast, at which Darius would only have laughed. 53, italics added by Derrida, Essay, p. 291, translation modified. And after another series of biblical and Greek examples, thus one speaks to the eye much better than to the ear. There is no one who does not feel the truth of Horace's judgment in this regard. The most eloquent discourses are even seen to be those embedded with the most images, and sounds never have more energy than when they produce the effects of colors. Italics added by Derrida, Essay, p. 291, translation modified. Decisive consequence, eloquence depends upon the image. What is already announced is that the first language must have been figurative, title of chapter 3. The metaphor within spoken language draws its energy from the visible and from a sort of oral picto-hieroglyphics. Now if one considers that Rousseau elsewhere associates visibility, space, painting, writing, etc., with the loss of passional energy, with need and sometimes with death, one must surely conclude in favor of a unity, in the interest of writing, of heterogeneous or so declared values. But this unity of the interest of writing Rousseau cannot declare. He can only describe it clandestinely as he plays with the different parts of his discourse. Even if it means contradicting himself, he places writing on the side of need and speech on the side of passion. In the passage that we have just cited, it is clear that it is a question of passional signs. That will be confirmed further along when hieroglyphic script will be defined as impassioned language, long. Yet if sounds never have more energy than when they make the effect of colors, it is not that color or their space which speaks to passion. Rousseau abruptly reverses the order of the demonstration. Only the spoken word has the power of expressing or exciting passion. But when it is a question of stirring the heart and inflaming the passions, it is an altogether different matter. The successive impressions of discourse, which strike a redoubled blow, produce a different feeling from that of the continuous presence of the same object, which can be taken in at a single glance. Imagine a painful situation that is fully known. As you watch the afflicted person, you are not likely to weep. But give him time to tell you all that he feels and soon you will burst into tears. It is solely in this way that the scenes of a tragedy produce their effect. L. Pantomime without discourse will leave you nearly tranquil, discourse without gesture will bring tears from you. The passions have their gestures, but they also have their accents, and these accents, which thrill us, these accents to which one may not conceal one's organ, penetrate to the very depths of the heart, carrying there the emotions they wring from us, forcing us in spite of ourselves to feel what we hear. We conclude that while visible signs can render a more exact imitation, sounds more effectively excite interest. In this argument we have been able to emphasize the two controlling strands. Right at first the sound touches us, interests us, impassions us all the more because it penetrates us. It is the element of interiority because its essence, its own energy, implies that its reception is obligatory. As we noted above, I can close my eyes, I can avoid being touched by that which I see and that which is perceptible at a distance. But my passivity and my passion are totally offered to accents to which one may not conceal one's organ, which penetrate to the very depths of the heart, carrying there the emotions they wring from us, forcing us in spite of ourselves to feel what we hear. Voice penetrates into me violently, it is the privileged route for forced entry and interiorization, whose reciprocity produces itself in the hearing oneself speak, in the structure of the voice and of interlocution. 54. This violence obliges Rousseau to temper the praise of passion and to suspect this complicity between voice and heart. But another violence complicates this schema even more. In the voice, the presence of the object already disappears. The self-presence of the voice and of the hearing oneself speak conceals the very thing that visible space allows to be placed before us. The thing disappearing, the voice substitutes there an acoustic sign for it which can, in the place of the object taken away, penetrate profoundly into me, to lodge there in the depth of the heart. It is the only way of interiorizing the phenomenon, by transforming it into acoumeny, which supposes an originary synergy and synesthesia, but also that the disappearance of presence in the form of the object, the being before the eyes or being at hand, installs a sort of fiction, if not a lie, at the very origin of speech. Speech never gives the thing itself, but a simulacrum that touches us more profoundly than the truth, strikes us more effectively. Another ambiguity in the appreciation of speech. It is not the very presence of the object which moves us but its phonic sign, the successive impressions of discourse, which strike a redoubled blow, produce a different feeling from that of the continuous presence of the same object. I have said elsewhere why feigned misfortunes touch us more than real ones. If the theatre is condemned, it is thus not because it is, as its name indicates, a place of spectacle, it is because it makes us hear and understand. Thus is explained the nostalgia for a society of need that Rousseau disqualifies so harshly elsewhere. Dream of a mute society, of a society before the origin of languages, long, that is to say, strictly speaking, before society. This makes me think that if we had never had anything but physical needs, we might very well never have spoken and would have understood one another perfectly by the language of gesture alone. We could have established societies little different from what they are today, or ones which would have been better able to achieve their goals. We would have been able to institute laws, to choose leaders, to invent arts, to establish commerce, and to do, in a word, almost as many things as we do with the help of speech. The epistolary language of Salams transmits the secrets of Oriental gallantry across the best-guarded harems without fear of the jealous. The mutes of the Grand Vizier understand each other, and understand everything that is said to them by signs, just as well as could be done by discourse. Essay, p. 292, translation modified. With reference to this society of mute writing, the advent of speech resembles a catastrophe, an unpredictable misfortune. Nothing made it necessary. At the end of the essay, this schema is exactly inverted. Things are further complicated if one considers that the language, long, of needs is a natural language, long, and that it would be difficult to find a sure criterion for distinguishing between this mute society and animal society. One does then perceive that the only difference between what Rousseau wished to consider the fixity of animal language and the progress of human languages is not dependent on any one organ, any one sense, is not to be found in either the visible or the audible order. It is once again the power of substituting one organ for another, of articulating space and time, sight and voice, hand and spirit. It is this faculty of supplementarity which is the true origin or non-origin, of languages, long, articulation in general, as articulation of nature and of convention, of nature and all its others. This is what one must emphasize right from the close of Chapter 1. It appears again, by the same observations, that the invention of the art of communicating our ideas depends less upon the organs we use in such communication than it does upon a faculty proper to man, which makes him empty his organs for that use, and which, if he lacked these, would make him employ others to the same end. Give man an organization as entirely crude as you please, doubtless he will acquire fewer ideas, but provided only that there be some means of communication between him and his fellows by which one might act and the other feel, they will finally succeed in communicating altogether as many ideas as they have to one another. Animals have a more than sufficient organization for such communication, and none of them has ever made this use of it. This seems to me to be a most characteristic difference. Those among them who live and work in common, such as beavers, ants, bees, have some natural language for communicating among themselves, I raise no doubt about it. There is even reason to believe that the language of beavers and ants is by gesture and speak only to the eyes. Be that as it may, precisely because all such languages are natural, they are not acquired. The animals that speak them possess them from birth, they all have them, and they are everywhere the same. They do not change them nor do they make the slightest progress in them. Conventional language, long, belongs only to man. Italics added by Derrida, Essay, pages 292-93, translation modified. Animal language, and animality in general, represents here the still living myth of fixity, of symbolic incapacity, of non-supplementarity. If we consider the concept of animality not in its content of understanding or misunderstanding but in the function reserved for it, we shall see that it must locate a moment of life which knows nothing, whose appearance and play we wish to describe here: symbol, substitution, lack and supplementary addition, etc. A life that has not yet broached the play of supplementarity and which at the same time has not yet let itself be breached by it, a life without difference and without articulation. The inscription of the origin. This detour was necessary for recapturing the function of the concept of articulation. It broaches language, it opens speech as institution born of passion, but it threatens song as original speech. It draws it toward need and reason, accomplices, and therefore lends itself to writing more easily. The more articulated a language, long, is, the less accentuated it is, the more rational it is, the less musical it is, and the less it loses by being written, the better it expresses need. It becomes Nordic. Rousseau wants us to think of this movement as an accident. He describes it however in its originary necessity. This unhappy accident is also a natural progress. It does not come unexpectedly upon a constituted song, it does not surprise a full music. There is no speech, then, as we know, no song, and thus no music, before articulation. Passion, then, could not be expressed or imitated without articulation. The cry of nature, second discourse, the simple sounds, that, emerge naturally from the throat, p. 295, translation modified, Essay 4, do not make a language because articulation has not yet played there. Natural voices, vowels, are unarticulated, Essay p. 295. Convention has its hold only upon articulation, which pulls language out of the cry, and increases itself with consonants, tenses, and quantity. Thus language is born out of the process of its own degeneration. That is why, in order to translate Rousseau's descriptive procedure, which does not wish to restore the facts but merely to measure a gap, it is perhaps imprudent to call by the name of 0 degree or simple origin that from which the gap is measured or the structure outlined. 0 degree or origin implies that the commencement be simple, that it not be at the same time the launching of a degeneration, that it be possible to think it in the form of presence in general, whether it be a modified presence or not, whether it be past event or permanent essence. To speak of simple origin, it must also be possible to measure gap on a simple axis and in a single direction. Is it still necessary to recall that nothing in Rousseau's description authorizes us to do so? To speak of origin and 0 degree in fact comments on Rousseau's declared intention, and it corrects on that point more than one classical or hasty reading. But in spite of that declared intention, Rousseau's discourse lets itself be constrained by a complexity which always has the form of the supplement of or from the origin. His declared intention is not annulled by this but rather inscribed within a system which it no longer dominates. The desire for the origin becomes an indispensable and indestructible function situated within a syntax without origin. Rousseau would like to separate originarity from supplementarity. All the rights constituted by our logos are on his side. It is unthinkable and intolerable that what has the name origin should be no more than a point situated within the system of supplementarity. The latter in fact wrenches the language, long, from its condition of origin, from its conditional or its future of origin, from what it will, would, have been and what it has never been. It could only have been born by suspending its relation to origin. Its history is that of the supplement of, from, origin, of the originary supplementing and the supplementing of the origin. Let us observe the play of the tenses and modes at the end of chapter 4, which describes the ideal of the language of origin. As natural voices are unarticulated, words would have few articulations. A few interposed consonants effacing the hiatus between the vowels would suffice to make them fluid and easy to pronounce. On the other hand, the sounds would be very varied, and the diversity of accents would multiply the same voices. Quantity and rhythm would be the new sources of combinations. So much so that voices, sounds, accent, and number, which are from nature, leaving little to be done by articulations, which are from conventions, one would sing rather than speak. Most of the root words would be imitative sounds or accents of passion, or effects of sense objects. Onomatopoeia would constantly make itself felt. This language would have many synonyms for expressing the same being and its different relationships. It would have few adverbs and abstract words for expressing these same relationships. It would have many augmentatives, diminutives, compound words, expletive particles to give cadence to periods and roundness to phrases. It would have many irregularities and anomalies. It would neglect grammatical analogy to attach itself to euphony, number, harmony, and beauty of sounds. Instead of arguments, it would have aphorisms. It would persuade without convincing, and paint without reasoning. Follows the customary extrinsic or archaeological reference, it would resemble Chinese in certain respects, Greek in others. Extend these ideas in all their ramifications, and you will find that Plato's Cratylus is not as ridiculous as it appears to be. Italics added by Derrida, p. 296, translation modified. The stage thus described in the conditional is already that of a language, long, that has broken with gesture, need, animality, etc., but of a language that has not yet been corrupted by articulation, convention, supplementarity. The time of that language is the unstable, inaccessible, mythic limit between that already and this not yet, time of a language being born. Just as there was a time for society being born. Neither before nor after the origin. After having observed this play of the temporal mode, let us continue with our reading. The chapter on writing follows soon after. The title alone separates the quotation above from the one following. One will stress there the sense of certain verbs and the mode of all the verbs. Anyone who will study the history and progress of languages will see that the more voices, vowels, become monotonous, the more the consonants multiply, and as accents efface themselves and quantities equalize themselves, they are supplemented by grammatical combinations and new articulations. But only the pressure of time brings these changes about. To the degree that needs increase, that affairs become entangled, that enlightenment is expanded, language, langage, changes character. It becomes more tight and less passionate. It substitutes ideas for feelings. It no longer speaks to the heart but to reason. As a result, accent is extinguished, articulation increases. Language becomes more exact and clearer, but more drawling, duller and colder. This progression seems to me entirely natural. p. 296, translation modified. Thus supplementarity makes possible all that makes up what is proper to man, speech, society, passion, etc. But what is this that is proper to man? On the one hand, it is that of which the possibility must be thought before man, and outside of him. Man allows himself to be announced to himself after the fact of supplementarity, which is yet not an attribute, accidental or essential, of man. For on the other hand, supplementarity, which is nothing, neither a presence nor an absence, is neither a substance nor an essence of man. It is precisely the play of presence and absence, the opening of this play that no metaphysical or ontological concept can comprehend. That is why what is proper to man is not proper to man, it is the very dislocation of the proper in general, it is the dislocation of the characteristic, the proper in general, the impossibility, and therefore the desire, of self-proximity, the impossibility and therefore the desire of pure presence. That supplementarity is not that which is proper to man does not signify only, and in an equally radical manner, that it is not a proper tie, but also that its play precedes what one calls man and extends outside of him. Man calls himself man only by drawing limits excluding his other from the play of supplementarity, the purity of nature, of animality, of the primitive, of childhood, of madness, of divinity. The approach to these limits is at once feared as a threat of death, and desired as access to a life without difference. The history of man calling himself man is the articulation of all these limits among themselves. All concepts determining a non-supplementarity, nature, animality, primitivity, childhood, madness, divinity, etc., obviously have no truth value. They belong, moreover, with the idea of truth itself, to an epoch of supplementarity. They have sense only in a closure of the game. Writing will appear to us more and more as another name for this structure of supplementarity. If one takes into account that, according to Rousseau himself, articulation makes possible both speech and writing, a language, long, is necessarily articulated, and the more articulated it is, the more it lends itself to writing. One should be assured of what Saussure hesitated to say and what we know of the anagrams, namely, that there are no phonemes before the grapheme. That is to say, before that which operates as a principle of death in speech. Perhaps now one will better grasp the situation of Rousseau's discourse with reference to this concept of the supplement, and by the same token, the status of the analysis that we are attempting here. It does not suffice to say that Rousseau thinks the supplement without thinking it, that he does not match his saying to his meaning, his descriptions to his declarations. One must still organize this gap and this contradiction. Rousseau uses the word and describes the thing. But now we know that what concerns us here belongs neither to the word nor to the thing. Word and thing are referential limits that only the supplementary structure can produce and mark. Using the word and describing the thing, Rousseau in a certain way displaces and deforms the sign supplement, the unity of the signifier and the signified, as it is articulated among nouns, supplement, supplementing, supplement, verbs, to supply, to be substituted, etc., and adjectives, supplementary, suppletory, suppletive, and makes the signifieds play on the register of plus or minus. But these displacements and deformations are regulated by the contradictory unity, or itself supplementary, of a desire. As in the dream, as Freud analyzes it, incompatibles are simultaneously admitted as soon as it is a matter of satisfying a desire, in spite of the principle of identity, or of the law of the excluded middle, the logical time of consciousness. Using a word other than dream, inaugurating a conceptuality which would no longer be the metaphysics of presence or of consciousness, opposing wakefulness and dream even within Freud's discourse, it would then be necessary to define a space in which this regulated contradiction has been possible and can be described. What is called history of ideas would have to begin by disengaging this space before articulating its field in terms of other fields. These are, of course, questions that can only be asked. What are the two contradictory possibilities that Rousseau wishes to save simultaneously? And how does he go about it? He wishes on the one hand to affirm, by giving it a positive value, everything of which articulation is the principle or everything with which it constructs a system, passion, language, society, man, etc. But he intends to affirm simultaneously all that is crossed out, by articulation, accent, life, energy, passion yet again, and so on. The supplement being the articulated structure of these two possibilities, Rousseau can only decompose it and dissociate it into two simple units, logically contradictory yet allowing an intact purity to both the negative and the positive. And yet Rousseau, caught, like the logic of identity, in the graphic of supplementarity, says what he does not wish to say, describes what he does not wish to conclude, that the positive, is, the negative, life, is, death, presence, is, absence, and that this repetitive supplementarity is not comprised in any dialectic, at least if that concept is governed, as it always has been, by a horizon of presence. Moreover, Rousseau is not alone in being caught in the graphic of supplementarity. All sense and therefore all discourse is caught there, particularly and by a singular turn, the discourse of the metaphysics within which Rousseau's concepts move. And when Hegel will say the unity of absence and presence, of non-being and being, dialectics or history will continue to be, at least on the level of discourse that we have called Rousseau's wishing to say, a movement of mediation between two full presences. Eschatological parrhesia is also the presence of the full speech, bringing together all its differences and its articulations within the consciousness, of, self of the logos. Consequently, before asking the necessary questions about the historical situation of Rousseau's text, we must locate all the signs of its appurtenance to the metaphysics of presence, from Plato to Hegel, rhythmed by the articulation of presence upon self-presence. The unity of this metaphysical tradition should be respected in its general permanence through all the marks of appurtenance, the genealogical sequences, the stricter routes of causality that organize Rousseau's text. We must recognize, prudently and as a preliminary, what this historicity amounts to. Without this, what one would inscribe within a narrower structure would not be a text and above all not Rousseau's text. It does not suffice to understand Rousseau's text within that implication of the epochs of metaphysics or of the West, what we only diffidently sketch here. We must also know that this history of metaphysics, to which the concept of history itself returns, belongs to an ensemble for which the name history is no longer suitable. All this interplay of implications is so complex that it would be more than imprudent to wish to assure oneself as to how much of it is proper to a text, reviendent propre à un texte, for example, Rousseau's. That is not only difficult, it is in fact impossible. The question which one professes to answer here has undoubtedly no meaning outside of the metaphysics of presence, of the proper, propria, and of the subject. There is not, strictly speaking, a text whose author or subject is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. From this principal proposition, it remains to draw the rigorous consequences, without confusing all the subordinate propositions under the pretext that their sense and their limits are already contested at their primary root. The Noum. We shall, then, look for how Rousseau operates when, for example, he attempts to define the limit of possibility of the thing whose impossibility he describes, natural voice or inarticulate language. No longer the animal cry before the birth of language, but not yet the articulated language, already worked by absence and death. Between the prelinguistic and linguistic, between cry and speech, animal and man, nature and society, Rousseau looks for a limit being born, and he gives it many determinations. There are at least two of them that have the same function. They relate to childhood and to God. In each, two contradictory predicates are united. It is about a language, long, uncontaminated by supplementarity. The model of this impossible natural voice is first that of childhood. Described in the conditional in the essay, let us recall the analysis of the natural voices that are not articulated. Consider it now in Emile. The alibi and the anilo tempori are no longer Chinese or Greek, but the child. All our languages are works of art. It has long been a subject of inquiry whether there ever was a natural language common to all. No doubt there is, and it is the language of children before they know how to speak. This language, long, is inarticulate, but it has tone, stress, and meaning. The use of our own language has led us to neglect it so far as to forget it altogether. Let us study children and we shall soon learn it afresh from them. Nurses can teach us this language. They understand all their nurslings say to them, they answer them, and keep up long conversations with them, and though they use words, these words are quite useless. It is not the sense of the word, but its accompanying accent that is understood. p. 45, italics added by Derrida, p. 32, translation modified. To speak before knowing how to speak, such is the limit toward which Rousseau obstinately guides his repetition of origin. This limit is indeed that of non-supplementarity, but as there must already be language there, the supplement must announce itself without having been produced. Lack and absence must have begun without beginning. Without the summons of the supplement, the child would not speak at all. If he did not suffer, if he lacked nothing, he would not call, he would not speak. But if supplementarity had simply been produced, if it had really begun, the child would speak knowing how to speak. The child speaks before knowing how to speak. He has language, langage, but what is lacking in it is the power of replacing itself by itself, of being able to substitute one sign for another, one organ of expression for another. What he lacks is, as the essay said, let us recall, a faculty proper to man, which makes him employ his organs for that use, and which, if he lacked these, would lead him to employ others to the same end. p. 292. Translation modified. The child, the concept of the child, is the concept of one who has no more than one language, langage, because he has only one organ. And that signifies that his lack, his unwellness itself, is unique and uniform, not countenancing any substitution or any operation of supplementing. Such is Rousseau's child. He has no language because he has only one. He has only one language because he has, so to say, only one kind of unwellness. In the imperfect state of his organs he does not distinguish their diverse impressions. All ills produce one sensation of sorrow. p. 46, Emile, p. 32, translation modified. The child will know how to speak when the forms of his unwellness can be substituted one for the other, then he will be able to slip from one language, langage, to another, slide one sign under another, play with the signifying substances. He will enter into the order of the supplement, here determined as the human order. He will no longer weep, he will know how to say I hurt. When children begin to talk they cry less. This progress is natural, one language is substituted for another. When once Emile has said, it hurts me, it will take a very sharp pain to make him cry. p. 59, Emile, p. 41, translation modified. To speak before knowing how, childhood is good because speech is good, what is proper to man. The child speaks. Childhood is good because the knowledge of speech comes only with the evil of articulation. The child does not know how to speak. But childhood is not good since already it speaks, and it is not good because it does not have what is proper to and the good of man, knowledge of speech. Whence the regulated instability of the judgments on childhood, for better and for worse. It is sometimes on the side of animality, sometimes on the side of humanity. That the child speaks without knowing how to speak, that may be to his credit, but he also speaks without knowing how to sing, which is why he is no longer an animal that neither speaks nor sings, and not yet a man who both speaks and sings. Man has three kinds of voice: the speaking or articulate voice, the singing or melodious voice, and the pathetic or accented voice, which serves as the language, langage, of the passions, and gives life to song and speech. The child has these three voices, just as the man has them, but he does not know how to use them in combination. Like us, he laughs, cries, laments, shrieks, and groans, but he does not know how to combine these inflections into other voices. These three voices find their best expression in perfect music. Children are incapable of such music, and their singing lacks feeling. In the same way their spoken language lacks accent. They cry out, but they do not accentuate, and there is as little energy in their voice as there is accent in their speech. Emile, pages 161-62, p. 113, translation. Modified articulation, wherever one finds it, is indeed articulation, that of the members and the organs, difference, in the body, proper. That which seems the most proper thing for effacing this difference in natural expression, is it not the breath? A speaking and singing breath, breath of language, langage, but inarticulate. Such a breath cannot have a human origin and destination. It is no longer on the way to humanity, like the language, langue, of the child, but to superhumanity. Its principle and its end are theological, as the voice and providence of nature. It is on this onto-theological model that Rousseau regulates his repetitions of origin. With this exemplary model of a pure breath, pneuma, and of an intact life, of a song and an inarticulate language, of a speech without spacing, we have, even if it is utopian or placeless, a topic, a paradigm made to our measure. We can name and define it. It is the pneum, pure vocalization, form of an inarticulate song without speech, whose name means breath, which is inspired in us by God and may address only Him. The Dictionary of Music defines it as such. Pneum. Sf. A term of plain song. The pneum is a kind of short recapitulation of the air in a mode, which is made at the end of an antiphon, by a simple variety of sounds, and without joining to them any words. The Catholics authorize this singular custom on a passage of St. Augustine, who says, that no words being possible to be worthy of pleasing God, it is laudable to address Him in a confused music of jubilation. For to whom is such a jubilation without words suitable, unless to an ineffable being? And how can we celebrate this ineffable being, since we cannot be silent, or find anything in our transports which can express them, unless unarticulated sounds? Italics added by Derrida, pages 270-71, translation modified. To speak before knowing how to speak, not to be able either to be silent or to speak, this limit of origin is indeed that of a pure presence, present enough to be living, to be felt in enjoyment, jouissance, but pure enough to have remained unbreached by the work of difference, inarticulate enough for self-delight, jouissance de soi, not to be corrupted by interval, discontinuity, alterity. Indeed, Rousseau thinks that this experience of a continuous self-presence is accorded only to God, given to God or to those whose hearts accord with God's. It is indeed this accord, this resemblance of the divine and the human that inspires him when he dreams, in the reveries, of that experience of a time reduced to presence, where the present lasts forever, without marking its duration in any way, and without any trace of succession. p. 113. Let us reread all these pages. They speak the sorrow of time torn in its presence by memory and anticipation. The enjoyment, jouissance, of a continuous and inarticulate presence is a nearly impossible experience. Scarcely is there, in our most living delights, a moment where the heart can truly say to us, I wish that this moment should last forever. Pages 112-13. The heart is not an organ because it is not inscribed in a system of differences and articulations. It is not an organ because it is the organ of pure presence. Rousseau experienced this nearly impossible state on the island of St. Pierre. Much has been written 55 of that description on the themes of nature, water, flowing, etc., comparing it to pure vocalization, to the pure vowels of the natural language, langue, and of the pneum. We will extract from it only the system of four significations. The enjoyment, jouissance, of self-presence, pure auto-affection, uncorrupted by any outside, is accorded to God. What does one enjoy in such a situation? Nothing external to oneself, nothing except oneself and its proper existence. So long as this state lasts, one suffices to oneself, like God. Pages 113-14, translation modified. There must be movement, life, enjoyment, jouissance, in time, self-presence. But that movement should be without intervals, without difference, without discontinuity. There should be neither an absolute repose nor too much agitation, but a uniform and moderate movement which should have neither shocks nor intervals. Without movement, Life is only a lethargy. If the movement is unequal or too strong, it awakens. The movement which does not come from without, then, is made within us. This movement is an inarticulate speech, a speech before words, alive enough to speak, pure enough, interior and homogeneous enough not to relate to any object, not to gather into itself any mortal difference, any negativity. It is a charm and therefore a song. If the movement is unequal or too strong, it awakens, in recalling us to environing objects, it destroys the charm of the reverie and draws us out from inside ourselves to put us in an instant under the yoke of fortune and man and to bring us back to the feeling of our unhappiness. An absolute silence leads to sadness, it offers an image of death. p. 115, translation modified. Yet, if our hearts are pure enough for it, we live this almost impossible experience, almost alien to the constraints of supplementarity, already as a supplement, as a compensation. And it is the difference between our experience and that of God Himself. But an unfortunate who has been withdrawn from human society, and who can do nothing here below that is useful or good for others or for himself, can find in that state compensations for all human felicities which fortune and man cannot take away from him. It is true that these compensations cannot be felt by all souls, nor in all situations. It is necessary that the heart should be at peace and that no passion should come to trouble the calm. p. 114, translation modified. The difference between God and ourselves is that God distributes, and we receive, compensations. Rousseau's entire moral theology implies, and the vicar often uses this word, that divine solicitude can always procure just compensations. And God alone may dispense with the supplement that He dispenses. He is the dispensation of, exemption from, the supplement. The noum, the charm of self-presence, inarticulate experience of time, tantamount to saying, utopia. Such language, langage, since a language must be involved, does not, properly speaking, have a place. It does not know articulation, which cannot take place without spacing and without organization of places. There is no language, langage, before local difference. Now the 4 chapters on general and local difference in the origin of languages, Long 8, formation of the southern languages, 9, formation of the languages of the north, X, and reflections on these differences, 11, give the lie by their description to what seems required by the declared organization of the essay. What they describe is that before articulation, that is to say before local difference, there is nothing that one may call language, langage. For we shall see that local differences between the two poles of language, lang, always amount to an articulatory play. One cannot therefore describe the structure or the general essence of the language, lang, without taking topography into account. Yet that is what Rousseau wanted to do by dealing with language, lang, in general before beginning the chapter on the general and local difference in the origin of languages, lang. In doing so, he had believed it possible to dissociate structure from origin, or yet structural origin from local origin. All that I have said so far suits primitive languages in general, and the progress results from their duration, but explains neither their origin nor their difference. Essay, pages 304-5, translation modified. Thus opens the 8th chapter. If it is true that hereafter articulation measures local difference and that nothing precedes it within language, langage, can one conclude from it that in the classification of languages, lang, in their local or geographic distribution, in the structure of their growth, there is no more than a play of relationships, situations, connections? Can one conclude from it that there is no absolute, immobile, and natural center? There again, we must distinguish between description and declaration. Rousseau declares the center. There is one single origin, one single 0 point in the history of languages, lang. It is the south, the warmth of life, the energy of passion. In spite of the apparent symmetry of the 2 chapters, in spite of that description of a double origin of which we have spoken above, Rousseau does not wish to speak of the 2 poles of formation, only of a formation and a deformation. Language, lang, truly forms itself only in the south. The originary center of language, langage, is well reflected on in the center of the essay, in that chapter 9, which is by far the longest and richest of all. In spite of appearances, and contrary to what one has been able to think, Rousseau does not here simply stop putting aside all the facts. No doubt the factual content is richer than in the second discourse. But it functions as a structural index, with that consciousness of example which regulates the phenomenological intuition of essence. The first lines, the first note, already authorize this interpretation. In the first time so men scattered over the face of the earth, had no society other than the family, no laws other than those of nature, no language, lang, Gesture and some inarticulate sounds, p. 305, translation modified. The expression primitive times, and all the indices which will be used to describe them, refer to no date, no event, no chronology. One can vary the facts without modifying the structural invariant. It is a time before time. In every possible historical structure, there would be a prehistoric, pre-social, and also pre-linguistic stratum, that one ought always to be able to lay bare. Dispersion, absolute solitude, mutism, experience given over to a pre-reflexive sensation that is immediate, without memory, without anticipation, without imagination, without the power of reason or comparison, such would be the virgin soil of any social, historic, or linguistic adventure. Recourse to factual illustration, even to events distant from the origin, is purely fictive. Rousseau does not doubt this. And when one opposes him, or when he pretends to oppose himself, with historical objections, in the name of verisimilitude or the compossibility of facts, he pirouettes, recalls that he does not care about facts when he describes the origin and that he is given a definition of primitive times. I will be told that Cain was a plowman and Noah planted a vineyard. Why not? They were alone. What did they have to fear? Besides, this does nothing against me. I have said above what I understand by the first times. Essay, p. 307, translation modified. We have here another entry into the problem of the relationships between the essay and the second discourse from the point of view of the state of pure nature. There is nothing before the first times and therefore no rigorously determinable gap between the two texts. We suggested it above in connection with the Age of Huts. Now we must be more precise. At first reading, the gap seems incontestable. The savage of the second discourse wanders in the forests without industry, without speech, and without home, p. 188. The barbarian of the essay has a family, a hut and a language, long, even if he is reduced to gesture and some inarticulate sounds, p. 305, translation modified. But these discordancies do not seem pertinent from the point of view that interests us. Rousseau is not describing two different and successive states. The family, in the essay, is not a society. It does not limit the primitive dispersion. In the first times the men scattered over the face of the earth had no society other than the family. Which signifies that this family was not a society. It was, as Jean Mosconi has called it, cf. Supra, a pre-institutional phenomenon, purely natural and biological. It was the indispensable condition of that process of generations that the second discourse also recognized. The generations multiplied uselessly, p. 203. This natural milieu, containing no institution, had no true language, long. And after having attributed gesture and some inarticulate sounds to them as language, Rousseau is more precise in a note. True languages are not at all of domestic origin. They can be established only under a more general, more durable convention. The American savages hardly speak at all except outside their homes. Each keeps silent in his hut, speaking to his family by signs. And these signs are used infrequently, for a savage is less disquieted, less impatient than a European, he has fewer needs and he is careful to meet them himself. p. 31. But to efface the contradiction or the rigorous gap between the two texts, one does not reduce them to repetitions or overlappings of each other. From one to the other, an accent is displaced, a continuous sliding is in operation. Or rather, without imputing any order of succession there, we may say that from the second discourse to the essay the sliding movement is toward continuity. The second discourse wants to mark the beginning. It therefore sharpens and radicalizes the characteristics of virginity in the state of pure nature. The essay would make us sense the beginnings, the movement by which men scattered over the face of the earth, continuously wrench themselves away, in a society being born, from the state of pure nature. It seizes man in the birth passage, in that subtle transition from origin to genesis. These two projects do not contradict each other, one does not even have priority over the other, and, as we have noted above, the description of pure nature in the second discourse made room within itself for such a crossing. As always, it is the ungraspable limit of the almost. Neither nature nor society, but almost society. Society in the process of birth. The moment when man, no longer belonging, or almost not belonging, to the state of pure nature, which, the second discourse clearly says, no longer exists, perhaps never did exist, and probably will never exist, and of which it is, nevertheless, necessary to have true, just, ideas, in order to form a proper judgment of our present state. Preface, p. 155, translation modified, or almost, holds himself still short of society, or almost so. the only means of restoring the becoming culture of nature. The family, which Hegel too will call prehistoric, the hut, the language, long, of gestures and inarticulate sounds, are the indices of that almost. The savage life of hunters, the barbaric and pre-agricultural life of shepherds, correspond to this state of almost society. As in the second discourse, so in the essay society depends upon agriculture and agriculture upon metallurgy. 56. Rousseau encounters here the problem of references to Holy Writ. One can in fact object that there was already a great deal of agriculture from the time of the patriarchs. The response further clarifies the status of factual history. The facts reported by the scriptures do not concern the state of pure nature at all. But instead of bluntly distinguishing between structural origin and empirical origin, a conciliatory Rousseau hides behind a biblical authority which furnishes him with a structural pattern, admitting that the patriarchal age is much removed from the origins. All this is true. But let us not confuse times. The patriarchal period that we know is very remote from the first age. Scripture counts 10 generations from the one to the other during those centuries when men lived a long time. What did they do during these 10 generations? We know nothing about it. Living scattered and almost without society, they hardly spoke. How could they write? And in the uniformity of their isolated life, what events would they have transmitted to us? Italics added by Derrida, Essay, p. 308, translation modified. Rousseau adds another resource to this biblical one, the decadence or the redecline into barbarism after passing through agriculture. Thanks to a catastrophic event annulling progress and compelling repetition, structural analysis can recommence from zero. This confirms that the structural account does not follow a linear genesis but indicates permanent possibilities which may at any moment reappear in the course of a cycle. The nearly social state of barbarism may in fact exist before or after, indeed during and under the state of society. Adam spoke, Noah spoke. Granted, Adam had been taught by God himself. Upon separating, the children of Noah abandoned agriculture, and the common language perished with the first society. That would have happened even if there had never been a Tower of Babel. Essay, p. 308, translation modified. Because there may always be a resurgence of dispersion, because its threat belongs to the essence of society, the analysis of the state of pure nature and the recourse to natural explanations is always possible. On that point Rousseau's approach is reminiscent of Comte de Jacques, who, while admitting that language was given by God as a finished product to Adam and Eve, supposes that sometime after the deluge 2 children, one male, and the other female, wandered about in the deserts, before they understood the use of any sign. Let me then be permitted to make the supposition, and the question will be to know, in what manner this nation being born first invented language. 57 This discourse, this theater, had already been practiced by Warburton. Comte de Jacques cites him, and what Kant will borrow in Die Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft will at least be analogous. If there was then a slight displacement from the second discourse to the essay, it would be due to that continuous sliding, that slow transition from pure nature to the birth of society. But this evidence is not so simple. For no continuity from inarticulate to articulate, from pure nature to culture, from plenitude to the play of supplementarity, is possible. The essay, having to describe the birth, the being born of the supplement, must reconcile the two times. The departure from nature is at once progressive and brutal, instantaneous and interminable. The structural caesura is transient but the historical separation is slow, laborious, progressive, imperceptible. On the issue of that double temporality, the essay again agrees with the second discourse. 58. That simple movement of the finger. Writing and the prohibition of incest. Society at birth is effectively subjected, according to the essay, to a sort of law of 3 conditions. But, among the 3 conditions of man considered in relation to society, chap. 9, or the 3 different stages according to which one can consider man assembled into a nation, chap. v. Only the last marks man's access to himself and society. It is the condition of civil and ploughing man. The 2 preceding states, savage hunter and barbaric shepherd, still belong to a sort of prehistory. That which primarily interests Rousseau is therefore the passage from the second into the third condition. This passage was in fact extremely slow, uncertain, precarious, but since nothing in the previous state contained the structural ingredient to produce the subsequent one, the genealogy must describe a rupture or a reversal, a revolution or the second discourse often speaks of revolution. If the word catastrophe is pronounced only once in the essay, the concept is ever present there. And it is not, as has been said, a weakness of the system, it is prescribed by the chain of all the other concepts. Why is the origin of civil man, the origin of languages, long, etc., the origin, in a word, of the supplementary structure, and, as we shall see, the origin of writing also, catastrophic? Why does it follow an upheaval in the form of reversal, of return, of revolution, of a progressive movement in the form of a regression? If we follow the anthropogeographic theme and the schema of the natural explanation that orients the chapters on the formation of languages, long, it is indeed necessary that such a catastrophe appear there first as a terrestrial revolution. Without it, man would never have left the golden century of barbarism. Nothing within the system of barbarism could produce a force of rupture or a reason for leaving it. The causality of the rupture had therefore to be at once natural and exterior to the system of the per-civil state. The terrestrial revolution responds to these two exigencies. It is evoked at a point which is strictly the center of the essay. Mild climates, lush and fertile lands have been the first to be populated and the last where nations have been formed, because in them men could do without one another more easily, and because the needs which caused society to arise made themselves felt later there. Supposing perpetual spring on the earth, supposing everywhere water, livestock, and pasture, and supposing men leaving the hands of nature, once dispersed in all this, I cannot imagine how they would ever have renounced their primitive liberty, abandoning the ill-oated pastoral life so fitted to their natural indolence, 59 to impose upon themselves unnecessarily the slavery, the labors and the miseries inseparable from the social state. He who willed man to be sociable, by the touch of a finger shifted the globe's axis into line with the axis of the universe. With this slight movement I see the face of the earth change and the vocation of mankind decided. In the distance I hear the joyous cries of a senseless multitude, I see the building of palaces and cities, I see the birth of the arts, laws, commerce, I see peoples forming, expanding, and dissolving, following each other like ocean waves, I see men gathered together at a few dwelling places for their mutual development, turning the rest of the world into a hideous desert, fitting monument to social union and the usefulness of the arts. Essay, p. 310, translation modified, italics added by Derrida. The natural indolence of the barbarian is not one empirical characteristic among others. It is an originary determination indispensable to the natural system. It explains that man could not leave barbarism and its golden century spontaneously, he did not have enough movement within himself to go further. Rest is natural. The origin and the end are inertia. Since disquiet cannot be born out of rest, it could not encroach upon the state of man and the corresponding terrestrial state, upon the barbarian and upon perpetual spring, except through a catastrophe, the effect of a strictly unpredictable force within the system of the world. That is why the anthropological attribute of indolence must correspond to the geological principle of inertia. As the catastrophe of disquietude and seasonal differentiation could not be logically produced from within the inert system, one must imagine the unimaginable, a little push entirely exterior to nature. This apparently arbitrary 60 explanation responds to a profound necessity and thus reconciles many exigencies. Negativity, the origin of evil, of society, of articulation, comes from without. Presence is surprised by what threatens it. On the other hand, it is imperative that this exteriority of evil be nothing or nearly nothing. The little push, the slight movement produces a revolution out of nothing. It suffices that the force of the person who touched the axis of the globe with his finger should be exterior to the globe. A nearly nil force is a nearly infinite force when it is strictly alien to the system it sets going. The system offers it no resistance. Antagonistic forces play only within a globe. The slight push is almighty because it shifts the globe in the void. The origin of evil or of history is thus nothing or nearly nothing. Thus is explained the anonymity of him who inclined the axis of the world with his finger. It is perhaps not God, since divine providence, of which Rousseau speaks so often, could not have wished the catastrophe and had no need of chance and the void in order to act. But it is perhaps God inasmuch as the force of evil was nothing, supposes no real efficiency. It is probably God since his eloquence and his power are at once infinite and encounter no commensurate resistance. Infinite power, the finger that inclines a world. Eloquence infinite because silent, a movement of the finger is enough for God to move the world. Divine action conforms to the model of the most eloquent sign, that, for example, which obsesses the confessions and the essay. In both texts, the example of the mute sign is the simple movement of the finger, the little sign of the finger, 61 a movement of the wand. Finger or wand is here a metaphor. Not that it designates something else. It concerns God. God has no hand, he needs no organ. Organic differentiation is the proper to man, his misfortune. Here the silent movement does not even replace an elocution. God has no need of a mouth to speak, nor of articulating the voice. The fragment on climates is here more emphatic than the essay. If the ecliptic had been confused with the equator, perhaps there never would have been the emigration of peoples, and each man, not being able to support a climate other than his native one, would never have left it. To tip the axis of the world with a finger or to say to man, "Cover the earth and be sociable," was the same thing for him who needed neither hand to move nor voice to speak. p. 531, translation modified. It certainly concerns God, for the genealogy of evil is also a theodicy. The catastrophic origin of societies and languages at the same time permitted the actualization of the potential faculties that slept inside man. Only a fortuitous cause could actualize natural powers which did not carry within themselves a sufficient motivation for awakening to their own end. Teleology is in a certain way external. It is this that the catastrophic form of archaeology signifies. So much so that between the finger-giving movement out of nothing and that auto-affection of imagination which, as we have seen, awakens itself out of nothing and then awakens all other virtualities, the affinity is essential. Imagination is in nature and yet nothing in nature can explain its awakening. The supplement to nature is within nature as its play. Who will ever say if the lack within nature is in nature, if the catastrophe by which nature is separated from itself is still natural? A natural catastrophe conforms to laws in order to overthrow the law. There is something catastrophic in the movement that brings about the emergence from the state of nature and in the awakening of the imagination which actualizes the natural faculties and essentially actualizes perfectibility. This is a proposition of the essay whose placing or philosophical design is found at the end of the first part of the second discourse. Having proved that the inequality of mankind is hardly felt in the state of nature, and that its influence there is next to nothing, I must next show its origin and its progress in the successive developments of the human mind. Having shown that perfectibility, the social virtues, and the other faculties which natural man potentially received, could never develop of themselves, but must require the fortuitous concurrence of many foreign causes that might never rise, and without which he would have remained forever in his primitive condition, I must now consider and collect the different accidents which may have perfected human reason, while deteriorating the species, making a species wicked while making it sociable, and of an end so distant, finally to bring man and the world at the point where we now see them. p. 162, p. 190, translation modified. What we have called external teleology here allows the stabilization of a sort of discourse on method. The question of origin involves neither event nor structure, it escapes the simple alternatives of fact and right, of history and essence. The passage from one structure to the other, from the state of nature to that of society for example, cannot be explained by any structural analysis. An external, irrational, catastrophic factum must burst in. Chance is not part of the system. And when history is incapable of determining this fact or facts of this order, philosophy must, by a sort of free and mythic invention, produce factual hypotheses playing the same role, explaining the emergence of a new structure. It would thus be abusive to reserve facts for history and right or structure for philosophy. So simplistic a dichotomy is intolerable to a form of the question of origin which requires the intervention of very slight causes whose power is surprising. This will allow me not to dwell on the manner in which the lapse of time compensates for the little probability in the events, on the surprising power of trivial causes, when their action is constant, on the impossibility, on the one hand, of destroying certain hypotheses, though on the other we cannot give them the certainty of known matters of fact, on its being within the province of history, when two facts are given as real, and have to be connected by a series of intermediate facts, which are unknown or supposed to be so, to supply such facts as may connect them, and on its being in the province of philosophy when history is silent, to determine similar facts to serve the same end, and, lastly, on the influence of similarity, which, in the case of events, reduces the facts to a much smaller number of different classes than is commonly imagined. It is enough for me to offer these hints to the consideration of my judges, and to have so arranged that the vulgar reader has no need to consider them at all. Pages 162-63, pages 190-91, translation modified. The passage from the state of nature to the state of language, langage, and society, the advent of supplementarity, remains then outside the grasp of the simple alternative of genesis and structure, of fact and principle, of historical and philosophical reason. Rousseau explains the supplement in terms of a negativity perfectly exterior to the system it comes to overturn, intervening in it therefore in the manner of an unforeseeable factum, of a null and infinite force, of a natural catastrophe that is neither in nor out of nature and remains non-rational as the origin of reason must, and not simply irrational like an opacity within the system of rationality. The graphic of supplementarity is irreducible to logic, first because it comprehends logic as one of its cases and may alone produce its origin. Therefore the catastrophe of supplementarity, as that which procured for Jean-Jacques the dangerous supplement and the fatal advantage is quite, in the words of the Confessions, inconceivable to reason. The possibility of reason, of language, langage, of society, the supplementary possibility, is inconceivable to reason. The revolution that gave birth to it cannot be understood according to the patterns of rational necessity. The second discourse speaks of the fatal accident. Rousseau is in the process of evoking the society being born, barbaric, between the state of nature and the social state. It is the moment of the perpetual spring of the essay, the most happy and durable epoch of the second discourse. The more we reflect on it, the more we shall find that this state was the least subject to revolutions, the best for man, so that he can have departed from it only through some fatal accident, which, for the public good, should never have happened. p. 171, pages 198-99, translation modified. What should never have happened had to come to pass. Between these two modalities is therefore inscribed the necessity of non-necessity, the fatality of a cruel game. The supplement can only respond to the non-logical logic of a game. That game is the play of the world. The world had to be able to play freely on its axis in order that a simple movement of the finger could make it turn upon itself. It is because there was play in the movement of the globe that a force almost non-existent could, all at once, by a silent gesture, give its good or ill fortune to society, history, language, langage, time, relationship to the other, to death, etc. The luck and evil of writing that will follow will carry with them the sense of play. But Rousseau does not affirm it. He resigns himself to it. He retains its symptoms in the regulated contradictions of his discourse, he accepts it and refuses it but does not affirm it. He who tipped the axis of the globe could have been a player god, unknowingly risking the best and the worst at the same time. But he is everywhere else determined as Providence. By this last gesture and by all that it commands in Rousseau's thought, the sense is put out of play. As in all onto-theological metaphysics, as already in Plato. And the condemnation of art, each time that it is univocal, clearly testifies to it. If societies are born of catastrophe, it is that they are born by accident. Rousseau naturalizes the biblical accident, he makes the fall a natural accident. But by the same token, he transforms the throw of dice, the luck or checkmating of a player god, into a culpable fall. Between the accidents of nature and social evil, there is a complicity that, moreover, manifests divine providence. Society is created only to repair the accidents of nature. Floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and conflagrations no doubt terrified savages but then made them come together to repair in common their common losses. These are, the instruments Providence used to force human beings to reunite. Essay, p. 367, translation modified. The formation of societies played a compensatory role in the general economy of the world. Born of catastrophe, society appeases unfettered nature. It must in its turn have that regulatory role without which the catastrophe would have been mortal. The catastrophe itself follows an economy. It is contained. Ever since societies have been established, these great accidents have ceased, and become more rare. It seems that this must be so, again. The same evils that once united scattered men would disperse those who are united. 62, chap. 9, p. 311, translation modified. Human war has the effect of reducing the war of natural elements. This economy clearly shows that the degradation that came out of the catastrophe must be, as we have elsewhere verified, compensated for, limited, regularized, by a supplementary operation whose pattern we have outlined. Without it I do not see how the system could have subsisted and equilibrium be maintained. In the two organized regimes, the larger species will in the long run have absorbed the smaller. The entire earth would soon be covered with nothing but trees and ferocious beasts, and finally all would perish. Essay, p. 313, translation modified. There follows an admirable description of man's work where the hand holds back the degradation of nature and retards this progress. The catastrophe opens the play of the supplement because it inscribes local difference. After the unity of perpetual spring, it causes a duality of principles to follow, the polarity and opposition of places, north and south, the revolution of seasons which regularly repeats the catastrophe. 63 In some ways it makes place in climate change then and there, and finally produces the alternation of hot and cold, water and fire. Language, long, and society institute themselves following the supplementary relationship of two principles or of two series of significations, north/winter/cold/need/articulation, south/summer/warmth/passion/accentuation. In the north, in winter, when it is cold, need creates convention. Forced to provide for winter, people living under such conditions have to help each other see how they are constrained to establish some sort of convention among themselves. When expeditions become impossible and the severity of the cold stops them, boredom ties them as much as need. The Lapps, buried in their ice, the Eskimos, the most savage of all peoples, come together in their caves for the winter, and in the summer no longer know one another anymore. Increase their development and their enlightenment by 1 degree, behold them united forever. Essay, p. 311. Translation modified. Fire supplements natural warmth. The men of the North must assemble around a hearth. Not only for the cooking of meat, and man in Rousseau's eyes is the only animal capable at the same time of speaking, living in society, and cooking what he eats, but for dancing and loving. Neither the stomach nor the intestines of man are made to digest raw meat, generally he cannot bear its taste. With the possible single exception of the Eskimos, of whom I have just spoken, even savages grill their meat. To the necessary use of fire for cooking is joined the pleasure it gives to the eye and the warmth so comforting to the body. The sight of the flame, which makes the animals flee, attracts man. People gather around a common hearth where they feast and dance. The gentle bonds of habit tend imperceptibly to gather man and his fellows. And on this rustic hearth burns the sacred fire that carries to the depths of their hearts the first feeling of humanity. p. 312, translation modified. In the South, the movement is inverse, it no longer leads from need to passion but from passion to need. And the supplement is not the warmth of the hearth but the coolness of the water hole. In warm countries, unevenly dispersed springs and rivers are other meeting places, even more necessary as man can do without water even less than without fire. The barbarians especially, living off their herds, need common watering places. Easy access to water can delay the society of the inhabitants in well-irrigated places. Ibid, translation modified. This movement is no doubt the inverse of the preceding, but it would be wrong to conclude that there is a symmetry. The privilege of the South is declared. To the structure of reversibility that we have just described, Rousseau assigns an absolute and fixed beginning, the human race, born in warm lands. Reversibility is superimposed upon the simplicity of the origin. The warm countries are closer to the perpetual spring of the Golden Age. They are more in accord with its initial inertia. Passion there is closer to the origin, water is more in touch than fire both with the first need and with the first passion. With the first need because people are less able to do without water than fire. With the first passion, that is to say with love, because its first fires arise out of the pure crystal of the fountains. Thus the original language, langue, and society, as they arose in warm countries, are absolutely pure. They are described closest to that ineffable limit where society is formed without having begun its own degradation, where language, langue, is instituted but still remains pure song, a language, langue, of pure accentuation, a sort of neume. It is no longer animal since it expresses passion, but it is not completely conventional since it evades articulation. The origin of this society is not a contract, it does not happen through treaties, conventions, laws, diplomats, and representatives. It is a festival. It consumes itself in presence. There is certainly an experience of time, but a time of pure presence, giving rise neither to calculation, nor reflection, nor yet comparison, happy age when nothing marked the hours. 64 It is the time of the reveries. Time also without difference, it leaves no interval, authorizes no detour between desire and pleasure. Pleasure and desire mingled and were felt together. Let us read this page, no doubt the most beautiful in the essay. It is never quoted, as it should be every time the theme of water or the transparence of the crystals 65 is evoked. In arid places, where water could be had only from wells, people simply had to unite to sink them, or at least to agree about their use. Such must have been the origin of societies and languages, langue, in warm countries. That is where the first familiar ties were formed, there were the first meetings of the two sexes. Girls would come to fetch water for the household, young men came to water their herds. Their eyes, accustomed to the same sights since infancy, began to see sweeter ones. The heart was moved by these new objects, an unknown attraction rendered it less savage, it felt the pleasure of not being alone. Imperceptibly, water became more necessary. The livestock were thirsty more often. One would arrive in haste and leave with regret. In that happy age when nothing marked the hours, nothing would oblige one to count them, the only measure of time would be amusement and boredom. Under old oaks, conquerors of the years, an ardent youth gradually forgot its ferocity. Gradually they tamed one another. In forcing oneself to make oneself understood, one learned to explain oneself. There the first festivals took place. Feet leapt with joy, eager gesture no longer sufficed, The voice accompanied it with passionate accents, pleasure and desire mingled and were felt together. There at last was the true cradle of peoples, and from the pure crystal of the fountains came the first fires of love. p. 314, translation modified. Let us not forget, what Rousseau describes here is neither the eve of society nor society already formed but the movement of a birth, the continuous advent of presence. One must give an active and dynamic sense to this word. It is presence at work, in the process of presenting itself. This presence is not a state but the becoming present of presence. None of the oppositions of determined predicates can be applied clearly to what, between the state of nature and the state of society, is not a state but a passage which should have continued and lasted like the present of the reveries. It is already society, passion, language, langage, time, but it is not yet servitude, preference, articulation, measure, and interval. Supplementarity is possible but nothing has played yet. Rousseau's festival excludes play. The moment of the festival is the moment of that pure continuity, of indifference between the time of desire and the time of pleasure. Before the festival, in the state of pure nature, there is no experience of the continuous. After the festival the experience of the discontinuous begins. The festival is the model of continuous experience. All that we can fix in the oppositions of concepts is therefore society formed on the morrow of the festival. And these oppositions will first suppose the fundamental opposition of the continuous to the discontinuous, of the original festival to the organization of society, of the dance to law. What follows this festival? The age of the supplement, of articulation, of signs, of representatives. That is the age of the prohibition of incest. Before the festival, there was no incest because there was no prohibition of incest and no society. After the festival there is no more incest because it is forbidden. Rousseau declares this, and we are going to read it. But since he says nothing about what happens in that place during the festival, nor in what the indifference between desire and pleasure consists, we may, at least if we wish to, complete this description of the first festivals and lift the interdiction that still weighs on it. Before the festival. What then? Before that time were men born of the earth? Did generations succeed each other without the two sexes being united, and without anyone being understood? No, there were families, but there were no nations at all. There were domestic languages, but no popular languages, at all. There were marriages but there was no love at all. Each family was self-sufficient and perpetuated itself by its own blood. Children born of the same parents grew up together and gradually found ways of expressing themselves to each other. The sexes were distinguished with age, natural inclination sufficed to unite them. Instinct took the place of passion, habit took the place of preference. They became husband and wife without ceasing to be brother and sister. p. 314, translation modified. This non-prohibition is interrupted after the festival. If we have paid attention to another lacuna, to be sure very common, we shall be very little surprised by the omission of incest in the evocation of the festival. Describing the non-prohibition, Rousseau does not mention the mother at all, only the sister. 66 And in a note called forth by the word sister Rousseau explains with some embarrassment that the prohibition of incest had to follow the festival, and be born of the active birth of human society, and thus put upon it the seal of a sacred law. The first men simply had to marry their sisters. In the simplicity of the first morals, this usage was perpetuated without inconvenience as long as families remained isolated, and even after the reunion of the most ancient peoples. But the law that abolished it is no less sacred for being a human institution. Those who consider it only in terms of the ties it forms among families, fail to see its most important side. Given the familiarity that domestic exchange is bound to establish between the two sexes, from the moment such a sacred law ceased to speak to the heart and impose itself on the senses, there would be no more honesty among men and the most terrifying customs would soon bring about the destruction of mankind. Italics added by Derrida, pages 314-15 n. Translation modified. In general, Rousseau gives a sacred and holy character only to the natural voice that speaks to the heart, to the natural law, which alone is inscribed in the heart. There is only one institution, only one fundamental convention that is sacred in his eyes. It is, as the social contract tells us, the social order itself, the right of law, the convention that serves as foundation for all conventions. The social order is a sacred right which is the basis of all other rights. Nevertheless, this right does not come from nature at all, and must therefore be founded on conventions. Social contract, B.K. I. Chab. I. p. 352, p. 6, translation modified. Does this not justify us in placing the prohibition of incest, the law sacred among all, on the level of that fundamental institution, of that social order which supports and legitimizes all others? The function of the prohibition of incest is neither named nor expounded in the social contract, but its place is marked there as a blank. Recognizing the family as the only natural society, Rousseau specifies that it cannot maintain itself beyond biological urgencies, except by convention. Now between the family as natural society and the organization of civil society, there are relationships of analogy and image. The ruler is the image of the father, and the people of the children, and all, being equal and free, alienate their liberty only for the sake of utility. Social Contract, p. 4. One element alone breaks this analogical rapport: the political father no longer loves his children, the element of the law sets him apart. The first convention, which transformed the biological family into a society of institution, has thus displaced the figure of the father. But as the political father must, in spite of his separation and in spite of the abstraction of the law he incarnates, give himself pleasure, a new investment is necessary. It will have the form of the supplement. The whole difference is that, in the family, the love of the father for his children repays him for the care he takes of them, while, in the state, the pleasure of commanding supplements the love which the chief cannot have for the peoples under him. p. 352, p. 4, translation modified. One can therefore separate with difficulty the prohibition of incest, sacred law, the essay says, from the social order, sacred right which is the basis for all other rights. If that holy law belongs to the very order of the social contract, why is it not named in the exposition of the social contract? Why does it only appear in a footnote in an unpublished essay? Everything in fact permits us to respect the coherence of Rousseau's theoretical discourse by reinscribing the prohibition of incest in this place. If it is called sacred although instituted, it is because, although instituted, it is universal. It is the universal order of culture. And Rousseau consecrates convention only on one condition, that one might universalize it and consider it, even if it were the artifice of artifices, as a quasi-natural law conforming to nature. That is exactly the case with this prohibition. It is also of the order of that first and unique convention, of that first unanimity to which, the contract tells us we must always go back, p. 359, p. 10, to understand the possibility of law. The origin of laws must be a law. In the note to the essay this law is obviously not justified. It must not be explained by social circulation and the economy of kinship laws, by the bonded forms among families. All this supposes the interdict but does not account for it. What must make us turn away from incest is described in terms where morality, terrifying customs, and a sort of biological economy of the species, the destruction of mankind, mingle and are confused. Beside the fact that these two arguments are heterogeneous if not contradictory, it is the argument of the kettle that Freud recalls in the interpretation of dreams. Neither of the two is intrinsically pertinent within the argument. The morality that condemns incest is constituted from the interdict, it has its origin in it, and the biological or natural argument is ipso facto annulled by what we are told of the age which preceded the interdict. Generation followed generation. Even after the reunion of the most ancient peoples, this practice continued without ill effect. This fact, which ought to limit the universality of the sacred law, does not stop Rousseau. Society, language, langue, history, articulation, in a word supplementarity, are born at the same time as the prohibition of incest. That last is the hinge, brochure, between nature and culture. This statement does not name the mother in Rousseau's text. But it shows her place all the better. The age of the signs of institution, the epoch of the conventional relationships between the representative/represented and what/whom it/he represents belongs to the time of this interdict. If one now considers that the natural woman, nature, mother, or if one wishes, sister, is a represented or a signified replaced and supplanted, in desire, that is to say in social passion, beyond need, one will find there the only represented, the unique signified whose replacement by its signifier Rousseau prescribes, thus exalting the sanctity of the interdict. Not only does he accept but he commands that, for once, one accede to the sacred obligation of the sign, to the holy necessity of the representant. As a general rule, one reads in Emile, never substitute the sign for the thing, unless it is impossible to show the thing itself, for the sign absorbs the child's attention and makes him forget the thing represented. Pages 189-90, italics added by Derrida, p. 133, translation modified. Here, then, it is impossible to show the thing, but this impossibility is not natural. Rousseau himself says so. It is moreover not simply one element of culture among others, since it is a sacred and universal interdict. It is the element of culture itself, the undeclared origin of passion, of society, of languages, long, the first supplementarity which permits the substitution in general of a signifier for the signified, of signifiers for other signifiers, which subsequently makes for a discourse on the difference between words and things. So dangerous is this supplementarity that one can only show it indirectly, by means of the examples of certain effects derived from it. One can neither show it, nor name it as such, but only indicate it, by a silent movement of the finger. The displacing of the relationship with the mother, with nature, with being as the fundamental signified, such indeed is the origin of society and languages, long. But can one speak of origins after that? Is the concept of origin, or of the fundamental signified, anything but a function, indispensable but situated, inscribed, within the system of signification inaugurated by the interdict? In the play of supplementarity, one will always be able to relate the substitutes to their signified, this last will be yet another signifier. The fundamental signified, the sense of the being represented, even less the thing itself, will never be given us in person, outside the sign or outside play. Even what we say, name, describe under the name of the prohibition of incest does not escape play. There is a point in the system where the signifier can no longer be replaced by its signified, so that in consequence no signifier can be so replaced, purely and simply. For the point of non-replacement is also the point of orientation for the entire system of signification, the point where the fundamental signified promises itself as the terminal point of all references and conceals itself as that which would destroy at one blow the entire system of signs. It is at once spoken and forbidden, dit et interdit, by all signs. Language, langage, is neither prohibition nor transgression, it couples the two endlessly. That point does not exist, it is always elusive or, what comes to the same thing, always already inscribed in what it ought to escape or ought to have escaped, according to our indestructible and mortal desire. This point is reflected in the festival, in the water-hole around which feet leapt with joy when pleasure and desire mingled and were felt together. The festival itself would be incest itself if some such thing, itself, could take place, if, by taking place, incest were not to confirm the prohibition. Before the prohibition, it is not incest, forbidden, it cannot become incest except through the recognition of the prohibition. One is always short of or beyond the limit, of the festival, of the origin of society, of that present within which simultaneously the interdict is, would be, given with the transgression, that which passes, comes to pass, always and, yet, never properly takes place. It is always as if I had committed incest. This birth of society is therefore not a passage, it is a point, a pure, fictive and unstable, ungraspable limit. One crosses it in attaining it. In it society is broached and is deferred. Beginning, it begins to be degraded. The south passes right away into its own north. Transcending need, passion engenders new needs which in turn corrupt it. Post-originary degradation is analogous to pre-originary repetition. Articulation, substituting itself for passion, restores the order of need. The treaty takes the place of love. Hardly attempted, the dance degenerates. The festival becomes war right away. And already at the waterhole. The barbarians especially, living off their herds, need common watering places. And the history of the most ancient times teaches us that, in effect, this is where both their treaties and their quarrels began. It is that the waterhole is at the frontier of passion and need, of culture and the earth. The purity of the water reflects the fires of love, it is the pure crystal of the fountains, but water is not only the transparency of the heart, it is also its freshness, the body needs it in its dryness, the body of nature, of the herds and of the barbaric shepherd, people are less able to do without water than fire. If culture is thus broached in its point of origin, no linear order, logical or chronological, allows it to be recognized. In this broaching/breaching, what is initiated is already corrupted, thus returning to a place short of the origin. Speech lets itself be heard and understood in the south only through articulation, through chilling itself in order to express need anew. It then returns to the north or, what comes to the same thing, to the south of the south. The morrow of the festival inevitably resembles the eve of the festival and the point of the dance is only the ungraspable limit of their difference. The south and the north are not territories but abstract places that appear only to relate to each other in terms of each other. Language, long, passion, society, are neither of the north nor of the south. They are the movement of supplementarity by which the poles substitute each other by turn, by which accent is broached within articulation, is deferred as it spaces. Local difference is nothing but the difference between desire and pleasure. It does not, then, concern only the diversity of languages, long, it is not only a criterion of linguistic classification, It is the origin of languages, long. Rousseau does not declare it, but we have seen that he describes it. Chapter 4. From / of the supplement to the source. The theory of writing. Let us close the angle and penetrate in the text to the place where writing is named and analyzed for itself, inscribed in theory and placed in historical perspective. Chapters 5 on writing, and vi whether it is likely that Homer knew how to write, perhaps a little artificially separated, are among the longest in the essay, in any case the longest after the chapter on the formation of Southern languages. We have already called attention to the revisions in the chapter on Homer, now it is a matter of reconstituting or maintaining the coherence of the theory against a fact which seems to threaten it. If the song, the poem, the epic are incompatible with writing, if they risk death there, how do we explain the coexistence of the two ages? And that Homer knew how to write, at any rate that he knew writing, as the episode of Bellerophon 1 in the Iliad seems to testify? Rousseau takes note of the fact, but stubborn in my paradoxes, he describes himself as tempted to accuse the compilers of Homer. Did they not write that history of writing after the fact, introducing it violently into poems that for a long time were written only in men's memories? What is more, there are few traces of the art in the remainder of the Iliad. But I venture to suggest that the whole Odyssey is just a tissue of inanities and stupidities that would be turned to smoke by changing a letter or two. Instead, the poem is made reasonable and fairly continuous, by presuming that these heroes did not know how to write. Had the Iliad been written, it would have been sung much less. p. 300, translation modified. Thus a thesis without which the entire theory of language, langage, would founder had to be saved at all costs. The sign of obstinacy which we have just quoted shows it well. These chapters on writing are a decisive moment of the essay. In addition, they introduce one of those rare themes which, treated in the essay, are absent in the second discourse, as themes articulated into an organized theory, absent, in fact, from all other texts. Why did Rousseau never finish or publish a theory of writing? Because he judged himself a bad linguist, as he says in the project of the preface? Because the theory of writing is rigorously dependent upon the theory of language developed in the essay? And if it were not so, would not this argument, reasonably assumed, be all the more significant? Or further, is it because the essay was supposed to be an appendix to the second discourse? Or because Rousseau, as he says in Emile, is ashamed to speak of the nonsense that is writing? Why shame? What might one have invested in the signification of writing in order to be ashamed to speak of it? To write of it? To write it? And why is it nonsense, this operation in which one recognizes at the same time, notably in the essay, such dangerous and mortal powers? At any rate, the importance of these two chapters, the obstinate effort to consolidate a theory, the laborious ruse to disqualify the interest given to writing, are signs that one may not neglect. Such is the situation of writing within the history of metaphysics, a debased, lateralized, repressed, displaced theme, yet exercising a permanent and obsessive pressure from the place where it remains held in check. A feared writing must be crossed out because it erases the presence of the proper within speech. The originary metaphor. This situation is reflected in the placing of the chapter on writing in the essay. How does Rousseau in fact construct this theory of writing with the help of borrowed elements? He does it after describing the origin of languages. It concerns a supplement at the origin of languages. This supplement lays bare an additive supplementing, a supplement of speech. It is inserted at the point where language, langage, begins to be articulated, is born, that is, from falling short of itself, when its accent or intonation, its mark of origin and passion within it, is effaced under that other mark of origin which is articulation. According to Rousseau, the history of writing is indeed that of articulation. The becoming language of the cry is the movement by which spoken plenitude begins to become what it is through losing itself, hollowing itself out, breaking itself, articulating itself. The cry vocalizes itself by beginning to efface vocalic speech. It is indeed at the moment when it is a question of explaining this originary effacement of what, properly speaking, constitutes the spoken of speaking, that is to say the vocalic accent, that Rousseau introduces his chapter on writing. One must deal with the consonant, belonging to the north, and with writing at the same time. The chapter on writing must first, it is the first paragraph, evoke the obliteration of the accent or intonation by consonantal articulation, effacement and substitution at the same time. We should reread that introduction here. Anyone who will study the history and progress of languages will see that the more voices become monotonous, the more the consonants multiply, and, as accents efface themselves and quantities equalize themselves, they are supplemented by grammatical combinations and new articulations. But only the pressure of time brings these changes about. To the degree that needs increase, that affairs become entangled, that enlightenment is expanded, language, langage, changes character. It becomes more tight and less passionate. It substitutes ideas for feelings. It no longer speaks to the heart but to reason. As a result, accent is extinguished, articulation increases. Language becomes more exact and clearer, but more drawling, duller and colder. This progression seems to me entirely natural. Another means of comparing languages and judging their antiquity is drawn from writing, and this in reason inverse ratio to the perfection of this art. The cruder the writing, the more ancient the language. p. 296, translation modified. The progress of writing is thus a natural progress. And it is a progress of reason. Progress as regression is the growth of reason as writing. Why is that dangerous progress natural? No doubt because it is necessary. But also because necessity operates within language and society, according to ways and powers that belong to the state of pure nature. A pattern that we have already encountered. It is need and not passion that substitutes light for heat, clarity for desire, precision for strength, ideas for sentiment, reason for heart, articulation for accent. The natural, that which was inferior and anterior to language, langage, acts within language after the fact, operates there after the origin, and provokes decadence or regression. It then becomes the posterior gobbling up the superior and dragging it toward the inferior. Such would be the strange time, the indescribable layout, trace, of writing, the unrepresentable movement of its forces and its menaces. In what consists the precision and the exactitude of language, langage, that lodging of writing? Above all in literalness, propriety. A precise and exact language should be absolutely univocal and literal, propria, non-metaphorical. The language, lang, is written, and regresses, to the extent that it masters or effaces the figure in itself. That is to say, its origin. For language, langage, is originarily metaphorical. According to Rousseau it derives this from its mother, passion. Metaphor is the characteristic that relates language, lang, to its origin. Writing would then be the obliteration of this characteristic, the maternal characteristics, cf. above, pages 216-17. It is therefore here that we must discuss that the first language must have been figurative, chap. 3, a proposition that is explicit only in the essay. As the first motives that made man speak were the passions, his first expressions were tropes. Figurative language was the first to be born. Proper meaning was found last. One called things by their true name until they were seen in their true form. At first only poetry was spoken, there was no hint of reasoning until much later. p. 294, translation modified. Epic or lyric, story or song, archaic speech is necessarily poetic. Poetry, the first literary form, is metaphorical in essence. Rousseau belongs therefore, he could not be otherwise, and to make note of it is more than banal, to the tradition which determines literary writing in terms of the speech present in the story or song. Literary literality would be a supplementary accessory fixing or coagulating the poem, representing the metaphor. The literary object would have no specificity, at the most that of an unhappy negative of the poetic. In spite of what I have said about literary urgency as he lived it, Rousseau is at ease within this tradition. All that one might call literary modernity tries on the contrary to mark literary specificity against subjugation to the poetic, that is to say to the metaphoric, to what Rousseau himself analyzes as spontaneous language. If there is a literary originality, which is by no means a simple certainty, it must free itself if not from the metaphor, which tradition too has judged reducible, at least from the savage spontaneity of the figure as it appears in non-literary language, langage. This modern protestation can be triumphant or, in Kafka's manner, denuded of all illusion, despairing, and no doubt more lucid. Literature, which lives by being outside of itself, within the figures of a language which is primarily not its own, would die as well through a re-entry into itself by way of the non-metaphor. From a letter, during this dreary winter I warm myself by it. Metaphors are one among many things which make me despair of writing, schreiben. Writing's lack of independence of the world, its dependence on the maid who tends the fire, on the cat warming itself by the stove, it is even dependent on the poor old human being warming himself by the stove. All these are autonomous activities with their own laws, only writing is helpless, cannot live in itself, is at once play and despair. Kafka, Journal, November 6, 1921. A. That the first languages must have been figurative, although this proposition was not peculiar to Rousseau, although he might have encountered it in Vico. 2. Although he must not only but surely have read it in Condillac, who must not only but surely have taken it from Warburton, we must emphasize the originality of the essay. I was, perhaps, the first who discovered his abilities, says Rousseau of Condillac, remembering their picnic tête-à-tête at the moment that the latter was engaged upon his essay sur l'origine des connaissances humaines, Confessions, p. 347, pages 356-57. Rousseau is closer to Condillac than to Warburton. The essay on hieroglyphics is certainly governed by the theme of a language, langage, originarily figurative, and it inspired, among other articles of the Encyclopedia, that on the metaphor, one of the richest. But unlike Vico, Condillac, and Rousseau, Warburton thinks that the originary metaphor does not come from the warmth of the poetic fancy, as is commonly supposed. The metaphor rose as evidently from the rusticity of conception for Warburton, 147. If the first metaphor is not poetic, it is because it is not sung but acted out. According to Warburton, one passes through a continuous transition from a language, langage, of action to a language, langage, of speech. That will also be Condillac's thesis. Rousseau is therefore the only one to indicate an absolute break between the language of action or the language of need, and speech or the language of passion. Without criticizing Condillac directly on this point, Rousseau opposes him after a fashion. For Condillac, speech succeeding the language of action, retained its character. This new method of communicating our thoughts could not be imagined without imitating the first. In order then to supply the place of violent contortions of the body, the voice was raised and depressed by very sensible intervals. 11, sec. 13, pages 179-80. This analogy and continuity are incompatible with Rousseau's theses about the formation of languages, langue, and local differences. For both Condillac and Rousseau the North certainly inclines toward precision, exactitude, and rationality. But for opposite reasons. For Rousseau the distance from the origin increases the influence of the language, langage, of action. For Condillac it reduces it, since for him everything begins through the language, langage, of action being continued within speech. Precision of style was much sooner received among the northern nations. In consequence of their cold and phlegmatic temperaments, they were readier to part with anything that resembled the mode of speaking by action. Everywhere else the influence of this manner of communicating their thoughts subsisted a long time. Even now, in the southern parts of Asia, pleonasms are considered as an elegance of discourse. Sec. 67. Style was originally poetical, p. 149, p. 228, translation modified. Condillac's position is more difficult to maintain. He must reconcile a poetic origin, Rousseau, and a practical origin, Warburton. Through the texture of these difficulties and differences, Rousseau's intention becomes precise. History goes toward the north as it parts from the origin. But whereas for Condillac this distancing follows a simple, straight, and continuous line, for Rousseau it leads to a place short of the origin, toward the non-metaphoric, the language, langue, of needs and the language, langage, of action. In spite of all his borrowings, all his convergences, the system of the essay thus remains original. In spite of all difficulties, the caesura between the gesture and the spoken word, between need and passion, is maintained there. It is therefore to be believed that needs dictated the first gestures and that the passions wrested the first vowels, voix. By following the trace, of the facts with these distinctions in mind to reason about the origin of languages it might perhaps be necessary altogether differently. The genius of Oriental languages, the oldest known to us, absolutely contradicts the didactic course that is imagined in their formation. These languages have nothing methodical and reasoned about them. They are lively and figurative. The language of the first men is put before us as though it were the languages of geometers, and we see that they were the languages of poets. p. 293, translation modified. The distinction between need and passion is justified in the last instance only by the concept of pure nature. The functional necessity of this limit concept and of this juridical fiction also appears from this point of view. For the essential predicate of the state of pure nature is dispersion, and culture is always the effect of approaching, of proximity, of proper presence. Need, which manifests itself in fact before or after passion, maintains, prolongs, or repeats the original dispersion. As such, and to the extent that it is not born out of an anterior passion that modifies it, it is the pure force of dispersion. And so it had to be. We did not begin by reasoning, but by feeling. It is claimed that men invented speech to express their needs. This opinion seems untenable to me. The natural effect of the first needs was to separate men, and not to bring them together. It must have been that way, for the species to spread out and the earth to be promptly populated. Otherwise mankind would have been crammed into one corner of the world, and the rest would have remained deserted. Pages 293-94, translation modified. If all of this is not true without distinction, it is because need, structurally anterior to passion, can always in fact succeed it. But is it only a question of a fact, of an empirical eventuality? If the principle of dispersion remains at work, is it an accident or a residue? In fact, need is necessary to explain the eve of society, what precedes its constitution, but it is indispensable in accounting for the extension of society. Without need, the force of presence and attraction would play freely, constitution would be an absolute concentration. One would understand how society resists dispersion, one would no longer be able to explain that it distributes and differentiates itself within space. The extension of society, which can in fact lead to the dislocation of the assembled people, does not contribute any the less to the organization, the differentiation, and the organic division of the social body. In the social contract, the ideal dimensions of the city, which must be neither too small nor too large, require a certain extension and a certain distance among citizens. Dispersion, as the law of spacing, is therefore at once pure nature, the principle of society's life and the principle of society's death. Thus, although the metaphoric origin of language can be analyzed as the transcendence of need by passion, the principle of dispersion is not a stranger to it. In fact, Rousseau cannot, as Warburton and Condillac do, allege the continuity of the language of sounds and the language of action which kept us back in crude conceptions. He has to explain everything in terms of the structure of passion and affectivity. He laboriously helps himself out of the embarrassment through a shortcut that is very dense and complex under the surface. What is his point of departure in that second paragraph of the third chapter? Not the difficulty of accounting for metaphor by passion, for him that goes without saying, but the difficulty of making the idea, in effect surprising, of a primitively figurative language acceptable. For do not good sense and good rhetoric, which agree in considering the metaphor a displacement of style, require that one proceed from the literal, propria, meaning in order to constitute and define the figure? Is not the figure a transference of the literal sense? A transport? Did the theoreticians of rhetoric known by Rousseau not define it thus? Is it not the definition given by the Encyclopedia (5). To repeat the first springing forth of metaphor, Rousseau does not begin with either good sense or rhetoric. He does not permit himself the convenience of the proper meaning. And, situating himself in a place anterior to theory and common sense, which allow the constituted possibility of what they wish to deduce, he must show us how either common sense or stylistic science is possible. Such is at least his project and the original aim of his psycholinguistics of passions. But in spite of his intention and all appearance to the contrary, he also starts, as we shall see, from the proper meaning. And he comes to that because the literal, le propre, must be both at the origin and at the end. In a word, he restores to the expression of emotions a literalness, a properness, whose loss he accepts, from the very origin, in the designation of objects. Here is the difficulty and the principle of solution. Now, I am well aware that the reader will stop me here, to ask how an expression can be figurative before it has a proper meaning, since the figure consists only in the translation of the meaning. I agree with that. But, in order to understand what I mean, it is necessary to substitute the idea that the passion presents to us for the word that we transpose. For one only transposes words because one also transposes ideas. Otherwise figurative language would signify nothing. p. 294, translation modified. Metaphor must therefore be understood as the process of the idea or meaning, of the signified, if one wishes, before being understood as the play of signifiers. The idea is the signified meaning, that which the word expresses. But it is also a sign of the thing, a representation of the object within my mind. Finally, this representation of the object, signifying the object and signified by the word or by the linguistic signifier in general, may also indirectly signify an affect or a passion. It is in this play of the representative idea, which a signifier is signified according to such and such a relationship, that Rousseau lodges his explanation. Before it allows itself to be caught by verbal signs, metaphor is the relation between signifier and signified within the order of ideas and of things, according to what links the idea with that of which it is the idea, that is to say, of which it is already the representative sign. Then, the literal or proper meaning will be the relationship of the idea to the affect that it expresses. And it is the inadequation of the designation, metaphor, which properly expresses the passion. If fear makes me see giants where there are only men, the signifier, as the idea of the object, will be metaphoric, but the signifier of my passion will be literal or proper. And if I then say I see giants, that false designation will be a literal or proper expression of my fear. For in fact I see giants, and there is a sure truth there, that of a sensible cogito, analogous to what Descartes analyzes in the reguli, phenomenologically, the proposition I see yellow is unexceptionable. Error becomes possible only in the judgment the world is yellow. 6. Nevertheless, what we interpret as literal or proper expression in the perception and designation of giants, remains a metaphor that is preceded by nothing, either in experience or in language, langage. Since speech does not pass through reference to an object, the fact that giant is literal or proper as sign of fear not only does not prevent, but on the contrary implies, that it should be non-literal or metaphoric as sign of the object. It cannot be the idea sign of the passion without presenting itself as the idea sign of the presumed cause of that passion, casting an eye upon the outside. This opening allows the passage to a savage metaphor. No literal or proper meaning precedes it. No reader watches over it. We must therefore come back to the subjective effect, substitute the phenomenological order of passions for the objective order of designations, expression for indication, in order to understand the emergence of metaphor, and the savage possibility of transference. To the objection that the literal or proper meaning is prior, Rousseau responds thus with an example. Upon encountering others, a savage man will first be afraid. His fright will make him see those men as taller and stronger than himself. He will give them the name giants. After many experiences, he recognizes that as these so-called giants are neither taller nor stronger than himself, their stature does not agree with the idea he had first attached to the word giant. He will therefore invent another name common to them and to him, such as the name man, for example, and leave giant to the false object that had struck him during his illusion. That is how the figurative word is born before the proper word, when passion fascinates our eyes and that the first idea it offers us is not the true one. What I have said of words and names is applied without any difficulty to turns of phrase. The illusory image offered by passion being presented first to the language that corresponded to it was also the first to be invented. It then became metaphorical when the enlightened mind, recognizing its first error, employed the expressions only with the same passions that had produced it. Pages 294-95, translation modified. 1. The essay thus describes at the same time the advent of the metaphor and its cold recapture within rhetoric. One cannot, then, speak of metaphor as a figure of style, as technique or procedure of language, langage, except by a sort of analogy, a sort of return and repetition of the discourse. Then one deliberately passes through the initial displacement, that which express the passion literally or properly. Or rather the representant of the passion. It is not fear itself that the word giant expresses literally, and a new distinction is necessary which would infiltrate as far as the literalness, propria, of expression, but the idea that the passion presents to us. Essay, p. 294. The idea giant is at once the literal sign of the representant of the passion, the metaphoric sign of the object, man, and the metaphoric sign of the affect, fear. That sign is metaphoric because it is false with regard to the object. It is metaphoric because it is indirect with regard to the affect. It is the sign of a sign. It expresses emotion only through another sign, through the representer of fear, namely through the false sign. It represents the affect literally only through representing a false representant. The reader or the writer can next reproduce and calculate this operation. The interval of this repetition separates savagery from civility. It separates them within the history of the metaphor. Naturally, this savagery and this civility interrelate within the condition of society opened by passion and the primitive figures. The enlightened spirit, namely the cold clarity of reason, turned toward the north and dragging the corpse of the origin, can, having recognized its first error, handle metaphors as such, with reference to what it knows to be their true and literal meaning. In the south of language, langage, the impassioned spirit was caught within metaphor, the poet relating to the world only in the style of non-literality. The reasoner, the writer-calculator, and the grammarian, knowingly and coldly organize the effects of the non-literalness of style. But one must also turn these relationships inside out. The poet has a relationship of truth and literalness with that which he expresses. He holds himself as close as possible to his passion. Lacking the truth of the object, he speaks himself fully and reports authentically the origin of his speech. The reader accedes to objective truth, denounces error, deals with the passions, but all by virtue of having lost the living truth of the origin. Thus, even while apparently affirming that the original language was figurative, Rousseau upholds the literal, propria, as arch and as telos. At the origin, since the first idea of passion, its first representant, is literally expressed. In the end, because the enlightened spirit stabilizes the literal meaning, he does it by a process of knowledge and in terms of truth. One will have remarked that in the last analysis, it is also in these terms that Rousseau treats the problem. He is held there by an entire naive philosophy of the idea sign. 2. Does the example of fear come by chance? Does not the metaphoric origin of language lead us necessarily to a situation of threat, distress, and dereliction, to an archaic solitude, to the anguish of dispersion? Absolute fear would then be the first encounter of the other as other than I and as other than itself. I can answer the threat of the other as other than I, only by transforming it into another than itself, through altering it in my imagination, my fear, or my desire. Upon encountering others, a savage man will first be afraid. Fear would thus be the first passion, the mistaken face of pity of which we spoke above. Pity is the force of reconciliation and presence. Fear would still be turned toward the immediately anterior situation of pure nature as dispersion. The other is first encountered at a distance, separation and fear must be overcome so that he may be approached as a neighbor. From a distance, he is immense, like a master and a threatening force. It is the experience of the small and speechless, infans, man. He begins to speak only out of these deforming and naturally magnifying perceptions. 7 And as the force of dispersion is never reduced, the source of fear always compounds with its contrary. The acknowledged influence of Condillac also makes us think that the example of fear is not fortuitous. According to an essay on the origin of human knowledge, anguish and repetition are the double root of language, langage. As for the language of action, the fact that language was given to man by God does not forbid a search into its natural origin by a philosophic fiction which teaches the essence of what was thus received. It does not suffice for a philosopher to say a thing was effected by extraordinary means. It is incumbent upon him to explain how it could have happened according to the ordinary course of nature, pages 170-71. It is the hypothesis of the two children left in the desert after the flood, before they understood the use of any sign. 8, p. 169. These two children began to speak only in a moment of fear, to ask for help. But language does not begin in pure anguish, or rather anguish signifies itself only in repetition. It is held between perception and reflection and is here called imitation. Let us italicize. Thus by instinct alone they asked and gave each other assistance. I say by instinct alone, for as yet there was no room for reflection. One of them did not say to himself, I must make such particular motions to render him sensible of my want, and to induce him to relieve me, nor the other, I see by his motions that he wants such a thing, and I will let him have the enjoyment, jouissance, of it, but they both acted in consequence of the want which pressed them most. For example, he who saw a place in which he had been frightened, mimicked those cries and movements which were the signs of fear, in order to warn the other not to expose himself to the same danger. 9. 3. The work which produces the common noun supposes, like all work, the chilling and displacement of passion. One can substitute the adequate common noun, man, for the noun giant only after the appeasement of fear and the recognition of error. With this work the number and extension of common nouns, names, multiply. Here the essay is in close accord with the second discourse. The first substantives were not common but proper nouns or names. The absolutely literal, propria, is at the origin, one sign to a thing, one representant per passion. It is the moment when the lexical element is as much the more extended as knowledge is limited. 10 But that is true only of categoremes, a fact that ought to raise more than one logical and linguistic difficulty. For the substantive as proper name is not quite the first state of the language, long. It is not alone in the language, long. It already represents an articulation and a division of discourse. Not that, in Vico's manner, Rousseau makes the noun be born almost at the end, after onomatopoeia, interjections, first names, pronouns, articles, but before verbs. The noun cannot appear without the verb. After a first step, during which discourse is undivided, each word having the sense of a whole proposition, the noun is born at the same time as the verb. It is the first internal split of the proposition that opens discourse. There are no nouns that are not proper, no verbal modes but the infinitive, no tense but the present, when they began to distinguish subject and attribute, and noun and verb, which was itself no common effort of genius. Substantives were at first only so many proper names, the present infinitive 11 was the only tense of verbs, and the very idea of adjectives must have been developed with great difficulty, for every adjective is an abstract idea, and abstractions are painful and unnatural operations. p. 149, Second Discourse, p. 177, translation modified. This correlation of the proper noun and of the infinitive present is important for us. One thus leaves the present and the proper in the same movement, that which, distinguishing the subject from the verb, and later distinguishing it from the subject with its attribute, supplies for the proper noun the common noun and the pronoun, personal or relative, instructs the classification within a system of differences and substitutes the tenses for the impersonal present of the infinitive. Before this differentiation, the moment of languages, long, ignorant, of the division of discourse, second discourse, p. 77, corresponds to that suspended epoch between the state of nature and the state of society, an epoch of natural languages, long, of the Noum, of the time of the Isle of Saint Pierre, of the festival around the water hole. Between pre-language and linguistic catastrophe instituting the division of discourse, Rousseau attempts to recapture a sort of happy pause, the instantaneity of a full language, langage, the image stabilizing what was no more than a point of pure passage, a language without discourse, a speech without sentence, without syntax, without parts, without grammar, a language, long, of pure effusion, beyond the cry, but short of the hinge, brochure, that articulates and at the same time disarticulates the immediate unity of meaning, within which the being of the subject distinguishes itself neither from its act nor from its attributes. It is the moment when there are words, the words first made use of by mankind which do not yet function as they do in languages, long, already formed and in which men first gave every single word the sense of a whole proposition, second discourse, p. 177. But language, langage, cannot be truly born except by the disruption and fracture of that happy plenitude, in the very instant that this instantaneity is wrested from its fictive immediacy and put back into movement. It then serves as an absolute reference point for him who wishes to measure and describe difference within discourse. One cannot do it without referring to the limit, always already crossed, of an undivided language, langage, where the proper infinitive present is so welded to itself that it cannot even appear in the apposition of the proper noun and the verb in the present infinitive. Language, langage, in its entirety, then, plunges into that breach between the proper and the common nouns, leading to pronoun and adjective, between the present infinitive and the multiplicity of modes and tenses. All language will substitute itself for that living self-presence of the proper, which, as language, already supplanted things in themselves. Language adds itself to presence and supplants it, defers it within the indestructible desire to rejoin it. Articulation is the dangerous supplement of fictive instantaneity and of the good speech, a full enjoyment, jouissance, for presence is always determined as enjoyment by Rousseau. The present is always the present of an enjoyment, and enjoyment is always a receiving of presence. What dislocates presence introduces difference and delay, spacing between desire and pleasure. Articulated language, knowledge and work, the anxious research of learning, are nothing but the spacing between two enjoyments. We desire knowledge only because we wish to enjoy. Second Discourse, p. 143, p. 171. And in the art of enjoyment, that aphorism which speaks the symbolic restitution of the presence supplies in the past of the verb, saying to myself, I have enjoyed, I enjoy again. 12. The great project of the Confessions, was it not also to enjoy, once more, when I desire it, p. 585, p. 607, translation modified? The history and system of scripts. The verb to supplant or to compensate for, suppleere, well defines the act of writing. It is the first and the last word of the chapter on writing. We have read its opening paragraph. Here are the last lines. Words, voix, are written not sounds, sons. Now, in an accented language, it is the sounds, the accents, the inflections of every sort that constitute the greatest energy of the language, and that render a phrase, even a common one, proper only to the place where it is. The means used for supplementing this quality extend and lengthen written language, and, passing from books to discourse will enervate speech itself. To say everything as one would write it would be merely to read while speaking. Italics added by Derrida, p. 300, translation modified. If supplementarity is a necessarily indefinite process, writing is the supplement par excellence since it marks the point where the supplement gives itself a supplement of supplement, sign of sign, taking the place of a speech already significant. It displaces the proper place of the sentence, the unique time of the sentence pronounced hic et nunc by an irreplaceable subject, and in return enervates the voice. It marks the place of the initial doubling. Between these two paragraphs, 1. A very brief analysis of the diverse structures and the general growth of writing. 2. In terms of the premises of that typology and of that history, a long reflection on alphabetic writing and an appreciation of the meaning and value of writing in general. Here again, in spite of massive borrowings, history and typology remain most singular. Warburton and Jacques propose the schema of an economic, technical, and purely objective rationality. The economic imperative must be understood here in the restrictive sense of economies to be made, of abbreviation. Writing reduces the dimensions of presence in its sign. The miniature is not reserved to illuminated capitals, it is, understood in its derivative sense, the very form of writing. The history of writing would then follow the continuous and linear progress of the techniques of abbreviation. The systems of script would derive from one another without essential modification of the fundamental structure and according to a homogeneous and monogenetic process. One script would not replace another except to gain more space and time. If one believes the project of the general history of script proposed by Jacques, 13 writing does not have a different origin from that of speech, need and distance. Thus it continues the language of action. But it is at the moment that the social distance, which had led gesture to speech, increases to the point of becoming absence, that writing becomes necessary. This becoming absence of distance is not interpreted as a rupture by Jacques but described as the consequence of a continuous increase. From then on, writing has the function of reaching subjects who are not only distant but outside of the entire field of vision and beyond earshot. Why subjects? Why should writing be another name for the constitution of subjects and, if one might ask, of constitution itself? Of a subject, that is to say of an individual held to answer, for, himself before a law and by the same token submitted to that law? Under the name of writing, Jacques thinks readily of the possibility of such a subject, and of the law mastering its absence. When the field of society extends to the point of absence, of the invisible, the inaudible, and the immemorable, when the local community is dislocated to the point where individuals no longer appear to one another, become subjects of being imperceptible, the age of writing begins. Facts, laws and everything that deserved the attention of mankind, were multiplied to such a degree, that memory was too weak for so heavy a burden, and societies increased to the point that the promulgation of the laws could not, without difficulty, reach the ears of every citizen. In order, therefore, to instruct the people, they were obliged to have recourse to some new method. Then it was that writing was imagined. What progress it made I shall presently state. 2. I. Sec. 73, p. 232, translation modified. When mankind had once acquired the art of communicating their thoughts by sounds, they began to feel the necessity of inventing new signs proper for perpetuating them, and for making them known to absent persons. Sec. 127, p. 273. Since the operation of writing reproduces that of speech here, the first graphy will reflect the first speech, figure and image. It will be pictographic. Again a paraphrase of Warburton. Their imaginations then represented nothing more to them than those same images, which they had already expressed by gestures, in French actions, and words, and which from the very beginning had rendered language figurative and metaphorical. The most natural way therefore was to delineate the images of things. To express the idea of a man or of a horse, they represented the form of each of these animals, so that the first essay towards writing was a mere picture. 14. Like the first word, the first pictogram is therefore an image, both in the sense of imitative representation and of metaphoric displacement. The interval between the thing itself and its reproduction, however faithful, is traversed only by transference, translation. The first sign is determined as an image. The idea has an essential relationship to the sign, the representative substitute of sensation. Imagination supplements attention which supplements perception. Attention may have for first effect to make those perceptions which are occasioned by their objects to continue still in the mind. When those objects are removed. 1, 2, sec. 17, p. 38. Imagination permits the representation of an object in terms of a sign, by its simple name, for example. The theory of the sensible origin of ideas in general, the theory of signs and of metaphoric language, langage, which commands almost all 18th century thought, here carves out its Cartesian critique of rationalism upon an intact theological and metaphysical base. It is the original sin, functioning as did the flood in the previous examples, which makes possible and necessary the sensualist criticism of innate ideas, the recourse to learning through signs or metaphors, speech or writing, the system of signs, accidental, natural, arbitrary. Whenever therefore I happen to say, that we have no ideas but what come from the senses, it must be remembered, that I speak only of the state into which we are fallen by sin. This proposition applied to the soul in the state of innocence, or after its separation from the body, would be absolutely false. I confine myself therefore, one more time, to the present state of humanity, 8, p. 10, p. 18, translation modified. It is thus, As with Malebranche, for example, the very concept of experience which remains dependent on the idea of original sin. There is one law there, the notion of experience, even when one would like to use it to destroy metaphysics or speculation, continues to be, in one or another point of its functioning, fundamentally inscribed within ontotheology, at least by the value of presence, whose implication it can never reduce by itself. Experience is always the relationship with a plenitude, whether it be sensory simplicity or the infinite presence of God. Even down to Hegel and Husserl, one could show, for this very reason, the complicity of a certain sensualism and of a certain theology. The ontotheological idea of sensibility or experience, the opposition of passivity and activity, constitute a profound homogeneity, hidden under the diversity of metaphysical systems. There, absence and the sign always come to make an apparent, provisional, and derivative notch in the system of first and last presence. They are thought as accidents and not as the condition of the desired presence. The sign is always the sign of the fall. Absence always relates to distancing from God. In order to escape the closure of this system, it is not enough to get rid of the theological hypothesis or obligation. If he denies himself the theological facilities of Jacques when he looks for the natural origin of society, speech, and writing, Rousseau makes the substitutive concepts of nature or origin play an analogous role. How can we believe that the theme of the fall would be absent from this discourse? How, especially when we see the disappearing finger of God appear exactly when the so-called natural catastrophe comes about? The differences between Rousseau and Jacques will always be contained within the same enclosure. One cannot pose the problem of the model of the fall, Platonic or Judeo-Christian, except within this common enclosure. 15. The first writing is thus a painted image. Not that painting had served as writing, as miniature. The two were at first intermingled, a closed and mute system within which speech had as yet no right of entry and which was shielded from all other symbolic investment, cathexis. There was nothing but a pure reflection of object or action. It is in all probability to the necessity of thus tracing our thoughts that the art of painting owes its origin, and this necessity has doubtless contributed to preserve the language of action, as the easiest to paint. Sec. 128, p. 274, translation modified. This natural writing is thus the only universal writing. The diversity of scripts appears from the moment the threshold of pure pictography is crossed. That would be a simple origin. Jacques, following Warburton in this, engenders or rather deduces all other types and all other stages of writing out of this natural system. 16 Linear progress will always be that of condensation. And of purely quantitative condensation. More precisely, it will concern an objective quantity, natural volume and space. To this profound law are submitted all displacements and all graphic condensations that only avoided in appearance. From this point of view, pictography, the primary method that employs one sign per thing, is the least economical. This squandering of signs is American. Notwithstanding the inconveniences arising from this method, the most civilized nations in America were incapable of inventing a better. The savages of Canada have no other. Sec. 129, p. 274. The superiority of hieroglyphic script, picture and character depends on the fact that only a single figure is used to signify several things, pages 275, 274. Which supposes that there might be, it is the function of the pictographic limit, something like a unique sign for a unique thing. What is contradictory to the very concept and operation of the sign? To determine the first sign in this way, to found or deduce the entire system of signs with reference to a sign which does not belong to that system, is to reduce signification to presence. The sign from then on is nothing but a maintaining of presences in the library. The interest of hieroglyphs, one sign for many things, is reduced to the economy of libraries. That is what the more ingenious Egyptians understood. They were the first who made use of a shorter method which is known by the name of hieroglyphics. The inconveniency arising from the enormous bulk of volumes, induced them to make use of only a single figure to signify several things. The forms of displacement and condensation differentiating the Egyptian system are comprehended within this economic concept and conform to the nature of the thing, to the nature of things, which it thus suffices to consult. 3 degrees or 3 moments, the part for the whole, 2 hands, a shield, and a bow for a battle in Kyriologic hieroglyphs, the instrument, real or metaphorical, for the thing, an eye for God's knowledge, a sword for the tyrant, finally an analogous thing, in its totality, for the thing itself, a serpent and the medley of its spots for the starry heavens, in tropical. According to Warburton, it was already for economic reasons that cursive or demotic hieroglyphics were substituted for hieroglyphics properly speaking or for sacred writing. Philosophy is the name of what precipitates this movement, economic alteration which desacralizes through abridging and defacing the signifier for the benefit of the signified. But it is now time to speak of an alteration, which this change of the subject and manner of expression made in the delineation of hieroglyphic figures. Hitherto the animal or thing representing was drawn out graphically, in French au naturel, but when the study of philosophy, which had occasioned symbolic writing, had inclined their learn to write much, and variously, that exact manner of delineation would be as well too tedious as too voluminous, they therefore by degrees perfected another character, in italics in the French, which we may call the running hand of hieroglyphics, resembling the Chinese characters, which being at first formed only by the outlines of each figure, became at length a kind of marks. One natural effect that this running hand character would, in time, produce, we must not here omit to speak of, it was this, that its use would take off much of the attention from the symbol, and fix it on the thing signified by it, by which means the study of symbolic writing would be much abbreviated, there being then little to do, but to remember the power of the symbolic mark, whereas before, the properties of the thing or animal, used as a symbol, were to be learned. In a word, it would reduce this writing to the present state of the Chinese. I. 139-40, Warburton, p. 115. This effacement of the signifier led by degrees to the alphabet, cf. p. 148, pages 125-26. This is also Condillac conclusion, sec. 134. It is therefore the history of knowledge, of philosophy, which, tending to multiply books, pushes toward formalization, abbreviation, algebra. By the same movement, separating itself from the origin, the signifier is hollowed and desacralized, demotized, and universalized. The history of writing, like the history of science, would circulate between the two epochs of universal writing, between two simplicities, between two forms of transparence and univocity, an absolute pictography doubling the totality of the natural entity in an unrestrained consumption of signifiers, and an absolutely formal graphie reducing the signifying expense to almost nothing. There would be no history of writing and of knowledge, one might simply say no history at all, except between these two poles. And if history is not thinkable except between these two limits, one cannot disqualify the mythologies of universal script, pictography or algebra, without suspecting the concept of history itself. If one has always thought the contrary, opposing history to the transparence of true language, langage, it was no doubt through a blindness toward the archaeological or eschatological limits, in terms of which the concept of history was formed. Science, what Warburton and Condillac call philosophy here, the episteme and possibly self-knowledge, consciousness, would therefore be the movement of idealization, an algebraizing, depoetizing formalization whose operation is to repress, in order to master it better, the charged signifier or the linked hieroglyph. That this movement makes it necessary to pass through the logocentric stage is only an apparent paradox. The privilege of the logos is that of phonetic writing, of a writing provisionally more economical, more algebraic, by reason of a certain condition of knowledge. The epoch of logocentrism is a moment of the global effacement of the signifier. One then believes one is protecting and exalting speech, one is only fascinated by a figure of the techne. By the same token, one scorns phonetic writing because it has the advantage of assuring greater mastery and being effaced, in translating an oral signifier in the best possible way for a more universal and more convenient time, phonic auto-affection, dispensing with all exterior recourses, permits, at a certain epoch of the history of the world and of what one calls man, the greatest possible mastery, the greatest possible self-presence of life, the greatest possible liberty. It is this history, as epoch not of history but as history, which is closed at the same time as the form of being of the world that is called knowledge. The concept of history is therefore the concept of philosophy and of the episteme. Even if it was only belatedly imposed upon what is called the history of philosophy, it was called there since the beginning of that adventure. It is in a sense unheard of until now, all idealist, or conventionally Hegelian follies of an analogous appearance notwithstanding, that history is the history of philosophy. Or if one prefers, here Hegel's formula must be taken literally, history is nothing but the history of philosophy, absolute knowledge is fulfilled. What exceeds this closure is nothing, neither the presence of being, nor meaning, neither history nor philosophy, but another thing which has no name, which announces itself within the thought of this closure and guides our writing here. A writing within which philosophy is inscribed as a place within a text which it does not command. Philosophy is, within writing, nothing but this movement of writing as effacement of the signifier and the desire of presence restored, of being, signified in its brilliance and its glory. The evolution and properly philosophic economy of writing go therefore in the direction of the effacing of the signifier, whether it take the form of forgetting or repression. Whether opposed or associated, these two last concepts are equally insufficient. At any rate, forgetfulness, if one understands it as the effacement of the power of retention by finitude, is the very possibility of repression. And repression, that without which dissimulation would have no meaning. The concept of repression is thus, at least as much as that of forgetting, the product of a philosophy, of meaning. Whatever it might be, the movement of the retreat of the signifier, the perfecting of writing, would free attention and consciousness, knowledge and self-knowledge as idealization of the mastered object, for the presence of the signified. The latter is all the more available because it is ideal. And the value of truth in general, which always implies the presence of the signified, aletheia or adequatio, far from dominating this movement and allowing it to be thought, is only one of its epochs, however privileged. A European epoch within the growth of the sign, and let us say here with Nietzsche, who wrenches Warburton's proposition from its environment and its metaphysical security, would say, of the abbreviation of signs. So that, let it be said in parenthesis, in wishing to restore a truth in an originary or fundamental ontology in the thought of Nietzsche, one risks misunderstanding, perhaps at the expense of everything else, the axial intention of his concept of interpretation. Repeating Warburton's and Cohn de Jacques' statement outside its closure, one may say that the history of philosophy is the history of prose, or rather of the becoming prose of the world. Philosophy is the invention of prose. The philosopher speaks prose. Less in excluding the poet from civil space than in writing. In necessarily writing that philosophy in which the philosopher has long believed, not knowing what he was doing, and not knowing that a most convenient writing permitted him to do it, and that by rights he could have been satisfied to speak it. In his chapter on the origin of poetry, Cohn de Jacques calls it a fact. At length the philosopher, incapable of bending to the rules of poetry, was the first who ventured to write in prose, sec. 67, p. 229. He is writing of Pherecydes of the Isle of Sires, the first we know of who wrote in prose. Writing in the colloquial sense is by itself prosaic. It is prose. On that point too Rousseau separates himself from Cohn de Jacques. When writing appears, one no longer needs rhythm and rhyme whose function is, according to Cohn de Jacques, to engrave meaning within memory, ibid. Before writing, poetry would in some way be a spontaneous engraving, a writing before the fact. Intolerant of poetry, the philosopher had to take writing literally. It is difficult to appreciate what separates Rousseau from Warburton and Cohn de Jacques here, and to determine the value of the rupture. On the one hand, Rousseau seems to refine the models which he borrows. Genetic derivation is no longer linear or causal. He is more attentive to the structures of the systems of writing in their relationship to social or economic systems and to the figures of passion. The appearance of forms of writing is relatively independent of the rhythms of the history of languages. The models of explication are in appearance less theological. The economy of writing refers to motivations other than those of need and action, understood in a homogeneous, simplistic, and objectivistic sense. But on the other hand, he neutralizes what is announced as irreducibly economic in the system of Warburton and Cohn de Jacques. And we know how the ruses of theological reason work in his discourse. Let us approach his text. To the technical and economic imperatives of objective space, Rousseau's explication makes only one concession. And it is in order discreetly to correct Warburton's and Cohn de Jacques' simplism. It is a matter of writing by furrows. The furrow is the line, as the ploughman traces it, the road, via repta, broken by the ploughshare. The furrow of agriculture, we remind ourselves, opens nature to culture, cultivation. And one also knows that writing is born with agriculture which happens only with sedentarization. How does the ploughman proceed? Economically. Arrived at the end of the furrow, he does not return to the point of departure. He turns ox and plough around. And proceeds in the opposite direction. Saving of time, space, and energy. Improvement of efficiency and reduction of working time. Writing by the turning of the ox, Busterfeeden, writing by furrows was a movement in linear and phonographic script. 17 At the end of the line traveled from left to right, one resumes from right to left and conversely. Why was it abandoned at a given moment by the Greeks, for example? Why did the economy of the writer, Scripture, break with that of the ploughman? Why is the space of the one not the space of the other? If space were objective, geometric, ideal, no difference in economy would be possible between the two systems of incision. But the space of geometric objectivity is an object or an ideal signified produced at a moment of writing. Before it, there is no homogeneous space, submitted to one and the same type of technique and economy. Before it, space orders itself wholly to the habitation and inscription in itself of the body proper. There still are factors of heterogeneity inside a space to which one and the same proper body relates, and therefore there are different, indeed incompatible, economic imperatives, among which one must choose and among which sacrifices and an organization of hierarchies become necessary. Thus, for example, the surface of the page, the expanse of parchment or any other receptive substance distributes itself differently according to whether it is a matter of writing or reading. An original economy is prescribed each time. In the first case, and during an entire epoch of technology, it had to order itself according to the system of the hand. In the second case, and during the same epoch, to the system of the eye. In both cases, it is a matter of a linear and oriented path, the orientation of which is not indifferent and reversible in a homogeneous milieu. In a word, it is more convenient to read than to write by furrows. The visual economy of reading obeys a law analogous to that of agriculture. The same thing is not true of the manual economy of writing, and the latter dominated during a determined era and period of the great phonographic linear epoch. Its vogue outlives the conditions of its necessity, it continues till the age of printing. Our writing and our reading are still largely determined by the movement of the hand. The printing press has not yet liberated the organization of the surface from its immediate servitude to the manual gesture, and to the tool of writing. Rousseau, therefore, was already astonished. At first they, the Greeks, adopted not only the Phoenicians' characters, but even the direction of their lines from right to left. Later it occurred to them to write in furrows, that is, writing alternately from left to right and right to left alternately. Finally, they wrote according to our present practice of starting each line from left to right. This progress is only natural. Writing in furrows is undeniably the most convenient to read. I am even surprised that it was not established along with printing, but, being difficult to write by hand, it had to be abandoned as manuscripts multiplied. Essay, p. 299, translation modified. The space of writing is thus not an originarily intelligible space. It begins however to become so from the moment of origin, that is to say from the moment that writing, like all the work of signs, produces repetition there and therefore ideality in that space. If one calls reading that moment which comes quickly to double the originary writing, one may say that the space of pure reading is always already intelligible, that of pure writing always still sensible. Provisionally, we understand these words inside metaphysics. But the impossibility of separating writing and reading purely and simply disqualifies this opposition from the start of play. Maintaining it for convenience, let us nevertheless say that the space of writing is purely sensible, in the sense that Kant intended, space irreducibly oriented within which the left does not recover the right. One must also take into account the prevalence of one direction over the other within the movement. For here it is the question of an operation, and not just of a perception. The two sides are never symmetrical from the point of view of the aptitude or simply the activity of the body proper. Thus the return of the ox is less suitable for writing than reading. Between these two economic prescriptions the solution will be a labile compromise which will leave residues, dragging inequalities of development and useless expenses. Compromise, if one wishes, between the eye and the hand. During the epoch of this transaction, one does not only write, one reads a little blindly, guided by the order of the hand. Should one still recall everything that such an economic necessity made possible? This compromise is already very derivative, a late arrival, if one remembers that it prevails only at a moment when a certain type of writing, itself charged with history, was already practiced, linear phonography. The system of speech, of hearing oneself speak, auto-affection that seems to suspend all borrowing of signifiers from the world and thus to render itself universal and transparent to the signified, the phone which seems to guide the hand, was never able to precede its system nor, in its very essence, to be alien to it. It could only represent itself as order and predominance of a temporal linearity by seeing itself or rather managing itself, within its own self-reading. It is not enough to say that the eye or the hand speak. Already, within its own representation, the voice is seen and maintained. The concept of linear temporality is only one way of speech. This form of successivity is in return imposed upon the phone, upon consciousness and upon pre-consciousness from a certain determined space of its inscription. For the voice has always already been invested, undone, solicitee, required, and marked in its essence by a certain spatiality. 18. When we say a form is imposed, we obviously do not think, as if it goes without saying, of any classical model of causality. The question, so often asked, of knowing if one writes as one speaks or speaks as one writes, if one reads as one writes or conversely, refers in its banality to an historical or prehistoric depth much more hidden than is generally suspected. Finally, If one notes that the place of writing is linked, as Rousseau had intuited, to the nature of social space, to the perceptive and dynamic organization of the technical, religious, economic and other such spaces, one realizes the difficulty of a transcendental question on space. A new transcendental aesthetic must let itself be guided not only by mathematical idealities but by the possibility of inscriptions in general, not befalling an already constituted space as a contingent accident but producing the spatiality of space. Indeed, we say of inscription in general, in order to make it quite clear that it is not simply the notation of a prepared speech representing itself, but inscription within speech and inscription as habitation always already situated. Such a questioning, in spite of its reference to a form of fundamental passivity, ought no longer to call itself a transcendental aesthetic, neither in the Kantian, nor in the Husserlian, sense of those words. A transcendental question on space concerns the prehistoric and pre-cultural level of spatio-temporal experience which furnishes a unitary and universal terrain for all subjectivity, and all culture, short of empirical diversity, of the orientations proper to their spaces in their times. Now if one lets oneself be guided by inscription as habitation in general, the Husserlian radicalization of the Kantian question is indispensable but insufficient. We know that Husserl reproached Kant for having allowed himself to be guided in his question by ideal objects already constituted into a science, geometry or mechanics. To a constituted ideal space necessarily corresponded a subjectivity constituted into faculties. And from the point of view which is here ours, there would be much to say on the concept of the line which so often intervenes in the Kantian critique. Time, the form of all sensible phenomena, internal and external, seems to dominate space, the form of external sensible phenomena, but it is a time that one may always represent by a line, and the refutation of idealism will reverse that order. The Husserlian project not only put all objective space of science within parentheses, it had to articulate aesthetics upon a transcendental kinesthetics. However, in spite of the Kantian revolution and the discovery of pure sensibility, pure from all reference to sensation, to the extent that the concept of sensibility, as pure passivity, and its contrary will continue to control such questions, they will remain prisoners of metaphysics. If the space-time that we inhabit is a priori the space-time of the trace, there is neither pure activity nor pure passivity. This pair of concepts, and we know that Husserl erased one with the other constantly, belongs to the myth of the origin of an uninhabited world, of a world alien to the trace, pure presence of the pure present, that one may indifferently call purity of life or purity of death, determination of being which has always overseen not only theological and metaphysical but also transcendental questions, whether conceived in terms of scholastic theology or in a Kantian and post-Kantian sense. The Husserlian project of a transcendental aesthetics, of a restoration of the logos of the aesthetic world, formal and transcendental logic, remains subjected to the instance of the living present, as to the universal and absolute form of experience. It is by what complicates this privilege and escapes it that we are open to the space of inscription. Breaking with linear genesis and describing the correlations among systems of script, social structures, and the figures of passion, Rousseau opens his questions in the direction that we have indicated. 3 states of man in society, 3 systems of writing, 3 forms of social organization, 3 types of passion. These 3 ways of writing correspond fairly accurately to the 3 different states in terms of which one can consider men gathered into a nation. Essay, p. 297. Among these 3 ways, there are no doubt differences of crudity and antiquity. But inasmuch as they could assure a chronological and linear localization, they interest Rousseau but little. Many systems may coexist, a cruder system may appear after a more refined system. Here too all begins with painting. That is to say with savagery. The primitive way of writing was not to represent sounds, but objects themselves. Is this painting satisfied with reproducing the thing? Does it correspond to the universal proto-writing that redoubles nature without any displacement? Here the first complication is introduced. In effect Rousseau distinguishes between 2 pictographies. One proceeds directly and the other allegorically, whether directly as the Mexicans did, or by allegorical figures, as previously the Egyptians did, p. 297. Translation modified. And when he links them thus, this stage corresponds to passionate language, long, and already supposes some society and some needs to which the passions have given birth. He does not designate the sole Egyptian or allegorical state with any verisimilitude. Without which it would be necessary to conclude that a writing, direct pictography, could have existed in a society without passion, which is contrary to the premises of the essay. On the other hand, how should one imagine a direct, proper, unallegorical painting in a state of passion? That too is contrary to the premises. One cannot surmount this alternative without reinstating something unsaid. Pure representation without metaphoric displacement, the purely reflective painting, is the first figure. In it the thing most faithfully represented is already no longer properly present. The project of repeating the thing already corresponds to a social passion and therefore carries a metaphoricity, an elementary transference, translation. One transports the thing in its double, that is to say already within an ideality, for another, and the perfect representation is always already other than what it doubles and represents. Allegory begins there. Direct painting is already allegoric and impassioned. That is why there is no true writing. The duplication of the thing in the painting, and already in the brilliance of the phenomenon where it is present, guarded and regarded, maintained, however little in and under the gaze, opens appearing as the absence of the thing in its properness and its truth. There is never a painting of the thing itself, and first of all because there is no thing itself. To suppose that there had been a primitive and pictorial stage, writing shows this absence, this evil, or this resource which forever works at the truth of the phenomenon, produces it and of course substitutes it. The original possibility of the image is the supplement, which adds itself without adding anything to fill an emptiness which, within fullness, asks to let it be replaced. Writing as painting is thus at once the disease, lamal, and the remedy within the phanesthai or in the eidos. Plato already said that the art or the technique, techne, of writing was a pharmacon, drug or tincture, salutary or maleficent. And the troubling part of writing had already been experienced in its resemblance to painting. Writing is like painting, like the zoographeme, which is itself determined, cf. Cratylus, 430-32, within a problematic of mimesis, resemblance is troubling. In fact, what is most terrible in writing, I think, is that it is also, Phaedrus, so much resembling to painting, zoographia, 275d. Here painting, zoography, betrays being and speech, words and things themselves because it freezes them. Its offshoots make figures of living things, but when one questions them, they no longer respond. Zoography has brought death. The same goes for writing. No one, and above all not the father, is there to respond when one questions. Rousseau would approve without reservations. Writing carries death. One could play on this. Writing is painting of the living, stabilizing animality. Zoography is, according to Rousseau, the writing of savages, who are also, as we know, only hunters, men of the zoogria, of the capture of the living. Writing would indeed be the pictorial representation of the hunted beast, magical capture and murder. Another difficulty in this concept of proto-writing, no recourse to convention is made there. The latter appears only in the second way, moment of barbarism and of the ideogram. The hunter paints beings, the shepherd already inscribes the language, long. The second way is to represent words and propositions by conventional characters. That can be done only when the language is completely formed and an entire people is united by common laws, for there is already here a convention. Such is the writing of the Chinese. It is truly to paint sounds and speaks to the eyes. Essay, p. 297, translation modified. One may conclude from this that, in the first state, metaphor did not give rise to any convention. Allegory was still a savage production. There was no need of institutions to represent beings themselves, and metaphor here was the transition between nature and institution. Then the proto-writing which did not paint language but painted things could accommodate a language, long, therefore with a society which was not at all completely formed. This first stage is always that unstable limit of birth. One has left pure nature but one has not completely attained the state of society. The Mexicans and the Egyptians would have the right, according to Rousseau, to only some society. The second manner paints sounds but without decomposing words and propositions. It would thus be ideophonographic. Each signifier would refer to a phonic totality and a conceptual synthesis, to a complex and global unity of sense and sound. One has not yet attained purely phonographic writing, of the alphabetic types, for example, in which the visible signifier refers to a phonic unity which in itself has no sense. It is perhaps for this reason that the ideophonogram presupposes a double convention, that which links the grapheme to its phonematic signified, and that which links this phonematic signified, as a signifier, to its signified sense, to its concept, if one wishes. But in that context, double convention might also wish to say, it is less probable, something else, linguistic and social convention. That can be done only when the language is completely formed and an entire people is united by common laws. One does not need institutional laws for being understood through the paintings of things and of natural beings, but one needs them for stabilizing the rules of the painting of sounds and of the unity of words and ideas. However, Rousseau calls barbaric the nations capable of these common laws and this double convention. The use of the concept of barbarity in the essay is very disconcerting. Often, in chapters 4 and 9, Rousseau makes it function in a perfectly deliberate, rigorous, and systematic way. 3 states of society, 3 languages, 3 scripts, savage/barbaric/civil, hunter/shepherd/plowman, pictography/ideophonography/analytical phonography. Yet elsewhere, an apparently looser use of the word, certainly of the word barbarity if not of barbaric, designates again a state of dispersion, whether it be of pure nature or of domestic structure. Note 2 of chapter 9 calls savages those whose barbarity is subsequently described. Apply these ideas to the first men and you will see the reason for their barbarity. These barbaric times were the golden age, not because men were united, but because they were separated. Scattered over the vast desert of the world, men would relapse into the stupid barbarism in which they would be if they were born of the earth. Essay, pages 33, 36. Domestic barbaric society had no language. Familial idiom is not a language. Living almost without society, widely scattered, hardly speaking at all, how could they write? Is not this sentence in flagrant contradiction with the attribution, in chapter 4, of a script and even of a double convention to barbaric peoples? No commentary can, it seems, efface this contradiction. An interpretation may attempt it. It would consist, rejoining a profound level of literality while neutralizing another one more superficial, of searching then within Rousseau's text for the right to isolate relatively the structure of the graphic system from the structure of the social system. Although the social and graphic types correspond ideally and by analogy, a society of the civil type may have in fact a writing of the barbaric type. Although barbarians hardly speak and do not write, one finds the characteristics of a certain writing within barbarity. In saying thus that the painting of objects suits savage peoples, signs of words and of propositions, to a barbaric people, and the alphabet to civilized peoples, Pope Police's, Essay, p. 297, translation modified, one does not neglect the structural principle, rather one confirms it. In our society, where the civil type has appeared, the elements of pictographic writing would be savage, the ideophonographic elements barbaric. And who would deny the presence of all these elements in our practice of writing? For even while maintaining the principle of structural analogy, Rousseau insists nonetheless on preserving the relative independence of social, linguistic, and graphic structures. He will say it further on, the art of writing does not at all depend upon that of speaking. It depends upon needs of a different kind which arise earlier or later according to circumstances entirely independent of the duration of peoples, and which might never have occurred in very ancient nations. P. 298, translation modified. The fact of the appearance of writing is therefore not necessary. And it is this empirical contingency which allows the putting in parenthesis of the fact in structural or eidetic analysis. That a structure whose internal organization and essential necessity we know should appear in fact here or there, sooner or later, is, as we have noted elsewhere, the condition and the limit of a structural analysis as such and in its proper moment. In its proper instance, attention to the internal specificity of the organization always leaves to chance the passage from one structure to another. This chance may be thought, as it is here the case, negatively as catastrophe, or affirmatively as play. This structuralist limit and power has an ethico-metaphysical convenience. Writing in general, as the emergence of a new system of inscription, is a supplement of which one would wish to know only the additive aspect. It happens unexpectedly, at a stroke, survenu d'un coup, under cover, and the noxious influence arrives ill-advisedly, in addition, malvenu, and plus, from the exterior, when nothing in the conditions of its past made it necessary. Not to attribute any necessity to its historical appearance is at once to ignore the appeal of supplanting and to think evil as a surprising, exterior, irrational, accidental addition and therefore effaceable. The alphabet an absolute representation. Thus graphics and politics refer to one another according to complex laws. They must thus both clothe the form of reason as a process of degradation which, between two universalities and from catastrophe to catastrophe, should return to a total reappropriation of presence. Should, de vrai, it is the mode intense of a teleological and eschatological anticipation that oversees Rousseau's entire discourse. Thinking difference and supplementarity in this mode intense, Rousseau would like to announce them from the horizon of their final effacement. In this sense, in the order of writing as in the order of civic space, as long as the absolute reappropriation of man 19 in his presence is not accomplished, the worst is simultaneously the best. The furthest in the time of lost presence is closest to the time of presence regained. Thus the third state, civil man and alphabetic writing. It is here that, In the most long-range and grave manner, law supplants nature in writing speech. In one case as in the other, the supplement is representation. We recall the fragment on pronunciation. Languages, long, are made to be spoken. Writing serves only as a supplement to speech. The analysis of thought is made by speech, and the analysis of speech by writing. Speech represents thought through conventional signs, and writing represents speech in the same way. Thus the art of writing is only a mediated representation of thought, at least in the case of vocalic languages, long, the only ones that are in use among us. p. 334, Translation Modeft. The movement of supplementary representation approaches the origin as it distances itself from it. Total alienation is the total reappropriation of self-presence. Alphabetic writing, representing a representant, supplement of a supplement, increases the power of representation for the worse. In losing a little more presence, it restores it a little bit better. More purely phonographic than the writing of the second state, it is more apt to efface itself before the voice, to let it be, leave it alone. Within the political order, total alienation, that which happens as the social contract says, without reserve, we gain the exact equivalent of what we lose, as well as an added power to conserve what we already have. BK. I. p. 361. p. 181. On condition, of course, that the emergence out of the anterior state, at the limit, from the state of pure nature, does not make it fall back, as is always possible, short of the origin, and consequently if the misuse of the new condition still, at times, degrades him, the human being, to a point below that from which he has emerged. p. 364, p. 185. Alienation without reserve is thus representation without reserve. It wrenches presence absolutely from itself and absolutely represents it to itself. Since evil always has the form of representative alienation, of representation in its dispossessing aspect, all Rousseau's thought is in one sense a critique of representation, as much in the linguistic as in the political sense. But at the same time, and here the entire history of metaphysics is reflected, this critique lives on the naivete of representation. It supposes at once that representation follows a first presence and restores a final presence. One does not ask how much of presence and how much of representation are found in presence. In criticizing representation as the loss of presence, in expecting a reappropriation of presence from it, in making it an accident or a means, one installs oneself in the evidence of the distinction between presentation and representation, within the effect of this scission. One criticizes the sign by installing oneself in the evidence and effect of the difference between signified and signifier. That is to say, without thinking, which is also not done by the greater number of later critics who, from within the same effect, reverse this schema, and oppose a logic of the representant to the logic of the represented, of the movement producing the effect of difference, the strange graphic of difference. There is therefore nothing surprising that the third state, civil society and alphabet, should be described according to the schemata that are as much those of the social contract as those of the letter to D'Alembert. Praise of the assembled people at the festival or at the political forum is always a critique of representation. The legitimizing instance, in urban civil space as in language, langage speech or writing, and in the arts, is the representer present in person, source of legitimacy and sacred origin. Perversity consists precisely in sacralizing the representative/representant or the signifier. Sovereignty is presence, and the enjoyment, jouissance, of presence. The moment the people is legitimately assembled as a sovereign body, the jurisdiction of the government wholly lapses, the executive power is suspended, and the person of the meanest citizen is as sacred and inviolable as that of the first magistrate, for in the presence of the person represented, representatives no longer exist. Social Contract, pages 427-29, p. 76, translation modified. In all the orders, the possibility of the representative befalls represented presence as evil befalls good, or history befalls origin. The signifier representative is catastrophe. It is also always new in itself, in whatever epoch it might appear. It is the essence of modernity. The idea of representatives is modern, is a proposition which must be extended beyond the limits that Rousseau assigns it. p. 430, p. 78, translation modified. Political liberty is full only at the moment when the power of the representative is suspended and given back to the represented. In any case, the moment a people gives itself representatives, it is no longer free, it no longer exists. p. 431, p. 80, translation modified. It is necessary, then, to reach the point where the source is held within itself, where it returns or reascends toward itself in the inalienable immediacy of the enjoyment of self, jouissance de soi, in the moment of the impossible representation, in its sovereignty. In the political order, that source is determined as will, sovereignty, for the same reason as makes it inalienable, cannot be represented, it lies essentially in the general will, and will does not admit of representation, it is either the same, or other, there is no intermediate possibility. p. 429, p. 78, the sovereign, who is no less than a collective being, cannot be represented except by himself, the power indeed may be transmitted, but not the will. p. 368, p. 20. As corruptive principle, the representative is not the represented but only the representative of the represented, he is not the same as himself. As representative, he is not simply the other of the represented. The evil of the representative or of the supplement of presence is neither the same nor the other. It intervenes at the moment of difference, when the sovereign will delegates itself, and when, in consequence, law is written. Now the general will risks becoming a transmitted power, a particular will, preference, inequality. The decree, that is to say writing, can be substituted for the law. In the decrees representing particular wills, the general will becomes mute. Social contract, p. 438, p. 86. The system of the social contract, which founds itself on the existence of a moment anterior to writing and representation, can, however, not avoid allowing itself to be threatened by the letter. That is why, obliged to have recourse to representation, the body politic, as well as the human body, begins to die as soon as it is born, and carries in itself the causes of its destruction. p. 424, p. 73. Chapter 11 of BK 3, of the death of the body politic, opens all the developments on representation. Writing is the origin of inequality. 20 It is the moment when the general will which cannot her by itself, gives way to judgment, which can draw it into the seductions of individual wills. p. 380, p. 31. Translation modified. One must therefore separate legislative sovereignty from the power of drawing up laws. When Lycurgus gave laws to his country, he began by resigning the throne. He, therefore, who draws up the laws has, or should have, no right of legislation, and even the people cannot, if it wishes, deprive itself of this incommunicable right. Pages 382-83, pages 32-33, translation modified. It is therefore absolutely necessary that the general will express itself through voices without proxy, a surprisingly modern position for participatory democracy, not votes, voix, proxy voices. Rousseau looks beyond his time. It makes law when it declares itself in the voice of the body of the people where it is indivisible, otherwise it is divided into particular wills, acts of magistracy, decrees, p. 369, p. 21. But the catastrophe that interrupted the state of nature opens the movement of distancing which brings closer. Perfect representation should represent perfectly. It restores presence and effaces itself as absolute representation. This movement is necessary. 21 The telos of the image is its own imperceptibility. When the perfect image ceases to be other than the thing, it respects the thing and restores originary presence. Indefinite cycle, source, represented, of representation. The origin of the image can in turn represent its representants, replace its substitutes, supply its supplements. Folded, returning to itself, representing itself, sovereign, presence is then, and again, only the supplement of a supplement. It is thus that the discourse on political economy defines the general will, the source and supplement of all laws, which, should be consulted whenever they fail. p. 250, italics added by Derrida, p. 242. Is not the order of pure law, which gives back to the people their liberty and to presence its sovereignty, always the supplement of a natural order somewhere deficient? When the supplement accomplishes its office and fills the lack, there is no evil. The abyss is the chasm which can remain open between the lapse of nature and the delay of the supplement. The time of man's most shameful lawlessness and greatest misery was when, new passions having smothered natural sentiments, human understanding had not yet made sufficient progress to supply maxims of sagacity for natural impulses. 22 The play of the supplement is indefinite. References refer to references. The general will, that celestial voice, Discourse on Political Economy, p. 248, p. 240, is therefore the supplement of nature. But when, by a return of catastrophe, society is degraded, nature can substitute itself for its supplement. It is then a bad nature. It is under these circumstances that the voice of duty no longer speaks in men's hearts, and their rulers are obliged to substitute the cry of terror, or the lure of an apparent interest. p. 253, italics added by Derrida, p. 245. This play of the supplement, the always open possibility of a catastrophic regression in the annulment of progress, recalls not only Vico's ricorsi. Conjugated with what we have called geometric regression, it makes history escape to an infinite teleology of the Hegelian type. In a certain way, considering that history can always interrupt its own progress, and must even progress in regression, return behind itself, Rousseau does not make the work of death, the play of difference and the operation of negativity, serve in the dialectical accomplishment of truth in the horizon of parrhesia. But all these propositions may reverse themselves. This finitism of Rousseau emerges also on the basis of a providentialist theology. Interpreting itself, it effaces itself on another level as it reduces the historic and negative to the accidental. It too is thought within the horizon of an infinite restitution of presence, and so on. In the closed field of metaphysics, what we sketch here is an indefinite exchange of Rousseauist and Hegelian positions. One might take so many other examples, obeys the laws inscribed within all the concepts that we have just recalled. It is possible to formalize these laws, and indeed they are formalized. What we have just noted within the political order is valid also in the graphic order. Access to phonetic writing constitutes at once a supplementary degree of representativity and a total revolution in the structure of representation. Direct, or hieroglyphic, pictography represents the thing, or the signified. The ideophonogram already represents a mixture of signifier and signified. It already paints language, long. It is the moment located by all historians of writing as the birth of phoneticization, for example, through the procedure of the picture puzzle, rebus a transfer. 23 A sign representing a thing named and its concept ceases to refer to the concept and keeps only the value of a phonic signifier. Its signified is no longer anything but a phoneme deprived by itself of all sense. But before this decomposition, and in spite of the double convention, representation as reproduction, it repeats the signifying and signified masses en bloc, without analysis. This synthetic character of representation is the pictographic residue of the ideophonogram that paints voices. Phonetic writing works to reduce it. Instead of using signifiers immediately related to a conceptual signified, it uses, through the analysis of sounds, signifiers that are in some way non-signifying. Letters, which have no meaning by themselves, signify only the elementary phonic signifiers that make sense only when they are put together according to certain rules. Analysis supplanting painting and push to insignificance, such is the rationality proper to the alphabet and to civil society. Absolute anonymity of the representative and absolute loss of the self-same, le propre. The culture of the alphabet and the appearance of civilized man, l'homme police, correspond to the age of the plowman. And let us not forget that agriculture presupposes industry. But then, how can we explain the allusion to the trader who is in fact never named in the classification of the three states and thus seems to have no era proper to himself? The third way of writing is to break down the speaking voice into a certain number of elementary parts, either vocal or articulate, vowels or consonants, with which one could form all the words and syllables imaginable. This way of writing, which is ours, must have been imagined by commercial peoples who, traveling to various countries and having to speak various languages, were forced to invent characters that could be common to all of them. This is not precisely to paint speech, but to analyze it. p. 297, translation modified. The trader invents a system of graphic signs which in its principle is no longer attached to a particular language, long. This writing may in principle transcribe all languages, long, in general. It gains in universality, it favors trade and makes communication with other people who speak other languages, p. 297, easier. But it is perfectly enslaved to language, long, in general the moment it liberates itself from all particular languages, long. It is, in its principle, a universal phonetic writing. Its neutral transparence allows each language its proper form and its liberty. Alphabetic writing concerns itself only with pure representants. It is a system of signifiers where the signifieds are signifiers, phonemes. The circulation of signs finds itself infinitely facilitated there. Alphabetic writing is the mutest possible, for it does not speak any language, long, immediately. But, alien to the voice, it is more faithful to it and represents it better. This independence with regard to the empirical diversity of oral languages confirms a certain autonomy of the growth of writing. It may not only be born earlier or later, independently of the duration of the people, slowly or at one stroke. 24 In addition, it implies no linguistic derivation. This is truer of the alphabet, bound to no particular language, long, than of other systems. One may thus borrow graphic signs, make them safely emigrate outside of their culture and their language, long, of origin. But though the Greek alphabet derives from the Phoenician, it does not follow at all that the Greek language derives from the Phoenician. p. 299. This movement of analytic abstraction in the circulation of arbitrary signs is quite parallel to that within which money is constituted. Money replaces things by their signs. Not only within a society but from one culture to another, or from one economic organization to another. That is why the alphabet is commercial, a trader. It must be understood within the monetary moment of economic rationality. The critical description of money is the faithful reflection of the discourse on writing. In both cases an anonymous supplement is substituted for the thing. Just as the concept retains only the comparable element of diverse things, just as money gives the common measure 25 to incommensurable objects in order to constitute them into merchandise, so alphabetic writing transcribes heterogeneous signifieds within a system of arbitrary and common signifiers, the living languages, long. It thus opens an aggression against the life that it makes circulate. If the sign has led to the neglect of the thing signified, as Emile 26 says speaking of money, then the forgetfulness of things is greatest in the usage of those perfectly abstract and arbitrary signs that are money and phonetic writing. Following the same graphic, the alphabet introduces a supplementary degree of representativity which marks the progress of analytic rationality. This time, the element brought to light is a pure signifier, purely arbitrary, in itself non-signifying. This non-signification is the negative, abstract, and formal aspect of universality or rationality. The value of such a writing is therefore ambiguous. There was a natural universality of a sort in the most archaic degree of writing, painting, as much as the alphabet, is not tied to any determined language, long. Capable of reproducing all sensible being, it is a sort of universal writing. But its freedom with reference to languages is due not to the distance which separates painting from its model but to the imitative proximity which binds them. Under a universal appearance, painting would thus be perfectly empirical, multiple, and changeful like the sensory units that it represents outside of any code. By contrast, the ideal universality of phonetic writing is due to its infinite distance with respect to the sound, the primary signified of that writing which marks it arbitrarily, and to the sense signified by the spoken word. Between these two poles, universality is lost. We say between these two poles since, as we have confirmed, pure pictography and pure phonography are two ideas of reason. Ideas of pure presence, in the first case, presence of the represented thing in its perfect imitation, and in the second, the self-presence of speech itself. Each time, the signifier would tend to be effaced in the presence of the signified. This ambiguity marks the appreciation that all metaphysics has directed upon its own writing since Plato. Rousseau's text belongs to this history, articulating there a remarkable epoch. More rational, more exact, more precise, more clear, the writing of the voice corresponds to a more efficient civil order, a better police. But insofar as it effaces itself better than another before the possible presence of the voice, it represents it better and permits it to be absent with the smallest loss. Faithful servant of voice, vowel, it is preferred to writings used by other societies, but as a slave is preferred to a barbarian, fearing it at the same time as a machine of death. For its rationality distances it from passion and song, that is to say from the living origin of language, langage. It progresses with the consonant. Corresponding to a better organization of social institutions, it also gives the means of more easily doing without the sovereign presence of the assembled people. It tends to restore natural dispersion. Writing naturalizes culture. It is that pre-cultural force which is at work as articulation in culture, putting itself to work to efface a difference which it has opened. Political rationality, the rationality of fact, and not the rationality whose principle the social contract describes, favors writing and dispersion at the same time and in the same movement. The propagation of writing, the teaching of its rules, the production of its instruments and of its objects, are considered by Rousseau to be a political enterprise of enslavement. That is what one also reads in Tristes Tropiques. Certain governments are interested in having languages muzzled, thus ensuring that one can no longer speak directly to the sovereign people. The abuse of writing is a political abuse. The latter is rather the reason of the former. Language, long, perfecting itself in books, is corrupted in discourse. It is clearer when one writes, duller when one speaks, syntax is purified and harmony is lost. French becomes more philosophic and less eloquent day by day, soon it will be good only for reading and all its value will be in libraries. The reason for this abuse lies, as I have submitted elsewhere, in the last chapter of the essay, in the form that governments have taken and which results in our having nothing to say to others except the least interesting things in the world and things that they care least to understand, sermons, academic discourses. Fragment on Pronunciation, pages 1249 to 50. Political decentralization, dispersion, and decentering of sovereignty calls, paradoxically, for the existence of a capital, a center of usurpation and of substitution. In opposition to the autarchic cities of antiquity, which were their own centers and conversed in the living voice, the modern capital is always a monopoly of writing. It commands by written laws, decrees, and literature. Such is Paris's role as Rousseau recognizes it in the text on pronunciation. Let us not forget that the social contract judged the exercise of the sovereignty of a people and the existence of a capital incompatible. And as in the case of representatives, if it was impossible not to have recourse to them, it was at least necessary to remedy that evil by changing them often. Which amounts to recharging writing with the living voice. However, if the state cannot be reduced to the right limits, there remains still one resource, this is, to suffer no capital, to make the seat of government move from town to town, and to assemble by turn in each the provincial estates of the country. 27, p. 427, p. 76, translation modified. The instance of writing must be effaced to the point where a sovereign people must not even write to itself, its assemblies must meet spontaneously, without any formal summons, p. 75. Which implies, and that is a writing that Rousseau does not wish to read, that there were fixed and periodic assemblies that cannot be abolished or prorogued, and therefore a marked day, jour marqué. That mark had to be made orally since the moment the possibility of writing were introduced into the operation, it would insinuate usurpation into the body of society. But is not a mark, wherever it is produced, the possibility of writing? The theorem and the theatre. The history of the voice and its writing would be comprehended between two mute writings, between two poles of universality relating to each other as the natural and the artificial, the pictogram and algebra. The relationship of natural to artificial or arbitrary would itself be subject to the law of extremes, excess, which touch one another. And if Rousseau suspects alphabetic writing without condemning it absolutely, it is because there is worse. It is structurally but the next to the last step of that history. Its artifice has a limit. Unbound to any particular language, it yet refers to the phone or language, langue, in general. As writing, it keeps an essential relationship to the presence of a speaking subject in general, to a transcendental locutor, to the voice as the self-presence of a life that hears itself speak. In that sense, phonetic writing is not absolute evil. It is not the letter of death. It announces it, however. To the extent that that writing progresses with consonantic chilling, it allows the anticipation of the frost, speech degree 0, the disappearance of the vowel, the writing of a dead language, langue. The consonant, which is easier to write than the vowel, initiates this end of voice in the universal writing, in algebra. It would be easy to construct a language consisting solely of consonants, which would be extremely clear in writing but could not be spoken. Algebra has something of such a language. When a language is clearer by its spelling than by its pronunciation, this is a sign that it is written more than it is spoken. This may have been true of the scholarly language of the Egyptians, as is the case for us with the dead languages, langue. In those burdened with useless consonants, writing seems to have preceded speech, and who would doubt that such is the case with Polish? Essay, Chap. 7, p. 304, translation modified. The universal characteristic, writing become purely conventional through having broken all links with the spoken language, such then would be absolute evil. With the logic of Port-Royal, Locke's essay, Malebranche, and Descartes, Leibniz was one of Rousseau's primary philosophic readings. 28 He is not cited in the essay but in the fragment on pronunciation with as much suspicion as the art of Raymond Lully and Emile, p. 575, p. 425. Languages, langue, are made to be spoken. Writing serves only as supplement to speech. If there are some languages that are only written, and that one cannot speak, proper only to the sciences, it would be of no use in civil life. Such is algebra, such was no doubt the universal language that Leibniz looked for. It would probably have been more useful to a metaphysician than to an artisan. p. 1249. The universal writing of science would thus be absolute alienation. The autonomy of the representant becomes absurd, it has attained its limit and broken with all representeds, with all living origin, with all living present. In its supplementarity is accomplished, that is to say emptied. The supplement, which is neither simply the signifier nor simply the representant, does not take the place of a signified or a represented, as is prescribed by the concepts of signification and representation or by the syntax of the words signifier or representant. The supplement comes in the place of a lapse, of a non-signified or a non-represented, a non-presence. There is no present before it. It is not therefore preceded by anything but itself, that is to say by another supplement. The supplement is always the supplement of a supplement. One wishes to go back from the supplement to the source, one must recognize that there is a supplement at the source. Thus it is always already algebraic. In it writing, the visible signifier, has always already begun to separate itself from voice and to supplant it. The non-phonetic and universal writing of science is also in that sense a theorem. It is enough to look in order to calculate. As Leibniz said, ad vocem referi non est necess. It is not necessary to refer to the voice. By way of that silent and mortal glance the complicities of science and politics are exchanged, more precisely of modern political science. The letter killeth, Emile, p. 226, p. 159. Where should one search, in civil space, for that lost unity of glance and voice? In what space can one again listen to oneself? Can the theatre, which unites spectacle and discourse, not take up the relay where the unanimous assembly left off? For a long time now one speaks in public only through books, and if one says something in the living voice to the public that interests it, it is in the theatre. Pronunciation, p. 1250. But the theatre itself is worked by the profound evil of representation. It is that corruption itself. For the stage is not threatened by anything but itself. Theatrical representation, in the sense of exposition, of staging, of that which is placed out there, that which the German Darstellung translates, is contaminated by supplementary representation. The latter is inscribed in the structure of representation, in the space of the stage. Let us not be mistaken, what Rousseau criticizes in the last analysis is not the content of the spectacle, the sense represented by it, although that too he criticizes, it is representation itself. Exactly as within the political order, the menace has the shape of the representative. In fact, after having evoked the misdeeds of the theatre considered in the content of what it stages, what it represents, the letter to D'Alembert incriminates representation and the representative. Beyond these effects of the theatre, which are relative to the things represented, there are others no less necessary which relate directly to the stage and to the representants, and it is to them that the previously mentioned Genevans attribute the taste for luxury, adornment, and dissipation, whose introduction among us they rightly fear. 29. Immorality, then, attaches, to the very status of the representer, performer. Vice is his natural bent. It is normal that he who is taken up representing as a profession should have a taste for external and artificial signifiers, and for the perverse use of signs. Luxury, fine clothes, and dissipation are not signifiers incidentally coming about here and there, they are the crimes of the signifier or the representer itself. Double consequence. 1. There are two sorts of public persons, two men of spectacle. On the one hand the orator or preacher, on the other the actor. The former represent themselves, in them the representer and the represented are one. But the actor is born out of the split between the representer and the represented. Like the alphabetic signifier, like the letter, the actor himself is not inspired or animated by any particular language, long. He signifies nothing. He hardly lives, he lends his voice. He is a mouthpiece. Of course the difference between the orator or preacher and the actor presupposes that the former do their duty, say what they have to say. If they do not assume the ethical responsibility for their word, they become actors, hardly even actors, for the latter make a duty of saying what they do not think. The orator and the preacher, it could be said, give of themselves as much as does the actor. The difference is, however, very great. When the orator appears in public, it is to speak and not to present himself in a spectacle. He represents only himself. He acts only his own proper role, speaks only in his own proper name, says, or ought to say, only what he thinks, the man and the role, personage, being the same, being, eton le même etc. He is in his place, he is in the situation of any citizen who fulfills the functions of his estate. But an actor on the stage, displaying other sentiments than his own, saying only what he is made to say, often representing a chimerical being, annihilates himself, as it were, and is lost in his hero. And, in this forgetting of the man, if something remains of him, it is used as the plaything of the spectators. p. 187, italics added by Derrida, pages 80-81, translation modified. That is the best case, the actor accepts the role and loves what he incarnates. The situation can be worse. What shall I say of those who seem to be afraid of having too much merit as they are and who degrade themselves to the point of playing characters whom they would be quite distressed to resemble? p. 81. The identity of the representer and the represented may be accomplished in two ways. The best, by the effacement of the representer and the personal presence of the represented, the orator, the preacher, or the worst, it is not illustrated by simply the actor, representer emptied of what he represents, but by a certain society, that of the worldly Parisians who have, in order to find themselves there, alienated themselves in a certain theatre of a theatre, play representing the comedy of that society. It is nevertheless solely for these people that theatrical entertainments are made. They show themselves at once as those represented in the middle of the theatre, and show themselves as those representing on both sides. They are at once characters, personnages, on the stage, and actors in the seats. La Nouvelle Eloise, p. 252. See this total alienation of the represented in the representer as the negative aspect of the social pact. In both cases, the represented is reappropriated when he is lost without reserve in his representation. In what terms should the elusive difference which separates the positive from the negative aspect, the authentic social pact of a forever perverted theatre, be defined? From a theatrical society? 2. The signifier is the death of the festival. The innocence of the public spectacle, the good festival, the dance around the water hole, if you wish, would open a theatre without representation. Or rather a stage without a show, spectacle, without theatre, with nothing to see. Visibility, a moment ago. The theorem, here the theatre, is always that which, separating it from itself, breaches, and tame, the living voice. But what is a stage which presents nothing to the sight? It is the place where the spectator, giving himself as spectacle, will no longer be either seer, voyant, or voyeur, will efface within himself the difference between the actor and the spectator, the represented and the representer, the object seen and the seeing subject. With that difference, an entire series of oppositions will deconstitute themselves one by one. Presence will be full, but not in the way of an object present to be seen, to give itself to intuition as an empirical individual or as an eidos holding itself in front of or up against, but as the intimacy of a self-presence, as the consciousness or the sentiment of self-proximity, of self-sameness, propriety. That public festival will therefore have a form analogous to the political meetings of a free and legiferant assembled people. The representative difference will be effaced in the self-presence of sovereignty. The exaltation of the collective festival has the same structure as the general will of the social contract. The description of public joy gives us the lyrical aspect of the general will. It is the aspect that it assumes in its Sunday best. 30. The text is well known. It recalls the evocation of the festival in the essay. Let us reread it in order to recognize there the desire to make representation disappear, with all the senses that knock themselves in that word, delay and delegation, repetition of a present in its sign or its concept, the proposition or opposition of a spectacle, an object to be seen. What? Ought there to be no spectacles in a republic? On the contrary, there ought to be many. It is in republics that they were born, it is in their bosom that they are seen to flourish with a truly festive air. Letter to D'Alembert, p. 125. These innocent spectacles will take place outdoors and they will have nothing effeminate or mercenary about them. The sign, money, ruse, passivity, and servility will be excluded from them. No one will use anyone, no one will be an object for anyone. There will no longer be, in a certain way, anything to see. But what then will be the objects of this spectacle? What will be shown in them? Nothing, if you please. With liberty, wherever abundance reigns, well-being also reigns. Plant a stake crowned with flowers in the middle of a square, gather the people together there, and you will have a festival. Do better yet, give over the spectators to the spectacle, make them actors themselves, do it so that each sees and loves himself in the others so that all will be better united. Letter to M. D'Alembert, pages 224-25, p. 126. We must note that this festival without object is also a festival without sacrifice, without expense, and without play. Above all without masks. 31 It has no outside although it takes place out of doors. It maintains itself in a purely interior relation to itself, so that each sees and loves himself in the others. In a certain way, it is confined and sheltered, whereas the hall of the theatre, wrenched away from itself by the games and detours of representation, diverted from itself and torn by difference, multiplies the outside in itself. There are many games, jeux, within the public festival but no play, jeux, at all, if one understands by that singular number the substitution of contents, the exchange of presences and absences, chance and absolute risk. That festival represses the relationship with death, what was not necessarily implied in the description of the enclosed theater. These analyses can turn in both directions. At any rate, play is so much absent from the festival that the dance is admitted there as the initiation into marriage and is contained within the closure of the ball. Such is at least the interpretation to which Rousseau submits. To fix it carefully, the sense of his text on the festival. One could make him say quite a different thing. And Rousseau's text must constantly be considered as a complex and many-leveled structure. In it, certain propositions may be read as interpretations of other propositions that we are, up to a certain point and with certain precautions, free to read otherwise. Rousseau says A, then for reasons that we must determine, he interprets A into B. A, which was already an interpretation, is reinterpreted into B after taking cognizance of it. We may, without leaving Rousseau's text, isolate A from its interpretation into B, and discover possibilities and resources there that indeed belong to Rousseau's text, but were not produced or exploited by him, which, for equally legible motives, he preferred to cut short by a gesture neither witting nor unwitting. In his description of the festival, for example, there are propositions which could very well have been interpreted in the sense of Antonin Artaud' 32 Theatre of Cruelty or of the Festival and Sovereignty of which Georges Bataille has proposed the concepts. But these propositions are interpreted otherwise by Rousseau himself, who transforms play into games and the dance into a ball, expense into presence. What ball are we speaking of here? To understand that, one must first understand the praise of the open air. The open air is undoubtedly nature, and in that respect it must lead Rousseau's thoughts in 1,000 ways, through all the themes of pedagogy, promenade, botany, and so on. But more precisely, the open air is the element of the voice/vowel, the liberty of a breath that nothing breaks into pieces. A voice that can make itself heard in the open air is a free voice/vowel, a clear voice that the northern principle has not yet muzzled with consonants, broken, articulated, compartmentalized, and which can reach the interlocutor immediately. The open air is to speak one's mind freely, the absence of detours, of representative mediations among living spoken words. It is the element of the Greek city, the great concern of which was its liberty. The north limits the possibilities of the open air. Your severer climates add to your needs, for half the year your public squares are uninhabitable, the flatness of your languages unfits them for being heard in the open air, you sacrifice more for profit than for liberty, and fear slavery less than poverty. The Social Contract, p. 431, p. 79, italics added by Derrida. Once again the northern influence is pernicious. But a northern man must live like a northerner. To adopt or adapt southern customs in the north is pure folly and worse servitude, Ibid. One must therefore find substitutes in the north or in winter. The winter supplement of the festival is our dance for young brides-to-be. Rousseau recommends the practice, unequivocally and as he himself says, without scruple, and what he says of winter illuminates after a fashion what he might have said of summer. Winter, a time consecrated to the private association of friends, is less appropriate to public festivals. There is, however, one sort concerning which I wish there were not so many scrupulous doubts raised, that is, the balls for young marriageable persons. I have never understood why people are so worried about dancing and the gatherings at occasions, as if there were something worse about dancing than singing, as if these amusements were not both equally an inspiration of nature, as if it were a crime for those who are destined to be united to be married together in a decent recreation. Man and woman were formed for one another. God wants them to fulfill their destiny, and certainly the first and holiest of all the bonds of society is marriage. 33. One should comment word by word on the long and edifying discourse that follows. A hinge articulates the entire argument, the full daylight of presence avoids the dangerous supplement. One must allow pleasures to a lively and frolicsome youth to avoid their substituting more dangerous ones and to prevent private meetings adroitly concerted, from attacking the place of public gatherings. Innocent joy is likely to evaporate in the full light of day, but vice is a friend of shadows. Letter to M. D'Alembert, p. 227, p. 129. Furthermore, the nudity that presents the body itself is less dangerous than the recourse to sartorial signifiers, to the northern supplement, to artful dress. The latter is not less dangerous than an absolute nudity, the habit of which would soon turn the first effects into indifference and perhaps distaste. Is it not known that statues and paintings only offend the eyes when a mixture of clothing renders the nudity obscene? The immediate power of the senses is weak and limited. It is through the intermediary of the imagination that they make their greatest ravages. It is the business of the imagination to irritate the desires. p. 232, p. 134. It will have been noticed that representation, the picture, rather than perception, is chosen to illustrate the danger of the supplement whose efficiency comes from the imagination. And it will then be noticed that, in a note inserted into the heart of this praise of marriage, anticipating the errors of posterity, Rousseau makes only one exception to his denials. It is something amusing for me to imagine the judgments that many will make of my tastes on the basis of my writings. On the basis of this one they will not fail to say, "That man is crazy about dancing, it bores me to watch dancing, he cannot bear the drama, I love the drama passionately, he has an aversion to women, on that score I shall be only too easily vindicated." p. 229, p. 131n. Thus the North, winter, death, imagination, representation, the irritation of desires, this entire series of supplementary significations, does not designate a natural place or fixed terms, rather a periodicity. Seasons. In the order of time, or rather like time itself, they speak the movement by which the presence of the present separates from itself, supplants itself, replaces itself by absenting itself, produces itself in self-substitution. It is this that the metaphysics of presence as self-proximity wishes to efface by giving a privileged position to a sort of absolute now, the life of the present, the living present. The coldness of representation not only breaks self-presence but also the originarity of the present as the absolute form of temporality. This metaphysics of presence constantly reappears and is resumed in Rousseau's text whenever the fatality of the supplement seems to limit it. It is always necessary to add a supplement of presence to the presence that is concealed. The great remedy to the miseries of this world is absorption into the present moment, says Rousseau in the Solitaries. The present is originary, that is to say the determination of origin always has the form of presence. Birth is the birth, of, presence. Before it there is no presence, and from the moment that presence, holding or announcing itself to itself, fissures its plenitude and starts the chain of its history, death's work has begun. Birth in general is written as Rousseau describes his own. "I cost my mother her life, and my birth was the first of my misfortunes." Confessions, p. 7, p. 5. Every time that Rousseau tries to recapture an essence, in the form of an origin, a right, an ideal limit, he always leads us back to a point of full presence. He is less interested in the present, in the being present, than in the presence of the present, in its essence as it appears to itself and holds itself in itself. Essence is presence. As life, that is as self-presence, it is birth. And just as the present goes out of itself only to return to itself, a rebirth is possible which, furthermore, is the only thing that permits all the repetitions of origin. Rousseau's discourse and questions are possible only in the anticipation of a rebirth or a reactivation of the origin. Rebirth, resurrection, or reawakening always appropriate to themselves, in their fugitive immediacy, the plenitude of presence returning to itself. That return to the presence of the origin is produced after each catastrophe, at least in so far as it reverses the order of life without destroying it. After a divine finger had reversed the order of the world by inclining the axis of the globe on the axis of the universe and had thus willed that men be sociable, the festival around the water-hole was possible and pleasure was immediately present to desire. After a great Danish dog had knocked Jean-Jacques over, Renverse, in the second promenade, when after the fall which had precipitated him, my head was thrown down lower than my feet, it was first necessary to recount to him the accident that he had not been able to experience. When he explains to us what happened at the moment when, he says twice, "I came to myself. I came back to consciousness," it is indeed awakening as reawakening to pure presence that he describes, always according to the same model, not anticipation, not memory, not comparison, not distinction, not articulation, not situation. Imagination, memory, and signs are effaced. All landmarks on the physical or psychical landscape are natural. The state in which I found myself in that instant was too singular not to make a description of it here. The night was coming on. I perceived the sky, some stars, and a little grass. This first sensation was a delicious moment. I did not feel anything except through them. I was born in that instant to life, and it seemed to me that I filled with my light existence all the objects which I perceived. Entirely given up to the present moment, I did not remember anything. I had no distinct notion of my individuality, not the least idea of what had happened to me. I did not know who I was nor where I was. I felt neither evil nor fear, nor trouble. And, as around the water-hole, and on the Isle of St. Pierre, the enjoyment, jouissance, of pure presence is that of a certain flow. Presence being born. Origin of life, blood's resemblance to water. Rousseau continues. I saw my blood flowing as I might have looked at a brooklet, without dreaming even that this blood in any way belonged to me. I felt in the whole of my being a ravishing calm, to which, each time that I think of it, I find nothing comparable in the whole action of known pleasures. p. 1005, p. 49. Are there other or more archetypal pleasures? This pleasure, which is the only pleasure, is at the same time properly unimaginable. Such is the paradox of the imagination, it alone arouses or irritates desire, but also it alone, and for the same reason, in the same movement, overflows or divides presence. Rousseau would like to separate the awakening to presence from the operation of imagination. He always presses on toward that impossible limit. For the awakening of presence projects or rejects us immediately outside of presence, where we are guided by this lively interest, foresight and provident, prévoyant et pourvoyant, that always throws them far away from the present and is nothing for the man of nature. Dialogues. 34. Function of representation. Imagination is also the temporalizing function, the excess of the present and the economy of what exceeds presence. There is no unique and full present, but is there a presence then? Except in the imagination's sleep, the sleeping imagination does not know at all how to extend its being into two different times. Emile, p. 69. When it appears, signs, fiduciary values, legal tender and trusts, and letters emerge, and they are worse than death. How many merchants lament in Paris over some misfortune in India? There is a healthy, cheerful, strong, and vigorous man. It does me good to see him. A letter comes by post. He falls into a swoon. When he comes to himself he weeps, laments, and groans. He tears his hair, and his shrieks re-echo through the air. You would say he was in convulsions. Fool, what harm has this bit of paper done you? What limb has it torn away? We no longer live where we are, we live only where we are not. What does it profit me to live in such fear of death, when all that makes life worth living remains? Emile, pages 67-68, p. 47. Rousseau himself articulates this chain of significations, essence, origin, presence, birth, rebirth, on the classical metaphysics of being, eton, as energy, encompassing the relationships between being and time in terms of the now as being in action, energia. Delivered from the disquietude of hope, and sure of thus gradually losing that of desire, seeing that the past was no longer anything to me, I undertook to put myself completely in the situation of a man who begins to live. I told myself that in fact we were always beginning, and that there was no other link in our existence but a succession of present moments, of which the first is always that which is in action. We are born and die every moment of our life. It follows, but it is a liaison that Rousseau works very hard to elide, that the very essence of presence, if it must always be repeated within another presence, opens originarily, in presence itself, the structure of representation. And if essence is presence, there is no essence of presence nor presence of essence. There is a play of representation, and eliding that liaison or that consequence, Rousseau places play out of play, he alludes, which is another way of playing, or rather, as the dictionaries say, of playing, with. What is thus alluded is that representation does not suddenly encroach upon presence, it inhabits it as the very condition of its experience, of desire, and of enjoyment, jouissance. The interior doubling of presence, its having, makes it appear as such, that is to say, concealing enjoyment and frustration, makes it disappear as such. Placing representation outside, which means placing the outside outside, Rousseau would like to make of the supplement of presence a pure and simple addition, a contingence, thus wishing to elude what, in the inside of presence, calls forth the supplanter, and is constituted only in that appeal, and in its trace. From this the letter. Writing is the evil of representative repetition, the double opening desire and looking and keeping, regard on, enjoyment, jouissance. Literary writing, the traces of the Confessions, speak that doubling of presence. Rousseau condemns the evil of writing and looks for salvation in writing. It repeats enjoyment, jouissance, symbolically. And just as enjoyment has never been present except in a certain repetition, so writing, recalling it, gives it as well. Rousseau eludes its admission but not the pleasure. We recall those texts, saying to myself, I have enjoyed myself, I enjoy myself again. I enjoy myself again in a pleasure that no longer is, incessantly occupied with the thought of my past happiness. I recall it, chew the cud of it so to speak, to such an extent that, when I desire it, I am able to enjoy it over again. p. 607. Writing represents, in every sense of the word, enjoyment. It plays enjoyment, renders it absent and present. It is play. And it is because it is also the good fortune of enjoyment repeated that Rousseau practices it while condemning it. I shall set down in writing those delightful contemplations, which may still come to me, each time that I reread them will give me new enjoyment, reveries, p. 999, p. 38, translation modified. This entire detour was necessary in order to mark well that, unless some extrinsic desire is invested in it, Leibniz's universal characteristic well represents the very death of enjoyment. It leads the excess of the representative/representant to its limit. Phonetic writing, however abstract and arbitrary, kept some relationship with the presence of the represented voice, to its possible presence in general and therefore to that of a certain passion. A writing that breaks with the phone radically is perhaps the most rational and the most effective of scientific machines. It no longer responds to any desire, or rather it signifies its death to desire. It was what already operated within voice as writing and machine. It is the representative/representant in its pure state, without the represented, or without the order of the represented naturally linked to it. That is why this pure conventionality ceases, being pure, to be of any use within civil life, which always mingles nature and convention. The perfection of convention here touches its opposite extreme. It is death and the perfect alienation of the police. The telos of the alienation of writing has in Rousseau's eyes the figure of scientific or technical writing, wherever it can act, that is to say even outside of the areas reserved for science or technology. It is not by chance that in mythology, the Egyptian in particular, the god of the sciences and technologies is also the god of writing, and that it is he, Thoth, Theoth, Teuthus, or his Greek homologue Hermes, god of the ruse, of trade, and of thieves, whom Rousseau incriminates in the Discourse on the Arts and Sciences. Plato had already denounced his invention of writing at the end of an ancient tradition passed out of Egypt into Greece, that some god, who was an enemy to the repose of mankind, was the inventor of the sciences. In fact, whether we turn to the annals of the world, or supplement with philosophical investigations the uncertain chronicles of history, we shall not find for human knowledge an origin answering to the idea we are pleased to entertain of it at present. Their flawed origin is indeed, but too plainly reproduced in their objects. Cole, Op. Cit. p. 131, translation modified. The supplement of, at, the origin. In the last pages of the chapter on writing, the critique, the appreciative presentation, and the history of writing, declares the absolute exteriority of writing but describes the interiority of the principle of writing to language, langage. The sickness of the outside, which comes from the outside but also draws outside, as one says equally or inversely, a homesickness, is in the heart of the living word, as its principle of effacement and its relationship to its own death. In other words, it does not suffice to show, it is in fact not a question of showing, the interiority of what Rousseau would have believed exterior, rather to make us think the power of exteriority as constitutive of interiority, of speech, of signified sense, of the present as such, in the sense in which we said, a moment ago, that the representative mortal doubling having constituted the living present, without simply adding itself to it, or rather constituted it, paradoxically, by adding itself to it. The question is of an originary supplement, then, if this absurd expression may be risked, totally unacceptable as it is within classical logic. Rather the supplement of origin, which supplements the failing origin and which is however not derived, this supplement is, as one says of a spare part, une pièce, of the original make, d'origine, or a document, establishing the origin. Thus one takes into account of what the absolute alterity of writing might nevertheless effect, from the outside, within its inside, living speech, alter it, for the worse. Even as it has an independent history, as we have seen, and in spite of the inequalities of development, the play of structural correlations, writing marks the history of speech. Although it is born out of needs of a different kind and according to circumstances entirely independent of the duration of the people, although these needs might never have occurred, the eruption of this absolute contingency determined the interior of an essential history and affected the interior unity of a life, literally infected it. It is the strange essence of the supplement not to have essentiality, it may always not have taken place. Moreover, literally, it has never taken place, it is never present, here and now. If it were, it would not be what it is, a supplement, taking and keeping the place of the other. What alters for the worse the living nerve of language, writing, which would seem to have fixed language, long, is precisely what alters it. It changes not the words but the spirit of language, has therefore above all not taken place. Less than nothing and yet, to judge by its effects, much more than nothing. The supplement is neither a presence nor an absence. No ontology can think its operation. As Saussure will do, so does Rousseau wish at once to maintain the exteriority of the system of writing and the maleficent efficiency with which one singles out its symptoms on the body of the language, long. But are we saying anything else? Yes, to the extent that we show the interiority of exteriority, which amounts to annulling the ethical qualification and to thinking writing beyond good and evil, yes above all, to the extent that we designate the impossibility of formulating the movement of supplementarity in the classical logos, in the logic of identity, in ontology, in the opposition of presence and absence, positive and negative, and even in dialectics, if at least one determines it, as spiritualistic or materialistic metaphysics has always done, in the horizon of presence and reappropriation. Of course the designation of that impossibility escapes the language of metaphysics only by a hair's breadth. For the rest, it must borrow its resources from the logic it deconstructs. And by doing so, find its very foothold there. One can no longer see the evil in substitution when one sees that the substitute is substituted for a substitute. Is that not what the essay describes? Writing substitutes exactitude for expressiveness. Expression is the expression of affect, of the passion at the origin of language, langage, of a speech that was first substituted for song, marked by tone and force. Tone and force signify the present voice, they are anterior to the concept, they are singular, they are, moreover, attached to vowels, the vocalic and not the consonantic element of language, long. The force of expression amounts only to vocalic sounds, to the moment when the subject is there in person to utter his passion. When the subject is no longer there, force, intonation, and accent are lost in the concept. Then one writes, one supplies in vain accentual marks for accent, one submits to the generality of the law. In writing, one is forced to use all the words according to their common acceptance. But in speaking, one varies the meanings by varying one's tone of voice, determining them as one pleases. Being less constrained to clarity, one can be more forceful. And it is not possible for a language, long, one writes to retain its vivacity as long as one that is only spoken. Essay, p. 300, translation modified. Thus writing is always atonal. The place of the subject is there taken by another, it is concealed. The spoken sentence, which is valuable only once and remains proper only to the place where it is, loses its place and its proper sense as soon as it is written down. The means used to supplant this weakness tend to stretch out written language and make it long, and passing from written books to discourse will enervate speech itself. But if Rousseau could say that words, voix, vowels, not sounds, sons, consonants, are written, it is because words are distinguished from sounds exactly by what permits writing, consonants and articulation. The latter replace only themselves. Articulation, which replaces accent, is the origin of languages, long. Altering, for the worse, through writing is an originary exteriority. It is the origin of language, langage. Rousseau describes it without declaring it. Clandestinely. A speech without consonantic principle, what for Rousseau would be a speech sheltered from all writing, would not be speech. 35 It would hold itself at the fictive limit of the inarticulate and purely natural cry. Conversely, a speech of pure consonants and pure articulation would become pure writing, algebra, or dead language. The death of speech is therefore the horizon and origin of language, langage. But an origin and a horizon which would not hold themselves at its exterior borders. As always, death, which is neither a future present nor a past present, works the inside of speech, as its trace, its reserve, its interior and exterior difference, as its supplement. But Rousseau could not think this writing that takes place before and within speech. To the extent that he belonged to the metaphysics of presence, he dreamed of the simple exteriority of death to life, evil to good, representation to presence, signifier to signified, representer to represented, mask to face, writing to speech. But all such oppositions are irreducibly rooted in that metaphysics. Using them, one can only operate by reversals, that is to say by confirmations. The supplement is none of these terms. It is especially not more a signifier than a signified, a representer than a presence, no more a writing than a speech. None of the terms of this series can, being contained within it, dominate the economy of difference or supplementarity. Rousseau's dream consisted of making the supplement enter metaphysics by force. But what does that mean? The opposition of dream to wakefulness, is not that a representation of metaphysics as well? And what should dream be, what should writing be if, as we know now, one may dream while writing? And if the scene of dream is always a scene of writing? At the bottom of a page of Emile, after having once more cautioned us against books, writing, signs, what is the use of inscribing on their brains a list of symbols which represent nothing for them? After having opposed the engraving of these artificial signs to the indelible characters of the book of nature, Rousseau adds a note, the dreams of a bad night are gravely given to us as philosophy. You will say I too am a dreamer, I admit it, but I do what others fail to do. I give my dreams as dreams, and leave the reader to discover whether there is anything in them which may prove useful to those who are awake. p. 76, translation modified. A. Afterword. Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak. The translator's preface to this book, written in 1972-73, gives a general background to Jacques Derrida, who at the time was at the beginning of a brilliant career and tried to say a few things about the book of Grammatology. This afterword does the same, again. It will inevitably repeat, but sometimes make clearer, and perhaps sometimes contradict, what was written earlier. Now that Derrida has become his readers, I have tried to pull the book forward by considering Rogues, the last book by Derrida published in his lifetime, where he considers the importance of grammatology a number of times. 1. The word ethnocentrism is on the first page of Grammatology. And it is indeed a critique of the ethnocentrism and Europocentrism that is the word that Derrida used in the mid to late 1960s, of the dominant philosophical tradition, indeed, intellectual tradition, of Northwestern Europe. The general argument is most pertinent to our time, that although the cybernetic and informatics revolution, using linguistics as a scientific model, is putting emphasis on writing, all that which used to assemble itself under the name of language now assembles itself under the name of writing. In fact, the revolutionaries are using not a new discourse to fix these new inventions, but versions of the millennial ethnocentric and Europocentric ideology of the thinking of Europe. To the young Derrida writes in the hope that cybernetics and informatics will join hands with a philosophy defeating itself, and that anthropology and linguistics would train imaginations to undo the epistemological phonologism establishing a science as a master model, that presupposes a linguistic and metaphysical phonologism that raises voice above writing. 111. Historically, that ideology could not and still cannot accept the fact that the beginning of anything like the possibility of human society and human history, the historial, is imbricated with writing in general, defined in the translator's preface as the absence of the author and of the subject matter, interpretability, the deployment of a space at a time that is not its own. Xi. Today, in an era of fiercer identitarianism, I would expand, that ideology cannot accept the fact that the subject, inserted into a world that plays by its own rules, earlier I referred only to genetic script, but here I point to the Anthropocene, is classified socially and materially before becoming proper in his, used advisedly, genealogy. In other words, it is hard to accept that myself, my identity, does not precede my impersonal classification. Because the self must protect itself against this anonymity before identity, class/race/engendered. Before appropriation, socialization thinks writing, and access to it, only as writing in the narrow sense, script. This is usually put in contrast to speech, where, through our apparent ability to use our natural breath-based voice as a bridge between nature and various versions of the transcendental domain of fullness, we can protect our sense of owning our identity. The breath is the matrix of a natural convention that will allow a conventional convention. Derrida suggests that, rather than create a binary opposition between speech and writing, we should be able to see that speech itself can only work if the code upon which it relies can also operate in the absence of the speaker and is therefore a case of writing in general. If one stops understanding writing in its narrow sense of linear and phonetic notation, one should be able to say that all societies capable of producing, that is to say of obliterating, their proper names, and of playing classificatory difference, practice writing in general. No reality or concept would therefore correspond to the expression society without writing. 118. The first chapter shows us how this has been historically resisted. It shows how the deciphering of ancient non-phonetic scripts in the 17th century was co-opted by the 18th, so that it was not possible to imagine that phoneticization, far from being the natural trajectory of the formation of languages as such, might be a historical moment in the history of some languages. In the translator's preface, I had written, somewhat condescendingly, indeed, in Part 1, Derrida speaks most often of rewriting the history of writing in something suspiciously like the narrow sense, key. I miss the point that in every chapter he shows the critical problem of considering the questions at the limit, and provisionally aligning himself with the methodology he critiques, which are not aware of the questions at the limit, so that he can go forward. The second chapter shows this resistance to writing, within a phonetic model taken as natural, within the modern science of linguistics. For some the model of science is such in the era of informatics, not only in the work of Ferdinand de Saussure, but also in the work of those who question Saussure's insistence on naturalizing his scientific model, such as Louis Hjelmslev. The work of the Copenhagen School, for example, is plagued by a scientificist objectivism, that is to say by another unperceived or unconfessed metaphysics. It is to escape falling back into this naive objectivism that we refer ourselves here to a transcendentality that we elsewhere put into question. 66. Elsewhere transcendentality is rewritten by trace and difference. Let us stay with that early description of transcendental. Transcendental means transcategorial. 3 Trace categorizes an unreal pastness, it was here. Difference categorizes by saying it is not all the not its, and so on, indefinitely. In Chapter 2, Derrida finds his closest ally in Charles Sanders Peirce. In his project of semiotics, Peirce seems to have been more attentive than Saussure to the irreducibility of this becoming unmotivated. In his terminology, one must speak of a becoming unmotivated of the symbol, the notion of the symbol playing here a role analogous to that of the sign which Saussure opposes precisely to the symbol. Symbols grow. They come into being by development out of other signs, particularly from icons, or from mixed signs partaking of the nature of icons and symbols. We think only in signs. These mental signs are of mixed nature, the symbol parts of them are called concepts. If a man makes a new symbol, it is by thoughts involving concepts. So it is only out of symbols that a new symbol can grow. Omne symbolum de symbol. 52. At this stage, the word deconstruction is used to mean desedimentation. In other words, what seems clear is shaken up by such suggestions as I have already outlined, so that the mud comes up and is then strained through. This simple model never quite disappears, but is framed in many different ways. This, I believe, is why, in the foreword, formally translated as preface, Derrida gives us a precise description of his understanding of the task of the book, to produce the problems of critical reading rather than illustrate a new method, often embarrassing myself in the process. Xi. A critical reading, following Kant's critique, attempts to track the structures of subjective production of the text. As Derrida writes at the end of his career, deconstruction does not seek to discredit critique, it ceaselessly relegitimizes its necessity and heritage, but it never renounces the genealogy of the idea of critique, not less than the history of the question and of the supposed privilege of interrogative thought. R. 174-75, translation modified. Derrida walks us through our inherited presuppositions and suggests that Hegel already stages a way out of this. His most important examples are Heidegger and Nietzsche. Derrida suggests that although Heidegger's inclusion of Nietzsche in Western metaphysics is a dogmatic reading, this reading is possible and correct. On the other hand, it is also possible to notice that Nietzsche writes his writings, says Derrida. Instead of claiming a referential origin for his ideas, Nietzsche typically leads us back into indefinite chains or some rhetorical ruse, puts quotation marks around his arguments. Therefore, it is also possible to read Nietzsche in this other way, as exorbitant to metaphysics. Here for the first time Derrida speaks of the fact that the kind of reading that he is proposing is what we might call funky, not straight, a word from jazz which can serve us if we think of it as a loosely understood onbeat/offbeat/backbeat structure. And because the useful desedimentation method is also part of the problem, the embarrassment, the reader's subjective structures ignored, so to speak, Derrida famously frames that method as follows: what we are calling funky, Derrida calls a certain way. In Part I Chapter 2 he describes that kind of reading as follows. The movements of deconstruction do not put a strain on, solus iter, structures from the outside. They are not possible and effective, they do not focus their strikes, except by inhabiting these structures. Inhabiting them in a certain way, for one always inhabits and more so yet when one does not suspect it. Operating necessarily from the inside, borrowing from the old structure the strategic and economic resources of subversion, borrowing them structurally, that is to say without being able to isolate their elements and atoms, the enterprise of deconstruction is always in a certain way swept away by its own work. 25. The new edition translates solus iter, adjuster leur cause, and emporter differently in this passage. The task as described above is never forgotten in the book. It can even be shown, as I hope to show in a more extended forthcoming study, that the entire text teaches us how to read the book in an ongoing way. Let us look at an important lapse in translation in the final long paragraph of Part 1, where Derrida describes how, in order to access other mindsets or epistemes, we must think thought as a textual blank. This thought is itself comparable to the moment before the subject's accession to self-consciousness in the phenomenology of spirit. Self-consciousness is an object of consciousness, which, by itself, posits its other being as a nullity. For Hegel is obliged to make his observation sequential. Textual blank was translated in the first edition as the blank part of the text. But since it indicates a blank space, specifically instituted by a specific text as the space of a specific method toward the execution of a task, textual blank would have been altogether more appropriate. You know by now that it indicates not just any blank space, but a blank space framed by a specific text. This particular idea, coming perhaps from Mallarmé, leads us toward what is one of the most important ideas in the book, namely, supplementarity. The constitution of a science or a philosophy of writing is a necessary and difficult task. But, having arrived at these limits and repeating them ceaselessly, a thought of the trace, of difference or of reserve, must also point beyond the field of the episteme. Thought is here for us a perfectly neutral name, a textual blank, the necessarily indeterminate index of an epoch of difference to come. In a certain way, thought wants to say nothing. Like all openings, this index belongs, by the face of it that is given to be viewed, inside of a past epoch. This thought weighs nothing. It is, in the play of the system, that very thing which always weighs nothing. To think, it is what we already know we have not yet begun to do, that which, measured to the size of writing, makes a break only in the episteme. 101 To think out of your box. Thought is a blank shaped by your box, ready to receive, perhaps, learning to translate other lingual memories. Readings look forward to the next reading, and the next. No stockpiling of self-congratulatory deconstructive final readings recommended. Although Heidegger and Nietzsche are shown to be important players of the certain way, the most important person is Hegel. And Hegel, by placing a closure at the end of his philosophical system as absolute knowledge, effectively closes the book. The horizon of absolute knowledge is the effacement of writing in the Logos, 27. Yet he also, in the body of his philosophy, namely, in what happens before the end, opens up writing, which is always open-ended because it looks forward to being read. He is the thinker of the irreducible difference between the subject and itself. There are quotations from other writings by Hegel that back up Derrida's reading. Nietzsche and Heidegger are therefore described as post-Hegelians. And Hegel is marked as the philosopher who practices writing before the letter. That indeed is the title of the entire Part 1. In Chapter 2 Derrida introduces the difference between words such as sense and meaning, and also between historial and historical, leading to thoughts of the general sense and the narrow sense. This phrase, a certain way, a colloquial description of deconstruction in the private grammar of this book, reading and meaning in that certain way of self-effacing imaginative activism, is used in various parts of the book, always pointing us toward the formula described on page 25. Following the self-locating technique, the self being an academic stereotype of the self that will still say we have beginning a desedimentation, we can call these readings in the book desedimentations. Derrida begins the second chapter by saying that although a history of writing cannot be written, writing in general, by making the individual generalizable right at the start, opens the historial, he will do the wrong thing, and begins the Saussure chapter by admitting that he has to share logocentric presuppositions in order to do so. This self-framing is what I had missed earlier. Let us now persist, he writes, for a little while, to use this opposition of nature and institution, of physis and nomos, growth and law, which also means, of course, a distribution and division regulated in fact by law, which a meditation on writing should disturb although it functions everywhere as self-evident, particularly in the discourse of linguistics, 48. However, he is also reading Saussure against himself, discovering some things in Saussure, for example, the importance of spacing, a phenomenon that cannot be psychologized, in the production of meaning, that can produce a critique of the plenitude ideology of Europe. This is the theory of intellectual activism that begins with the Grammatology. A strong text can be ideology critical in its rhetoricity. Logic nests in rhetoric, and the reader of science or philosophy cannot ignore this. In Chapter 2, Derrida also suggests that literature is an important way forward in deconstruction/desedimentation, bringing historical silt up from the bottom so that the commodity that is offered becomes really clear, except if we turn literature into pure play, as we do if we evoke reading literature as nothing but the restoration of an original vision. One of the immediate tasks of deconstruction is to find texts to read. There are major texts in this book that are shown to contain within them what can only be called deconstructive possibilities. And it is the task of deconstruction to set them free. But in order to do so, the deconstructor as desedimenter must bind him/herself into a positivist position. And so on indefinitely. We can see how Derrida is activizing, taking beyond Europocentrism, unbookending, as it were, the bound-to-be-free tradition of Kant to Sartre. Plato and Lévi-Strauss do not qualify for such a list in this book. I have a feeling Lévi-Strauss stands in for the entire colonial discipline of anthropology. And, just as Derrida is a lesson for today because he reads carefully the claims to a radical post-informatics change in the 1960s, showing how every claim to rupture is also a repetition of an unexamined ideology, so Derrida can never forgive what he calls the double ethnocentrism of anthropology, abundantly in existence from research to development today, which, aiming to be anti-ethnocentric, in fact, through a European, today Euro-US, and benevolently feudal in the north and the south, breastbeating, in fact performs a double ethnocentric gesture defining the savage as without writing, but full of innocence. 5 We remember the quotation from The Savage Mind, as also the comment about the incest taboo as being no more than methodological. 6 As a gesture, it comes through also in the claim of having violated the innocent young girls by exciting them and thus making them give up the proper names not only of themselves but of all the adults. In fact, of course, there are real proper names, the ones in use, which are nicknames given by the Europeans. And there is no society without writing, because the writing makes sociability possible. Furthermore, there is the example of writing on mnemic material, the tremendous genealogical memories of so-called peoples without writing. The anthropologist, claiming the innocence of the object of investigation, and claiming that the introduction of writing all at once by the anthropologist destroys that innocence, is unable to realize that the chief is making marks precisely to communicate genealogy, not for phoneticizing convenience, as the anthropologist is still withholding writing from them, a common mistake when we decide that only the European model is what deserves the name. I am reminded of the withdrawal of the possibility of W.E.B. Du Bois' use of the concept of the general strike because he is speaking of slaves rather than factory workers. Yet Derrida does acknowledge that Lévi-Strauss notices that there is no naming as such. He, like Saussure, has this deconstructive moment which may be used to turn his text around. Derrida finds such possibilities in Plato from Plato's Pharmacy on down, moving perhaps toward the peculiarities of Timaeus rather than the more magisterial texts. 7 But we are not there yet in Grammatology, and the translator's preface obliterates this little difference, which will emerge again as a resistance to Plato, a call to echo him, in Rogues. We have no more than cursory references to Phaedrus, Plato dismissing writing. At this point, Derrida is within other debates, in the chapter on method in Part 1, of Grammatology as a Positive Science, in his comments on linearization, 93, he suggests that writing in the narrow sense, phonetic writing above all, which the globally Europocentric majority considers normal, is rooted in a past of non-linear writing, the writing in the general sense that he has described as originary in so many ways in the chapters before. It had to be defeated, often by technical success, as the Indo-European languages in India. It assured a greater security and greater possibilities of capitalization in a dangerous and anguishing world. Today I know that this would travel to contemporary Africa, where the colonial disciplines of anthropology and linguistics, Derrida's specific targets, cannot understand the survival virtues of originary and nonlinear writing, a writing system meaningful in the absence of the speaker, that we, Lévi-Strauss, cannot recognize or acknowledge as writing in the Nembiquara. 8. There are thus moments sympathetic to deconstruction in Descartes, who speaks of decipherment rather than decoding, and sees the future of a universal language in fiction. 84. In Hegel, who, although he fulfilled history in absolute knowledge, and thus demonstrated his Europocentric ideology, nonetheless, if we think of the subject in the play of the world as the road map for the idea, all that Hegel thought within this horizon, all, that is, except eschatology, may be reread as a meditation on writing. Hegel is also the thinker of irreducible difference. He rehabilitated thought as the memory productive of signs. 28. Thus Nietzsche and Heidegger are post-Hegelian. The hesitation of these thoughts, here Nietzsche's and Heidegger's, is not an incoherence, it is a trembling proper to all post-Hegelian attempts and to this passage between two epochs. The movements of deconstruction do not destroy structures from the outside. 25. Nietzsche wrote his work, in other words, with no literal evidentiary material to lean on. Therefore, although it is possible to read Nietzsche dogmatically and see in him the tradition of Plato, as did Heidegger, it is also possible to read Nietzsche in a certain way, and then his deconstructive intervention can emerge. At this stage Heidegger has a perception that allows Derrida to fashion deconstruction out of his project of destruction. 9. It is upon this track that Derrida insists that psychoanalysis is not only a regional science. His first invocation of psychoanalysis is not Freud but a very long quotation from Melanie Klein, whom Marguerite Derrida was translating at the time. What he is looking at in that passage is the possibility that psychoanalysis can show that the subject can cathect, besetzen, occupy with desire, proper names and thus turn them into common nouns and things, in other words, undermine the proper, that belonged to the stream of writing. Freud's rebus, which is developed in Freud and the scene of writing is brought in later in the chapter. 10 Derrida throws a challenge at any European who claims to be anti-ethnocentric. If you wish to involve the human being as such, you must consider a graphology, a world map of ways of writing. If such a graphology is to be persuasive, it must show how proper names are cathected by the subjects of all these systems of writing, even if they are technically illiterate. Such subjects include those who are the objects of anthropologies, benevolent, investigation, as well as those who inhabited languages where phoneticization was only a moment in the history of the language. This kind of impossibly radical but perfectly practical request becomes altogether important if we wish to put the international civil society in perspective. Until the end of his life, Derrida kept the conviction that if you want to make claims of globality, you must be able to be where the globally other practices are. His lingual memory. 11 In Rogues he closes by assigning this task: it remains to be known, to save the honor of reason, how to translate, for example, the word reasonable, and how to salute, beyond its Latinity, in more than one language, the fragile difference between the rational and the reasonable. RP 159. His addressees are no longer anthropologists, linguists, philosophers, but the general activist intellectual world. The task has therefore moved from graphology to translation, but the goal remains the same: to be where the globally other practices are. His lingual memory, to learn to translate is more practical advice. The book is, then, a general critique of ethnocentrism. The word ethnocentrism is on page 3, and this is not a common word in 1967. Derrida's criticism of Western metaphysics is that it is ethnocentric. And in each chapter we encounter the word until we come to Rousseau. Part 2 is an introduction to the Epic of Rousseau. Epic is used in the usual temporal sense, but also in the spatial sense of the reducing out technique proposed by Edmund Husserl, called epoch. In cooking this is called rendering. One might say this is a rendered Rousseau, as well as the era of Rousseau. In the beginning of Part 2, Derrida practices a much more relentless auto-involvement in the problematic of reading a certain way. We remember that in the previous chapters he had written something like a history nonetheless, used logocentrism, and written without venturing up to perilous necessities. Here he demonstrates that he is himself involved in cathecting proper names, as indeed we are all involved in our work. The names of authors or of doctrines have here no substantial value. They indicate neither identities nor causes. It would be frivolous to think that Descartes, Leibniz, Rousseau, Hegel, and so on, are names of authors, of the authors of movements or displacements that we thus designate. The indicative value that I attribute to them is first the name of a problem, 107. He makes it clear that these representative proper names are props, they also name problems. He also gives us a sense that all claims of descent or genealogy are themselves caught within the abyss of self-representation. He is recommending a variety of the prohibition of proper names, as did the Nambiquara. The essay on the origin of languages by Jean-Jacques Rousseau is, of course, the real found text in grammatology. Rousseau is a grammatologist in the only way you can be, unknowingly, looking for the opposite, to be found by another, something will deconstruction must in a certain way forego. It could be said that this book we enter tries to teach how this may be the characteristic of all books, not just this one. However, Derrida loses confidence by rogues that people will learn how to read, simply by the insistence of texts on their own reading methods. By the time he comes to Politics of Friendship, which he insists is the frozen account of the first session of a seminar that went on for 2 years, he will again and again ask, "How many are we?" as if to assure himself that teaching is happening in a classroom. Rousseau's grammatology is lodged in his repeated use of the word supplementarity and the related words supplying, suppleer, and substitute. These words carry a burden of sense in the language. However Rousseau was trying to secure presence, as everyone must, or however he was Europocentric, as all folks are their own place-centric, say I, he was in fact working with and being worked by that burden. In other words, lingual memory ties writer and reader together, away from mere intention, though that too is important. Entering Rousseau's text and driving it as it seems to want to be driven, by the protocols of the text, Derrida attempts to enter into the relationship with Rousseau that we read on page 156. I have called it deconstructive embrace. Akbar Abbas gave it the name critical intimacy. 12. The word supplement suggests that what it supplements already had a lack, and it is of course in excess. As the supplement is in excess, it introduces what is incalculable in terms of the status quo, pushing toward a necessarily undecidable future, therefore it is dangerous, it upsets plans. If there can be an earned resonance to this warning to those who plan the world, for profit or development, same difference, we might be able to hope for a change. When first-year students entering university are advised that the intricate structure of, first-year, friendships web is similar, to that of Hadza hunter-gatherers of Tanzania, living as they might have 10,000 years ago. The networks we form obey certain mathematical and sociological rules, and they have profound influence on our lives. We are engaged in the kind of mechanical subject formation and double ethnocentrism which needs the dangerous supplement. 13 There is now an inchoate tendency in certain quarters to undo the insane digitalizing trivialization of the humanities. Perhaps we need not wait for an indefinite future for these lessons to take hold. In that sort of hope Derrida writes, connecting his almost first book with his almost last book, calling for venturing up to the relationship without relationship, here between law and justice, the reasonable, would take into account the accounting of juridical justness, to be sure, but it would also strive, across transactions and aporias, for justice. And then, the dangerous supplement, introducing the incalculable, moving into the undecidable future, the reasonable, as I understand it here, would be a rationality that takes account of the incalculable so as to give an account of it, there where this appears impossible, so as to account for or reckon with it, that is to say, with the event of one or who comes, r. 158-59, translation modified. One looks for texts undone by what they're doing. The supplement is dangerous because not only does it suggest that full presence can be added to, but it also suggests that presence has a lack which can be filled. This is easy to understand if one thinks of the fact that in colloquial French a substitute teacher is described as supplementary. There is a lack, and an addition can be made, so presence is undone by the supplement. This structure is shared by an entire chain of supplements, indefinitely abyssal, 181. These are not analogies, Derrida insists. These items inhabit an irreducible complex A structure, with no simple origin. This is also the lesson of structure, sign, and play, a much read but hardly understood text. 14. Here, in Part 2 Chapter 2, the trace instituted by Rousseau's text dictates to him a method. The chapter introduces the question of method. The trace requires empiricism, it allows him to touch logocentrism. The binary opposition between empiricism and philosophy is not merely empirical. The kind of criticism that is informed by the instituted trace is without guarantees, and therefore the responsibility of the reader is heavy. Reading carefully through Rousseau's text, Derrida suggests that the way Rousseau doubles and redoubles his texts makes us think that at the origin of language/languages, there is supplementing. You have just finished reading the book, so I will not attempt to summarize Derrida's argument here. I will simply say that, as a result of these discoveries, in his reading of Rousseau, Derrida is able to describe trace, text, difference, and look briefly at one significant passage. Here is the fragment of philosophizing, the passage where Derrida first launches the idea of text as textile, a web. The World Wide Web works on psychologistic and positivistic reductions of the ideas of text, recovery, memory, access, and, especially, interaction. It is so little a matter of looking for a truth signified by these writings, metaphysical or psychological truth, Jean-Jacques' life behind his work, that if the texts that interest us want to say something, it is the engagement and the appurtenance that mingle in the same fabric, the same text, existence and writing. The same is here called supplement, another name for difference. Here is the eruption of the dangerous supplement in nature, between nature and nature, between natural innocence as virginity and natural innocence as uncohabited. 163. For all practical purposes, this is Derrida's first statement that the text is textile, a fabric, that life and work, even wordy work, are both woven, that the European word text comes from Latin texere, equals to weave, that the verbal text is a second-degree metaphor. This allows us to conclude that the famous intentional fallacy is no more than a Cold War-era imperative to avoid looking at lives. Derrida's suggestion is that, within our limits, we look at life and the produced words as woven unevenly together. I am going to look only at the rhetorical conduct of a couple of sentences, reading philosophizing as logic-ness in rhetoric, and vice versa. First in French, c'est l'engagement et l'appartenance qui inserent dans le même tissu, le même texte, l'existence et l'écriture. Le même ici s'appelle supplément, autre nom de la différence. 15 in English, it is the engagement and the appurtenance that mingle in the same fabric, the same text, existence and writing. The same is here called supplement, another name for difference. 163. Derrida is practicing a variety of the figure of speech called polyptoton, using the same word as different parts of speech. The word that is used thus is memoir, in English, the same, a philosophical word of authoritative significance. In its first use it is an adjective, enclitic upon a noun. In its second use it is a noun but variously nameable, the first simply dependent upon a particular time, ici or here, and, secondly, as another name. In the second case what the same names as an alternative is difference, with an a. Already a structure at the origin, an irreducible set, questions the possibility of a simple origin. But difference is a peculiar structure. Because a simple origin is not everything specifically other than itself, all these specific negations crowd the possibility of this simple origin, and so on indefinitely for every item in these specific negations, and so on. What Derrida will call an abyssal structure. A clear parallel to the structure of writing in general at the origin of the proper, since the proper is a generalizable category, establishing history and the social, and is subject to difference. Thus difference is another name for writing. Originary difference is supplementarity of structure. Here structure means the irreducible complexity within which one can only inflect or displace the play of presence or absence, that within which metaphysics can be produced but which it cannot think. 181. Most critics think of Rousseau's sexuality as an aberration to be explained diagnostically. Derrida's virtuoso reading of his auto-affection, self-supplementing self, way beyond mere sexuality, as the condition of experience in general, performs the difficult task, among many others, of satisfying a feminist readership. In terms of grammatology, imagination is the other name of difference's auto-affection. 203. As we must keep looking for simple origins, writing leaves traces that seem to hint at origins. Being human, we think the pure trace, an impossible history, a pastness without reference. But we can access the trace only as instituted trace, some mark of the origin of a particular institution. The trace simply promises, simply points in the sense of, perhaps there was something, the trace of a sense, not the indication of a meaningful system. The many traces of the many institutions that run the socius, knotting together, give us the textuality of life and fact. In the previous chapter Derrida had broached the thought of the trace. And in doing so, he had also broached something that would become very important for him without naming it yet, the relationship without relationship, rapport sans rapport, that I have already mentioned. When we think of a pure trace, we think of the past that was not. It is possible to think about Levinas's statement that becoming human is to access an anterior posteriority or a memory fix when there is actually no memory in the human infant. An I remember is inaugurated. This is to possibilize the pure trace. For Derrida, the only way we can access this is as a trace structure installed or instituted into the problematic that we are studying, often to critique. And the instituted trace is unmotivated, it is implicit in the structure of the investigation. We might say that in Part 2, Chapter 2, reading Rousseau Derrida is following the instituted trace of those questions at the origin of grammatology. These thoughts, that we are written by writing in general and practice writing in the narrow sense, scripts, that the pure trace appears only as instituted trace, look forward to, the relationship without relation between justice and law, gift and responsibility, unconditional ethics appearing conditioned. The most important one of these is also given in the Rousseau section, while Derrida is looking at Rousseau wrestling with the burden of supplementarity. What Rousseau cannot state, although his textual practice hints it, is that the play in the world is caught in the play of the world. 16. That game is the play of the world. The world had to be able to play freely on its axis in order that a simple movement of the finger could make it turn upon itself. But Rousseau does not affirm it. He resigns himself to it, he retains its symptoms in the regulated contradictions of his discourse. By all that it commands in Rousseau's thought, the sense is put out of play. 283. Rousseau names the play of the world catastrophe, nature denaturing itself, being separated from itself, naturally gathering its outside into its inside, is catastrophe, a natural event that overthrows nature. 44. Derrida invokes Heidegger writing Das Ding Ding, the thing things. 17. In a less poetic metaphor, as we play tennis, we are also played by the rules of thermodynamics. Those rules are our handle on the thing thinging, the play of the world in which our play in the world is held. Very broadly put, that's all I can manage. This is a rewriting of what Kant describes as the transcendental. We will call the principles whose application stays wholly and completely within the limits of possible experience immanent, but those that would fly beyond these boundaries transcendent principles. 18. I mention my work on planetarity here simply because, if the space of the Kantian transcendental, the Heideggerian Dingen, and Derrida's play of the world are seen as antecedents that this reopening of the book has made me acknowledge after the fact, we can see how powerful this can be against the Anthropocene. 19. To remember we are played, not only playing. Given the self-trivialization of humanity's teaching all the world over, it will be a word for the philosophers of the future, to come, one must hope. Derrida questions the suggestion that Rousseau understands the first societies as Hobbesian and in a state of perpetual war. He shows us that by Rousseau's idea of imagination as supplementary, nature's instrument to undo nature, these societies are in possession of a pity or compassion waiting for activation by this supplement. Because it has not yet been activated, they live within a series of contradictions rather than in a state of bellicosity. In the essay, the paragraph that occupies us comprises another proposition that forbids us to consider the moment of slumbering pity as the moment of bellicose wickedness, as a Hobbesian moment. How in fact does Rousseau describe that moment? Here at least it does not matter if it is real or mythic, the structural instance of slumbering pity. What, according to him, is that moment when language, langage, imagination, relation to death, etc., are still reserved? At that moment, he says, he who has never been reflective is incapable of being merciful or just or pitying. 32. To be sure. But that is not to say that he would be unjust and pitiless. He is simply held short of that opposition of values. For Rousseau follows up immediately, he is just as incapable of being malicious and vindictive. He who imagines nothing is aware only of himself, he is alone in the midst of mankind. Ibid. In that state, the oppositions at work in Hobbes have neither sense nor value. The system of appreciation into which political philosophy moves, has as yet no chance to function. And one thus sees more clearly within what, neutral, naked, and bare, element it enters into play. Here one may speak with indifference of goodness or badness, of peace or war, each time it will be as true as false, always irrelevant. What Rousseau thus reveals is the neutral origin of all ethico-political conceptuality, its field of objectivity, or its axiological system. All the oppositions that follow in the wake of the classical philosophy of history, culture, and society must therefore be neutralized. Before this neutralization, or this reduction, political philosophy proceeds within the naivete of acquired and accidental evidence. 204-5. In other words, imagination, inactive yet, is an instrument of perfectibility, and before that activation, the place of pity is filled with terror, which leads to the impulse of unorganized violence, but not sustained war. Derrida suggests that pity is there in animals as well. The extent of Derrida's engagement with the animal that we are/follow is in this sentence in of Grammatology, the imagination inscribes the animal in human society, 203, where most would go the other way. 20. And when he comes to method in Part 2, embracing Rousseau, his prescription is empiricism without anchor. Seems to fit the popular denunciation of deconstruction. An otherwise supportive colleague's published comment, for example, suggesting the subaltern could not speak according to Spivak because she had read post-structuralism. 21. But Derrida disarms us. He goes into great detail in the discussion of the dating of Rousseau's essay on the origin of languages, from the 19th century on down, and makes it abundantly clear, without any argument or polemic, that the most careful and conservative traditional empiricist textual scholarship also has no guarantees. I had misunderstood this gesture in the translator's preface. The book ends with Rousseau speaking rather than Derrida. It is Rousseau acknowledging Derrida's reading by naming his text a dream, saving it from falling prey, although only in a certain way, to its own critique. The dreams of a bad night are gravely given to us as philosophy. You will say I too am a dreamer, I admit it, but I do what others fail to do. I give my dreams as dreams, and leave the reader to discover whether there is anything in them which may prove useful to those who are awake. 22. How much this metaphor offers us, if we have participated in the reading lessons this book gives the reader in its rhetorical conduct, logic and rhetoric nested in each other, weaving back to previous injunctions to nuance what seems a mere statement. 23. Intellectual labor, useful in our time of shortcuts, doing good, perhaps, killing the species, via feeding greed. The dream calls for an interminable analysis, the index of the indefiniteness of the detour that is another name of writing, or is it vice versa? 24. It is as if Rousseau is himself asking the reader to analyze his dream, indistinguishable from Derrida asking the reader to analyze his and Rousseau's, and so on, indefinitely, the format of all intellectual change rather than subservience to unexamined intellectual fundamentalisms, later to be developed as a hauntology. Derrida learning through Hamlet and his father to Cathach the proper name of a Marx who seemed to offer a messianism without messianicity. 25. Let us remind ourselves that in order to be global we need to be able to understand how peoples with completely different systems of writing in the narrow sense Cathach proper names, to be able to touch their differentiation between reasonable and rational, and having done no more, look at how that cathexis is described in this book. The names of authors or of doctrines have here no substantial value. They indicate neither identities nor causes. It would be frivolous to think that Descartes, Leibniz, Rousseau, Hegel, etc., are names of authors, of the authors of movements or displacements that we thus designate. The indicative value that we attribute to them is first the name of a problem. If we provisionally authorize ourselves to treat this historical structure by fixing our attention on philosophical or literary texts, It is not for the sake of identifying in them the origin, cause, or equilibrium of the structure. But as we also do not think that these texts are the simple effects of structure, in any sense of the word, as we think that all concepts hitherto proposed in order to think the articulation of a discourse and of an historical totality are caught within the metaphysical enclosure that we question here, as we do not know of any other concepts for this and cannot produce any others, and indeed shall not produce so long as this closure limits our discourse, as the primordial and indispensable phase, in fact and in principle, of the development of this problematic, consists in questioning the internal structure of these texts as symptoms, as that is the only condition for determining these symptoms themselves and the totality of their metaphysical appurtenance. I draw my argument from them in order to isolate Rousseau, and, in Rousseauism, the theory of writing. Besides, this abstraction is partial and it remains, in my view, provisional. Further on, I shall directly approach the problem within a question of method. 107-8. The acknowledgment of this enclosure starts the second part of the book, the first part having ended with another acknowledgment, that grammatology can operate only after stopping short of the unanswerable questions. On what conditions is a grammatology possible? Its fundamental condition is certainly the shaking up, solicitation, of logocentrism. But this condition of possibility turns into a condition of impossibility. In fact, it risks destabilizing the concept of science as well. 80. Why is it necessary to repeat these warnings? Because the world is being destroyed and saved, and, under development regularly sustained and its sustainability planned, by way of a general confidence in the stability of the concept of digital technoscience. Knowing that these operations are framed in an ignoring of first and last questions might make a world of difference. Another item for the planners of the future. As we have already seen, in Part 2, the method is empiricism without guarantees. Of grammatology ends in Rousseau's dream, Rogues ends in an attention to reason. Reason reasons, to be sure, it has reason, to do so, and it gives itself reason, to keep, guard, itself, keep within reason. It is in this that it is and thus wants to be itself, it is its sovereign ipseity. But to make its ipseity see reason, it must be reasoned with. A reason must let itself be reasoned with, R. 217. Indeed, Rogues is a defense of a reasonable, rather than merely rational, logocentric reason. One might imagine that the last book is acting out the trajectory of defeat in a certain way tracked out early in Grammatology on page 24. One might even suggest that the circling back had started with a spirit. 26. In fact, that certain way assures us that this is part of the same project. The enterprise of deconstruction is always in a certain way swept away by its own work. We are measuring the distance between questioning the enabling violation of logocentrism, as in grammatology. It is therefore as if what one calls language could have been in its origin and in its end only a moment, an essential but determined mode, a phenomenon, an aspect, a species of writing. And as if it had succeeded in making it be forgotten, and in willfully misleading us, only in the course of an adventure, as that adventure itself. All in all a short enough adventure. It would be mixed up with the history that associates technique and logocentric metaphysics for nearly 3 millennia. And now it would be approaching what is really its own exhaustion. 8. By contrast, at the end we are saving reason, only apparently in a different mode, from the autoimmunity of a self-confident logocentrism which cannot make a change that it declares and does not know it. Derrida is no longer looking for a text to deconstruct within the European tradition. He is shedding texts, here most spectacularly Kant and Plato. Reading is no longer desedimentation, but rather echoing in the strictest sense, intending to respond, but in fact obliged to attempt to repeat these great European texts from a distance. Before trying to hear it quite otherwise, I would like, from within the very resonance of that first hearing, to strain to hear an even more distant provenance. R. 134, translation modified. And it is not working. The world and the self are as ifs for Kant, an easy out for philosophizing. Practical reason is right there, programmed for freedom and just cause. And so it goes. Derrida has now gone beyond Europe, made his peace in the work of mourning. 27. He tacitly acknowledges that the supplement arising in the difference, the spacing, between the words for reasonable and rational is part of the responsibility of the non-Latin, read not Euro-US, read not Security Council majority. If you go back a couple of pages, countries of the world as well. 28. Therefore, he can ask Europe to rethink itself as a new violence is unleashed. R. 156. As we watch the so-called European Union, no more than a collection of debtor and creditor states, bring itself to crisis today, in 2015, how can we ignore this line from Rogues? That is why, let me repeat, the theme of spacing, the theme of the interval or the gap, of the traces gap, of the becoming space of time or the becoming time of space, plays such an important role as early as of Grammatology and Difference, R38. At the head of the book is a text from which Derrida draws his initial question: what political tale would illustrate today, in the same tradition, this morality and the fable? R11, translation modified. The fable is a description of politics then and now. The lamb is drinking and the wolf sees the lamb and the wolf puts on his sovereign face, "Why are you transgressing my space?" And the lamb says, "Your Majesty, I am not transgressing your space, as you can see I am quite further down. Brother, you have spoken against me, I know." And then, "Your Majesty, I could not have, does not matter, it was your brother. I have no brothers, Your Majesty, one of you is the same as all of you," and then he comes and eats up the lamb. 29. First step out is Algeria. I have hinted in my comment on the Grammatology that Derrida attempts, through the nesting of logic and rhetoric, to guide the reader to read. By now the confidence in the readership is gone, so the guidance is wild. Let us see how the text moves toward Algeria and everyday political language, beginning on page 30. The steps are of course not as clear-cut as in my description. I have spoken of Freud's use of the rebus as a way of opening up signification, as mentioned in the Grammatology. In Rogues Derrida acts it out as obviously as possible. Nuanced lessons are no longer in order. No longer the stylish polyptoton of the earlier text. He produces something that's not quite an oath, not quite an aphorism, and not quite a sentence. He repeats it, moving accents, and says it resembles a snake. Next step, the snake in the Bible, not quite good enough. And then, no transition, as in Dreams, D. H. Lawrence's poem The Snake, 4-5. The next two chapters, 1 and 2, are so full of wordplay, although there is always an argument, generally on Plato and Aristotle's dissatisfaction with democracy, that he himself asks, but does one need etymology to discover, by simple analysis, the possibility of power? 12. Translation modified, only to continue wordsmithing. Until, at the beginning of chapter 3, to access the other of democracy, he falls on a literal text, the Quran, and goes on to discuss the suspension of the constitution in Algeria in 1992. His language becomes literal. Let us pause a moment on the Quran. We must be able to think that, unable to echo the great texts of the European tradition because of its wolf-eat-lamb policy, he seeks a place outside of Greek. One knows all too well the strategic paradoxes of the implications, of Muslim theocracies, in the geopolitics as in the economies of American and Western democracies. On the other side, all the nation-states deeply linked, if not in their constitution, at least in their culture, one time to Jewish, there's only one, Israel, or Christian faith. I will not cite them all, they are too numerous, and that large number is not insignificant, but also most of the post-colonial nation-states with a mixed religious culture. In Africa, one thinks above all of South Africa and its new constitution. In Asia, one thinks above all of India and China, present themselves today as democracies. They name themselves in Greek, thus in the dominant international juridico-political language, langage. 29. Translation modified. The great medieval Arabic translators did not translate Plato's Republic or Aristotle's Politics, 31-32. We can go to the Quran to find a place outside. If deconstruction seeks to find a text worthy of its embrace, of a critical intimacy, it is the Quran at this stage. Derrida does not have the wherewithal to access that lingual memory. But he outlines that task, that responsibility, as categorically political. For whomever, by hypothesis, considers himself a friend of democracy in the world and not only in his country, the task would consist in doing everything to help, and first of all in the Islamic world, by allying oneself with the forces which fight not only for the secularization of the political, however ambiguous it remains, for the emergence of a laic subjectivity, but also for an interpretation of the Quranic heritage that will show the prevalence, as from inside, the democratic virtualities that are no doubt no more legible to the naked eye and under that name than they were in the Old and New Testaments. R32-33, translation modified. Deconstructive exegesis is precisely not fundamentalism. It is a supplement to whatever secularism might be. Let us repeat the formula: do not accuse, do not excuse, earn the right to enter, borrow all the structures as from inside, try to turn around for use, knowing that you will fail in a certain way, looking for the next reader, a political philosophy of change. Without an intuition of the transcendental we can neither mourn nor judge. The pure trace transforms itself into the instituted trace there. Of Grammatology laid out the terms, found a text, the mature philosopher shows Grammatology stuck against the wall. In the extended reading of Rousseau, The critique of the sovereign plays a role. Now globally instructed, Derrida knows to extend that critique into the contradiction, aporia, that is the signature of supplementarity. It is thus no doubt necessary, in the name of reason, to call into question and to limit the logic of nation-state sovereignty. And yet, one cannot combat head-on all sovereignty in general, without threatening at the same time, beyond the nation-state figure of sovereignty, the classical principles of freedom and self-determination. To keep within reason would be to invent maxims for deciding between two just as rational and universal but contradictory exigencies of reason as well as enlightenment. R. 157-58, emphasis mine. Maxims. Kant had made a neat distinction: judge by ideas, act by subjective rules. It is this invention of maxims to solve the split between the rational and the reasonable that we must now relinquish. I understand the importance of Derrida's conviction, as I serve on the Committee on Ethics of the World Economic Forum, inventing ways of evaluating success and implementing the basic human values. Here is Kant's description: practical laws, insofar as they are at the same time subjective grounds of action, i.e. subjective founding rules, Grundsätze, are called maxims. The judgment of morality concerning its purity and consequences take place in accordance with ideas, the observance of its laws, in accordance with maxims. 30. In grammatology we had some good examples of typographical reading. In Rogues this is brought further. It is beautifully deployed in Derrida's critique of Jean-Luc Nancy's experience of freedom, but a discussion of that is not appropriate here. 31 I will mention one example, which will lead us to Derrida chipping away at autoimmunity. Derrida is reading Nancy's sentence, freedom, to measure oneself against the nothing. The colon replaces the is, he writes, it suspends the ontological copula of the is, R51. In 1971 Derrida had published the supplement of copula, where he suggested that the copula or is halts an opening to the outside, the structure of supplementarity. Especially since the suspension of the copula will be noted by him as he gives a framed account of the phrase democracy to come in his work, we cannot be sure why, in Rogues, he does not call this the suspension of the supplement, or at least give a reference to this earlier work. All we can do is remind ourselves of the question asked earlier: what desire pushes the linguist and the philosopher, as what they are, to proceed analogically to a supralapsarian agency, instance, before the supplement of copula. SC 203, translation modified. As he begins the account of his use of the phrase democracy to come, he writes down just such a desire to get to a place before. That is what I tried to suggest in Sauf l'Homme, 1993, with regard to a spacing before all determination and all possible reappropriation by a theologico-political history, and even before a negative theology always fundamentally holding to some historical revolution, and above all Christian. R82, translation modified. Supralapsarian, not prolapsarian. Rogues gives a sequential account of the invocation of democracy to come, to offer a critically constructive close-up at the end. I have tried to see the nuances of that discussion. That too lies in the future, but I have tried to show that the deep perception of Europocentrism anticipates it. At the risk of simplifying a complex and sinuous text, let us now move to the end of the first essay, where we hear Heidegger, someone in whom one has never been able to suspect the slightest suspicion of democratism, R 110, and then the author assuring us that without being able to demonstrate it here, I maintain that between the three senses of Salou, and the question of democracy, the consequence would lead us quickly towards what came from the Terror and the Committee of Public Safety, Salou, under the French Revolution, and toward all that it is urgent to transform today and tomorrow, R 114, translation modified, and, without any change in this, simply say Salou. To the democracy to come. How do we read this? Especially since, elsewhere in the text, we hear that it is time to let the outside in and are warned not to suspend the supplement, that in our global predicament, we need to step outside the Greek enclosure. The 1971 essay speaks again and again of ethnocentrism, as did Grammatology. He does not allow himself the double ethnocentric luxury of calling himself ethnocentric. The very concept of ethnocentrism, he writes in 1971, gives us no critical assurance as long as the elaboration of this other possibility, not to say that the condition of being language depends on the presence of the word or concept being, remains unaccomplished. SC 199-200, translation modified. The earlier essay is also about a failure of translation. What resource of translation is set to work here? He asks, severely criticizing Benveniste's invocation of you, SC 198, translation modified. Thus he tries to put his work within the Greek enclosure in place, aware of autoimmunity suppressing the copula supplement in democracy to come. It is outside of the scope of these comments to discuss in detail the vertiginous putting together of the problems of the great tradition, the call of the unconditional, the importance of unconditional hospitality, combined with the need to go beyond nationalism after 1989. I want to point at a long footnote where Derrida remembers the importance of grammatology. I have never associated the motif of deconstruction with those that have been so often evoked in discussion, those of diagnostics, of after, or post, or death, since of grammatology, 1965, sic, I have explicitly declared that it was not a question of the end of metaphysics and that the closure was certainly not the end. I constantly grant a privilege to aporetic thought. I would again say the same thing with regard to the hyper or ultra-transcendentalism, which is thus also a hyperationalism, to which, in order to avoid empiricist positivism, I expressly appealed as early as of grammatology. R. 174, translation modified. This is how Derrida remembers our book. I have attempted, always supported by quotations, to point at the itinerary of the critique of ethnocentrism spanning the 40 years. I have attempted to understand why Derrida cannot claim it, why it cannot end his book. This is almost the last footnote. In the text, Derrida moves, as we have seen, toward a reasonable rather than a rational deconstruction. And the critique of ethnocentrism lodges in the theme of learning how to translate. Practically, the plurality of reason is lodged in the epistemological performance of multidisciplinarity. The differences between mathematics, the natural or life sciences, the human sciences, the social or moral sciences, physics as well as biology, law or political economy, politology, psychology, psychoanalysis, literary theory, with all the techniques and institutional communities that are inseparable from their knowledge, these plural rationalities resist, in the name of their rationality itself, an architectonic ordering. Is it not in the name of these heterogeneous rationalities, that we must call into question the masterly and mastering authority of architectonics and thus of a certain world, of a unity of the regulative idea of the world that authorizes in advance? R. 120-21, translation modified. Each discipline teaches us how to construct ourselves and the world we study as knower and objective knowledge. It also decides what counts as the world to be chosen, and it teaches that this is the only way in which to study the world. And the subjects are ranked, inside and outside of the educational institution. To be able to break this and train the imagination to construct knower and known for knowing in different ways and understand that this does not define the truth of things is imaginative training for epistemological performance, something I have called aesthetic education elsewhere. And it is in the context of these pluralized institutional rationalities that Derrida opens their difference from the reasonable, and then asks us to learn how to translate, so that this restricted judgment of pluralized reason can be supplemented. Once again, it is the classroom, if not enclosed by walls and admissions procedure, how many are we? It is only then that he moves in a straightforward way toward the apparent surrender to reason that we are noticing. All through this book, as through grammatology, he has taught us, much more extravagantly, how to read the texts and report the conclusion. It is time for us now to notice that the use of the we here, in of grammatology it is uniform, is occasional and moves us toward the repeated question how many are we? In Politics of Friendship. 32 I have therefore restored the we in this new translation. Considering that it is an ancient scholarly European we, in the world of 1967, when the book first appeared, it can certainly be described as an inclusive, open-ended we which invites identification without flattening differences amongst those who identify with it. 33 But in Rogue's we, I, and you can be differentiated. In Rogue's, as in grammatology, there is not much attention paid to sexual difference. Although Derrida is aware of male supremacy and is definitively sensitive to Rousseau's labyrinthine sexualities, the agential pronouns remain he. In the translator's preface, written in 1972-73, I tried to redress the balance by making she the general pronoun for the philosopher. Spurs, given as a lecture at Cerisi La Salle in 1972, reads the question of woman in Nietzsche beautifully, but there is no force of sexual difference in the argument. But now I can say that before the first edition of the Grammatology came out in 1976, appeared Glass, recognizing the philosophical placing of the woman and the homosexual male outside of the exemplary subject position of the human. Here I can only point at Derrida's meditation upon the question of sexual difference, the most striking, from two different points of view, being, perhaps, Politics of Friendship and Circumfession. 34. I have almost invariably indicated if the text is using long, named language, or langage, language in general. 35 I have also pointed out where voix is not simply voice but also vowel. In 2001, at a public seminar at NYU, Derrida chided me for not having modified the standard translations of the texts he cited and read when they clearly did not follow the original. If you think I have modified them too much in this version, put it down to a private piety.